Chapter 1. The Night. The starlight shimmered, forming a resplendent river that converged upon a towering celestial peak. A solitary figure basked in the luminous glow, seated cross-legged at the summit, his white hair glistening like jewels under the starry sky. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and gazed upward. Another one has appeared. The youth observed as a golden star silently emerged in the night sky. This marks my 100,000th golden elixir. As Chu Yun withdrew his gaze, the thought of having produced his 100,000th golden elixir caused him to furrow his brow, revealing his discontent. He placed his feet firmly on the ground and approached the cliff's edge. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the mist swirling like ribbons, the air still except for the gentle breeze pushing the clouds. Chu Yun shook his head, stroking his chin in contemplation. The entire sect praises my extraordinary spiritual root, claiming it to be unparalleled and unmatched throughout the ages. When it comes to the aptitude for cultivation, I must concede the second place. No one dares to claim the first. Yet, after 500 years, I am still unable to break through to the Yuan Ying stage. He found himself questioning his existence, inwardly lamenting. Even my contemporaries who entered the sect with me, despite their daily antics, have managed to reach the transformation stage. Am I perhaps cultivating a false form of immortality? That cannot be the case. So many sects vied to recruit me back then. Surely, they cannot have been deceiving me? Moreover, the transformation stage is hardly impressive. It can be extinguished with a mere breath. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly shattered the silence, ringing in Chu Yun's ears. The host was born with a slight chill, deemed a talentless individual. Fortunately, your heart towards the Tao is unwavering after laboring for half a lifetime and exhausting your family's wealth. You finally joined a small sect known as the Moonshadow Sect. From this point on, you have glimpsed a sliver of the mysteries of immortality, understanding that the realms of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, Yuan Ying, transformation, separation, void realization, unity, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Your heart surged with aspiration, secretly vowing that one day you would reach the pinnacle of the immortal path, transcend the tribulation, and ascend. With aspirations soaring high, you began as an outer disciple, enduring trials and tribulations, facing disdain and humiliation. You regarded all hardships as gifts from fate, vowing silently that one day you would rise above your circumstances. In the blink of an eye, a whole 60 years past your resolve to seek the Tao grew ever more steadfast. You exerted efforts tenfold or even 100-fold compared to ordinary individuals, and finally, before your lifespan waned, you boldly declared, "Do not underestimate the elderly." In a moment of life and death, you fortuitously stepped into the Golden Elixir stage, becoming a pillar of the sect, which stirred an elder to take you as a disciple. This marked the most glorious moment of your life. However, good times were fleeting. 500 years had elapsed, and you remained unable to break through to the Yuan Ying stage. Your master grew increasingly cold and distant towards you. You understood all too well that mere effort was insufficient to transcend the Yuan Ying stage this time. Fortune had not favored you. As your time drew near, you began to reminisce about the past, having witnessed the fickleness of human nature and the coldness of the world. A surge of resentment arose within you, resenting your humble beginnings, resenting the sect's judgment, resenting your master for severing ties. You loathed the sufferings of the world, despised the arduous path to immortality, and most of all, detested your own lack of talent, feeling akin to a worthless being. You were unwilling to accept this fate. How you longed for a chance to turn the tide. Sensing the host's plight, the talentless counterattack system successfully bound to you. Do you wish to accept the counterattack mission? Chu Yun, is there a system binding me? The sound of the system's incessant murmurs echoed in his ears, accompanied by a sudden manifestation of a golden orb within his energy center, forming a dense barrage of messages within the orb. The memories of the deceased transmigrator began to assail him. Could it be that the template was misapplied? Chu Yun pondered the system's script, feeling puzzled. The woeful script provided by the system was inaccurate. He had never cultivated as a mundane person. Regrettably, He had not only never experienced the cultivation of an ordinary person, but had also never endured a single day of hardship. He recalled that upon his arrival in this world, he had been but a newborn babe. Who his father was, who his mother was, he did not know. At that time, he had clutched a black Qilin jade pendant, suspended in the azure sky. Before he could gather his thoughts, a throng of people flew in from all directions, gazing at him as though he were a treasure, their faces beaming with delight. Then, akin to a bustling market, they began to quarrel. A volley of verbal sparring ensued, spittle landing upon his face. Eventually, he was whisked away by a woman of extraordinary beauty to the Xianxia sect, the very sect he presently belonged to. The Xianxia sect was hardly the small sect the system described. It was the foremost among the 5 great sects of the 9 provinces, possessing a legacy in the realm of immortals. Thereafter, his journey was smooth sailing. He received wind when he sought wind, and rain when he desired rain. What toil, what humiliation, had nothing to do with him. Blessed with striking looks and an extraordinary spiritual root, he was cultivated with utmost care, cherished by his master. If one were to insist that there was any aspect of the system's script that aligned with his experience, Chu Yun reflected and found indeed there was. The Yuan Ying stage was undeniably difficult. Even he found it a formidable challenge. At the tender age of 1, he had already entered the Golden Elixir stage. And then, he remained ensnared in the Golden Elixir stage for a staggering 499 years, unable to break through to the Yuan Ying stage until today. The sect had consulted countless tomes and amassed vast resources, yet none could facilitate a breakthrough to the Yuan Ying stage. He felt helpless, but that hardly merited the label of being talentless. Not having broken through the Yuan Ying stage did not impede his growth and strength. His nature was inherently strong-willed, unable to breach the Yuan Ying stage. He would persistently strive against it. During these years, he had mostly secluded himself on this ethereal peak. Condensing elixirs 5 centuries had passed, and while he had not advanced to the Yuan Ying stage, he had indeed condensed an increasing number of golden elixir snow, totaling 100,000. How formidable was 100,000 golden elixirs? To be honest, Chu Yun was uncertain, having never unleashed his full power. Nonetheless, upon private assessment, he believed that even his master at the Great Ascension stage might not be his match. Were it not for the barrier of the Yuan Ying stage, perhaps he would have ascended to the realm of immortals over 400 years ago. At this moment, binding a talentless counterattack system, it was hard not to provoke Chu Yun's suspicions of a mistake. What sort of counterattack could this be? It seemed the system, sensing his lack of urgency for a counterattack, prompted him again. Do you wish to accept the counterattack mission? Yes. Chu Yun answered without hesitation. Whether to counterattack or not was secondary. It was still a system. Perhaps it held the key to breaking through the Yuan Ying stage. The host, after a long drought, had encountered a refreshing rain. That heart for counterattack burned hot and fervent. From this day forth, with the assistance of this system, you shall embark on your counterattack and will no longer be regarded as talentless. Chu Yun, he interjected, get to the point. What is the task? The host time is running out. Outside the Moonshadow sect lies a vast mountain known as Tsongshan. Deep within this mountain grows a spiritual herb called the heart-reverting grass. As a type of weed, it appears unremarkable, yet when refined through special means, the heart-reverting grass possesses the ability to extend one's lifespan. Note, its true purpose is unknown to anyone. Please search for as much heart-reverting grass as possible within 1 month to prolong your life. Completion of the task will grant the opportunity to receive a breakthrough card. Chu Yun glanced at the golden elixirs within his energy center, then at the golden elixirs he could not set aside, now twinkling like stars in the sky, and fell into contemplation. My time is running out? Are you certain? System, can this so-called breakthrough card help me break through to the Yuan Ying stage? Yes. What is the standard for task completion? How much completion is required to obtain the breakthrough card? The more you collect, and the faster you do so, the higher the completion. Upon reaching 80% or above, you will receive it. Understood. Hearing the system's assured response, Chu Yun nodded. There were indeed 8th and 9th grade exceptional spiritual herbs within the Xianxia sect. As for 1st and 2nd grade common varieties, he might find some among the outer disciples' mountain peaks. As for ungraded weeds, he had yet to encounter any. It seemed he would need to embark on this journey himself. Chu Yun cast a glance towards the horizon, an endless expanse leading to the 8 directions of the 9 provinces. The script provided by the system bore no resemblance to his experiences. Yet, he was familiar with Songshan. Such a commonplace name, it was the only place in the entire 9 provinces bold enough to bear it. He flipped his hand, and a scroll materialized within his palm. Unfurling, it revealed rivers and mountains, a map of the 9 provinces appearing before him. Upon the scroll, azure ripples danced as though they were radar waves. Soon, the ripples converged upon a single point. I found it. Chu Yun's gaze dropped, fixating on a black that where the ripples gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward, the clouds beneath him parting like a curtain, while the radiant starlight above cascaded down like a luminous waterfall upon his head. In the next instant, his figure appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Beneath him lay a chain of verdant mountains, shrouded in dark mist, resembling a colossal primordial beast lying in wait. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on one particularly prominent mountain. Soaring to great heights, a warning echoed in his ears. The Tangshan Mountains were fraught with peril, teeming with numerous demon beasts at the Gold Core stage, while deeper within lurked those at the nascent Soul stage. This was destined to be an adventure of life and death, compelling the host to exercise utmost caution. As the system notification faded, Chu Yun closed the scroll and inquired, "What does the heart rejuvenation grass look like? Is there an image?" A tuft about a foot high, resembling dogtail grass, manifested before Chu Yun in a luminous projection, showcasing the grass tips tinged with a hint of crimson. Nodding in understanding, Chu Yun embarked on this treacherous journey. Rather than entering the mountains, he remained stationary, channeling his inner energy as he subtly released a wisp of aura directed towards the solitary, towering peak. As his energy radiated outward, a swirling black mist began to undulate beneath his feet like a tempest. "Intruding upon my domain, you seek death." With this indifferent proclamation, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the lofty mountain, freezing all in the vicinity. Above the verdant slopes, a colossal shadow loomed, its aura potent enough to fell a void realm beast at a mere whisper. Indeed, there are sentinels guarding the mountain. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Chu Yun's face as he reached out. His elongated hand merely gestured forward, yet the massive shadow trembled as if shattering apart. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure, a bullhorn giant exceeding 2 meters, materialized before Chu Yun, his enormous eyes reflecting 9 parts astonishment and 1 part dread. In a deep, resonant voice, he demanded, "Who are you?" Chu Yun assessed him with a measured gaze, replying, "I require your assistance. How dare one trespass upon my domain and presume to command me? What folly!" The bull-horned giant glared at Chu Yun, fury radiating from him. Before he could voice his outrage, a suffocating pain surged through his limbs. His pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the white-haired youth, whose face bore a warm smile. At that moment, the raised right hand executed a pinching motion. Then, an unparalleled force constricted around his formidable physique, akin to an ethereal cord tightening relentlessly. A series of cracking sounds erupted, the unmistakable noise of bones fracturing. With each passing moment, the agony intensified. Maintaining a grim countenance, he coldly inquired, "What do you intend?" Chu Yun traced a line in the air, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy until it coalesced into the form of the heart rejuvenation grass. The bull-horned giant scrutinized the manifestation for a prolonged moment, failing to recognize it, his brows furrowing deeply. Feeling his body on the verge of collapse, he finally exclaimed, "What is this?" Chu Yun pointed at the image suspended in midair, truthfully responding, "The heart rejuvenation grass. Please gather some for me." The bull-horned giant paused momentarily, then erupted into a furious laugh. "You expect me to perform such menial tasks? Are you seeking death? I, the esteemed lord of the ancient forbidden zone, at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, am to fetch a mere blade of grass. I could just as easily end your life with a single strike." His temper flared, feeling utterly humiliated, a murderous intent simmering within him. Noticing his demeanor, Chu Yun furrowed his brow as well. Raising his arm, he delivered a swift slap. Smack! The bull-horned giant plummeted, crashing downwards. Mountains crumbled, colossal trees toppled. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed forth as countless demon beasts fled in terror, revealing a vast, gaping pit. Chu Yun stepped forward, his form flickering as he descended into the abyss. He gazed down at the bloodied, bull-horned giant lying at the bottom of the pit, then placed his foot upon the giant's head, inquiring with a congenial tone, "Can you find it now?" The tremendous commotion stirred a whirlwind of dust. At the edges of the immense pit, towering figures approached, exuding a formidable presence, drawn by the disturbance. Upon witnessing the scene at the center of the pit, their overwhelming aura dissipated, leaving them in stunned disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. Surely, this is not a dream? The bull-horned giant lying at the bottom was their master, the lord of the Tsongshan Mountains? This being, revered as a godlike figure, was now being trampled by a mysterious white-haired youth, rendered utterly helpless. The bull-horned giant's eyes bulged crimson with rage. He summoned every ounce of his power, attempting to rise. Yet, the force he unleashed, capable of leveling mountains, could not dislodge the boot pressing down upon his face. Is it truly such an arduous task to locate a blade of grass? A voice tinged with impatience echoed in his ear. Boom! The bull-horned giant felt the world spin as his head was forcibly driven further into the ground, his skull flattening. A mix of fury and terror surged within him. Who is this individual? His physical prowess ranked among the top 3 among the 7 lords of the Forbidden Zones. Yet beneath this foot, he could muster no resistance whatsoever. Such strength surpassed that of the Great Ascension stage. As this realization dawned on him, an ominous thought struck him. Could it be a celestial being descended from the heavens? What unparalleled divine artifact must the heart rejuvenation grass be for such an entity to descend? The bull-horned giant, overwhelmed and utterly crushed, discerned the lethal intent woven within the voice. Defiance would only lead to his demise. With great reluctance, he acquiesced. I can find it, grant me some time. I am pressed for time. I shall allow you but 3 hours. 3 hours? The horned giant stood in stunned silence. The heart-reversing grass must surely be an unparalleled celestial treasure of at least the 9th grade. How could such a brief moment suffice? Just as he contemplated bargaining, an immense force bore down upon his face, causing his head to sink once more. Very well, he replied. His vision dimming as he reluctantly acquiesced, the overwhelming pressure akin to an ancient mountain receding like a tide. Huff, huff. He sighed in relief, gasping for breath as he raised his hand to touch his face. Where the boot had left, a distinctive imprint was now etched into his skin. With a vigorous sweep of his powerful palm, infused with mystical energy, his face returned to its original state. He rose, his expression dark, and gazed at the white-haired youth who stood a head shorter than him, coldly stating, "Do not move from this spot. I shall return shortly." The white-haired boy, with a calm demeanor, suddenly raised an eyebrow and cast a fleeting glance his way. Boom! The horned giant, just having regained his footing, was struck as if by a nuclear blast, his form jolting violently into the air. Sizzle! The sound of a fierce wind echoed across the mountains. Moments later, a tremendous tremor reverberated from a towering peak in the distance, causing countless stones to cascade down. Amidst the chaos of shaking earth and swirling dust, the horned giant, bloodied and trembling, managed to rise. Just as he was about to speak, a thought struck him, and he clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "Damn it, what madness has this immortal succumbed to? If I refuse to aid you, I shall be beaten. Even after agreeing, I still face punishment. If you possess such prowess, why not seek it yourself?" Despite his inner grievances, the horned giant cast a wary glance in the direction where the white-haired youth stood. Raising his arm, he waved his hand, channeling his energy to dispel the dust and fog surrounding him, erasing the wounds that marred his body. This immortal chose to descend here, granting me only 3 hours. Thus, it is highly likely that this supreme treasure lies hidden within the Tsongshan Mountains. His forehead and brow quivered, and a wisp of azure light surged forth, forming a delicate azure wave in midair, enveloping the vast expanse of the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone. which stretched over 100,000 square miles. As the sovereign of this forbidden realm, the horned giant possessed an intimate knowledge of Tsangshan. With his divine consciousness extending across the area, every blade of grass and tree, every living being within the confines of the zone, lay bare before his watchful gaze. Countless creatures sensed his unmasked aura, trembling in trepidation. However, the horned giant's attention was not fixed upon them. It merely flitted past, settling instead upon the clusters of exotic flowers and peculiar grasses. It was as if a tempest had swept through, causing the flora to sway and bend, undulating like waves of golden grain. His consciousness expanded increasingly, extending beyond the Tsangshan region and sweeping across a vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. It only halted when it reached the limits of its capacity for expansion. Yet, there was nothing here. Damn it, in such a vast forbidden zone. Not even a single heart recovery grass could be found. What a desolate place. The countenance of the bull-horned giant grew ever darker, and in a fit of rage, he waved his hand, causing several small mountains around him to explode. Within the span of an incense stick's burning, he meticulously cleared all spiritual plants of the 8th rank and above within Tsangshan, yet regrettably, not a single strand was in sight. The bull-horned giant furrowed his thick brows, his fists cracking ominously. Could it be that they are not in Tsangshan? As the master of this forbidden zone, he was unable to step beyond its boundaries. Furthermore, within the reach of his consciousness, he had failed to locate even a single heart recovery grass. He had merely 3 hours. If he did not find it in that time, the white-haired figure would undoubtedly not let him off. In the next moment, the robust man with horns radiated a blue light, conjuring a spectacle that surged skyward. As he began to summon others, within the confines of the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone, figures of those who had reached the integration stage began to materialize before him. Greetings, Master. How may we serve? The figures cautiously scrutinized the expressionless face of the horned giant, recalling the earlier incident when he had been humiliated. No one dared to speak out, yet they could not suppress their murmurs. What could the white-haired youth possibly be? The master had just surveyed the forbidden zone repeatedly with his divine sense, appearing even more anxious than they were. Sensing their gazes, the horned giant's countenance remained stern as he gestured, and a magical force coalesced in midair, taking the form of a heart recovery herb. Do you recognize this? The figures stared at the heart recovery herb for a long while, their faces showing confusion. A silver-scaled dragon, swimming through the mist, voiced the collective uncertainty. Master, what manner of extraordinary object is this? We have never seen it before. Upon hearing this, the horned giant's anger flared, and with a swift motion, he swatted the dragon down from the air as if it were a mere mudfish. You have no use if you cannot even recognize the heart recovery herb. It matters not that you are unfamiliar with it. Just know that it is a supreme celestial treasure. Go outside the forbidden zone and find it for me. You have but 1 hour. If you fail, you shall perish. The powerful entities within the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone were taken aback and perplexed. A supreme celestial treasure, the heart recovery herb? They wished to inquire further. But upon hearing the time constraint, fear gripped their hearts. The master of Tsangshan was notorious for his tyrannical nature. When he decreed an hour, it was indeed a singular hour. They could only memorize the appearance of the heart recovery herb before dispersing like scattered birds. Before long, outside Tsangshan, the earth trembled and mountains shook. Majestic peaks loomed, and colossal beasts materialized. Boundless rivers roared as silver-scaled dragons unleashed their might. Human cities, dotted across the landscape, were besieged by monstrous creatures releasing overwhelming auras. Countless beasts quivered, curling their bodies in submission. Numerous cultivators soared into the night sky, their gazes filled with trepidation as they beheld the manifestation of the beasts, thrown into disarray. What had transpired in the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone? Why had these formidable entities mobilized? Could it be that unrest was about to erupt within the Forbidden Zone? It was over. Everything was doomed. It seemed Yunzhou would face near annihilation. Quickly, summon the 5 great sects. Inform them of the situation in Tsangshan. The cultivators were filled with terror, feeling as insignificant as ants before the powerful beings of the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone. Soon, a host of terrifying presences gathered like meteors from the 4 corners of the land, exchanging resolute glances. What were these entities of the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone scheming? In the midst of their confusion, the sky above transformed. Boundless magical energy coalescing into a vivid image of a spiritual herb. The herb's tips glowed crimson, radiating silver light, exuding rich spiritual energy that swayed gently, resembling an unparalleled celestial bloom. What was this? Beasts and cultivators alike, gazing at the sudden apparition of the spiritual herb in the celestial dome, were momentarily entranced. The Heart Recovery Herb. I seek the supreme celestial Heart Recovery Herb. Present the Heart Recovery Herb, and you may yet live. From all directions, a deep echo resonated. Half an hour had swiftly elapsed, leaving them scant time. The formidable beings of the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone had scoured the mountains, rivers, and seas, but urgency spurred their impatience. In this critical moment, they, too, resolved to emulate the horned giant and began summoning others. That night, beneath the vast sky, many places illuminated with images of the Heart Recovery Herb rendered in magical energy, alongside the terrifying pressure from the Tsangshan beings. Whether beast or human cultivator, all gazed upward in bewilderment. What on earth was the Heart Recovery Herb? Though confused, many soon realized that the Tsangshan beings had emerged to search for the supreme celestial treasure known as the Heart Recovery Herb. If they failed to find it, unrest would surely ensue in the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone. In such an event, calamity would befall all living beings. As this thought settled, the cultivators grew increasingly frantic and desperate, gathering in large groups to discuss. Hurry and search. Does anyone know what this Heart Recovery Herb is? Spirit Herb Sect. You are well versed in spiritual plants. Do you have any knowledge? None. I have scoured the sect's records and found no mention of the Heart Recovery Herb. According to these formidable beings, it seems to be an object from the upper realms. Where could we mere mortals find it? What shall we do if we cannot locate this divine object? These formidable beings will not relent so easily. Cough. Perhaps I might know. Suddenly, a cough broke the silence, drawing all eyes to the source. It was an elder clad in blue robes, emanating the aura of the integration stage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He soared into the air, under the gaze of the crowd. Stepping upon the clouds as he flew towards the flamboyant pattern of the heart-recalling grass in the sky. Half an hour later, in the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone, the silver-scaled dragon alighted upon a solitary peak, where a figure clad in blue hovered in midair beside its dragon form. The horned giant sat atop the massive stone at the summit, observing Chu Yun with overwhelming pressure. Where's this object? Chu Yun remained silent, casting a glance at the surrounding dense black mist. He stepped onto a withered tree at the cliff's edge and slowly spoke. I can reveal its location to you, and even procure the heart-recalling grass, but I have one request. Do you think you are worthy to negotiate with me? The horned giant's gaze was as frigid as a divine sword, fixating on Chu Yun, imbued with murderous intent. Chu Yun calmly inclined his body. I am an elder of the celestial wanderers, at the heavenly stage. The horned giant rose, regarding him coldly. Your delay in retrieving the heart-recalling grass will bear dire consequences for the celestial wanderers. At this remark, Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. Although the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone was formidable, the celestial wanderers were not to be underestimated. If the heart-recalling grass truly was what he suspected, was it necessary to resort to such extreme measures? A sense of uncertainty inexplicably settled within him, yet he maintained an outward calm as he pointed towards the vast black mist. Articulating his terms, I have a senior apprentice sister who has recently ascended to the higher realms. Before her ascension, she was particularly concerned about her cherished disciple. That child possesses an exceptionally robust spiritual root. It has been unable to form a nascent soul, and with the limits of life approaching, I seek a forbidden seal from the Lord of Tsangshan for this child. The burly man with horns replied indifferently. A spiritual root that cannot even break through to the nascent soul stage is nothing but a worthless being. Chu Yun remained silent, patiently awaiting the horned man's response. The latter glanced towards the horizon, where the dawn was beginning to break. The thought of the formidable white-haired immortal weighed heavily on his mind. Time was running out. Without the heart recovery grass, he would meet his demise. The horned man fixed his gaze on Chu Yun and coldly stated, I shall consent. Where is the heart recovery grass? As the morning light began to illuminate the sky with a faint glow, atop the main peak of Tsangshan, the horned man sat astride a massive boulder. He gazed at the horizon where a silver-scaled dragon soared amidst the clouds, its tail flicking as it raced towards him. My lord, I have retrieved it. The dragon once again descended upon the peak, its voice tinged with trepidation, barely louder than a whisper. Are you certain that this is the heart-reviving herb? Is this not merely a common weed by the roadside? A slender strand, tinged with crimson and resembling a dog's tail, drifted from a crevice in its scales towards the brawny man. The roots swayed in the air, the leaves bearing cracks at the mercy of the wind, threatening to be torn asunder at any moment. Fool, be gentler with it, he commanded. Suddenly, a colossal hand materialized, crashing down upon the dragon's bent form. swatting it from the heavens as one would a fly. The brawny man scrutinized the lifeless weed in his palm, his expression a portrait of discomfort. The more agitated he appeared, the more unsettled he felt within. He could scarcely believe that an immortal had descended to the mortal realm in search of such trivial matters. He cast his gaze towards the elder in the blue robe, a member of the transcendent Immortal Sect, and warned, "Should you dare to mock me, you shall bear the consequences." Xin Yao's expression quivered as he pointed skyward, declaring, "I have previously sworn an oath to the heavens. If the master of Songshan is indeed searching for the heart-reverting herb, which bears such resemblance, then it must be this." The heart-reverting herb is not documented in any ancient tomes. It is merely a wild grass found in the fields of Qingzhou, of little utility, typically serving as fodder for livestock. Most who recognize this herb are ordinary shepherds, and he himself had encountered it during his travels across the 9 provinces. When he observed the fierce beasts of the Songshan Forbidden Zone frantically searching for the heart-reverting herb, treating it as if it were a divine relic, he was left questioning the very fabric of his existence. Xin Yao was convinced that this entity could not have merely been recognized by him alone. However, given the gravity of the matter, no one would believe that the ferocious creatures within the Songshan Forbidden Zone would venture forth in search of a common wild grass from distant Qizhou. Consequently, they instinctively dismissed this conclusion, redirecting their conjectures towards more exalted celestial artifacts of rank 9 and above. At the outset, he too felt the same. Yet after meticulous scrutiny on numerous occasions, he discerned that the appearance and name were in perfect accord. For the sake of the populace, and for the sake of his senior sister's precious innate spirit root, he ultimately chose to step forth. Observing Xin Yao's unwavering determination, the bullhorn giant's expression fluctuated ominously. With merely 3 hours remaining, he had exhausted all conceivable means. The only fitting candidate was this particular herb. Were it not for it, he would have no choice but to engage in a fierce battle with you. The bull-horned giant stamped his foot fiercely, shattering the boulders beneath him, his form vanishing from the spot. Xin Yao gazed at the debris-strewn ground, stroking his silver beard, pondering to himself, what a marvel! Who might possess such divine prowess to render the esteemed master of this forbidden zone so discomposed? The bullhorned giant reappeared at the location where he had previously parted ways with Chu Yun, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of anyone. "Have you found it here?" A clear and melodious voice resonated. The bullhorned giant turned towards the sound and beheld a white-haired youth seated cross-legged upon the thick branches of a towering tree to the north, his gaze calm and indifferent. Under the weight of that gaze, the bullhorned giant felt an overwhelming sense of dread, instinctively lowering his head as a dull voice escaped his lips. "I have found it." He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and extended his hand towards the north. A golden light descended, and a surge of formidable magic cascaded onto the grass, causing the heart-retrieving herb to vanish without a trace. The bullhorned giant fixed his gaze intently on the white-haired youth, who, with an impassive expression, delicately pinched the grass stem between his fingers, his heart laden with unease. Within his dantian, a surge of magical energy churned, causing the treasured artifact to tremble. Should this celestial being turn hostile, he was prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Chu Yun cast his gaze downward at the heart-reverting grass, though he had not scrutinized it closely. The moment the heart-reverting grass was in his possession, his ears twitched slightly, and a notification from the system echoed beside him. To his astonishment, the host had ventured deep into Songshan, engaging in life-and-death struggles with several Golden Core stage demonic beasts. Moreover, displaying audacity beyond measure, he had stealthily harvested a heart-reverting grass beneath the very noses of slumbering Yuan Ying stage demonic beasts, earning the admiration of the system. "You have completed the task. Would you like to settle the task and receive the system rewards?" Notification: you have currently obtained 1 heart-reverting grass. The higher the completion of the task, the better the rewards. Chu Yun, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He was too indifferent to engage with the system, his gaze shifting from the returning heart grass to the imposing figure of the horned giant. The horned giant raised an eyebrow at Chu Yun, layers of cold sweat forming on his back, his palms clenched in a futile grip, nearly radiating a precious light in a desperate bid for survival. "Is there more?" Chu Yun suddenly raised a finger, rubbing it toward the horned giant. The giant was taken aback. Goodness, does he truly desire this weed? A sense of absurdity surged within him. Were it not for the fear of being crushed, he might have laughed in exasperation. Observing the raised finger, the horned giant spoke in a deep voice. Wait a moment. His form vanished in an instant, and a brief period passed. Then, a colossal figure emerged, blocking the sunlight entirely, plunging the realm back into darkness. Chu Yun raised his gaze. The horned giant had transformed, towering at nearly 100 feet, bearing a mountain several dozen feet high upon his back. His gaze fixated on the mountain, where the slopes were adorned with an abundance of returning heart grass. Is that sufficient? Boomed the voice of a burly man, laced with arrogance. If he were to procure celestial treasures or ninth-grade spiritual plants, he would not be so brazen. Such wild grasses were trivial. He could easily summon some subordinates from Chizhou to fetch more, enough to overwhelm you, you wretched dog. That is enough. Chu Yun raised his hand, causing the mountain to tremble, and the countless returning heart grasses took flight, transforming into a verdant vortex that soared towards his sleeve. Notification. Current acquisition of returning heart grass 99.99. Notification. Host's task completion rate is full. Do you wish to settle the task? Notification. Current acquisition of returning heart grass 99999. Notification. Host's task completion rate is full. Do you wish to settle the task? Notification. Current acquisition of returning heart grass 999999. As a plethora of returning heart grass filled his sleeve, a series of system notifications erupted in sharp bursts in Chu Yun's ears. Satisfied, he nodded, rising to his feet and casting a glance at the ominous shadow overhead. What purpose does its grandiosity serve? Is it meant to intimidate me? His gaze lowered slightly as he casually waved his hand, causing a resplendent golden light to coalesce into five-fingered golden shadows in the void, striking the myriad of dark figures. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as the horned giant was sent flying, causing a tremendous upheaval throughout the vast mountain's forbidden zone. Stepping forward, Chu Yun was enveloped by an infinite cascade of golden light, rendering him invisible. After a brief moment, the horned giant staggered back into the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stared towards the horizon, peering for some time, and then, after probing with his divine sense several times, he began to curse vehemently. Damn it, I have finally sent this plague away. Mobilizing such forces for this kind of nonsense, I've never encountered anything so absurd in my life. If the other sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones were to learn of this, I would never be able to hold my head high again. With a somber expression, he stepped forward, causing the space to distort, and his figure reappeared atop the main peak of Tsangshan. Upon the summit, an elderly man clad in a blue robe stood at the edge of the cliff, craning his neck to gaze into the distance, having sensed the commotion moments ago. Qin Yaofang had just glimpsed through a veil of black mist the formidable lord of Tsangshan being swatted away like a fly by an enormous golden hand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He had been so resolute before. If that enigmatic entity desired anything other than the heart-reversing herb, the Lord of Tsangshan would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him, as long as he remained alive. Yet, Qin Yao was unperturbed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon this thought, he involuntarily reached into his bosom, his hand firmly grasping an object, preparing to crush it and flee back to the sect, intent on reporting this urgent matter to the sect leader, who would then negotiate with the Lord of Tsangshan. Thinking of escaping? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through Qin Yao's ears. His fingers momentarily stiffened as he turned to see the horned giant standing amidst the rubble, his large eyes gazing at him coolly. Qin Yao, with his somewhat murky gaze, faced the horned giant. His hand unexpectedly emerged from his bosom, waving dismissively as he spoke in a languid tone. No. I am merely awaiting the Lord of Tsangshan to fulfill his promise. Humph. The horned giant snorted coldly. Do you dare deceive me? Are you not fearful of being slain? In response, Qin Yao found his composure, stroking his silver beard, and asserted confidently, the heart-reverting herb is unmistakable. If there were any doubt, you would not be engaging in idle conversation with me. You would have already taken action. Since there is no error, might the Lord of Tsangshan bestow upon me the forbidden seal? Do you think you are worthy to lay hands on my forbidden seal? At this, Qin Yao's expression stiffened slightly. The horned giant's gaze turned steely, and with an impatient wave of his hand, an overwhelming force surged forth, casting Qin Yao from the mountaintop. Begone. As Qin Yao tumbled through the air, the impatient voice echoed in his ears. Bring that useless heavenly root to Tsangshan. In the Stinyao sect, Atop the ethereal peak, a young man, clad in white and possessing striking features, casually perched on the edge of a solitary cliff that jutted out like a branch. He gazed at the resplendent sea of golden clouds before him, stifling a yawn and exhaling softly. The golden clouds cascaded down like a shimmering waterfall, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. System, finalize the task. Finalizing task. Task completed. Completion rate, 100. The host's search for the heart-reverting herb did not exceed 1 week, granting an additional completion rate bonus of 50. The host's quantity of heart-reverting herbs exceeded 1,000, resulting in an additional completion rate bonus of 50. The overall task completion rate stands at 200. The host receives rewards, a third-grade medicinal compendium, revitalizing pharmacopoeia, and 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Within Chu Yun's dantian, for orbs, enveloped in golden light, suddenly materialized, signifying the treasures bestowed upon him. His thoughts drifted into the past, revealing before him a third-grade medicinal manual, adorned with several prominently marked words, method for refining heart recovery herb. With a mere glance, Chu Yun dismissed it. Within the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect, third-grade texts were considered beneath the notice of outer disciples. He found it utterly unworthy, deeming it trash. Adjacent to the Rejuvenation Manual, a luminous orb contained 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, an undeniable fortune for an ordinary golden core cultivator. Trash, indeed. Moving on, Chu Yun turned his gaze to another golden light. There, he beheld a water lotus, its petals tinged with green, its stem alabaster, exuding a refreshing aura. A celestial treasure. Its refinement could amplify one's consciousness. Chu Yun paused momentarily, studying it more intently before shifting his attention to the final ray of brilliance. Within that light lay a golden card. The card depicted a stout and honest-looking nascent soul, petite in stature, with palms clasped at its dantian, seated cross-legged amidst swirling golden energy. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Chu Yun. This breakthrough card felt ethereal within his perception, shrouded in a veil of obscurity, reminiscent of chaos, impenetrable and unfathomable. Since the formation of his 80,000th golden core, such phenomena had become rare for him. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps this artifact could indeed assist me in transcending to the nascent soul stage. If so, my arduous nighttime endeavors would not be in vain. Would you like to use the breakthrough card? The system inquired. Use it. As Chu Yun issued his command, the infant on the card began to quiver. In the next moment, its limbs, body, and head disintegrated into countless golden particles, coalescing into a vast sea of gold that surged toward his dantian, brimming with golden cores. The sound of cascading gold echoed. Within his dantian, the golden cores were swept in a tidal wave. Chu Yun felt a stirring within. The power emanating from the breakthrough card was unlike any elixir or divine material he had previously consumed. It was a novel sensation, both tingling and invigorating. Most notably, among the myriad golden cores, one was ensconced within the golden sea, its surface marred with a web-like pattern of cracks, a harbinger of transformation from core to infant. All of Chu Yun's attention was fixated on this singular golden core. Time seemed to blur, punctuated only by the delicate cracking sounds emanating from it. The golden shell peeled away, revealing a rosy, golden infant, its features mirroring Chu Yun's own, eyes closed. Tiny hands clasped in a meditative posture atop a lotus formed from the golden core. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yun felt an undeniable connection to this realm, an enhanced ability to absorb spiritual energy. This signified his ascension from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. However, a grimace crossed Chu Yun's face. With the aid of the breakthrough card, the nascent soul had indeed manifested, yet it was encircled by an overwhelming multitude of golden cores, resembling stars gravitating around the moon. The current state was clear. Only one nascent soul had been born, while a plethora of golden cores awaited their own emergence, akin to eggs poised for hatching. Had he truly transcended, or not? He placed a hand on his warm dantian, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Ascending to the nascent soul stage would undeniably enhance his power. Yet, what truly delighted him was the expansion of his consciousness. The consciousness of a cultivator functions akin to a radar, the higher the realm, the broader its coverage and the finer its perception. Yet, Chu Yun's consciousness was distinctly different. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He casually waved the 7-colored divine sword in his palm. And the radiant light of the sword enveloped a 10-meter radius, without the need to use his eyes. He could vividly visualize the mist and spiritual energy within this range in his mind. From this day forth, he had also become one who bore the radar of the heavens. Chu Yun was in high spirits. This seemingly inept system was proving to be more effective than he had anticipated. By effortlessly completing a task, he had set the gears that had been stagnant for 499 years back into motion. With a hint of eager anticipation, he inquired, System, what is the next counterattack mission? The host foundation is too weak. After utilizing the breakthrough card, although you have successfully reached the nascent soul stage, there remains a risk of regression. Please enter seclusion to cultivate and consolidate your strength. After some time, you may commence the new counterattack. Chu Yun. This seemingly inept system truly lacked any awareness of his condition. He emphasized, there is no need for deliberation. I shall rise against the odds immediately. Dispatch the task swiftly, lest I sever our connection. Ding. After enduring countless tribulations, you have finally ascended to the nascent soul stage. Reflecting on the greater part of your life, a myriad of emotions swells within you. This journey has indeed been arduous, yet fortunately, there exists the reversal system. Chu Yun interjected, no theatrics. Let us get to the point. Half a month after your ascension to the nascent soul, a cataclysmic phenomenon suddenly unfolded above the Moonshadow sect. A celestial staircase of 99 steps descended from the heavens, drawing an assembly of cultivators, all in a state of shock. Esteemed cultivators conjectured that ascending this staircase would lead to fortuitous opportunities. The cultivators, filled with an inexplicable excitement, began their ascent, only to find themselves plummeting back to the ground upon their first step. It turned out that this staircase was only traversable by those at the nascent soul stage. The staircase would remain for 7 days. During the ascent, the firmer one's resolve, the higher one could climb. A notice indicated that within the Rejuvenation Herbal Codex, there existed a unique elixir known as the calming incense, which could stabilize the spirit. The host could refine a substantial quantity of calming incense to maximize their ascent. The greater the number of steps climbed, the higher the level of completion achieved. As the system issued tasks, it, as before, provided Chu Yun with subtle techniques for his resurgence. However, Chu Yun had no intention of concerning himself with this. Alchemy was an unattainable endeavor for him. His sole concern was this. Would there be a reward in the form of a breakthrough card? Indeed. Chu Yun nodded, contemplating the task at hand. Filled with skepticism, a month from now, would there truly be a celestial ladder at the 99th level? Would such a phenomenon really manifest? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the appointed time. Chu Yun shut his eyes and began to circulate his energy, engaging in his breathing exercises. An hour later, Chu Yun suddenly sensed a faint sound, his ears twitching in response. Without a moment's hesitation, he released his consciousness to investigate. Within a 10-meter radius, the mist swirled gently, and all was tranquil, devoid of any presence. He reluctantly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the horizon. 10,000 meters away, a green figure traversed the air. As it approached, the mist parted effortlessly beneath its feet, moving with remarkable speed. One moment it was still far off, and in the next, it had arrived within 3,000 meters. This was a stunningly beautiful woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall and her delicate nose perfectly sculpted. She possessed an elegant stature, adorned in a flowing gown of lush green, which danced in the wind like clouds embracing the moon. In the blink of an eye, the woman in the green dress stood a mere 100 meters away from Chu Yun, locking eyes with him. Her gaze appeared somewhat vacant, yet Chu Yun was unfazed. Offering a nod, 7th Shirshu. The woman spoke in a calm, measured tone, just emerged from seclusion. Yes. Have you noticed anything unusual? Chu Yun glanced around. The sky was clear, the winds gentle, and the clouds shimmered with golden hues. The mysterious peak exuded tranquility. However, he sensed that the spiritual energy in the surroundings had thinned significantly with his breathing exercises. No. Yuan Ying paused in silence, then pointed toward a 2-story pavilion atop the mysterious peak. Where is your master? Chu Yun followed her gesture, observing the stillness of the pavilion. The lower floor served as his dwelling and training space, while the upper floor was designated for his master. He waved towards the pavilion. and the tightly shut windows of the upper floor suddenly flung open. From the outside, the interior appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. Chu Yun suddenly asked, "Where is my master? Where has she wandered off to?" Yuan Ying paused for a moment before responding slowly. "A week ago, the sect held a grand ascension ceremony." "The ascension ceremony?" Chu Yun's gaze shifted upward as he pointed at the sky. "Has she departed?" "Indeed, she has." With a sigh, Chu Yun's expression turned somber. Yuan Ying spoke calmly. "May you find solace. Seventh Master, she has ascended, not perished. There is little distinction. It will be difficult for you to see her again. This is the legacy your master has left you." Yuan Ying lifted her sleeve, and a palm-sized piece of white warm jade floated towards them. Chu Yun grasped it with his hand, gazing intently at the jade, which shimmered with several faint blue runes, undulating like tadpoles. It was exquisite spirit jade, a rare material capable of preserving one's consciousness. Top-tier techniques of the 8th and 9th ranks, or crucial information, are often recorded using spirit jade. He tucked the exquisite spirit heart jade into his bosom and smiled at Yuan Ying, saying, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," she replied. "You have lingered in the golden core stage for many years, consuming a vast amount of resources from the sect. There are quite a few within the sect who harbor grievances against you. Your senior sister delayed her ascension for over 300 years for your sake. And now that your master has passed, the ensuing troubles will only multiply. It's uncertain whether you can even hold onto the mysterious peak. Speaking of which, your deadline is approaching. It would be wise to contemplate how to break through." "I must take my leave," Yuan Ying coldly remarked, turning to depart. The troubles that Chu Yun faced were, in fact, far more severe than she articulated. Over a decade ago, a supreme Tao body had entered the sect, an incredibly rare physique that rivaled the heavenly spirit root. This supreme Tao body had recently advanced to the transformation stage and ventured into one of the 7 forbidden zones, the Purple River Forbidden Zone, where it vanquished several fierce beasts, attracting the attention of a great calamity that sought to suppress it. To everyone's astonishment, the supreme Tao body managed to escape right under the calamity's nose, causing a stir across the entire 9 provinces. The sect began to place increasing importance on the supreme Tao body, allocating more resources towards it. With resources being finite, the more the Tao body received, the less remained for the other less capable prodigies within the sect. Before her ascension, although there were murmurs of dissent regarding Chu Yun, they were quietly suppressed. However, now that his senior sister had ascended, the master of that supreme Tao body was none other than the vice sect leader of the Carefree Immortal Sect. Without any backing and still enjoying the sect's top-tier treatment, it was indeed strange that no one paid him any mind after 500 years of stagnation. This was a matter of misfortune that could only be attributed to Chu Yun himself. Everyone had high hopes for him, yet he remained unmotivated. With his senior sister's ascension, he would have to rely solely on himself. As his senior aunt, she could only offer what assistance she could. However, Yuan Ying had no desire to dwell on these matters with Chu Yun. Her senior sister had shielded him far too well. After all these years, he remained at the Golden Core stage. If he were to learn about the supreme Tao body's feats, it would likely shatter his determination, leaving him with no hope of ever breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, she paused, sensing a gentle tug at her skirt, and turned to see a tiny golden nascent soul hand grasping her hem, pleading in a childlike voice, "Aunt, please don't leave just yet. I have something I want to ask of you." Yuan Ying's eyes, devoid of sparkle, fell upon the golden nascent soul, and she felt a ripple of intrigue. "Have you formed your nascent soul?" she inquired, extending her delicate wrist to reach out. In an instant, the Chu Yun-like nascent soul dissipated into wisps of azure smoke before she could grasp it. Yuan Ying turned her gaze back to Chu Yun. A gentle breeze rustled through, and the young man in white stood gracefully, a piece of black Qilin jade swaying gently at his waist. She closed the distance, examining him from head to toe as if he were an extraordinary treasure. After a moment, she finally spoke with a hint of surprise. "After all these years, you've finally reached the nascent soul stage. Your master, if he is watching from above, must be quite pleased. Aunt, you ought to speak with a bit more decorum." Chu Yun replied with a hint of exasperation, observing Yuan Ying, who was known for her unfiltered remarks, yet her serious demeanor suggested she was not jesting, leaving him somewhat at a loss for words. Yuan Ying seemed to disregard his comment, her graceful steps drawing nearer. The fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating as she leaned closer, peering at his dantian. Her previously vacant eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. "The moment your master departed, you broke through. Was this intentional?" Before Chu Yun could respond, she began to murmur to herself, truly deserving of the strongest heavenly spirit root. Your nascent soul is golden, and your magical power is remarkably pure. Allow me to observe." Her tall figure, clad in a flowing green dress, accentuated her curves. As she bent forward, her silhouette was strikingly pronounced. Chu Yun gazed at the sight before him, momentarily dazzled, and gently pushed against Yuan Ying's shoulder. "Aunt, if you come any closer, don't blame me for pinning you to the ground." Her shoulder felt soft, like a cloud, and she was easily moved by his push. Yuan Ying straightened, unfazed by his audacity. Her greatest intrigue lay in studying rare phenomena. A golden nascent soul formed from a heavenly spirit root was something she had never encountered. Igniting her curiosity, unperturbed by Chu Yun's bold words, she continued to fixate on his dantian. To think a nascent soul stage cultivator would wish to challenge me is impossible. However, with your exceptional talent and your senior sister's careful guidance, you should now be able to contend with those in the initial stage of spirit division. The prodigies of the sect in the nascent soul stage would hardly stand a chance against you. Now that your senior sister has ascended, would you be interested in accepting my mentorship? The more she spoke, the more animated her eyes became. With your innate talent and my guidance, I guarantee you will summon the 99 heavenly tribulation during your tribulation. If you can surpass the 99 heavenly tribulation, you would have the opportunity to pin me down as well. The 99 heavenly tribulation is the most formidable thunder tribulation faced during the tribulation stage, something that every cultivator dreads. Chu Yun waved his hand. "I appreciate your offer, but I'm not interested. Let us get back to the matter at hand." "The matter at hand? I need your assistance with something," Yuan Ying being recalled, her gaze still fixed on his dantian, her eyes shimmering. "What troubles you?" Chu Yun gestured towards the mysterious peak behind him. "Since my master has ascended, no one is managing the mysterious peak, and it feels rather strange. I need someone to assist me while I cultivate." Yuan Ying being raised an eyebrow. "Was such menial work handled by your senior sister at the mysterious peak? Who exactly is the master and who is the disciple?" Though it was not a significant issue, she inquired, "Do you have any specific requirements for this person?" Chu Yun pondered for a moment. They should be diligent, able to cook well, and most importantly, they must be honest. "Very well," Yuan Ying nodded. Then shifted the conversation back. "Chu Yun, are you truly not considering my proposal?" Chu Yun smiled broadly. "Farewell, aunt." Yuan Ying shook her head, not pressing further. After all, this child preferred solitude, spending most of his time at the mysterious peak. With his senior sister no longer present, she could observe him discreetly without him ever noticing. "Then I shall take my leave." She turned, her skirt flowing gracefully. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Ying's figure appeared 1,000 meters away. At that moment, a shadow imbued with blue light descended from the heavens. "What is this?" Chu Yun reached out to grasp the azure shadow. "It's not easy to ascend to the nascent soul. Consider this a small gift." The voice of Yuan Ying grew increasingly distant as Chu Yun lowered his gaze upon the warm, jade-like object in his palm. Realizing it was yet another piece of Lingxi jade, shaking his head, he refrained from examining it immediately and instead stored the azure Lingxi jade within his dantian. Taking a step towards the pavilion atop the peak. In a blur, he materialized on the second floor of the pavilion. His eyes swept across the disarray of the second level. A bed crafted from deep blue cold jade lay in disarray, several wine jars haphazardly strewn across it. Scattered around were rocking chairs, arranged in a manner reminiscent of a bagua ray, one to the east and another to the west. Against the wall stood a bamboo cabinet, adorned with talismans, while bottles and jars, tightly sealed yet chaotically positioned, jostled for space, some tightly packed and others carelessly scattered. It was clear the occupant of this place was a whimsical and carefree individual, living without constraint. Chu Yun averted his gaze and turned to the left side of the bed, where a neatly hung portrait caught his attention. The painting depicted an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Her hair disheveled, her delicate, oval face flushed with color, as she affectionately embraced a helpless-looking white-haired youth, laughing heartily. Chu Yun casually reclined in one of the rocking chairs, gazing at the portrait. How could such a vibrant person just vanish without a trace? Creaking softly, the rocking chair swayed as Chu Yun tilted his head back, his gaze falling to the right, where an empty space lingered, prompting an involuntary complaint. "And they even took my painting. Couldn't they wait for me to emerge? Was there such urgency?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He gazed downward. "Rest assured, before my ascension, I harvested 30,000 pounds of spiritual wood. And the spiritual herbs on the mysterious peak have all been gathered as well. Additionally, I have implemented a method to suppress the growth of weeds, which should suffice for over a decade. The spiritual fields atop the peak, knowing you would not tend to them, have been harvested in advance, yielding a total of 180,000 pounds of spiritual rice, safely stored within the jade. Furthermore, I have prepared several 100,000 pounds of ingredients for you, sufficient for many years. As for Xiaobai, Xiaohe, and Xiaohua, aware of your dedication to cultivation and your neglect in feeding them, I took them along with me to prevent them from starving. Oh, I also took your painting as a memento. By the way, as a token of compensation, I have left you a recipe hidden in our usual spot. Should you yearn for my culinary skills, you may follow it to indulge your cravings. Now, to the main point. My departure this time was urgent. It was not that I did not wish to wait for your emergence from seclusion. I must impart some unfortunate news. The era of the end of the Dharma is approaching, and if you do not ascend soon, the path to immortality will soon be severed. There is a matter I must attend to in the upper realms to bring closure. Thus I cannot accompany you in your frivolities within the sect any longer. Upon reading this, Chu Yun's brow furrowed. The end of the Dharma era. The imminent severance of the path to immortality? Was the situation truly this dire? Yet, what concerned him even more was another matter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He furrowed his brows and continued to read. The hasty script on the Lingxi Jade had reached its conclusion. To get to the point, one should not remain at the misty peak. For being overly engrossed in cultivation is not a virtue. To read a myriad of books and to traverse countless miles, venturing out may indeed lead to a breakthrough in the nascent soul stage. Lastly, allow me to share some good news. I await you in the upper realm. Should you ascend, our master-disciple relationship shall be severed. After pondering for a moment, I mused that being a Tao partner could also be quite appealing. Thus, I conclude my message here. Chu Yun read the contents with a stoic expression, casting a glance at the abundance of resources within the Lingxi Jade. He then raised his hand to store the Baiji warm jade into his dantian. Letting out a deep sigh, this rebellious disciple speaks of the end of the Dharma age and the impending closure of the path to immortality, yet urges me to ascend post-haste. Am I not willing to ascend? He struck the back of the chair, rising from the rocking seat, and approached the window, gazing up at the resplendent sun. The rich, milky aura flowed like a river. Where were the slightest signs of a waning magical age? Chu Yun chose to believe. Though his master may be eccentric, he has never deceived him. With his hand resting on his chin, his eyes flickered as he pondered yet another question. According to the records of the Celestial Wanderer sect, the world he inhabited was interconnected with the higher realms solely through the path of ascension. Only by overcoming the heavenly tribulation and reaching the Mahayana stage could one obtain the mark of the heavenly Tao, thereby stepping through the portal to ascend to the higher realms. If this path to ascension were to be severed, even if he were to successfully pass the tribulation, how would he ascend? Never mind, he would address that quandary when the time came. Chu Yun had only just reached the nascent soul stage, barely at the beginning of his journey. The tribulation and Mahayana were still far beyond his reach. Pondering them now held little significance. The pressing matter was to break through as swiftly as possible. The heavenly spirit route demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy, and once the age of magic waned, his circumstances would become exceedingly precarious. Perhaps he should take a look at the promotion gift bestowed by that esteemed uncle. With a flick of his left hand, he retrieved a piece of azure Lingxi jade and delved into its depths. The title 9 transformations of glazed body materialized before his eyes, followed closely by the comprehensive outline. The densely packed, elegant script was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably lucid in content. This was a 9th-tier body refinement technique, not part of the internal cultivation methods of the Carefree Immortal Sect, but rather the innovative creation of Xianningbing. Within the Lingxi Jade, alongside this technique, were numerous resplendent treasures for body refinement. Although this senior uncle possessed a somewhat acerbic tongue, he was truly generous-hearted, displaying remarkable magnanimity. Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A cursory glance revealed a considerable wealth, likely equivalent to the combined fortunes of several wild spirit-severing stage cultivators outside. He casually extracted various vials, stones, and wooden fragments from the jade, consuming some with his left hand while employing his right to channel his spiritual power for refinement. As he closed his eyes to cultivate the 9 transformations of glazed body, his white hair danced without wind, cascading with a crystalline radiance. 1 transformation, 2 transformations, 3 transformations. As Chu Yun engaged in his practice, the treasures in his hands flickered rapidly. The assorted body refinement treasures, piled high within the azure jade, vanished at a visibly accelerated pace. After approximately an hour, Chu Yun opened his eyes, revealing the Lingxi jade to be utterly devoid of contents. Not even a speck of residue remained. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. He returned from the window to the interior, leaping onto the azure stone bed with a single push of his foot. He retrieved the previously rewarded celestial artifact, holding it delicately in his hands as he began to silently refine it. After refining this celestial artifact, he contemplated experimenting with other golden core breakthroughs. He had a general understanding of the magical trajectory and essence of the previous breakthrough card, and he thought it might be possible to simulate it, perhaps even replicate it, even if replication was not immediately achievable. Acquiring a few more cards would surely lead to success. Once I manage to replicate the breakthrough card, the system will lose its significance. As Chu Yun refined the artifact, he simultaneously devised his plans. He did not find these days tedious. Rather, he felt a certain exhilaration. Aside from his culinary preferences, this singular passion, once cultivated, fueled an inexhaustible vigor within him. The Celestial Leisure Sect, a lofty peak suspended in the air, revealed a spacious summit, seemingly sheared by a sword, creating an expansive and level martial arena. Above the arena loomed a pale blue light shield, resembling an overturned eggshell. Boom, boom, the shield quivered, and the arena echoed with thunderous sounds, billowing clouds of dust and mist. Within the haze, a figure could be faintly discerned, moving with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger. Oh dear! From midair, a cluster of anguished figures was hurled forth. Multicolored lights shattered, and numerous treasures shimmering with brilliance swayed precariously before plummeting in all directions. With another resounding crash, the dust settled, revealing a burly, bald man, bare-armed, standing amidst a throng of fallen figures who lay sprawled on the ground like lifeless bodies, gasping for breath. A bunch of useless wretches, the bald man scoffed, arching an eyebrow at the prostrate forms, a frown etched upon his face. With a powerful gesture of his robust arms, he scattered pills glistening with a dark luster, which landed precisely in the open mouths of each fallen corpse. After a brief moment, these figures gradually rose to their feet, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and trepidation as they regarded the bald man. "Shall we continue sparring?" he inquired, stepping toward a nearby man clad in a yellow robe. The man, his ancient bronze muscles glistening in the sunlight, wore tattered garments with a gaping hole in his chest. Upon seeing the bald man approach, he recoiled in alarm, hastily waving his hands. No, Junior Brother Xia, your prowess is formidable, and your third transformation glazed body is far too terrifying for us. Let this be the end for today. If we continue, I fear I shall be unable to attend tomorrow's court assembly. The elder presiding over the assembly will surely hold us accountable." Upon hearing this, the others hastily nodded in agreement, akin to chicks pecking at grains. "Indeed. We must cease this conflict, for it could cost us our lives." The burly man raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You all possess the prowess of the transformation realm. Why then do you fear me, a mere nascent soul? I have already restrained myself by a third." The man in the yellow robe, with a sorrowful expression, pointed to his swollen face and lamented, "Junior Brother Xia, is that truly an ordinary nascent soul? Who among us has achieved the 9th grade body refinement technique to such a degree in merely 10 years? Not far off." Someone promptly concurred. What Brother Zhang states is undoubtedly true. The 9 transformations of glazed body is renowned among the 5 great sections. If memory serves, it was Elder Xia who devised it to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Mastering it to the 9th transformation allows one to withstand even the 7th or 9th tribulations. Junior Brother Xia, you are already endowed with the wasteland battle body and have effortlessly cultivated this esoteric technique to a minor completion. Who among the other prodigies of our sect could possibly contend with you? Please, spare us further discomfort." Flattered by the praise from his fellow disciples, Xia Changming's expression lightened somewhat as he replied slowly, "The 9 transformations of glazed body is not as easily cultivated as you suggest. I dare not even contemplate the 9th transformation, Achieving the 6th within a century would suffice for me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. They are but victims. Initially, most of them were able to hold their own against Xia Changming. However, after Xia Changming refined the 9-turn glazed body to the 3rd level, they became utterly outmatched, even when they banded together. Were it not for the fact that Xia Changming generously offered them benefits during their sparring sessions, no one would dare confront him. Yet now, as the gap in strength widens, their exchanges have transformed into a one-sided affair, akin to paying to be beaten. The most critical aspect is that every encounter leaves them severely battered, with the risk of their treasured artifacts being shattered. They have grown weary of this endeavor. Senior brother Xia, we shall take our leave. Upon hearing Xia Changming relent, they hastily bid him farewell. Amidst the cacophony, Xia Changming watched as these senior brothers of the sect transformed into streaks of light, dispersing in various directions. Feeling somewhat unfulfilled, he settled onto a large rock within the training grounds, deep in thought. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level, and these senior brothers can no longer exert any significant pressure on me. Those prodigies at my level are either away or in seclusion, proving to be unreliable allies. It seems I must endeavor to connect with those senior brothers in the spirit division. Once I attain the 5th level, no, the 6th level, I shall undoubtedly make another attempt to challenge that individual. A shadow flashed through his mind, bearing a solemn countenance. That figure belonged to the supreme Tao body, who, despite having entered the realm merely over a decade ago, had already etched countless legends into the annals of time. Once, he had foolishly challenged her to a sparring match. With but a single hand, she had shattered his 2nd transformation of the glazed body. That battle had left him with an immense psychological scar, especially upon hearing that she had ventured into the forbidden zone of the Purple River just days prior, slaying numerous god transformation beasts and narrowly escaping the clutches of a formidable foe. A wave of inexplicable shock surged within Xia Changming, accompanied by a rare sense of helplessness. As a martial enthusiast who had faced countless defeats yet emerged ever more resolute, he found that even the courage to challenge her again was waning. He would rather confront his senior brother at the spirit-severing stage than face her. Suddenly, Xia Changming slapped himself sharply, as if to awaken from a trance. No, he declared, my ambition is to become the foremost of this generation. I possess the desolate battle body and the 9 transformations of the glazed body. In my realm, I am invincible. My heart must remain steadfast. It is only a matter of time before I triumph over her. A fierce determination ignited within him, a defiance that seemed to challenge all. Changming. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated from above. Su Changming. Startled, he looked up to see a figure in a green skirt, suspended 10 meters away. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate nose was strikingly refined. Sister. Su Changming rose to greet Su Ningbing. Her somewhat vacant gaze scrutinized him, eliciting a hint of curiosity. She pointed at his face, swollen and marked with handprints. What on earth compelled you to strike yourself? My face feels a bit itchy. Su Changming's expression stiffened slightly as he wiped his face, and the swelling vanished immediately. Oh, I recall your culinary skills are quite commendable. Su Changming paused. It has been many years since I last cooked. What would you like to eat, sister? Su Ningbing shook her head, gesturing towards the west. Not interested. You should spend some time at the Mysterious Peak. Mysterious Peak? What purpose would that serve? A flicker of realization crossed Su Changming's face. He was aware of Mysterious Peak, one of the most spiritually enriched summits of the Carefree Immortal Sect. It had recently housed a powerful figure from the sect who had just ascended. Could it be that his sister intended for him to cultivate there? To assist with menial tasks? Su Changming, he incredulously exclaimed, doing chores? Me? Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Ningbing replied, you are diligent and adept in the kitchen, and most importantly, you possess honesty, qualities that meet the criteria. Instantly, Xia Changming's expression darkened. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His expression was no longer so unsightly. Being assigned to perform menial tasks at the Mysterious Peak was not a hardship, but rather an opportunity. Others would crave such a chance, yet find themselves unworthy. Indeed, he had just entered the nascent soul stage. Xia Changming was taken aback, disbelief written across his face. How could a disciple of the previous generation, endowed with a heavenly spirit root and personally taught by an immortal, merely be at the nascent soul stage? The situation is peculiar, he was informed. Xia Changming's displeasure was immediate. Why should he be relegated to serving someone of the same nascent soul stage? Xia Ningbing pondered for a moment. On account of his seniority, you must address him as master uncle. Although Xia Changming was her younger brother, his master was of a lower generation than her, making it entirely appropriate to call Chu Yun master uncle. Humph. Xia Changming snorted disdainfully, his anger manifesting as crimson waves of energy that reverberated through the entire martial arena. What value did seniority hold? Within the sect, those with greater seniority than that exalted being would not dare to act with arrogance in her presence. This world still adhered to the principle of strength. Should this heavenly spirit root be able to defeat me in a fair confrontation, I would not mind serving him. Xia Ningbing nodded. You may test that. Your strength should be evenly matched. I shall see for myself, he declared, not to serve. But because he had yet to encounter a heavenly spirit root, Xia Changming puffed out his chest, his gaze challenging, among those of the same realm. I have only lost to one. Here, the notion of equal footing does not exist. I intend to use him to validate my 9-turn glazed body and to strive for the 4th turn. As the sun rose higher, its brilliance intensified. The golden clouds flowed majestically, and towering immortal mountains suspended above them. Between these celestial peaks, occasional dark figures trailed colorful tails, darting in all directions. A scarlet meteor streaked across the sky, heading westward. With such an imposing demeanor, where was Xia Shidi off to engage in sparring? His expression suggested he was not in the best of moods. One could only wonder who might be unfortunate. Perhaps I should follow and witness the spectacle? The swirling clouds on either side were torn apart by his exuberant energy, causing several shadowy figures to evade, their astonished gazes fixated on the meteor. Upon recognizing Xia Changming, they exchanged glances and communicated telepathically. Some idlers, driven by curiosity, trailed behind the rampaging Xia Changming. Alas, it was not long before these following cultivators found themselves halted in their tracks. Above them appeared layers of pale blue halos, resembling ripples on water, isolating them from the outside world. A young man clad in gray gazed regretfully at the crimson tail flame as it receded into the distance, transforming into a mere speck. He lamented, Junior brother Xia has ascended to the 7th heaven. It appears he has engaged in a duel with some prodigy. What a pity that we are unworthy of entering the 7th heaven. We can only await further news. Alas, if only I could enter the celestial mountains of the 7th heaven for even a single day, it would render my life worthwhile. Let us strive diligently. The 7th heaven above is home to either prodigies or elders. The years we must endure to ascend remain unknown. With a collective sigh, the group exchanged glances, shaking their heads before dispersing. The celestial sect of leisure boasts 9 heavens, where the higher one ascends, the more abundant the spiritual energy and the more esteemed the inhabitants. In his hand, Xia Changming clutched a golden token bestowed by Xia Ningbing as he pierced through layer upon layer of rippling waves. Soaring from the 7th heaven to the 9th heaven, he hovered in midair, gazing down at the majestic celestial mountains below, which appeared no larger than grains of rice. Raising his eyes once more, he beheld, merely 10 meters away, the ethereal energy coalescing into liquid forms, shaping into stones, and even transforming into birds that gracefully soared past. Were it not for the absence of a life force, they would be indistinguishable from the real thing. Xia Changming felt his pores expand. A surge of mystical power coursing through his body, unable to restrain himself from tightening his grip on the token in his hand. This 9th heaven, with its concentration of spiritual energy, was easily 100 times more potent than the 6th heaven in which I reside. Such a treasure trove, even a mere pig, after hundreds of years of cultivation, could not possibly be merely in the nascent soul stage, could it? What is that celestial spirit root atop the mysterious peak concocting? He gazed towards the west, extending his consciousness to perceive a celestial mountain shrouded in mist. With a firm stamp of his foot, the swirling clouds shattered. Moments later, Xia Changming stood at the foot of the ethereal peak, his eyes reflecting astonishment. From the base to the summit, this esteemed mountain within the sect appeared stark and barren, devoid of any spiritual flora or fields, as if ravaged by a tempest. Were it not for the surrounding aura of dense spiritual energy, he might have believed he had stumbled upon a desolate wasteland. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. His purpose in visiting the ethereal peak was not for sightseeing. Xia Changming had come to pay homage. His enormous eyes glimmered with a piercing brilliance. and a surge of potent blood energy erupted from his entire being as he took a step forward, proclaiming loudly. His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the ethereal peak, echoing relentlessly. After 3 breaths, the sound ceased, and the celestial mountain remained unchanged, devoid of any movement. Xia Changming furrowed his brow, gazing up the mountain. Is there no one? His sister had mentioned that the heavenly spirit root preferred solitude and should be residing within the ethereal peak. While he pondered this, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. Did the master send you? Xia Changming felt a chill run down his spine. He abruptly turned around, only to find emptiness. Nothing at all. As he turned his head again, he discovered a strikingly handsome youth with white hair standing directly in front of him, his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze calm and steady upon him. Indeed, the voice was gentle, yet it carried an irresistible charm. For reasons unknown, Xia Changming instinctively responded aloud. Even more unsettling was the wave of cold sweat that involuntarily cascaded down his back the moment he met the white-haired youth's eyes. This sensation was one he had only ever experienced in the presence of another. Xia Changming's heart trembled slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the white-haired boy. Oh, why did you shout so loudly just now? Xia Shidi, you may simply call me Chu Xiao. Very well, Chu Yun nodded, casting a glance at the barren surroundings before casually instructing. There aren't many tasks to attend to at Piaomiao Peak for the time being. However, there are still some things to do. Come with me. I shall take you to the kitchen, and you can prepare something. I want to sample the flavor first. Xia Changming immediately waved his hands. I did not come to be a handyman. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the white-haired youth raising his hand and gesturing. Xia Changming's pupils constricted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He stood between 2 towering cliffs, where a resonant rumble echoed in the air. A fissure, more than 10 meters wide, split the mountain face from top to bottom, parting like a sliding door in response to the sound. Within the mountain, an expanse broader than any arena unfolded, its heights soaring to an unascertainable altitude, seemingly stretching into the heavens. As Chu Yun ventured deeper, a voice resonated. Inside are various ingredients. Choose what you prefer and prepare your specialty. If it does not please the palate, I apologize. I am neither here to be a menial nor to cook. Xia Changming's chest heaved as he opened his mouth to speak, yet before he could utter a word, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Suddenly, a fearsome dragon head loomed within the cavern, its indifferent, cold eyes fixated upon him. Even more unsettling was the realization that it was merely a dragon's head. Behind it lay a meticulously arranged pile of dragon flesh, scales glistening, stacked like a small mountain. This was the carcass of an entire flood dragon, its posthumous aura exuding a palpable pressure that suggested it had once possessed the formidable might of a void refining or even a fusion stage entity. Xia Changming swallowed hard, his gaze drifting left and right. In addition to the dragon's remains, a heap of fierce beast corpses surrounded him, the sea-guarding whale from the Guishan Sea, the ghost-faced sheep from the western extremes, and the thunderous tiger from the falling sunset slope. The mere sight of the formidable creatures he recognized was overwhelming, and there were many more that were unfamiliar to him. Xia Changming felt a wave of dizziness and astonishment wash over him. Even the weakest of the demon corpses here must be at least at the spirit-severing stage. Truly an extraordinary generosity from that ascended powerhouse towards his senior brother Chu. He certainly would not believe that these ferocious beasts were slain by the esteemed brother Chu before him. It was evident that they had been left behind by a transcendent being who had already ascended. Do not just stand there in a daze, come inside, urged Chu Yun as he turned to see Xia Changming still rooted in place. Xia Changming hastily advanced several paces into the cave, gazing at the pile of demonic corpses. His mind wavered, and he spoke with difficulty. Are these all ingredients? Indeed. If you find them unsatisfactory, I can procure more for you, Chu Yun replied, casting a glance at the array of demon remains within the cave. The majority were gifts from nature itself. There were always some short-sighted beasts attempting to consume the golden elixirs hanging in the air. So he had inscribed the teleportation array leading to the mysterious peak on the surface of each elixir. Little did he anticipate that as the corpses accumulated, this seemingly casual act would inadvertently create an entirely automated supply chain for ingredients without ever leaving his abode. Xia Changming quickly waved his hands. No need. Chu Yun pointed to the western section of the space. There lies a stove and various culinary tools. Feel free to make any requests. Xia Changming looked over and felt his eyelids twitch. The stove, the pot, the cauldron, the steamer, everything was present in abundance. However, Each piece of cookware, including the stove, emanated a radiant glow of precious light. What caused his heart to race was that any piece of cookware in sight exuded a brilliance far surpassing that of his most treasured artifacts. His ultimate treasure, a 6th-grade magical artifact, was acquired as a reward during a particular competition held by the sect. This implies that even the least of these culinary tools is of 6th-grade quality or higher. Damn it, I must compete with you affluent individuals. Xia Changming gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Chu Yun recalled something and turned to the east, pointing and advising, "Moreover, do not touch that. It is something I brewed for my own consumption." Xia Changming followed his gaze to a spring gushing forth from the mountainside, flowing along the edge of a pit and meandering through a series of floating black rune formations. The water had turned pitch black, bubbling ominously. It exuded an unsettling absence of spiritual energy. He inquired with curiosity, "What kind of exquisite wine is this?" "Cola." "Cola?" Xia Changming had never heard of it before. The name sounded peculiar, resembling poison, and he guessed its flavor would be equally unremarkable. He would have to contemplate before even considering a sip. Never mind, it had nothing to do with him. Instead, he turned his attention to the ingredients around him. Xia Changming surveyed his surroundings, his hands itching with anticipation. Ever since joining the Immortal Sect of Leisure, he had not had the opportunity to create anything with his own hands. This place was truly a paradise for chefs. With top-tier ingredients and superior utensils at his disposal, he could showcase his skills and unleash his creativity. Just the thought of it made Xia Changming's gaze wander, a multitude of ideas swirling in his mind. And he rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. Wait. Suddenly, Xia Changming shook his head and slapped himself sharply. Smack. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Chu Yun glanced over, puzzled. Why did you slap yourself? Xia Changming felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly composed himself, declaring with resolve, "Senior Brother Chu, I did not come here to cook for you. I intend to." Suddenly, Xia Changming felt the ground tremble beneath him, and his expression changed drastically. A brilliant golden light flickered from the eastern side of the space, and a wave of teleportation surged forth. A colossal golden bird, towering over Tinjiang, spread its enormous wings and appeared with a thunderous rush. The howling wind swept through the entire space, causing everything to tremble. The golden wind Yuan Ying. Xia Changming's face turned pale as he took a significant step back. The golden wind Yuan Ying was an ancient beast, possessing a noble bloodline. Even the weakest among them was at the late stage of the spirit separation realm. And not just any late-stage spirit separation. How could such a creature be suddenly teleported here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He withdrew a colossal talisman and called out to Chu Yun. Given their combined strength, it was insufficient even to fill the gap against the golden wind Yuan Ying. They needed to urgently seek assistance from the powerful figures within their sect. The white-haired figure remained motionless, standing in place. Blood surged to Xia Changming's head, and he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The white-haired youth leisurely raised one hand, fingers glimmering with a radiant, glass-like brilliance. Xia Changming's eyes widened in disbelief. The hue bore the essence of the 9 transformation, glazed body, 6th transformation. Then, that hand casually descended. With a resounding thud, the golden wind Yuan Ying, poised to wreak havoc, fell to the ground with a crash, silenced. Chu Yun turned back to the astonished Xia Changming and inquired, "What were you just saying about cutting something?" I intended to offer you a dish." Atop the ethereal peak, outside a 2-story pavilion, wisps of smoke curled gracefully, carrying the fragrant warmth that occasionally burst forth in a dazzling array of colors. An 8 immortals table crafted from celestial wood was laden with 7 or 8 exquisitely plated, vibrantly colored dishes. Xia Changming stood by the table, nervously clenching his fists. His gaze fixated on the white-haired youth seated across from him. Chu Yun's eyes wandered, resting upon a dish piled high with glistening slices of red meat, stacked 2 or 3 feet high like a small mountain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He hailed from a royal lineage, and this particular dish was one he had learned from an elderly imperial chef in the palace. Not only was it characterized by a unique flavor, but it also possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's physique. However, the dish was prepared using the highly esteemed meat of the sky tiger, leaving him somewhat apprehensive about whether the taste would suit this individual. After a few moments, upon noticing Chu Yun cease his chewing, he inquired, "How is it?" Chu Yun slowly nodded in response, refraining from words and instead directing his gaze towards the other dishes on the table. Sensing the tension, Xia Changming quickly interjected with enthusiasm. "The ice serpent slices and the thunder ferret crispy tail are quite delightful, and this one, the fiery lion heart with crystal mushrooms, is a specialty of our great Xia dynasty." Chu Yun's gaze fell upon the offerings, and he sampled each with his chopsticks, eventually nodding in approval. They're quite satisfactory. Though they do not compare to the finger-licking original chicken or the spicy McChicken, they are still commendable in flavor. Xia Changming sighed in relief, but couldn't help but question. What are these finger-licking original chicken and spicy McChicken dishes? They are local specialties from my homeland, often prepared by my master, he explained. Xia Changming's expression transformed to one of realization and respect. So they are dishes crafted by a true master of the great ascension stage. I must admit, I am far from your equal. Not to worry, I can teach you in the future, Chu Yun replied with a smile. Xia Changming's eyes widened in astonishment as he shook his head vehemently. The culinary arts of the great ascension stage are the highest of skills. I wouldn't dare aspire to such heights. Chu Yun chuckled lightly. As I mentioned, they are merely specialties from my homeland. My master just happened to possess the skills. Thank you, Master Uncle, Xia Changming said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The culinary arts of the great ascension stage must be profound and imbued with the highest principles. Master Uncle? Chu Yun asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he picked up his chopsticks. Xia Changming respectfully clasped his fists together and replied, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. My sister informed me of your Yuan Ying stage, which is why I dared to engage with you as an equal. According to our hierarchy, I should address you as Master Uncle. Chu Yun looked at him in surprise. I am at the Yuan Ying stage. Xia Changming chuckled wryly, gesturing below. If I may speak candidly, Master Uncle, you have been in seclusion for so long that your thoughts may have become somewhat antiquated. The younger generation has long ceased to indulge in the guise of the humble while outshining others. Demonstrating one's brilliance is now the true path. When you struck down that golden wind Xuan Yu with a single blow, I was utterly convinced. The heavenly spiritual root truly lives up to its name. Had you merely been at the Yuan Ying stage, I would have offered my head to you as a football. Chu Yun replied, call it whatever you wish. You seem to enjoy embellishing the narrative, much like the system. He suddenly became intrigued and asked, what do you believe my realm to be? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changming brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence and replied, the unity stage? With a half smile, Chu Yun placed his chopsticks down on the table. Incorrect. I am even more formidable than the great ascendants. Xia Changming chuckled softly, Master Uncle, you truly have a penchant for jest. If you were indeed superior to the great ascendants, would that not mean you have already ascended to the higher realms before your own master? He continued, see, even in the presence of others, you do not believe in manifesting your divine prowess. Never mind, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Please, take a seat. Very well, Chu Yun replied. Hearing his words, Xia Changming felt a surge of delight in his heart, knowing that his skills had passed the test. He was not a person of restraint. He casually dragged a chair and plopped down. Just as he settled, he noticed Chu Yun across from him, gripping a porcelain cup filled with dark liquid in his left hand. Raising the cup, he took a hearty gulp, allowing the effervescent essence to surge up his throat. Burp. Observing the peculiar sound that escaped Chu Yun's lips, coupled with a look of utter satisfaction, Xia Changming felt a flicker of doubt. This cola, so enigmatic, could not be contained even by a formidable being in the integration stage. Yet, here was his esteemed master enjoying it with apparent ease. Would you care for some? Chu Yun's voice broke the silence, and Xia Changming, catching sight of those clear, probing eyes, quickly waved his hands, declining, No, this water is far too potent. My physical body is not sufficiently robust, and I fear I might burst. Chu Yun? What connection could there be between cola and potency? He found it perplexing yet did not press the matter, casually remarking, after all your efforts, you should partake in some. No need, Xia Changming shook his head. For the value of the ingredients was too high, and he disliked taking advantage of others. Suit yourself, Chu Yun replied without insistence. Picking up his chopsticks and enjoying the dishes, Xia Changming sat there, observing Chu Yun as he focused intently on his meal, his restlessness making him shift uncomfortably in his seat. A question had been weighing on his mind for quite some time, and now, unable to contain it any longer, he quietly inquired, Master Uncle, do you also practice the 9 turns of glazed body? Without lifting his gaze, Chu Yun responded, Yes. May I ask you some questions? Is this method of body refinement not created by your sister? You should consult her. My sister says I am too dull and does not wish to explain. That is acceptable, but I have not studied it for long and am not very proficient. Master Uncle, you jest. From what I observed of your skill, you must have reached at least the 6th turn, correct? 7th turn. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xia Changming, and he felt a surge of excitement. He was thoroughly familiar with the 9 turns of glazed body. Each 3 turns represented a significant hurdle, and the 7th turn indicated that one was progressing towards mastery. Surely, he must have practiced for several centuries. If this was not proficiency, then what could be deemed as such? He eagerly voiced the confusions he had recently encountered, believing that if he could grasp the key elements, he would achieve a breakthrough. Chu Yun listened quietly and casually suggested, first do this, then that, and everything will be fine. What? What does that mean? Xia Changming was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Chu Yun's line of thought, as if he were deciphering an ancient text. Is it really that simple? Chu Yun pondered, somewhat perplexed as to why his explanation was not understood, despite its clarity. Considering the delightful flavors of the dishes before them, he elaborated further, only to find Xia Changming's eyes filled with bewilderment, resembling 2 large question marks. Growing a bit impatient, he lifted his porcelain cup and set it down with a loud thud on the table, exclaiming, "Take your time to ponder this. It's no wonder your sister doesn't teach you. You truly are rather dim-witted." Xia Changming dared not respond, fully aware of his own inadequacies. In the presence of this master and his sister, he felt as though he were a mere simpleton. He awkwardly lowered his head, unconsciously picking up his chopsticks to grasp a piece of heavenly tiger meat, chewing it as if it were wax, beginning to doubt his own talents for the first time. The following day, as the morning light began to illuminate the world at the Xianyao sect on Mount Wenda, some rode divine swords, others walked upon clouds, while some reclined upon various spiritual beasts. The throng of figures grew ever larger, obscuring the sky as they converged towards a golden palace suspended at the summit of Mount Wenda. The majestic golden doors of the palace, towering several dozens of feet high, swung wide open, revealing a cacophony of voices within, bustling with life. Today marked the annual assembly of the Xianyao sect, where all disciples and elders at the transformation stage and above were entitled to attend. Inside the vast palace, regardless of cultivation level or gender, the cultivators entered and swiftly divided themselves, flying towards the left and right, creating 2 distinct factions. Half an hour later, a resounding rumble echoed from the golden palace atop Mount Wenda as the magnificent doors thunderously closed inward. In that instant, as the doors sealed shut, the myriad figures within the hall fell silent in unison, their gazes fixed upon the center of the grand hall. At the heart of the assembly stood a colossal cloud platform. The assembly commences, intoned the venerable voice of Elder Su Hanjin from the heavenly stage of Xianyao Mountain. Suddenly, amidst the sea of figures, a Taoist clad in purple robes ascended the cloud platform, radiating with golden light. The purple-robed Taoist abruptly enlarged, transforming into a striking 10-foot-tall figure that commanded attention. All eyes turned to rest upon the purple-robed Taoist. He donned a plain scholar's cap, neatly tied, with a fair complexion and well-defined features. A small patch of meticulously trimmed beard adorned his chin, giving him the appearance of a rather austere individual. Su Haijin's brows were furrowed, his gaze cold and piercing as he surveyed his surroundings before speaking softly. Why is it that none of the heavenly elders from Suishin Mountain have graced us with their presence? The hovering cultivators exchanged glances. The left side turned to the right. The Xianyao sect is divided into 2 branches. One is the Xiaoyao Mountain, and the other is Suishin Mountain. This assembly was presided over by Xiaoyao Mountain. Yet not a single heavenly elder from Suishin Mountain had made an appearance. After a moment of silent communication among the crowd on the right, a robust man with a square face floated forward, expressing his helplessness. "Elder Su, it is indeed unfortunate. Among our 9 heavenly elders from Suishin Mountain, one has just ascended. While the other 7 are not in the sect, the only one present, Elder Qi, has never participated in such assemblies." "Humph," Su Haijin snorted disdainfully. "That may be tolerable at other times, but with the upcoming bell-ringing ceremony, your indifference is quite unbecoming." Fangin, feeling helpless, replied, "Elder Su, the bell-ringing ceremony is meant to determine the chief disciple of this generation. There is little to discuss. Your disciple from Xiaoyao Mountain is bound to be selected as chief, which does not concern us in the least. How can it be inconsequential?" Su Haijin scoffed, gesturing towards the entrance. "According to tradition, the previous chief must guide the current one. Your top disciple with the celestial root should have ventured out by now." When the other 4 great sects and 32 caves arrive to witness, if he, the former chief, cannot best the current chief, it would be quite the embarrassment. As the gazes from all around converged once more, Fong felt a headache coming on. He forced a smile and raised his hands in surrender. Elder Su, I am merely an ordinary Earth-level elder. Discussing these matters with me is futile. Please, proceed with the assembly. Very well, Su Haijin conceded. I shall address the pertinent matters. Yesterday, we received urgent news from your Suishin Mountain Elder Chen Yao. He has resolved the unrest in the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone. And the Lord of Tsongshan has promised a forbidden seal as a reward. He has sent word for us to send someone to retrieve it. I propose we bestow this forbidden seal upon the supreme celestial body. Who is in favor and who is opposed? Su Haijin's expression was grim, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the hall. At this proclamation, the cultivators looked at one another, their expressions filled with astonishment. What? Elder Chen Yao managed to quell the unrest? And he obtained a forbidden seal. A gasp rippled through the crowd. That seal can only be granted by the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. The supreme celestial body is already unparalleled. With the seal as protection, it would be entirely formidable. Support. Absolutely support. The cultivators on the left were aglow with excitement, gesturing animatedly. However, the disciples affiliated with Suishin Mountain were far from pleased. They erupted in protest, their voices raised in objection. Among them, a wiry middle-aged man with a flushed face and disheveled hair, who glared at Su Haijin, shouted, "You shameless Su Haijin, what nonsense are you spouting? My master explicitly communicated that this forbidden seal was sought for the celestial root. This is a private matter for our Suishin Mountain. What right do you have to bring it up in this assembly? What are your intentions?" At this outburst, a hush fell over the hall. All eyes turned toward him. This middle-aged man was a direct disciple of Elder Chen Yao. Known for his straightforward nature and fiery temperament, his words would not be taken lightly. Instantly, the hall erupted in chaos. If this were the case, the forbidden seal was indeed of no concern to Shaoao Mountain. Why should it even be discussed here? I oppose. The disciples from Suishin Mountain cried out in unison, oppose. We firmly oppose. Su Haijin frowned, casting a cold glance at the disheveled man before admonishing, Wu Xingyang, stand down. Do you presume everyone is as reckless as you? This matter pertains to the sect's fortune and is, of course, worthy of discussion in this assembly. The celestial root's time is limited. Bestowing it upon him would be a waste. Conversely, if we grant this forbidden seal to the supreme celestial body. He paused, surveying the crowd with a tone tinged with reverence. Do you understand the significance of the supreme celestial body? Our unwavering support will ensure that when she ascends, the entire Xianxiao sect will reap the benefits, and our fortune will surge, a tremendous boon. She has only been cultivating for 18 years and has already reached the transformation stage. With the seal's assistance, she could reach the spirit-severing stage in 3 years, the void-refining stage in 10, and the integration stage in a century. She might even shatter the ascension record of our realm. What unparalleled glory that would be. Wu Xingyang refused to budge, his voice rising defiantly. I don't care to understand. All I desire is to see the truth. Su Haijin. He could hardly be bothered to argue with this brash fellow. With a mere wave of his hand, shimmering golden characters emerged in midair. Everyone turned their gaze towards the inscriptions, their pupils sparkling with astonishment. They detailed a series of jaw-dropping accomplishments, densely packed, with dozens of entries. Undoubtedly, these were the illustrious deeds of that supreme Tao body. Over the years, she had single-handedly swept away the prodigies of the myriad sects, claiming the top spot at the Celestial Prodigy Conference atop Shijie Mountain. Even when the 3 major demonic sects intervened, they were met with her formidable counterattack. Recently, she had ventured deep into forbidden zones, slaying fearsome beasts, proving that even the mightiest foes were no match for her. In stark contrast, the celestial roots of the Suishin Mountain lineage had stagnated for years, lacking any substantial progress in cultivation speed, physical aptitude, or accomplishments worthy of comparison to the supreme Tao body. Elder Chen Yao was currently preoccupied with trivial matters and could not return to the sect. Otherwise, a face-to-face discussion would surely sway his opinion. Ultimately, this course of action was also the suggestion of Brother Xuanji. All were urged to take note. Let us commence the voting process. The left side for approval, the right side for abstention. As his words resonated, the golden characters transformed into radiant golden signatures that floated down towards everyone present. The cultivators in attendance displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly upon hearing the mention of Brother Xuanji, causing even many from Suishin Mountain to waver. Witnessing this scene, Su Haijin wore a subtle smile. Had Sister Li not ascended, they would have been reticent to voice their opinions. However, regrettably, Sister Li had already soared to new heights. And despite the sect's years of investment in the celestial route, no results had materialized. It was no wonder they reconsidered their stance. This matter was merely a formality. For upon learning of Elder Qin's acquisition of the Forbidden Seal, they had already determined its fate. He cast a disdainful glance at Wu Shengyang, his eyes glimmering with contempt. This oath, regardless of whether Qin Yu returns to the clan, the outcome remains unchanged. Ridiculous, foolish. The absurd and foolish Wu Shengyang was grasping the voluminous sleeves of Fang An beside him, urging, for heaven's sake, let out a word of censure and curse this scoundrel. Fang An. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, he chuckled, exuding an air of confidence. The mountain dweller has his own ingenious plans. Wu Shengyang raised an eyebrow. You had better truly possess such brilliance. Otherwise, my master will return and take your life. Fang An's expression froze as he rolled his eyes at him. The so-called voting swiftly yielded results. Just as Fang An had anticipated, it was merely a formality before concluding. Su Haijin continued to preside over the morning assembly with a smile. The supreme Tao body is currently cultivating in the pristine realm under the guidance of Brother Xuanqi. Once the matter is accomplished, he will personally visit the Tsongshan restricted zone, and within a century, everyone shall be grateful for today's decision. Next, the discussion turned to the impending Zhongming Grand Gathering, where our Xianzi sect, as the host, needed to finalize the list of participants and make necessary preparations. Wu Shengyang, yawning and digging at his ear with his pinky finger, awaited the conclusion of the assembly, occasionally casting a glance at Fang An, who sat with his eyes closed. Seemingly at ease, he paced restlessly in the air, muttering to himself, "Damn it, my master specifically sent word to entrust me with this matter. If my master returns to find that the Forbidden Seal has been breached by the Supreme Tao body, I shall undoubtedly face dire consequences." After enduring several tedious hours, the interminable morning assembly finally drew to a close. Wu Shengyang gazed at the enormous golden gates swinging wide open as a vast multitude of people surged forth. And beside him, Fang An too joined the throng, gradually drifting outwards. He hastily interjected, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean? What is your brilliant plan?" Fang An cast a glance at him and replied, "Do not follow me. I shall return shortly." With that, a layer of mist emerged beneath his feet, the haze exploded, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing 10,000 meters away. Wu Shengyang, observing this, raised his thick brows and without a moment's hesitation, pursued him. He shared a close bond with Fang An, and a curious itch stirred within him, prompting him to discover Fang An's true intentions. He pursued him all the way to the 9 heavens, to a secluded celestial peak in the east. As Wu Shengyang approached, he raised an eyebrow. Was this not the ice condensation peak of his esteemed master uncle? Upon getting closer, he was met with a cacophony of wails. "Master uncle, where are you?" Today at the morning assembly, our lineage suffered greatly. Elder Qin Yu, after much effort, had the Forbidden Seal for the heavenly spiritual route snatched away by the Carefree Mountain. We beseech you to intervene and seek justice for us. Wu Shengyang's eyes widened as he beheld a robust man, kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Though the man obscured his face with his sleeve, the voice was unmistakably familiar. It belonged to none other than Fang An. His lips twitched, and it was no wonder he was not allowed to accompany them. What kind of brilliant scheme is it to weep and wail like a woman at someone else's doorstep? This esteemed Master 7, notoriously indifferent to the affairs of the outside world, could he truly concern himself with such trivial matters? Just as he pondered this, a sudden rush of air caught his attention. A figure clad in emerald green abruptly appeared before Fang An. With cascading dark hair, a regal nose, and eyes that lifted coolly, she spoke with a sharp voice. "What is happening? What prohibition?" Wu Shengyang's eyes widened as he beheld Fang An's tearful lamentation. Then, with a single piercing cry, a surge of spiritual energy shattered the air, and the emerald figure soared southward. Wu Shengyang, astonished yet exhilarated, summoned his immense magical power and took swift strides to pursue. Xia Ningbing concealed her aura, yet Wu Shengyang unleashed his spiritual awareness, tracing the path of the energy until he reached the southern boundary of the 9 heavens. There stood a celestial peak resembling an alchemical furnace, shrouded in swirling purple mist, presenting a scene of grandeur. It was the true peak, the sacred place of Su Hanjin's cultivation. Upon Wu Shengyang's arrival, He noted the surrounding area was littered with shattered rocks, half of the celestial peak lay in ruins, the alchemical furnace reduced to mere rubble. Xia Shimi. There must be a misunderstanding. Please do not act impulsively. A frantic voice called out. There is no misunderstanding. Her cold voice resonated throughout the 9 heavens. A thunderous crash echoed. Wu Xingyang stood agape, stunned in place. A violent tempest howled past his ear, crashing into a floating fragment of stone behind him. The emerald figure flickered, appearing above the debris, and with a sudden step, she plummeted. Boom! The violet figure descended like a meteor, tearing through the intervening layers of the heavens and shattering the barrier of magical formations in its path. Wu Xingyang gazed in at the violet tempest. It was Su Hanjin. This was not my idea. It was the directive of Master Xuanji. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. What did they witness? It was none other than Su Haijin, the elder of the heavenly steppes, renowned for his steadfastness. The emerald figure, possessing an unparalleled physique, lifted Su Haijin and mercilessly assaulted him. Su Haijin, unable to retaliate, evaded desperately, lacking even the strength to utter a word. After half an hour, he resembled a deflated sack, his consciousness slipping away. The emerald figure held a blood-dripping arm, her voice resonating once more. That child merely lacks his master. His uncle is still alive. Whoever dares to touch his possessions shall suffer the loss of their hand. With that, she flung the severed arm, which shot forth like a streak of light. Powerful beings within the sect, endowed with vast awareness, detected the arm plunging into a chasm 100,000 miles away, causing the waters to churn and form a colossal whirlpool. Many were drenched in cold sweat, for this individual was fearsome, akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus. After discarding the arm, the emerald figure strolled through the void, heading westward. Soon after, Fang'an arrived and inquired loudly, "Uncle Master, where are you headed?" The emerald figure vanished without a trace, her voice echoing in the air. "Take that child to Tsongshan, to merge the forbidden seal." The ethereal peaks and pavilions witnessed the passing of a night. The residence of Chu Yun on the first floor had transformed into a dining hall, bright and clean, with only tables and chairs remaining. "The chicken soup is ready," a voice called from outside. The burly Xia Changming entered, carrying a steaming basin of chicken soup, and placed it on the prominently heavy 8 Immortals table. The table was already adorned with an array of vividly colored dishes, some shimmering with divine light, others swirling with steam, taking the shapes of exotic beasts. A feast beyond imagination. Xia Changming approached the table, carefully setting down the basin and exhaling with relief. He recalled his uncle's explanation of the 9 transformations of the glazed body from the previous day. Though he understood little, he committed it to memory. After contemplating it thoroughly, he gained a faint understanding, akin to a sudden epiphany, a testament to the fruits of his arduous training over the years, marked by countless confrontations. He was filled with overwhelming joy and, brimming with excitement, hurried to the ethereal peak early this morning. He kindled a fire and prepared a sumptuous feast, culminating in a delightful chicken soup made from yesterday's golden wind feather. This dish marked the final creation of the day. Xia Changming glanced towards the window, where a silver-haired youth reclined languidly in a rocking chair, bathed in the gentle embrace of sunlight. In his hands rested a time-worn scroll, his gaze flickering as if lost in contemplation. "Since ascending to the nascent soul stage, my spiritual awareness has finally made significant progress. The azure and white gifts from the system, once refined, have astonishingly expanded my perceptual range by an additional 0.5 meters. This represents a monumental advancement," mused Chu Yun. He had been searching for ways to enhance his spiritual consciousness, having practiced various techniques related to spiritual awareness and acquired numerous treasures aimed at strengthening it. He found some efficacy as his grand sword grew ever larger. Yet, his perception of spiritual consciousness remained utterly absent. For him, this challenge was exceedingly arduous. Aside from the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, this rare event of clear skies and pristine earth unexpectedly allowed his spiritual awareness to expand. What greater advancement could there be? It appeared that the system still held some utility. While he pondered this, he heard the voice of Xia Changming beside him. "Master Uncle, lunch is ready. I shall take my leave now." "Understood," Chu Yun responded slowly, lifting his gaze to the 8 Immortals table and continuing, "Partaking your meal before departing." His tone was calm yet undeniably authoritative. "Very well." Xia Changming hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. After a brief interaction, he had discerned that this master uncle, while seemingly gentle, possessed an underlying assertiveness and did not appreciate others defying his wishes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as he gazed at the table laden with exquisite dishes. He diligently pulled 2 chairs, but did not sit down. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the window, where he noticed a silver-haired youth had risen, resting a scroll on the narrow ledge, and was approaching him. Suddenly, the youth paused and glanced outside. Xia Changming was momentarily stunned and followed suit, looking out the window. The spiritual energy outside surged and coalesced, forming a waterfall. A figure clad in emerald green emerged from the heart of the cascade, bare feet gliding gracefully, exuding a torrent of energy. In the blink of an eye, she had traversed from the horizon to outside the pavilion. Sister? Xia Changming's gaze sharpened as he recognized the figure in green robes, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, a delicate face adorned with an icy demeanor. Xia Ningbing had entered the pavilion, her eyes flickering upon meeting Xia Changming's gaze. He was clad in a thick gray apron, expertly tied at his waist, and donned a white cloth cap upon his head, a sight that momentarily puzzled her. Was he defeated by Chu Yun? She quickly realized and chose to disregard Xia Changming, her attention shifting towards the window. Come with me. Where to? Chu Yun asked calmly as he approached the 8 immortals table. Xia Ningbing, uninterested in lengthy explanations, remarked, Your 6th master uncle has procured a forbidden seal for you. I shall take you to merge with it. What is a forbidden seal? Chu Yun inquired casually as he seated himself at the table, eyeing the sumptuous spread before him. Master uncle has come, so let us sit and enjoy a meal first. Changming, fetch another chair. Of course. Xia Changming, oblivious to the nature of the forbidden seal, eagerly complied and dragged a chair to Xia Ningbing's side. Xia Ningbing raised an eyebrow, taking in the lavish banquet laid out before them, vibrant and fragrant. She inhaled deeply, the aroma of the dishes wafting into her senses. A pair of chopsticks reached for a platter in the center, grasping a glistening slice of meat to savor. Xia Ningbing felt at a loss for words. This lad was remarkably carefree, seemingly oblivious to the immense opportunity that could be snatched away, all while indulging in a meal. At that moment, Xia Changming's voice broke the silence. Sister, sit down. It has been a while since you tasted my cooking. Xia Ningbing nodded, adjusting her skirt as she took a seat. Accepting the chopsticks offered by Xia Changming and taking a modest bite, savoring the flavors. How is it, sister? Not bad. Your skills have improved. Not at all. It's all thanks to the fine ingredients from Master Uncle. Indeed, the ingredients from Piao Peak are always exceptional. Xia Ningbing suddenly paused, realization dawning upon her. Wait. I don't believe I came here merely to dine. Furrowing her brow, she heard Chu Yun's voice. Master Uncle, what exactly is this forbidden seal you mentioned? The forbidden seal carries great significance. It is a unique mark that can only be condensed by the lord of a forbidden zone. Once merged with the forbidden seal, the greatest benefit is an increase in lifespan. Oh. Upon hearing Chu Yun's unperturbed tone, Xia Ningbing recalled that this lad had already advanced to the nascent soul stage. With no immediate concerns regarding lifespan, she hesitated before continuing. An increase in lifespan is just one aspect. Merging with the forbidden seal equates to receiving the protection of the forbidden zone's master. In moments of life and death, the forbidden seal can intervene to avert calamity. What kind of strength does the forbidden zone master possess? Great ascension. Is that all? Xia Ningbing felt a twinge of frustration. Is that truly all? This is a great ascension. Chu Yun filled his bowl with golden chicken soup. I understand. My master is at the pinnacle of great ascension. The life-preserving method she left behind at Piao Peak is quite remarkable. I must say, this soup is delightful. Changming, do make another batch tomorrow. Sure. Chu Yun set down the bowl, pondering aloud. There should be around 17 or 18 items, perhaps more if I look closely, though I can't find much use for them. They are mostly trifles. If that forbidden seal is merely this, then there seems little reason to make the trip. Xia Changming and Xia Ningbing exchanged glances, both taken aback. You can't be serious. Xia Ningbing's chest rose and fell, momentarily stunned. This lad made a valid point. She delicately picked up a piece of glistening meat. Chewing thoughtfully before continuing, the forbidden seal also possesses unique enhancements. In our 9 provinces, there are 7 major forbidden zones, each providing different enhancements through the seal of its master. The enhancement from the Lord of Tsongshan is the Tsongshan Forbidden Seal. Chu Yun interjected suddenly. Indeed. Not interested. I appreciate Master Uncle's good intentions, But I have matters to attend to at Pyamyao Peak and shall not be venturing out. Chu Yun decisively declined. Returning to his meal, Songshan held no allure for him. He had more pressing concerns regarding the celestial ladder phenomenon mentioned in the system tasks at Pyamyao Peak. Xia Ningbing felt a headache coming on. Yet, upon reflection, she was uncertain how to broach the subject. Elder Chen's quest for the Forbidden Seal for Chu Yun primarily served to extend his lifespan. However, now that Chu Yun had broken through to the nascent soul stage, the benefits of lifespan enhancement or the protection of the Forbidden Zone's master held little value for him. As for the enhancements of the Forbidden Seal, she considered it but refrained from speaking further. If it were the enhancements from other Forbidden Zones, it might be one thing. That Songshan Forbidden Seal enhances spiritual perception. The innate spiritual perception of a Tianling root is already formidable. Her senior sister's technique significantly amplifies spiritual perception, ranking among the finest in the 9 provinces. While it is true that a strong spiritual perception is beneficial, if it becomes excessively powerful beyond one's realm, it may lead to backlash. Upon further contemplation, she concluded that this Forbidden Seal might indeed be a superfluous acquisition for him. Xia Ningbing gazed at Chu Yun with a peculiar expression as he indulged in his meal. A Forbidden Seal, even one coveted by a supreme Tao body, appeared to hold no utility for this young man at the nascent soul stage. What, then, was the significance of my earlier confrontation with Su Haijin? Sensing Xia Ningbing's scrutiny, Chu Yun looked up, contentedly grasping a porcelain cup filled with soda. Speaking of which, this Forbidden Seal was sought by 6th Master Uncle. Why are you so anxious, 7th Master Uncle? Is someone attempting to seize this trinket? He cradled the cup in his hands and exhaled gently, as if the world around him was bathed in tranquility. Xia Ningbing's gaze fell upon the surface of the drink in Chu Yun's hands, her voice tinged with coldness. No one would covet something so shabby. Your 6th Master Uncle cannot return to the sect for the time being, and knowing you've broken through, he is worried you might perish, thus urging me to take you there swiftly. Before her ascension, she had promised to care for Chu Yun. In this moment, Xia Ningbing had no desire to mention the supreme Tao body before Chu Yun. It would serve only to burden him without any meaningful purpose. In essence, whether the Forbidden Seal was deemed shabby or not, it belonged solely to him, untouched by anyone, not even the supreme Tao body or Brother Xuanji. Oh, is that so? Chu Yun replied with a smirk, glancing at her as he leisurely filled a cup with cola. Master Uncle, I've noticed that when people lie, their eyes tend to avert. Would you agree? Xia Ningbing maintained her composure, her gaze meeting the clarity of Chu Yun's eyes, and replied coolly, not at all. I was merely intrigued by the peculiar black liquor in your hand. Do not overestimate your cleverness. Unfazed, Chu Yun poured another cup and offered it to her. Care for a taste? Xia Ningbing accepted it, her eyes drawn to the dark liquid, bubbling profusely. She took a small sip, her brow furrowing at the sour sweetness that was oddly unpalatable. Yet, in an instant, she found herself stunned. A chilling wave coursed down her throat, spreading through her limbs. Where the chill passed, her seemingly indomitable body reacted, the porcelain whiteness of her skin breaking out in goosebumps. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. What truly astonished her was the realization that with this wave of coldness, her physical strength had actually increased. It was crucial to note that her 9-turn glazed body had already reached the 9th turn, boasting an extraordinary resilience. With only a handful of 8th or 9th grade divine elixirs capable of enhancing her physique. Yet, she had merely taken a tiny sip. What on earth was this black liquor? Xia Ningbing fixed her gaze on the cup, then glanced at Chu Yun, her pupils quivering. Observing her pecking at the drink like a chick, Chu Yun chuckled, Master Uncle. Cola is meant to be enjoyed in hearty gulps. He then tilted his head back and downed his own cup in one swift motion, a satisfied expression marking his handsome face. Xia Ningbing was taken aback. Just that small sip had augmented her physique, not to mention the potential value of this black liquor. Would Chu Yun's slight frame be able to withstand such overwhelming power from a larger gulp? She suddenly recalled that he had already taken several substantial swigs right before her eyes. This implied that, at the very least, this lad's physical strength was far greater than she had initially assessed. No wonder Xia Changming had no temper before him. If Chu Yun possessed sufficient strength, Xia Changming would only have a 2/8 chance against him. Xia Ningbing emulated Chu Yun and took a deep draught. A wave of cold, significantly more potent than before, surged into her body, causing her blood and bones to resonate. Her pupils constricted as she sensed the formidable wave of cold rising within her, instinctively parting her lips. A soft hic escaped her, and she felt a sense of bliss as the chill transformed into warmth, enveloping her entirely. Her physique experienced slight growth. Xia Ningbing's eyes widened in astonishment. Nearby, Xia Changming, witnessing the strange sound from his sister, was equally taken aback. Indeed, this cola was unyielding, even overwhelming to a top-tier powerhouse like her. Initially, Xia Ningbing had merely intended to deflect the conversation after Chu Yun had pierced through her thoughts. However, she now found her attention genuinely captivated by the cola, locking her gaze on him. Is this cola something left by sister? Chu Yun chuckled lightly. I brewed it myself. If you like it, feel free to take some home. You brewed it? Xia Ningbing quickly understood that it must be materials left by her sister that this lad had concocted, explaining the peculiar taste. She shook her head, advising, no need. This cola is rather precious. You should keep it for yourself. Chu Yun was taken aback. Precious? He gazed at Xia Ningbing in astonishment. The production of cola is remarkably simple. One can procure the ingredients from any spiritual spring, rendering it abundant and seemingly invaluable. Upon noticing Xia Ningbing suddenly rise, Chu Yun inquired, are you leaving, Master Uncle? Yes. Since you do not wish to fuse that broken piece for the time being, I shall leave it with you. Once you have completed your current tasks, should you still wish to fuse it, simply call upon me. Another piece of jade was tossed towards him. Cultivate diligently with the 9-turn Liuli body. Xia Changming, come with me. Chu Yun grasped the jade, raising an eyebrow as he watched Xia Ningbing approach the door. Master Uncle, please leave these be. I shall return to tidy up later. Xia Changming paused momentarily upon hearing this, gesturing towards the table before hastily following. Chu Yun watched as the two departed, tossing the jade in his hand. Why another one? Upon sensing it, he discovered the jade was brimming with various body refinement materials, no less than the last piece. He contemplated for a moment, then proceeded without hesitation. His palm shimmered, and precious treasures within the jade began to vanish at a visible pace. In a brief interval, the jade lay empty. The 9-turn glazed body had progressed from the 7th to the 8th turn, with only a final step remaining to reach the 9th. Chu Yun lowered his gaze and examined his palm, the clear glaze shimmering with radiant light, pure and transparent. As he moved his palm, the glaze transformed into miniature mountains that orbited his fingertips like satellites. A few more materials were needed, and he would soon achieve the pinnacle of the 9 turns. This could be integrated with some body refinement techniques he had practiced previously. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with profound brilliance. Although the hue of his palm faded, his thoughts remained vibrant and active. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As he pondered, he approached the rocking chair by the window. Grasping the tattered book before him, he sank into the chair, bathed in sunlight. Squinting as if leisurely reading, his mind was actually a whirlwind of thoughts, teeming with countless ideas. Beyond the ephemeral peaks, 1,000 miles away, 2 figures appeared above the clouds, separated by a short distance. Xia Ningbing halted, gazing at the great sun in the sky, and inquired, how long did your battle with Chu Yun last? The Zhongming Grand Assembly is approaching, and as the former chief, Chu Yun will inevitably make an appearance. She had summoned Xia Changming to ascertain Chu Yun's current combat prowess, intending to discuss it with a few senior brothers and sisters. Xia Changming was taken aback. Pointing to himself, me? I have not engaged in combat with our granduncle. Not engaged? How can you so willingly submit to his command? Xia Ningbing frowned. Based on our understanding of this brother, even in a situation where the odds were 5-5, or even 1-9, he would certainly fight. He would never appear so compliant if he had not experienced a crushing defeat. Xia Changming muttered, I rely on the 9 transformation glazed body. Our granduncle possesses it as well. With far greater mastery. What is there to fight about? Xia Ningbing responded with disbelief, turning to gaze into Xia Changming's eyes, where she discerned an earnest sincerity. Are you implying that his mastery of the 9 transformation glazed body surpasses yours? Indeed, he provided me with much guidance yesterday, but regrettably, my understanding was too limited to grasp it fully. Xia Ningbing was momentarily stunned, asking, what did he teach you? Share it with me. Xia Changming, not overthinking it, believed it was only natural for someone with a heavenly spiritual root who had cultivated the 9 transformation glazed body for over a century to possess superior insight. He began to describe and gesture animatedly to Xia Ningbing. First, do this, then that, and then. Initially indifferent, Xia Ningbing suddenly froze, her vacant gaze flickering with intrigue. Her eyes brightened, and her usually cold demeanor revealed a rare excitement. Is that all? Xia Changming concluded, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He discovered that recounting it once more brought him new insights. Xia Ningbing immediately inquired, did he say all of this? Indeed, sister. Is there a problem with what our master uncle said? Xia Changming nodded and asked, although the understanding of their master uncle was profound and absolute. He believed that the mastery of the 9 turns glazed body ultimately depended on its creator. Xia Ningbing, however, paid no heed to Xia Changming and continued to ponder the words just spoken. The confusions that had lingered in her mind for so long began to dissolve, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun, thanks to Xia Changming's narrative. If these understandings were indeed valid, the mere thought made Xia Ningbing clench her fists. Could this be the nature of a heavenly spirit root? The 9 turns glazed body had only been bestowed upon him the day before, and yet the profundity of that young man's comprehension was astonishing. There were numerous aspects that she had never even considered, and yet Chu Yun, having only encountered the 9 turns glazed body for the first time, had already grasped its essence. Xia Ningbing regarded herself as exceptionally gifted, yet she now felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. But her thoughts were no longer on Chu Yun. She was immersed in a frenzy of enlightenment. 10 turns. Beyond the 9 turns, there existed a 10th. It seemed that the young man surnamed Chu was unaware of just how significant the information he had shared with Xia Changming was to the 9 turns glazed body. If she could refine it into a 10th turn glazed body, perhaps she could withstand the formidable 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Xia Ningbing's thoughts soared, her heart racing with excitement. You do as you please. I shall enter seclusion. She casually remarked before vanishing, leaving Xia Changming bewildered and dazed. The days of cultivation passed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed. During this time, Xia Changming had not engaged in any duels. He was either contemplating the 9 turns glazed body or attending to menial tasks on the mysterious peak. One day, he rose early and flew to the mysterious peak. The weather had been dismal for several days, with dark clouds looming overhead and sporadic raindrops falling. What are you still doing here? Upon reaching the peak, Xia Changming spotted a white-haired figure seated on a protruding cliff, lost in thought. This master uncle, who usually preferred to bask in the sun by the window with a book, had been sitting there alone for several days, occasionally gazing skyward. During these days, Xia Changming had faintly heard his master uncle murmuring about stairs, anomalies, and even some coarse language. Curiosity piqued. Xia Changming pondered what the individual named Shitong could have done to provoke such disdain from his usually amiable master uncle. After listening attentively for a while, he began to grasp the situation. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Xia Changming flew closer and asked, Master Uncle, what anomaly concerning the stairs are you waiting for? Notification. The 99-step heavenly ladder has appeared. This phenomenon will only last for 7 days. Please seize the opportunity to ascend. Notification. The host has not yet refined the divine incense. The system has assessed the host's current state. You can only ascend to the 13th step. Please refine the divine incense as soon as possible. On the following day, the appearance of the heavenly ladder attracted cultivators from various sects within a 1,000-mile radius. To his astonishment, his former nemesis, Wang Chan, had also arrived and was rapidly ascending the ladder, garnering much attention from the onlookers. Xia Changming felt a surge of anxiety, unwilling to allow his rival to bask in glory. On the 3rd day, due to his reluctance to ascend the heavenly ladder, he became the target of Wang Chan's ridicule. A fire ignited within him, compelling him to activate a side quest to humiliate Wang Chan, which would grant him additional rewards upon completion. Notification. On the 4th day, Wang Chan has reached the 21st step. Please ascend quickly to turn the tables. He received a system reward, Heart Protection Talisman 5. Notification. With only 2 days remaining until the heavenly ladder anomaly dissipates, Wang Chan has reached the 49th step. Please ascend quickly to turn the tables. He received a system reward, Heart Protection Talisman 10. Notification. By recharging 6 low-grade spirit stones for the first time, you can unlock a stepping stone for the heavenly ladder, aiding you in ascending an additional step. The voice of the system echoed in Chu Yun's ears intermittently. He gazed expressionlessly at the sky, where only a few raindrops fell. What celestial wonders could there be? This dramatist even conjured an imaginary adversary, the great enemy Wang Chan, whom he did not recognize, to serve as a foil for his own narrative. In the final days, Chu Yun sensed the sudden emergence of 10 heart-protecting talismans radiating with golden light within him. The system had begun to bestow daily rewards upon him, even going so far as to introduce a prompt for a premium recharge, and all for the modest price of 6 low-grade spirit stones. It was evident that the system was genuinely eager for him to achieve a remarkable turnaround. He is utterly speechless. Is it that I do not wish to ascend? From where does the ladder to the heavens come for me to climb? In recent days, He has not merely been sitting idly atop the ethereal peak. In an effort to complete his tasks, he ventured across the realms of Jiuzhou in search of peculiar staircases. Regrettably, these staircases lacked the famed 99 steps, and upon completion, the system continued its relentless daily updates. In response to this, Chu Yun could only exclaim in frustration. What utter foolishness! Master Uncle, what are you waiting for regarding the staircase phenomena? The voice of Xia Changming echoed in his ears. Chu Yun turned his gaze to find Xia Changming cautiously observing him. Noticing his attention, Xia instinctively retracted his neck and remarked without hesitation, "It seems there are none left." He rose to his feet, stretching languidly, and waved his hand towards the heavens. The dark clouds dispersed, the torrential rain ceased, and sunlight cascaded down, enveloping him in a golden glow that warmed him, lifting his spirits considerably. "Perhaps we should inquire about the Hall of Celestial Mechanisms?" suggested Xia Changming, pointing towards the cloud layer beneath them. The Hall of Celestial Mechanisms? Chu Yun followed his gesture, gazing down at the ethereal mist and towering celestial mountains below. The entire Xiaoyao sect exuding an air of divine majesty, a breathtaking sight. The Hall of Celestial Mechanisms is known for creating extraordinary phenomena. If you require enlightenment, I could assist in applying for access. Noticing Chu Yun's demeanor, Xia Changming realized he had likely spent too long in the mysterious peak and was unaware of the hall's significance. He proceeded to explain. The Hall of Celestial Mechanisms is a sacred place within our Xiaoyao sect. Inside, there exists a celestial mechanism, said to be an artifact passed down from the celestial realms, capable of simulating myriad phenomena for one's enlightenment. Whatever manifestation you desire, the mechanism can replicate. Chu Yun was taken aback. Is it truly that advanced? Advanced? Xia Changming replied. No matter, I shall visit the Hall of Celestial Mechanisms myself. Master Uncle, allow me to go. Xia Changming quickly stepped in front of him, explaining. Utilizing the celestial mechanism requires the consumption of experiential points, which you likely do not possess, Master Uncle. Experiential points, Chu Yun was aware, were essentially task credits within the Xiaoyao sect, earned through completing various daily and bounty tasks at the Hall of Trials. These points were typically exchanged for sect techniques and materials, which held little significance for someone of his stature as a great ascension master, and thus, he naturally did not possess any. Seeing Chu Yun nod in understanding, Xia Changming volunteered, I have ample experiential points. I can handle the arrangements for you. Once the mechanism simulates the desired phenomena, I shall come to fetch you. How long will it take? That depends on the complexity of the phenomena you wish to create. The more intricate the manifestation, the longer it will take to simulate. What kind of phenomenon do you wish to generate? Chu Yun briefly outlined the basic concept of ascending the heavenly ladder. Xia Changming furrowed his brow slightly. Is it troublesome? Chu Yun inquired. Xia Changming quickly waved his hand. Not at all. It is quite simple. For a phenomenon of this level, the celestial mechanism should be able to produce it within 2 or 3 days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A look of distress crossed his face. If it were high-grade or supreme spirit stones, it would be a different matter altogether. However, inferior-grade stones are typically possessed by those in the nascent soul stage, yet for a top-tier prodigy like him, it was uncertain whether he would have such lowly items in his possession. Nevertheless, with his revered senior uncle having spoken, he quickly responded, let me search. Just 6 pieces would suffice. 6 pieces? That was hardly a large number. After rummaging through his dantian for a considerable time, Xia Changming finally unearthed a few hundred stones hidden in a corner. I found them. They are all for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He reached in and retrieved 6 pieces, intending to return the remainder to Xia Changming. After a moment's contemplation, he sealed the bag and stored it within his dantian. This system proved quite generous, as the initial recharge merely required 6 low-grade spiritual stones. Low-grade spiritual stones are considerably more elusive than their high-grade counterparts. They may yet prove useful in the future, so it is prudent to hold on to them for now. Ding! You have recharged 6 low-grade spiritual stones and received a stepping stone for the heavenly ladder 1. Please commence your ascent promptly. As the 6 low-grade spiritual stones vanished, a pale blue stone materialized within Chu Yun's dantian. It took on an irregular quadrilateral shape, approximately half a meter in length, shrouded in a thin veil of azure mist. It appeared rather unremarkable, much like the large stones commonly found by riverbanks. Indeed, being worth only 6 low-grade spiritual stones, Chu Yun harbored little expectation for its significance. He promptly retrieved the jade mist stepping stone and tossed it to Xia Changming. Xia Changming, somewhat perplexed, did not inquire further. He examined the stone and stored it in his dantian, declaring, "I shall head to the Hall of Heavenly Secrets at once." As Chu Yun observed Xia Changming hastily take flight, he remained unhurried, leisurely returning to the pavilion. He reclined in his usual spot, retrieved the tattered ancient scroll from his bosom, and lazily began to peruse its contents with half-closed eyes. The Celestial Wanderer Sect, a grand hall adorned with purple walls, surrounded by auspicious clouds, loomed high in the air, reaching several dozen zhang. The interior was desolate, as if the door had not been crossed for ages. Through the open entrance, a golden sphere resembling the sun could be seen, encircled by 2 intersecting platinum rings that spiraled around it. The manifestation of the 99-step heavenly ladder appeared. A total of 100,000 training points was required, along with an additional 300,000 superior spirit stones. Oh, you wish to expedite the process? That will incur an additional fee. Present the spiritual items of manifestation and submit another 300,000 superior spirit stones. A voice echoed faintly within the hall. Very well, Xia Changming said, casting the jade mist stepping stone at the feet of Feng Taiyu, then rummaging in his bosom to produce 2 large bags. A somewhat withered hand accepted the bags, weighing them briefly. Xia Changming followed the hand to behold an elderly woman, hunched and clad in a gray Taoist robe, with a single piercing eye. Her face was gaunt, with deeply sunken cheeks and prominent cheekbones, exuding a harsh demeanor. Elder Feng, could we expedite this process? Unperturbed, Feng Taiyu employed her spiritual sense to open the large bags, her keen eye inspecting the contents. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head and stated coolly, "There are a total of 59,998 pieces here. 2 are missing." Xia Changming was taken aback, leaning closer to inspect the bags. "How can this be?" Feng Taiyu lifted her eyelids, retorting icily, "2 pieces leaked spiritual energy. Their quality is insufficient and thus do not count." "Very well," Xia Changming conceded, reluctantly producing 2 more superior spirit stones and handing them over. "Here, let us expedite this." Feng Taiyu suddenly remarked, "Do you wish for further acceleration? An additional 400,000 superior spirit stones will ensure completion within the day." Xia Changming paused, astonished. 400,000? Such an exorbitant price? To expedite, the resources consumed naturally come at a premium. After a moment of hesitation, he produced 600,000 high-grade spirit stones and considered adding another 400,000, amounting to 1,000,000, a sum that even he found somewhat overwhelming. However, reflecting on the past few days spent cultivating amidst the rich spiritual energy of the mysterious peak and the divine substances he had consumed, he felt he had indeed gained a significant advantage. His esteemed uncle was exceedingly generous, and he did not wish to appear stingy. With the urgency of his uncle's request weighing on him, Xia Changming hesitated only briefly before resolutely retrieving a large bag and thrusting it toward Feng Taiyu. Feng Taiyu accepted the bag and meticulously examined its contents as before. This time, everything appeared to be in order, and she nodded in acknowledgement. With a flick of her wrist, the bag brimming with spirit stones vanished, replaced by a black token inscribed with the characters Heavenly Mechanism. Once the extraordinary phenomenon had concluded, the token would turn red. If it changed to yellow, it would indicate an unexpected event, at which point he would simply need to present the token. Is there a possibility of an unexpected event? Xia Changming furrowed his brows, recalling that during his previous encounters with the manifestations, it had been another elder, Zhang, who had never mentioned such occurrences. Why was this elder Feng's situation different? Feng Taiyu replied calmly, "If you provide another 500,000, I can offer you protection against unforeseen events, ensuring that no mishaps arise." Xia Changming responded, "I have no more funds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He is merely a nascent soul, and his consumption of spirit stones is not insignificant. These spirit stones do not come easily. He truly cannot produce 500,000. Feng Taiyu observed the vanishing silhouette of Xia Changming, then cast her gaze downward at the azure stone beneath her feet, scoffing softly. "Humph, what a piece of junk." She retrieved 300,000 high-grade spirit stones and, with a swift kick, sent the azure stone along with the stones into the golden sun sphere behind her. An ancient staircase, unique in design and imbued with the essence of time, gradually manifested within the sphere. Feng Taiyu, unfazed, stood guard outside the golden sphere, occasionally forming hand seals to unleash vibrant spells of various hues. As 5 hours passed, the 99-tiered ascending ladder had birthed 98 tiers within the golden sphere. Once the phenomenon took shape and transmitted through the heavenly mechanism device to the corresponding heavenly mechanism token, it would signify a monumental achievement. However, upon witnessing this, Feng Taiyu resolved to halt her progress. This tier could not be generated so smoothly. Some unexpected twist was necessary. She needed to summon that young man to extract some benefits, squeezing out every last drop. Just as Feng Taiyu was retracting her magical energy, a sudden gust of wind swept through outside the heavenly mechanism hall. Elder Feng, I am here to manifest a phenomenon. A calm voice resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Feng Taiyu's expression stiffened, and she glanced toward the entrance, revealing a somewhat unsightly smile. Young master, you have arrived. Outside, a young man with a ponytail, clad in black attire, strode forward with purpose. No more idle chatter. How much experience value, and what is the cost? His countenance was stern, and his demeanor sharp. When he spoke, his words cut through the air like a drawn longsword. Feng Taiyu smiled and waved his hand, saying, The deputy sect master has shown me great kindness. How could I dare to claim your cultivation points? You may deduct them from my share, and the spirit stones are certainly unnecessary. A dull thud echoed as a blood-stained golden feathered demon corpse was tossed at Feng Taiyu's feet. The youth's defiant voice rang out once more, This is a spirit object. I demand the Chu Yun golden sun phenomenon. Feng Taiyu glanced down and could not help but commend, truly deserving of the young master. You have even slain the golden wind Chu Yun. It was merely a fledgling at the spirit transformation stage, Zhao Qisha remarked coldly, his tone nonchalant. His gaze drifted, suddenly fixating on the celestial mechanism at the heart of the grand hall. Observing the ascending ladder that was about to materialize, a divine essence within him stirred violently. Zhao Qisha's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he pointed emphatically at the celestial mechanism, declaring, This phenomenon is remarkable. I shall take it. Feng Taiyu, upon hearing this, glanced at the 98-step ladder manifesting above the celestial mechanism, her surprise evident as she remarked, Young master, you are on the verge of reaching the spirit division stage. This phenomenon is primarily beneficial for those in the nascent soul stage. Her words abruptly halted as she sensed a chilling aura. Zhao Qisha, with his dark eyes fixed on her, commanded, Retrieve the celestial decree and capture this phenomenon for me. Understood. Please hold on, Feng Taiyu responded, her expression stiffening for a moment before transforming into a radiant smile akin to blooming flowers. With both hands, she directed a beam of crimson light towards the celestial mechanism. As the crimson light penetrated, 2 intertwining rings began to spin at an accelerated pace. Within the golden sphere, the final step of the 98-step ladder began to materialize slowly. Witnessing this scene, Feng Taiyu turned to Zhao Qisha and said, Young master, we still need to wait for the duration of an incense stick. Zhao Qisha, his gaze fixed on the celestial mechanism, replied without glancing at her, Make it swift. Yes, I shall expedite the process. Feng Taiyu hurriedly retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and cast the glimmering premium stones into the celestial mechanism, causing the rings to flicker with increased frequency. She pondered privately about the significance of this latter phenomenon, which was among the most commonplace of occurrences, so ordinary that she questioned why the young master would be interested. Could there be some hidden significance? Remembering Xia Changming, the new generation prodigy of the sect who had requested this phenomenon, she realized that perhaps there was indeed more to it than met the eye. Intensifying her efforts, she scrutinized the celestial mechanism's manifestation with keen interest. Buzz. The celestial mechanism emitted a peculiar rumble, and the illusion of the ascending ladder emerged. The 2 intertwining rings spun like a fan, expelling the illusion from within the sphere. The phenomenon had manifested. Yet, Feng Taiyu still found nothing extraordinary. Her curiosity waned as she witnessed the illusion fully emerge from the celestial mechanism. Raising her hand to summon a brand new black token, the token expanded in the wind, unfurling like a scroll, enveloping the illusion, which flickered before being imprinted within. The scroll depicted a vividly alive 99-step ladder ascending towards a sky filled with ethereal clouds. Young master, it is complete. Feng Taiyu pointed, and the scroll floated towards Zhao Qisha. Very well. Zhao Qisha raised his hand to receive the scroll, which shimmered before transforming into a red token. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction fleeting across his eyes. The unremarkable phenomenon being bestowed upon him could be considered a testament to its own glory. The specific peculiarities of this occurrence remained unknown to him at present. However, upon witnessing this anomaly, the fortune within him stirred thrice, indicating that it concealed significant opportunities. Given a moment to ponder, the nature of this fortune would soon reveal itself with clarity. He concealed the crimson token within himself and suddenly recalled something. Inquiring, who is responsible for this anomaly? Feng Taiyu chuckled, a prodigy in the nascent soul stage. Rest assured, young master, I shall handle it appropriately. Zhao Qisha replied indifferently. Since it is a fellow disciple, we must not take it lightly. I shall not exploit him. Whatever spirit stones he has provided, return them to him in double, and create a new set for him. If he feels aggrieved, let him come to me. I shall speak with him personally. Feng Taiyu nodded repeatedly, understood. Yet, Zhao Qisha did not cease there. He gazed intently at Feng Taiyu and earnestly instructed, your presence at the Celestial Machine Pavilion is solely due to your brother, who perished in the Tianqi Abyss. Remember, do not be tempted by trifles, nor disappoint my father. Feng Taiyu's expression stiffened, as if struck by a hidden truth. With a forced smile and a wave of her hand, she replied, I would never, young master, you jest. After imparting his instructions, Zhao Qisha turned to depart. I still need to cultivate in the Jinwu Pavilion. The anomaly of the Golden Sun is of urgent necessity. Hasten your preparations. Feng Taiyu accompanied Zhao Qisha to the door. Responding, this anomaly is quite complex. Return in 2 days to collect it. Zhao Qisha remained cold and did not respond, stepping onto a black long blade, his surging magical power trailing a stream of black light. As he vanished into a distant point, Feng Taiyu's smile faded, her expression darkening as she internally muttered. A mere lad, yet he presumes to instruct me. The celestial ladder anomaly was not being withheld, merely delayed. Why must she compensate? And double at that. Has he lost his senses? She turned and, using her magic, levitated the golden-feathered demon corpse that lay sprawled on the ground into the celestial machine, commencing her manipulation. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. Suddenly, Feng Taiyu recalled something and took out a black token, placing a finger upon it. The spiritual energy surged, transforming the black token into a vibrant yellow. Observing the change in color, Feng Taiyu tucked the token into her waist and ceased further attention. Why is it still not ready? Could it be overdue? Xia Changming paced back and forth, occasionally glancing down at the token in his hand. He furrowed his brows, a sense of agitation washing over him. Since returning from the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, he had assured his esteemed Uncle Master that everything would be resolved within a day. He had offered a considerable sum of spiritual stones, yet now, more than 11 hours had elapsed without a word. Xia Changming found himself reminiscing about the previous Elder Zhang, who had genuinely delivered results once compensated. In stark contrast, the newly appointed Elder Feng was proving to be utterly unreliable. Just as his anxiety peaked, Xia Changming felt the token in his hand tremble slightly, jolting his spirit. He quickly glanced down, his eyes widening in alarm. The black token had transformed into a shade of yellow, extinguishing the hope that had hung in the balance. In a fit of rage, Xia Changming exclaimed, Damn it! What is this old hag up to? With a stamp of his foot, he transformed into a stream of crimson light, soaring towards the Hall of Heavenly Mechanisms. Half an hour later, Xia Changming emerged from the hall, his expression dark, clutching a bulging bag of qianquan. Behind him, the derisive voice of Feng Taiyu echoed, That phenomenon isn't being withheld from you. It's merely a matter of waiting a couple more days. This elder has even generously compensated you with 300,000 spirit stones. What more could you possibly want? If you must vent your frustration, seek out Zhao Qisha. And spare me your ire, you old hag. Xia Changming, his face impassive, stamped his foot again and flew towards the hall of True Martial. As he soared, he opened his mouth to send a message, seemingly contacting someone. Soon after, he arrived at the hall of True Martial. The grand edifice, with its exterior adorned in a clear yellow hue, radiated a brilliant golden light, situated on the northern side of the seven heavens. Its architecture resembled that of a colossal tortoise, with the entrance akin to a gaping maw. The Hall of True Martial, like the Hall of Heavenly Mechanisms, was a sacred ground of the Celestial Free Sect, specifically a sanctuary for cultivation. As Xia Changming landed before the hall, an elderly man with white hair lounged lazily across the beam at the entrance, casting a sidelong glance at him. Xia lad, 8,000 training points, he drawled. Eager to find someone, Xia Changming raised his hand, releasing a beam of azure light. Take this. Elder Yu, where's Zhao Qisha? The old man lifted his gaze slightly. Zhao lad, North Hall. Xia Changming remained silent as he stepped through the entrance of the Hall of True Martial. Upon entering, he found himself in a vast chamber adorned with 4 enormous Xuanwu statues, each corresponding to a distinct cultivation area. His gaze fell upon the Xuanwu on the far right, which led northward. Approaching beneath this statue, he raised his arm, and in an instant, radiant light cascaded down, causing his figure to twist and vanish. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to an immense expanse of land. Verdant mountains and azure trees met a cerulean sky, as if he had arrived at a coastal mountain range. Despite the clear weather, a gentle rain imbued with a faint green glow fell continuously. Xia Changming recognized this as the rain of enlightenment, which significantly accelerated comprehension during cultivation in the North Hall. His gaze scanned the surroundings. To the northwest, a cerulean phoenix soared through the air, where a strikingly graceful woman in black sat cross-legged before it, enveloped in the rain of enlightenment, eyes closed in meditation. To the northeast, a blaze of crimson flames scorched the sky, turning the blue above into a fiery red. A young man clad in animal hide stood amidst the flames. As the rain poured down, enveloping him in a billowing white mist, akin to a divine weapon being refined by otherworldly fire. The North Hall was a gathering of prodigies. With just a glance, Xia Changming spotted at least a dozen exceptional cultivators. Before long, he also located Zhao Qisha, a young man with a ponytail, dressed in black attire. Ascending the steps directly to the west, beneath his feet lay a staircase of 99 steps, ascending towards the heavens. His pace was deliberate, with each step. The youth paused on the stair, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the sensations around him. Just as Xia Changming cast his gaze, he happened to witness the youth open his piercing dark eyes and take another step upwards. Xia Changming's vision instantly turned crimson, for the youth had already ascended nearly halfway. Damn it all. What a transformation from the extraordinary to the mundane. His entire being surged with formidable magical energy, radiating a brilliant crimson glow, and suddenly transformed into a shooting star, hurtling aggressively towards the west. In mere moments, Xia Changming arrived before the celestial ladder. Zhao Qisha sensed the rending waves of spiritual energy, turned his gaze, and their eyes met. Without waiting for Xia Changming to speak, Zhao Qisha calmly remarked, "Yours?" Xia Changming, furiously amused, thought to himself, could it possibly belong to you? Upon learning that his master's extraordinary phenomenon had been seized, he felt a rush of anxiety and fury. He had previously boasted confidently that there would be no issues, only to find that the manifestation had been snatched away. Zhao Qisha was well aware that he was the young scion of the deputy sect leader, Zhao Xuanji, and a renowned prodigy of the Carefree Immortal Sect. Having trained longer than him, his strength was naturally superior. Yet, what did that matter? If someone dared to take what was rightfully his, he would confront them. Zhao Qisha nodded, asserting nonchalantly, "It is mine now." Before Xia Changming could retort, his voice cut through the air. "Sharp as a blade, though this phenomenon may be of a lower caliber, it holds some intrigue. Allow me to inspect it first. As fellow disciples, once I have utilized it, I will share insights with you." Xia Changming's fist cracked ominously as he took a step forward, seizing my phenomenon. "Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Zhao Qisha frowned, displeased, and replied, "What is the matter? Elder Feng should have compensated you. In a few days, you will receive a new phenomenon. It may be delayed, but you will gain my insights into enlightenment. Surely you must be grateful for that? Do I covet your mere spirit stones?" Xia Changming hurled a bag containing 300,000 spirit stones at Zhao Qisha's face. The bag burst open, scattering the spirit stones like rain. Xia Changming's entire form was engulfed in surging blood energy, with veins rising like translucent glass. The surrounding trees visibly withered at an alarming pace. Above Xia Changming, several beams of treasure light erupted, hurtling towards Zhao Qisha with lethal intent. Zhao Qisha bellowed, "Are you provoking me by being so ungrateful?" He stood upon the celestial ladder, a black blade manifesting from his dantian, cleaving towards Xia Changming. A tremendous roar erupted as the heavens were illuminated by a dazzling light. Radiant treasures shattered, and a rain of blood cascaded down. The sudden onset of battle sent tremors through the northern hall. In the northwest, a young woman cloaked in black, meditating in midair, opened her eyes to witness the unfolding chaos. In the northeast, a youth clad in animal hides ceased his forging, directing his gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Is that the desolate battle body? How audacious to engage Zhao Qisha at such an immature stage of the nascent soul. It seems a touch presumptuous. He possesses some skill, yet it is rather limited. Dull, better to focus on cultivation. An increasing number of prodigies paused their training, captivated by the clash between Zhao Qisha and Xia Changming. Rather than a duel, it resembled a one-sided thrashing. With a resounding crash, the earth caved in, revealing a deep pit. Xia Changming, bald and bloodied, bore countless wounds, torrents of blood gushing forth, only to be incessantly replenished after being washed by the falling rain of enlightenment, his injuries grievously severe. Zhao Qisha stood dominantly amidst the 9 heavens, gazing downwards, and spoke with an air of indifference. Dare to offend me? Were we not of the same sect? You would be dead already. Xia Changming, gritting his teeth, retorted, if you possess the capability, let us fight on equal ground. I will not be bested by you. Preposterous. Zhao Qisha's mocking laughter reverberated through the air. He raised the black blade above his head, poised to strike down. Suddenly, a hush fell over the North Hall, and the drifting rain of enlightenment seemed to freeze, suspended in midair. A single boot materialized above Zhao Qisha's head. In that moment, Zhao Qisha's pupils constricted, and an unprecedented weight bore down upon him, causing his entire body to tremble. An overwhelming force descended from above. With a crackling sound, Zhao Qisha's dowbone shattered, and he collapsed to his knees on the steps, his body uncontrollably pitching forward. What a lively scene, a gentle voice remarked. Under the astonished gazes of all the prodigies in the North Hall, that boot firmly pressed down upon his head, pinning him to the stairs as though he were a lifeless dog. The youth with flowing white hair and a countenance like jade wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. In response to the white-haired youth, the man beneath him emitted a near-death gasp, his voice hoarse and intermittent. Zhao Qisha was rendered speechless. For the white-haired youth had 2 feet, one firmly against his head, pressing his face against the rough surface of the steps, while the other casually rested upon his neck, threatening to snap it. Zhao Qisha gasped for air, his mouth agape, managing only a few incoherent grunts. Who are you? Zhao Qisha finally regained his composure, his consciousness resonating with a commanding shout. The white-haired youth's voice emerged leisurely. What is your purpose in claiming this celestial ladder's phenomenon? Zhao Qisha fell silent for a moment, resigning himself to his fate and ceasing to struggle. His consciousness, cold and detached, responded from the air. This phenomenon is not a rare treasure. I took it, and I acknowledge that. But did I not offer compensation? What of making that young man in the nascent soul stage wait a little longer? Esteemed elder, I advise you to withdraw your foot soon. It would be unwise to offend me for his sake. Zhao Qisha regained his calm, his voice growing increasingly rational. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He was engulfed by a surge of excruciating pain. The foot upon his neck was lifted with decisive precision, only to descend once more. His neck was severed. The head detached. Blood erupted forth. Countless streams of crimson surged from the gaping wound, forcefully cascading toward the crown. With the neck crushed beneath a boot, that same boot once more pressed down upon his back. Zhao Qisha, driven by instinct, flailed his legs wildly, his hands desperately waving by Chu Yun's side, attempting to dislodge the boot, yet he remained utterly immobilized. Alas, the boot was akin to 2 ancient mountains, firmly pinning him down, leaving him to helplessly sprawl on the ground, subjected to the whims of the silver-haired youth. Chu Yun's smile remained unwavering, his demeanor leisurely as he posed another query. Why did you seek to claim this celestial staircase phenomenon? Get lost. Zhao Qisha seethed with fury. When had he ever endured such humiliation? A colossal black blade, measuring over 10 meters in length, descended upon the crown of the silver-haired youth. Clang. The black blade struck the boy's head, sending sparks flying. Crack, 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 a series of jarring sounds echoed in succession. The black blade, upon colliding with the youth's head, failed to disturb even a single strand of his white hair. Instead, its surface became riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web. As the fissures expanded, they engulfed the entire blade. In an instant, the black sword shattered into countless fragments, cascading down like rain. The destruction of the blade inflicted a terrifying backlash upon Zhao Qisha. He shuddered, a pool of crimson blood spewing forth from his mouth, spreading beneath him. Still unwilling to speak? Chu Yun gazed upon his wretched state and shook his head. I am afraid that is regrettable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt an icy chill seep through his entire being, as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. A rare surge of fear welled up within him. He would die. With this step, he would truly meet his end. Has this elder gone mad? To dare take my life for the sake of a mere Yuan Ying prodigy. He He remains unaware of my father's identity. Those scoundrels, why have they not yet arrived to rescue me? Zhao Qisha was engulfed in despair. Just as that foot was about to descend, he exclaimed, I speak. My luck talisman sensed an extraordinary phenomenon emanating from the celestial staircase, stirring thrice. Believing there to be an opportunity, I seized it. Zhao Qisha's voice resonated throughout the northern hall. All gazes within the hall turned in unison towards the celestial staircase, their expressions reflecting shock, confusion, and astonishment. What is happening? The girl in black stared intently at the staircase, having observed it closely moments before. Zhao Qisha, trampled beneath, felt like a mere ant, utterly powerless. The black blade shattered, and his head was nearly severed. Now, he could no longer withstand the pressure from the white-haired elder, who had forced him to divulge the truth. Beside the girl in black, a youth clad in animal skins approached and remarked, So it is, Zhao Qisha has usurped Xia Changming's opportunity. No wonder he is so invested in such a seemingly simple phenomenon. It hides profound secrets. This time, he is bound to suffer greatly. A few other distinguished figures also took to the air, gathering together, and they concurred, to claim a phenomenon can be seen as exchanging insights, which is acceptable. However, the sect has a strict prohibition against seizing opportunities, and Zhao Qisha has indeed overstepped this time. It is truly unfortunate for him to encounter such a decisive elder, who evidently is a formidable figure once renowned across the 9 provinces, exuding an undeniable authority. With just a few words, he has compelled Zhao Qisha to confess the truth. Who exactly is this elder? Xia Changming is from our Heartswell lineage. He must be some ancient powerhouse. Since he summoned him, he must be aware of the situation. As the prodigies conversed, their gazes shifted towards Xia Changming below. At that moment, Xia Changming had just emerged from the pit, his face smeared with dirt and blood. He gasped for breath as he retrieved a vial, hastily consuming the pills within. Upon hearing Zhao Qisha's voice, he instinctively looked towards the celestial staircase, his expression equally astonished. Master Uncle, how did you arrive here? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He, having just reached the nascent soul stage, dared to seek trouble with Zhao Qisha, which naturally implied he had summoned companions. However, it was certainly not his grandmaster he had called upon. Chu Yun's gaze fell downward, his voice calm. What do you think? Xia Changming's expression was one of discomfort as he laboriously pushed himself up from the pit, apologizing, Grandmaster, this matter was not handled well on my part. It is of no consequence, Chu Yun replied with a gentle smile, once again casting his eyes upon Zhao Qisha at his feet. After receiving an answer, he finally withdrew his foot and bent down, grasping Zhao Qisha's head with one hand while holding his severed neck with the other, as if lifting a robe. It appeared that this phenomenon bore some fortune. Indeed, it was rather intriguing. So, have you discovered anything? Chu Yun inquired amiably, lifting Zhao Qisha's head nonchalantly. With a step forward, he ascended the stairs. The system's voice echoed simultaneously. On the 7th day, as the celestial ladder was on the verge of vanishing, you, the host, have finally prepared everything and stepped upon the celestial ladder. In a matter of moments, as if aided by divine intervention, you ascended 58 steps in succession, surpassing the majority and standing out among the crowd. You swiftly outstripped Wang Chan, delivering a resounding slap to his face. And witnessing his expression akin to having consumed excrement filled you with a refreshing exhilaration, reminiscent of sipping cola on a sweltering summer day. Your rapid ascent, arriving ahead of others, captured the attention of the masses, who murmured and speculated in hushed tones. Congratulations, host, for choosing the most ostentatious method of a comeback for your grand entrance. Your completion rate has increased. Annoyed by the system's incessant chatter, Chu Yun found himself inexplicably having completed a side quest of humiliation. Thus, he casually lifted Zhao Qisha's head and asked, Is your surname Wang? Zhao Qisha was left speechless. You do not know who I am, and yet you dare to treat me thus? He was so enraged that he almost laughed. Once his protector arrived, you would come to understand the magnitude of the trouble you have stirred today. At that moment, I hope you will not harbor any regrets. Zhao Qisha seemed to foresee the fate that awaited this individual. However, when his gaze met those bright, tranquil eyes, an inexplicable twitch occurred in his eyelid, and he coldly uttered 3 words, Zhao Qisha. Oh, Chu Yun ascended another step and inquired, Have you discovered any opportunities from this anomaly? None, Zhao Qisha replied. This phenomenon is merely a rudimentary manifestation of body refinement. Completing the 99 steps will yield a slight enhancement to my physical form, but it holds little significance for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qisha felt an eerie chill emanating from the crown of his head. He jolted and immediately exclaimed, "The perception of the fate goo cannot be flawed. Once it detects an anomaly, it will alert me." "Fate goo?" Chu Yun nodded, lifting Zhao Qisha's body with one hand and glancing at the location of his dantian. "Don't." Zhao Qisha's face contorted in horror as he beheld the treasure hidden deep within his dantian, as if an invisible hand had grasped it, extracting it before his very eyes. It was a goo worm, no larger than a thumb, surrounded by a faint yellow mist that flickered with an eerie lavender glow, reminiscent of a ghostly eye. Chu Yun's eyes could pierce through all illusions. He reached out to seize the goo worm and examined it closely. Beneath the mist, the goo's body appeared semi-transparent and glass-like, with purple-black liquid coursing through its skin and 6 delicate, hair-like legs. Having been forcibly extracted, it trembled slightly, emitting a faint humming sound as if attempting to flee. Chu Yun found it curious. Despite its strange appearance, the goo worm felt surprisingly bouncy to the touch, akin to squeezing a jelly bean. He pinched it lightly. Pop, pop, pop. Chu Yun frowned as he observed Zhao Qisha spitting blood. Each squeeze seemed to trigger a reaction, causing Zhao Qisha to expel a mouthful of blood, his once rosy face turning as pale as paper in an instant, although the blood had not yet approached his body by half an inch. Being dissolved by his magical energy, he still scolded, "What on earth is wrong with you? The fate goo was refined from my essence. Pop, pop. Stop squeezing it. Damn it." Zhao Qisha, dizzy and infuriated, erupted in curses. "Oh, my apologies." Chu Yun nodded, then squeezed the goo worm firmly, commanding, "Find the opportunity within this anomaly for me. Go." Pop. Zhao Qisha spat another large mouthful of blood, feeling as though he were being toyed with mercilessly. Hearing Chu Yun's naive words, he gasped, "It's useless. The fate goo never actively seeks out opportunities. It only indicates when it discovers one." Before he could finish, Zhao Qisha fell silent. The fate goo, which he had cherished like a treasure, was indeed writhing through the mist, soaring towards the stairs above. It flew at an astonishing speed, surpassing that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Zhao Qisha watched this scene, darkness clouding his vision, feeling as if blood were about to erupt from the top of his head. How could this be? What had all his years of care amounted to? Unfazed by Zhao Qisha's thoughts, Chu Yun casually discarded his head and body together, then followed the fate goo as it ascended. The 99 steps were gray in hue, each wide enough to comfortably accommodate 2 burly men side by side. However, the steps were steep, each one seemingly suspended in the air, with a drop of nearly 10 meters, leading skyward. With each ascent, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became. With every step Chu Yun took, the next step naturally appeared beneath his feet, presenting no resistance whatsoever. Upon reaching the 80th step, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, while Wang Chan's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with envy. Upon reaching the 90th step, the female cultivators gazed at his magnificent form, their faces flushed with desire, yearning to bear his child. Upon ascending the 95th step, the praises of the elders grew increasingly resounding, and his presence stirred the hearts of some male cultivators, who too wished to procreate with him. The only thing that troubled Chu Yun was the system, which incessantly chattered away, announcing each few steps as if he had accomplished something monumental, lavishly extolling his achievements. Damn it, what an idiot. As Chu Yun arrived at the 97th step, he suddenly halted. The exhausted goo worm had come to a stop on the 98th step. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He discerned the essence at a glance. The gray steps exuded a familiar azure mist. In an instant, Chu Yun comprehended that this tier, where the fortune worm lingered, was none other than the stepping stone bestowed by the system upon his initial recharge. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. After all, Xia Changming had previously mentioned that there existed corresponding spiritual objects capable of hastening the emergence of anomalies. However, at that moment, Chu Yun observed something peculiar. As he made this discovery, the azure mist began to rise in greater abundance, drifting towards the west. Meanwhile, the original 99 steps lay to the east. This azure mist appeared to form a narrow pathway, extending into the heavens, fading into the celestial void. The destination shrouded in mystery. A concealed route? Where could it lead? Intrigued, Chu Yun stepped onto the azure mist without a second thought. The moment he stepped onto the mist-laden path, the 99 steps leading to the heavens shattered instantaneously, accompanied by a synchronized notification from the system. Task settlement in progress. Task completed. Completion rate, 100. The host makes a grand entrance, astonishing the entire assembly, receiving an additional 50 completion bonus. The host has accomplished the side quest of confronting Wang Chan, earning another 50 completion bonus along with a special reward. Ascending the 99 steps. The host receives an extra 100 completion bonus. The overall task completion rate stands at 300. The host is awarded the secret record of nether poison and 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. The host receives special rewards, 1 boundary break card, 3 Buddha's Fury blue flowers, and 3 poison serpent liquids. Listening to the system's notifications, Chu Yun did not linger. He proceeded along the misty path, gradually vanishing into the clouds, his figure disappearing from this realm. With his departure, the previously suspended enlightenment rain began to sway once more, cascading gently to the ground. Where did he go? Xia Changming gazed in astonishment as his master, the elder, ascended the steps, only to find him gone. He released his consciousness, sweeping the area repeatedly, yet could not detect his presence. Xiao brat. Suddenly, a rough voice echoed from above. What of Zhao Qisha? How dare he seize our treasures from Suixin Mountain? This matter is far from over. Xia Changming looked up to see a man with a fiery red complexion and a chaotic hairstyle emerging from the sky. His entire being ablaze with a crimson radiance, exuding an imposing aura. Master Wu, why have you only just arrived? Damn it, don't even mention it. That old scoundrel Yu has been going mad, locking up the true martial hall. He claims there's a malfunction at the hub. Not only I, but even those fellows from the Carefree Mountain cannot enter. As Wu Shiyang spoke, he suddenly paused, his consciousness scanning Xia Changming, perplexed. Why do you appear unperturbed? Did Zhao Qisha not attack you? Knowing Xia Changming, even if he hadn't intervened, he would have engaged in a confrontation with Zhao Qisha. The true martial hall was just closed? Xia Changming was taken aback. Upon hearing Wu Xingyang mention Zhao Qisha, his expression turned peculiar as he pointed towards the north. Zhao Qisha is over there. Moments ago, all the prodigies in the North Hall had witnessed Zhao Qisha being thrown down from dozens of feet in the air by the elder. Now, he hung limply from a giant tree branch, his body ensnared among the jagged rocks of another peak. His breath was weak, devoid of sound. Appearing on the verge of unconsciousness, several prodigies familiar with Zhao Qisha encircled him, contemplating how to administer aid. Who did this? Wu Shengyang followed Xia Changming's gesture, momentarily stunned. How did Zhao Qisha end up in such a wretched state? Xia Changming soared into the air, joining Wu Xingyang's side, and succinctly recounted the sequence of events. During this time, the sound of piercing air echoed continuously in the North Hall. Qisha. Who dares to lay a hand on Zhao Qisha? Such grievous injuries. His foundation is nearly shattered. Even his celestial blade lies in ruins. How could an elder strike with such recklessness? If he possesses such power, why not challenge Qisha on equal ground? A chorus of furious shouts resonated with authority. Zhao Qisha was the beloved youngest son of the vice sect leader and a paragon of the sect. At the very moment of his misfortune, not only his guardian but also several elders, including Su Haijin, rushed towards the true martial hall. However, they were taken by surprise when the true martial hall temporarily closed. In that brief moment, they had not anticipated that Zhao Qisha would be grievously injured to such an extent. The arriving sect experts were seething with rage. Some surrounded Zhao Qisha, producing vials of elixirs and casting healing spells to save him. Others inquired among the prodigies present in the North Hall about the events that transpired. Soon, the entire incident was laid bare. The sect experts encircling Zhao Qisha exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with confusion. Is there an old fool with white hair from Suixin Mountain? It seems not. Perhaps that old rascal from Suixin Mountain had undergone a metamorphosis and assumed a new form. Humph. As a sect elder, to bully the weak and shatter Qisha's celestial blade, inflicting such severe injuries, it was imperative to seek an explanation. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning cold. An old man in a gray robe, missing an arm, radiated overwhelming magical energy, advancing towards Xia Changming and Wu Xingyang with an air of ferocity. First, we must subdue this Xia Changming. Furthermore, we must ascertain the identity of the accomplice and apprehend him for due punishment. Humph. Such audacity. To seize opportunities from others and still act with impunity. Do they truly believe Suixin Mountain is made of clay? Wu Shengyang roared, unleashing an equally terrifying aura. Behind him, several figures rose, their swords drawn and ready for confrontation. Call for reinforcements. Everyone, summon your allies. Who fears whom? If you have the courage, do not flee. Indeed, The Carefree Mountain thinks that just because our Grand Elder has ascended, they can act without restraint? Laughable. Is it our fault to employ such vicious methods against the sect's prodigies? This matter cannot be settled. Secure the North Hall. The one who severely injured Qixia must still be within the true Martial Hall. We shall await his arrival. Chu Yun traversed the azure path, entering a realm shrouded in swirling gray mist. The view ahead was utterly obscured by the fog, prompting him to unleash his formidable 10.5-meter consciousness to survey his surroundings. Yet, he discerned nothing. He only noticed that the mist-covered path beneath his feet was gradually extending forward, accompanied by a parallel path. In an instant, Chu Yun comprehended the purpose of the parallel route. Was it designed to prevent his return to the true Martial Hall? With each step he took, the path behind him would crumble away. Yet, concurrently, the parallel road would extend in response. In Chu Yun's mind, an image akin to a playground track emerged. This path, upon reaching a certain destination, would ultimately lead him back to the true Martial North Hall along its parallel route. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ear with a notification. Ding! The celestial ladder's anomaly has dissipated. Your remarkable achievement of ascending 99 steps in one breath has garnered immense astonishment and acclaim. Numerous female cultivators have simultaneously extended proposals for companionship. Moreover, larger sects have presented you with olive branches. The arduous journey of the past 500 years lingered vividly in his memory. He was acutely aware that he was not a true genius. This time's successful reversal was attributed to meticulous preparation and the system's assistance. He resolutely declined all invitations, opting for a more prudent course of action. Under the cover of night, he stealthily departed from the Moonshadow sect and ventured to a secluded place he had discovered years prior. There, he set up intricate formations and commenced closed-door cultivation, determined to swiftly transform his recent gains into strength to confront the impending crisis. As anticipated, his arch-nemesis, Wang Chan, was restless, seeking assistance from his father, who was at the Spirit Division stage, to eliminate him. Within the Moonshadow sect, his former master, Elder Haitu, who had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, was also searching for him, eager to share the opportunities gained from the celestial ladder. The current predicament of the host is perilously precarious. Please strive to advance to the mid-nascent soul stage promptly and initiate a new reversal task. Chu Yun mused, just when I finished flaunting, I must now retreat and flee. What a quintessentially absurd narrative. The system had indeed issued its reminder. He sensed several clusters of golden light within his dantian. Upon completing the task, he was rewarded with a plethora of system prizes. The 300,000 spirit stones were disregarded by Chu Yun, deeming them less valuable than low-grade stones, as at least those could be refunded for system recharges. He received 3 portions of venomous serpent liquid, a 7th-grade material for body refinement. There were also 3 pieces of the Buddha's fury blue flower, resembling a fierce visage of a great Buddha. A flicker of interest ignited within Chu Yun. The items lacked a designated grade, marked similarly to the previously encountered sky blue and earth white. These rare treasures, upon refinement, could enhance one's spiritual consciousness. Excellent treasures indeed. He immediately commenced the refinement of the 3 Buddha's fury blue flowers. Next, he examined a manual titled Secret Record of the Dark Poison, which was only rated as a 4th-grade technique and held little relevance for him. However, an intriguing thought crossed his mind, prompting him to peruse it a bit more. It was curious. The last system reward, the revitalizing pharmacopoeia, was a common medicinal text, with much content he had seen before. Could it be due to the disparities of this world? Many theories within the secret record of the dark poison were unfamiliar to him, warranting further analysis later on. After meticulously reviewing the system rewards, his gaze ultimately settled on a resplendent golden card. The surface of the breakthrough card depicted a miniature primordial infant, cradled in 2 palms, emanating an unusual aura. A pressing dilemma confronted Chu Yun. Should he utilize this breakthrough card on the primordial infant or on one of the over 90,000 golden elixirs? He refrained from making a choice, retracting his consciousness back within, focusing intensely on the breakthrough card for fervent analysis. He was uncertain about the efficacy of the first breakthrough card, hence he utilized it. However, for the second breakthrough card, he intended to preserve it for replication. Should he successfully replicate the breakthrough card, the tedious system tasks would become unnecessary. Suddenly, as he was engrossed in his contemplation of the breakthrough card, a thunderous roar resonated ahead. He raised his gaze and noticed that the gray mist had dissipated significantly, revealing, in the obscured view, around 15 or 16 azure droplets suspended within the haze. Each droplet was as large as a fist, resembling individual fruits. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that within these droplets, akin to amber, there were flashes of yellow, white, and purple lightning encapsulated within. Calamity liquid? Chu Yun squinted, recognizing the origin of the droplets. The calamity liquid is a substance that appears amidst the tribulation clouds when cultivators face heavenly tribulations, consisting of materials that, for various reasons, do not transform into tribulation thunder. This substance is known as calamity liquid. It is a treasured essence utilized for body refinement and tool forging, exceedingly difficult to collect and exceedingly rare, with each drop being of the highest grade. Chu Yun was familiar with it because his master would occasionally procure 1 or 2 drops for him every few decades for the purpose of body cultivation. Suddenly encountering over a dozen droplets of calamity liquid amidst the gray mist felt remarkably familiar, prompting him to reach out instinctively. In the blink of an eye, he grasped 2 droplets from the suspended calamity liquid. Crackling sounds erupted as the 2 droplets within Chu Yun's palm exhibited a rebellious spirit, akin to furious bulls, clashing against one another and producing a piercing noise. The formidable power they exuded was astonishing, at least on par with that of a harmonization stage cultivator. Had it been someone like Zhao Qisha, a divine transformation cultivator, even a single drop would have rendered him unconscious on the spot. Yet, within Chu Yun's grasp, the 2 droplets could not even break the skin. The method of utilizing calamity liquid is quite straightforward. With a clasp of his hands, a crisp sound echoed as 2 droplets of liquid burst forth, releasing a brilliant azure mist. From within the vapor emerged an even more formidable aura. Thunder roared, reverberating like the clash of 1,000 bolts of lightning, striking every inch of Chu Yun's skin like fine threads. His white hair fluffed up, resembling a wild explosion. Chu Yun felt a tingling sensation that brought him comfort, and he closed his eyes in bliss. With a mere sweep of his hand, his tousled hair returned to its smooth, flowing state, cascading gracefully over his shoulders. As he advanced amidst the relentless assault of the lightning threads, he gathered all the suspended liquid of calamity enveloped in the mist. Once he had collected the liquid, Chu Yun noticed that the path, shrouded in azure fog, continued to unfurl before him, prompting him to press onward. At intervals, he discovered several droplets of calamity liquid, which he plucked from the air, choosing not to store them within his dantian but rather allowing them to hover behind him. Whenever the onslaught of the lightning threads diminished, a droplet of calamity liquid would naturally shatter. He maintained a constant state of refinement, bombarded by myriad threads of lightning. After approximately 10 minutes, Chu Yun finally reached his destination, having amassed over 80 droplets of calamity liquid, while his glazed body ascended to the 9th transformation, marking a bountiful harvest. Gazing into the distance, he observed that the gray mist had completely dissipated, offering him a clear and expansive view. He discovered that the misty azure path beneath his feet indeed led to a curved platform resembling a playground, connecting the azure roads on either side. In the distance loomed a pitch-black expanse. Scattered across the ground were shattered meteorites and fragments of stone. At the horizon, he even glimpsed a straight beam of silvery light, reminiscent of a flowing Milky Way. Soon, Chu Yun recognized something familiar. Beneath the platform, in the far distance, twinkled several golden stars. Those were his golden elixirs. Was this the universe? Chu Yun realized where the end of the azure mist had brought him. Strictly speaking, according to the ancient text of the Golden Sect, this place should be referred to as the Outer Realm. The Outer Realm is the highest canopy, where boundless darkness conceals endless perils and tempests. It is said that within the Outer Realm, there exist numerous passages to other worlds, as well as the path to immortality that haunts the dreams and thoughts of every cultivator. Yet, Chu Yun still preferred to call this place the universe. Although he had hung many golden elixirs in the heavens, he had not intentionally ventured higher. The universe is rife with storms, while they do not harm him. There was an occasion when he was swept away to an exceedingly distant location. Merely returning to the 9 provinces took him over half a month, a duration spent in pure confinement while evading storms to avoid being swept away again. Since that time, he rarely ventured into the universe. By chance, through this misty azure path, he arrived in the universe once more, where he discovered something extraordinary. Chu Yun's gaze fixated on the galactic river at the horizon. He had never seen such a river before. Why did it seem to be drawing closer? As he pondered, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and countless flickering lights danced within his dark pupils. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At this moment, he cast his blood-red gaze towards the path of ascension below. Endless mountains and vast seas unfurled before him, alongside the 5 great sects in the 3 major demonic schools, all seemingly materializing beneath his eyelids. Furthermore, there were those golden stars. They voraciously absorbed spiritual energy, swirling like a vortex. A chill crept into the heart of the blood demon, accompanied by a flicker of fear. It appeared that the number of these golden stars was increasing. Yet, he dared not provoke them. Approaching these celestial bodies posed a perilous threat to life and death. Over the years, records indicated that among the cultivators who perished while exploring the golden stars, 3 had reached the great ascension stage, and dozens more at the crossing, tribulation, and merging stages had also fallen. These golden stars were shrouded in mystery, so enigmatic that even a great ascension cultivator like him regarded them as harbingers of the end of the Dharma era. As the end of this era drew nearer, the golden stars multiplied. Yet, at this moment, such matters held no significance for him. With a sense of nostalgia, the blood demon waved his hand towards the expanse below. Farewell, 9 provinces. Memories, like wisps of smoke, flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He is the blood demon child, at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage. As the foremost leader of the 3 major demonic sects of the 9 provinces, he serves as the supreme ancestor of the blood demon sect and has formerly held the title of its sect master. Rising from obscurity, he possesses the blood fiend body and has cultivated for 3 millennia, leaving countless souls in his wake. He has slaughtered an entire province, annihilated over 100 sects, and devastated thousands of families. Countless prodigies have fallen beneath his blade, and innumerable women have been ruthlessly toyed with by him. Life itself is as insignificant as ants under his relentless tread. Such wickedness surely warrants his ascension to the holy realm, does it not? The blood demon child's heart surged with fervor as he gazed towards the end of the path to immortality, where he could faintly perceive an ancient stone platform rising majestically. The upper realm is indeed divided between immortals and demons. Being of demonic origin, he naturally yearns to ascend to the heavenly demon realm, holy realm. The mere thought of it ignited a deeper anticipation within him, quickening his steps. With each stride taken on the path to immortality, silver light cascaded from above. It was the heavenly mandate bestowing its mark upon him, fortifying both his physique and soul. Such comprehensive augmentation would ensure that upon his ascent to the upper realm, he would not be reduced to the lowest echelon of ants. Suddenly, the blood demon child halted, his gaze drifting beyond the path to immortality. Calamity thunder? No. It is calamity essence. A rare treasure. Little did I expect to encounter such an opportunity before my ascent. It appears the heavenly mandate seeks to compensate for my unfulfilled potential, allowing me to ascend prematurely. The blood demon child beheld a multitude of flickering lightning. As a being at the late stage of great ascension, he was all too familiar with such lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his palm, aiming to reach beyond the path to immortality and seize the calamity essence. Thunderous roars echoed along the road to immortality. After a prolonged moment, the cacophony finally subsided. Humph! A soft snort escaped him. A whole incense stick's worth of time wasted. How unfortunate for that young man. The blood demon child's crimson eyes lowered. Casting a glance towards the path beyond, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. He had initially thought himself fortunate, hoping to stumble upon someone refining calamity essence in the celestial realm, an opportunity for him to intervene and seize it. Alas, it was not to be. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, he murmured. The 5 senses may deceive, but the mind's perception remains unwavering. My consciousness is vast and powerful, yet it can only discern the white hair of that figure amidst the lightning. The distance is indeed staggeringly great. Thus, the path to immortality is, in essence, a conduit connecting to the upper realm, no longer within the bounds of the 9 provinces. The distance between myself and those calamity liquids beyond the path to immortality may seem less than 1,000 miles, yet it is, in reality, a chasm separating the realms of heaven and earth. Even a peak great ascension cultivator cannot traverse this celestial divide. How rash of me! Blood demon child suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and turned back. He noticed, in the distance, a faint black dot emerging. With a sweep of his consciousness, he effortlessly discerned the visage of that figure. It was a tall, emaciated old man with a sallow complexion, a look of profound sorrow etched upon his face. And slung over his shoulder was a heavy sword taller than himself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He harbored a desire to evade the pursuit of that old relic, wishing instead to traverse the path of immortality together. If the heavens were to show favoritism and bestow a greater share of marks upon the Ancient One, would he not find himself at a significant disadvantage? Half an hour later, in the pitch-black universe, flashes of lightning blossomed like flower buds around the white-haired youth. As the final trace of lightning faded, nearly 80 droplets of tribulation essence had been consumed in less than an hour. Chu Yun opened his eyes, his black pupils flickering with bolts of thunder. He appeared somewhat speechless and, after a moment of silence, muttered in frustration, "How have I gained enlightenment once more?" Having just promoted a golden core to the nascent soul, he had inexplicably birthed 10 additional golden cores. Was this never-ending? Gazing into the dark cosmos, Chu Yun's eyes caught sight of 3 newly formed golden cores within his visible range. These had manifested solely within this area. Meanwhile, in other corners of the heavens, 7 more golden cores simultaneously came into existence. These 10 golden cores represented the pinnacle of his recent epiphany. In addition, he experienced several minor enhancements. After absorbing all the tribulation essence, his newly acquired glazed body technique reached its 15th transformation, yet he still remained far from the upper limit he had deduced. Suddenly, Chu Yun's gaze sharpened as he noticed the Milky Way drawing nearer. Was there someone upon it? Moreover, there were figures traversing its expanse. Deep in contemplation, he strode forth from the towering platform constructed of ethereal mist, and immediately, a golden star, akin to a vessel of the heavens, descended beneath his feet. Stepping onto this celestial orb, waves emanated from its core, releasing jets of gas that flared into a brilliant golden tail, propelling him towards the Milky Way with fervent haste. Before long, he approached the river of stars, where silence reigned, obscured by a shimmering silver light. Raising a finger, he gently prodded the surface. A series of rippling waves blossomed from his fingertip, met by a formidable resistance. "Are you denying me entry?" he mused, arching an eyebrow, and refrained from further probing. Withdrawing his hand, gazing at the resplendent Milky Way, he resolutely lifted his foot and stepped forward. As his boot met the silvery glow, a more pronounced ripple surged forth. Before him materialized a vast luminescent barrier, its surface undulating with waves. A low hum filled the air, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of machinery at full throttle, seemingly intent on obstructing his passage. Unfazed, he summoned no magic, merely exerting a fraction more force as a lustrous glaze enveloped his foot. A series of sharp, jarring sounds erupted, one after another. The once imposing barrier fractured under the onslaught of his sheer physical might. With a crisp crackle, the luminous screen shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. This seemingly insurmountable obstruction was effortlessly obliterated by the raw strength of a nascent spirit. A smile graced his lips as he successfully stepped into the silver light, feeling the solid ground beneath him. Indeed, another path lay before him. He raised his other foot, stepping inward with a steady stride. Before him unfolded a straight avenue, at the end of which loomed a towering altar, faintly visible against the sky. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His face was filled with astonishment as he could not help but rub his eyes. If he was not mistaken, he had just witnessed this white-haired youth shatter the 2 realms barrier to the path of ascension, forcefully stepping into it to seize the heavenly Tao mark. Who could this extraordinary being be? Could it possibly be a true immortal from the upper realm? The sword-bearing elder was still in a state of disbelief when he observed the white-haired youth take another step forward. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive pit appeared. The sword-bearing elder? Chu Yun, what has happened to this road? He lowered his gaze towards the chasm, his eyes flickering. As his vision pierced through the silvery light beneath him, he beheld the true nature of this path and grasped the meaning of external grandeur concealing internal decay. The surface of the road was riddled with countless fissures, resembling a beehive. Its fragility was evident. A mere step upon it would result in a gaping hole. What a shoddy construction. Just as the thought crossed Chu Yun's mind, a thunderous rumble commenced. The violent tremors began, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds that reverberated endlessly. Chu Yun remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, as he gazed calmly ahead. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a substantial portion of the path ahead fractured. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him crumbled as if the heavens were collapsing, disintegrating into a profusion of debris. Ah! A startled cry erupted from behind. The elderly swordsman stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. The path to immortality had collapsed. That white-haired youth had only taken 2 steps on the path to immortality. How could it have disintegrated so swiftly? With the path to immortality in ruins, how could he ascend? His mind was engulfed in chaos. Completely unprepared for such an extraordinary occurrence. Without the luxury of contemplation, the old man with the sword on his back felt a heavy sensation in his heart. Having lost the support of the path beneath him, the celestial mark that once bathed him now felt like 100,000 mountains mercilessly pressing down upon him, causing him to plummet rapidly. This is disastrous. The situation had escalated dramatically. The old man had cultivated for thousands of years, possessing immense experience. This was the backlash of the celestial way, falling from the path to immortality. Even if he were at the pinnacle of the great ascension, he would likely suffer severe injuries to his essence. Wait a moment. That person is unharmed? The old man gazed upward. In his line of sight, the white-haired youth ahead, much like himself, had also fallen from the path to immortality. The youth suddenly lost his support, yet he appeared far more composed, arms crossed. Not a strand of hair out of place, floating down gracefully, as if he were a celestial being. He even had the presence of mind to glance downward and wave his hand. A gentle force, like a cloud, cradled him, although still bound by the rules. His descent was considerably mitigated, no longer so jarring. Thank you very much. The voice of the old man resonated from below, then faded into silence. Chu Yun did not respond, but instead gazed at the fractured path, gently furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, at the end of the galaxy, no. A chilling cry echoed from beneath the altar. Please, no. I'm so close. Just one more step. In midair. Stop. Someone, a tall man with disheveled hair, appeared frantic. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His skin oozed blood, and his bones shattered as if consumed by heavenly fire, raging fiercely within his dantian. He had failed to ascend, suffering the backlash from the Tao of heaven. Such a force was far beyond the endurance of a mere late-stage great ascension cultivator. Why had it come to this? He was so close, just one step away from ascension. The blood demon child could not comprehend it, his eyes filled with reluctance and anguish. A mere step-s difference. And the possibility of ascension was forever lost. For the path to immortality had been utterly severed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He is the calamity destined for me. The blood demon's heart surged with murderous intent. He yearned for a target upon which to unleash the pin-up fury within him. Had his path to immortality not been obstructed, he would have successfully ascended to the higher realms by now. The sole culprit behind his failure to ascend is that white-haired youth. He must perish. I shall capture him, skinning and flaying, refining his very soul, sealing him within the altar of goo, to suppress him for all eternity. Countless methods of torment flashed through blood demon's mind. Yet soon, he had no thoughts to dwell upon these, for he succumbed to unconsciousness. The backlash of the heavenly Tao was utterly terrifying. He was engulfed in a bizarre conflagration, descending like a meteor towards the ground. In mere moments, he plummeted a staggering 100,000 zhong. Below lay a mountain range shrouded in a veil of gray mist. With a thunderous crash, the blood demon descended violently. The tempest howled, and the very heavens trembled. Lush and verdant forests were laid to waste. Suddenly, a chasm of 1,000 zhong opened up beneath him. Damn it! Who had the audacity to obliterate my lair? Shortly thereafter, a series of howling sounds emerged from the abyss above. 100 zhong-long silver-scaled dragon, exuding a terrifying aura of the fusion stage, lowered its head, spotting a blood-haired man. His muscular form exposed, unconscious at the abyss's center. Another human. It glared at the blood-haired man, fury igniting within. Whipping its tail, its scales trembled as it gradually shrank in size. A voice from above interjected in surprise, "Silver Dragon, what do you intend to do?" "This fellow bears the ominous energy I cherish. Having demolished my lair, I must seek retribution. Hold on. This human has caused quite a stir, yet remains alive. He must at least be a tribulation-transcending cultivator. You ought not to act rashly. I will summon the master for a closer inspection." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, he lives. If he is connected to that last killing god, what nonsense. With the heavens collapsing, our master will shoulder the burden. Those daring enough to disturb our Tsongshan forbidden zone have met their demise. Stand aside. I shall act while the iron is hot." "Very well. Then that includes me as well. You all carry on. I will fetch the master." A colossal black-armored beast emerged from the abyss, soaring towards the peak of Tsongshan. This beast called out several times, discovering atop the summit a brawny man with horns, gazing solemnly at the sky. Not merely the master of Tsongshan at this moment. All powerful beings across the 9 provinces who had attained the Great Ascension since the disturbance, instinctively lifting their gazes skyward. Some wore somber expressions, others bore looks of sorrow. While a few Great Ascension cultivators, disregarding decorum, wept openly. Today marked a day of nightmares for all of Great Ascension. Meanwhile, not far from Tsongshan, an elderly man, burdened with a heavy sword, descended with a smile towards a secluded sword pavilion. Upon landing, figures emerged, sensing his presence. "Old sword god, did you not ascend? Why have you returned?" They were utterly astonished at the sight of the elderly man carrying a sword on his back. Was the path to immortality severed? Before the elderly swordsman could utter a word, another figure emerged, a middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding a profound aura. He too was a being of great transcendence. "The path to immortality is severed." The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if the heavens had shattered. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. The yellow-robed transcendentalist, equally troubled, gazed intently at the elderly swordsman, asking, "Ancestor, are you unscathed?" The elderly swordsman, in good spirits, waved his hand with a smile. "I am quite well." The yellow-robed transcendentalist immediately pressed on. "What exactly transpired with the path to immortality? Has the era of decline truly arrived so swiftly? As for whether the era of decline has indeed arrived, I cannot say." The elderly swordsman's expression shifted to one of complexity as he lifted his gaze skyward, murmuring, "However, this path to immortality was trampled upon by someone." "What?" Everyone gasped, their mouths agape, as if struck by a thunderclap. "Someone has trampled the path to immortality?" Even the yellow-robed transcendentalist was taken aback. He instinctively shook his head in denial. "Impossible. The path to immortality is the embodiment of the heavenly principles. If someone can shatter it, would that not imply they could also dismantle the heavenly order? This place is the very core of the ancient divine sword pavilion. Among those present, even the weakest was at the pinnacle of integration." Upon hearing the yellow-robed transcendentalist's words, they all nodded in agreement. Human power has its limits. A world governed by heavenly principles, be it a great transcendentalist or even an immortal from the higher realms, could not possibly shatter the path to immortality. The elderly swordsman, irked, retorted, "When have I ever deceived anyone? If I say someone has trampled the path, then someone has indeed trampled it. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me." Witnessing the elderly swordsman's demeanor, they quickly responded, "We believe. Please do not be upset." "Old sword deity." They exchanged glances, hastily assuring him. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." He remarked that someone had severed the path to immortality. This must indeed be a veritable fact. But who could possibly commit such a defiant act? The great master in yellow robes quickly inquired, "Do you know who that person is, ancestor?" The old sword god shook his head. "I do not know. Most likely, it is a true immortal from the heavens who has descended to the mortal realm." The mention of a true immortal descending from the heavens rendered everyone speechless once more. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving their minds in a state of turmoil. The elder's voice echoed again. "I have repeatedly stated my unwillingness to ascend. Yet, you persistent fools insist on urging me toward ascension. Consequently, I nearly perished on the path to immortality. Now, it seems fate has decreed that the path is severed, and even if I wished to ascend, I could not. I shall return to guard my humble abode. You troublesome lot should cease bothering me." With that, he turned and walked back to his former place. The great master in yellow robes could only watch his retreating figure with a bitter smile. Among all the great masters in the vast land of Zhuzhou, it seemed that only the venerable ancestor was the singular soul who wished to remain in the mortal realm rather than seek ascension. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He furrowed his brow, his gaze tinged with worry. If I am not mistaken, that road is the path to immortality. How could such a well-defined path suddenly collapse? What should I do now? My aspirations to ascend to the higher realms seemed to have encountered an obstacle. Even he, in that moment, could not devise a solution. Catching the key phrase "I wish to ascend," the system sensed the host's rebellious spirit and activated the encouragement mechanism. Host, you are truly remarkable. Among the vast expanse, you are the strongest. Within the Moonshadow sect, you face no rivals, and beyond its confines, you shine brightly. Keep pushing forward. With your innate talent and the assistance of this system, as long as you strive for a resurgence, you will surely have the opportunity to transcend within 500 years. Believe in yourself. You can achieve success. The host received a reward, 1 cultivation acceleration talisman and a recharge of 10 low-grade spirit stones, which would grant double experience. Chu Yun, wait, what business do you have here, you theatrical being? Why are you painting such grand illusions for me? He suddenly squinted, contemplating a possibility. System, can you assist me in ascending? The host, having cultivated to the great ascension stage, may traverse the path of immortality through the 8 desolation realm to ascend to the higher realm. What I inquire is whether you possess the independent capability to elevate me to the higher realm. As he spoke, he deftly recharged 10 low-grade spirit stones. Upon successful recharge, the host was rewarded with a double cultivation acceleration talisman. Very well. Hearing the system's response, Chu Yun's eyes sparkled, and he inquired, what are the requirements? The host must reach the Mahayana stage and fulfill certain special conditions. This system can then assist the host in ascending to the upper realm. What special conditions? The host must first complete the counterattack mission and reach the Mahayana stage. Then can I recharge 100 low-grade spirit stones and ascend with me now? The host must first complete the counterattack mission and reach the Mahayana stage. And what about that 10,000? The host must first complete the counterattack. After asking a few questions, Chu Yun observed that the obstinately unyielding system only reiterated the same monotonous response, leading him to cease further communication with it. He pinched his chin, pondering once more. To his surprise, the system could elevate him to ascension, a viable path indeed. However, he needed to complete the counterattack mission to reach the Great Ascension stage. What was the current task again? Chu Yun opened the system panel and perused the system log. He realized that he must first reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul before he could proceed with the counterattack mission. This was not particularly difficult. He would return to Piaomiao Peak first. Chu Yun felt quite confident about stepping into the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Just as he embarked on the path of immortality, he experienced a new epiphany. He had thoroughly researched the system's breakthrough card, and now he only lacked the necessary materials. Coincidentally, he glanced at his hand. He was kneading a silver orb the size of a basketball in his hands. After the path to immortality was severed, the silvery light above his head became exceedingly turbulent. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He managed to suppress it before it could unleash its fury. Upon subduing it, Chu Yun discovered that the aura within the silver sphere was remarkably pure, comparable to the finest divine materials. Strangely, this silver orb could not be absorbed into his dantian. Chu Yun was unperturbed, as it would serve perfectly as the core material for his breakthrough card. Now, he simply needed to return to Piaomiao Peak and retrieve his master's alchemical furnace to commence his work. Sitting cross-legged in his golden core, Chu Yun swiftly returned to the elevated platform shrouded in azure mist. The route he had taken was entirely obliterated, but fortunately, the path of return remained, sparing him the arduous journey across the cosmos back to Piaomiao Peak. At the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect, in the northern hall of Zhenwu, resplendent golden clouds adorned the sky. Wu Xingyang's expression darkened. Is this a mistake? Are you implying that the path to immortality has been severed? Where did this rumor originate? Fang An's face contorted, his countenance as dark as a pot. It's no rumor. My master just transmitted this information. Otherwise, why would these people have fled? He pointed across the way. Apart from the elderly man in the gray robe with a severed arm, there were only a handful of others present. Not only the Xianyao lineage, but the Suixin lineage was similarly sparse. Just moments ago, dozens had gathered here, with numerous individuals in the Dongshu stage and quite a few in the Heti stage. Yet, All at once, they dispersed in a flurry, with many having already departed. Wu Xingyang pressed his forehead in disbelief. How could the path to immortality be severed? Has the age of decline truly arrived? Fang'an fell into a moment of silence before replying wistfully, I cannot ascertain whether the age of decline has come. But I recall my master stating that the path to immortality was trampled upon by someone. Wu Xiyang leaned closer. Incredulity etched on his face as he asked, trampled upon by someone? You must be jesting. Even with my imagination, I cannot conceive such a joke. Fang'an, exasperated, waved him off. This information originated from the ancient divine sword pavilion. It is said that their venerable sword god encountered this personally, so its authenticity is beyond doubt. Damn it, Wu Xingyang exclaimed, his frustration palpable. How could someone be so malevolent as to commit such an act? He muttered to himself, this is disastrous. It's utterly catastrophic. Fang'an quickly covered his mouth. Silence. Do not utter such nonsense. The entity capable of severing the path to immortality possesses immense power. With a mere flick of a finger, they could extinguish your life. Wu Xingyang rolled his eyes. What relevance could such a being possibly have with him? What is there to fear? Floating behind them, Xia Changming was rendered speechless. My goodness! The path to immortality can indeed be severed? And it was trampled upon by someone? What kind of supreme existence could accomplish such a feat? No, wait. Xia Changming pondered aloud. If the path to immortality is severed, how am I to ascend after reaching the Mahayana stage? Wu Xingyang slapped his palm against Xia Changming's bald head. I too am grappling with that very question. Xia Changming rubbed his head, his eyes vacant, his mind blank from the shock of this revelation, unsure of how to respond. Yet, one thing was clear. The individual who trampled upon the path to immortality was indeed malevolent beyond measure. Never had he encountered such depravity. What is the path to immortality? It symbolizes the aspirations of the entire realm of cultivation, the hope of every practitioner across the world. And now it is severed. How splendid for them, I assent it. The path is broken, and now we need not cultivate any longer. You must admit, that is truly wicked. Suddenly, Xia Changming felt a stirring within him. He looked up and noticed that not far ahead, the clouds began to twist, and the entire expanse of the enlightenment rain dissipated. The very fabric of space trembled. That young man was about to emerge. Wu Xingyang raised his fist, glancing toward the opposite side. The elderly man in the gray robe and the few individuals beside him also turned their gazes in their direction. Their expressions were devoid of warmth as they gestured with intricate hand signs. Behind these figures, layers of radiant light began to materialize. Xia, take cover, Fang'an urged, lightly patting Xia Changming on the shoulder. Understood, Xia Changming replied, only to suddenly feel a peculiar sharpness in his head. His features contorting before Fang'an tucked him away into his sleeve. Wu Xingyang's voice echoed, this could be troublesome. Our numbers are somewhat insufficient. Fang'an, with a smile, stepped forward to stand alongside him, saying, no need to rush. Our master has emerged from seclusion and will arrive shortly. Hearing this, Wu Xingyang breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to the others around them, as divine light shimmered and magical artifacts danced in the air. Both sides remained fixated on the center. The moment someone emerged from the space, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. A peculiar humming resonated through the air. A tall figure clad in white appeared, one hand cradling a basketball, while the other rested behind his back, exuding an air of calm. With striking features, flowing white hair, and a gentle smile gracing his lips, he made his entrance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, he roared, the pressure akin to a mountain weighing down upon him, causing him to stagger and kneel. What transpired? The one-armed elder's face flushed crimson under the overwhelming force as he turned his gaze to his side. Suddenly, all visible treasures fell like rain. The one-armed elder was dumbfounded. Not just him, but everyone around him had also knelt. This included Wu Xingyang and Fang'an across from him, all succumbing without exception. A collective prostration ensued. With a tearing sound, a stunning woman in a green dress emerged from the spatial rift, just as she landed. A gasp escaped her lips as her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the silver-haired youth holding the orb in the center. Then she too knelt. Silence enveloped the place. Everyone knelt in perfect unison, their eyes wide as they beheld the silver-haired boy who had just stepped forth from the spatial turbulence. What kind of pressure is this? Why did my legs give way uncontrollably? All present were formidable beings, quickly honing their consciousness on the silver orb in the boy's grasp. The elder in the gray robe wore a grim expression. Is the silver orb the source of this pressure? Is it a treasure he acquired from the chance of the 7 kills? How can it be him? The astonished voice came from behind him. The gray-robed elder turned with effort to see a white-bearded man in a red robe. Do you recognize him? Is he not the elder from Suishin Mountain? The red-robed man, bowed under the weight, replied in a muffled tone, Brother Lu, he is not an elder. Lu Shi lowered his head, furrowing his brow. Not an elder? How could that be? How could anyone who is not an elder possess the authority to subdue the 7 kills? He is a celestial root. A direct disciple of Elder Li, Lu Shi murmured. What? How could it be him? Wasn't he only at the Golden Core stage? Could it be that all these years he was merely playing the fool? Unbeknownst to him, 200 years prior, he had chanced upon a brief encounter at the mysterious peak. He never imagined he could suppress Zhao Qisha. Perhaps he has already achieved the transformation stage, or even the separation stage. Upon hearing the red-robed man's words, Lu Shi's expression darkened further. He cast a fierce glance at the silver-haired youth, inwardly vowing, even if he possesses a celestial root, his master has ascended. It is one matter to seize such a grand opportunity from the 7 kills, but his greatest folly was to harbor murderous intent against them. Our Shao Immortal Sect values camaraderie above all. To take such drastic measures over a trivial matter amongst fellow disciples is utterly unreasonable. This matter must be settled with him. That silver orb must be returned, as a proper account to Sect Master Zhao, as the protector of Zhao Qisha, and having received great kindness from Zhao Xuanji. Lu Shi regarded Zhao Qisha as akin to his own kin. Now, seeing the one responsible, who isn't even an elder of the sect, he began to contemplate how to seek justice for Zhao Qisha. Suddenly, an irked voice resonated in Lu Shi's ear. What do you mean by staring at me like that? Are you tired of living? Boom. A dull thud echoed. Lu Shi had no time to react. Spinning like a top, he was hurled hundreds of miles through the air, crashing into a celestial peak within the northern hall. A thunderous roar ensued as dust billowed, and the peak crumbled. Kneeling, Yuan Ying felt her hair whipped by the tempest, her pupils contracting as she lowered her gaze, penetrating the heavy fog to witness Lu Shi sprawled on the ground like an ancient tortoise, his breath barely discernible. After several seconds, there was still no sign of movement. He had completely lost consciousness. Her eyes reflected disbelief. What had she just witnessed? That boy, Chu Yun, had approached Lu Shi and kicked him squarely on the forehead. And then, the peak cultivator Lu Shi, at the apex of the cave void stage, was sent flying. No, it wasn't merely being kicked away. It was as if he had nearly been killed, even with the suppression of the silver orb in hand. Lu Shi's performance was utterly abysmal. But that was right. It was that Lu Shi was inadequate. Rather, Chu Yun was exceptionally formidable. What kind of physical power is this? How many transformations has this little fellow achieved in just a few days of training with the 9 turns glazed body? Xianingbing, both perplexed and astonished, gazed at Chu Yun, her emotions surging. After kicking Lu Shi away, Chu Yun surveyed the surroundings, taking note of the multitude still kneeling before him. Somewhat surprised as he weighed the silver orb in his palm. This object was far more potent than he had anticipated. He unleashed his magical power, enveloping the silver orb. And instantly, the overwhelming pressure was completely subdued. The throng of kneeling individuals felt an immense sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They rose hurriedly, standing tall as they fixed their gazes upon Chu Yun. The formidable figures of the Suishin mountain lineage were already aware of Chu Yun's identity. The disciples of the Shaoao mountain, upon discovering that Chu Yun possessed a heavenly spiritual root, were momentarily taken aback when they witnessed him kick Lu Shi away with a mere lift of his foot. Something felt amiss. This scenario was not supposed to unfold with us surrounding and pressuring him, while he cowered behind the figures of Suishin Mountain, trembling in fear. How could he compel us to kneel right from the outset? Kneeling was one thing, but to kick someone in the process? This was entirely outside the script. Chu Yun, however, paid no heed to their bewilderment. His heart yearned for home as he greeted a few familiar faces around him, then turned his attention to the teleportation point of the North Hall, which was dominated by a colossal Xuanwu statue standing proudly at its center. Chu Yun called out Xianingbing, who had risen to her feet upon noticing his intention to depart. Chu Yun turned to her and smiled. Are you also here to cultivate in the North Hall, Master Ant? You continue with your training. I must return to my retreat. Xianingbing was about to raise her hand to call him back, but found Chu Yun's figure suddenly becoming ephemeral, vanishing into the Xuanwu statue. This impetuous lad, Xian Ningbing's delicate features shifted slightly. She was filled with an array of questions for him, especially after witnessing him send a peak Void Realm expert flying moments earlier, which left her with even more doubts. With a stomp of her foot, she pursued him. The onlookers watched in silence as Chu Yun's figure dissipated, exchanging glances with one another. What exactly were we guarding for this past hour? With a sigh of resignation, Fong and waved his sleeve, releasing a figure resembling a bald-headed man. Master Fong. The bald figure emerged, his face etched with urgency as he scanned the surroundings, realizing that both the gray-robed, one-armed elder and Chu Yun were absent. Panic set in as he exclaimed, "Where is Master Uncle? Has he been captured?" Ultimately, Xian Ningbing was unable to catch up with Chu Yun. Upon his return to the ethereal peak, he entered the secluded sanctuary he had meticulously crafted. Nestled within the heart of the mountain, this space exists independently from the realms of the 9 provinces, resembling a miniature world unto itself. Not even Xian Ningbing, nor the original master of the ethereal peak, Li Pamiao, could easily locate it. Breakthrough cards, he mused. The principle should be thus, and then thus. Once these intricate problems are resolved, it is merely a matter of gathering materials. Fortunately, with this silver orb in hand, he pondered how many breakthrough cards could be forged once it was melted down. Chu Yun sat poised before a towering 9-tiered pagoda, which resembled a furnace, constantly ablaze with flames of every hue. Spiritual energy surged forth, permeating the air for miles around. Before Chu Yun floated a palm-sized golden card, upon which a miniature nascent soul was depicted, cradling its dantian with both hands, quietly engrossed in its cultivation. With both hands, he continuously executed various incantations, sending the silver sphere into the 9th tier of the 9-tiered pagoda. Under his adept manipulation, the efficiency was remarkable. Within just 1 hour, a golden card frame materialized at the pinnacle of the pagoda, nearly identical to the one before Chu Yun. The surface of the silver sphere formed strands of silvery liquid, which Chu Yun dipped a magically conjured brush into, beginning to sketch the design of a miniature Yuan Ying on the card's face. System. In the Xian Zone of Freedom, within the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, the master of the mystical mechanism spoke. It is as follows. That celestial root has unexpectedly emerged from seclusion and nearly slain the 7 killers, seizing his opportunity and acquiring a treasure of immense significance. I suspect this treasure bears the essence of the heavenly Tao. All the elders present there knelt in awe. This treasure is undoubtedly extraordinary, possessing an overwhelming suppression, to the extent that even Elder Lu suffered considerable losses. Should we not return this treasure to its rightful owner and request its return to us? A respectful voice recounted the happenings at the Jinwu Hall with embellishments. Inside the Heart Inquiry Pavilion, a light chuckle was heard. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly surged forth. Since this is a matter for the younger generation, let them contend for themselves. The 7 killers are not a match for the celestial root. That is his own inadequacy, not others' fault. You must refrain from further interference. As for that treasure, the inquirer, alarmed, prostrated on the ground, cautiously raising his head to behold a towering ethereal figure, his heart racing. The voice of the figure resonated again. The essence of the heavenly Tao is intriguing, indeed. The celestial root possesses commendable fortune. Are you suggesting that in the past, it would have been permissible for him to retain it? Times have changed. The path to immortality has been severed by an unparalleled existence. The era of the end of the law has begun. For the sake of the celestial root, this object related to the heavenly Tao must be secured within the sect to prevent unforeseen calamities and avoid falling into the wrong hands. What course of action should we take regarding this, master of the mystical mechanism? To bully the weak with the strong is not in good taste. Are the fellows from the unfettered mountain not tough nuts to crack? It would be difficult to explain to the master. As the bell rings, ceremony approaches. The supreme Tao body requires a whetstone to hone its edge. Once the sharpening is complete, the celestial root may return it. Understood. Begone. The prostrated figure hastily rose, bowed, and turned to exit. Suddenly, the ethereal figure spoke again. The Tiangong Hall elder, named Feng Taiyu, eliminate her. The figure paused, hesitating, but she is Feng Taiyuan's sister. He has rendered service to the sect. In times of turmoil, we must first eliminate potential threats. Go. As the figure was about to respond, a calm voice echoed from outside the hall. Zhao Qisha, seizing the opportunities of fellow disciples and offending the chief, given his youth and ignorance, shall be penalized 3 times with the loss of heavenly stage opportunities. Lu Shi, through intimidation, has wronged the weak and brazenly attacked the chief. He shall be punished with the self-destruction of a millennium of cultivation as a warning to others. The figure's expression changed dramatically. Is it the master? How could he intervene in this matter? The good news was that the voice did not direct its admonition towards the hall. The bad news was that the speaker was indeed the legitimate master, delivering a decree to the entire sect without a hint of mercy. The figure, alarmed, spoke up. Master of the mystical mechanism, this punishment is excessively harsh. The 3 lost heavenly stage opportunities will lead Zhao Qisha down a convoluted path. Moreover, Elder Lu is the one who truly suffered. No response came. The hall fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment, a scoff echoed. This old fool is quite protective of the celestial root. The figure watched in astonishment as the immense ethereal image shattered, dissipating without a trace. What? Does the master intend to disregard this? Time passed swiftly, and over a month slipped by. In the depths of the mysterious peak, within a concealed small world, a silver-haired youth suddenly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He glanced at the towering 9-tiered pagoda ahead. The flames had long since extinguished, and the silver sphere, now the size of a basketball, had been completely refined by him, transformed into breakthrough cards. In total, he had crafted over 1,300 breakthrough cards, all of which had been utilized. He directed his perception inward. His dantian is as vast as a galaxy. At its core lies a golden infant, immense and reminiscent of a Buddha statue, representing the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Surrounding this golden infant is a large circle of golden nascent souls, shoulder to shoulder, encircling one another. Beyond that, there are successive rings resembling the great sun, formed by golden elixirs. This is the result of his recent endeavor, utilizing over 1,300 breakthrough cards in one go. Notably, during the use of these breakthrough cards, he comprehensively grasped his unique method of advancing from elixir to nascent soul, subsequently elevating approximately 200 more nascent souls, bringing his total to an impressive 1,500. In addition to his cultivation enhancement, his spiritual awareness has surged once more. The great sword formed from his spiritual awareness shines even more brilliantly. Even the range of his spiritual perception has soared to a terrifying 15 meters after refining the rewards from the system. Chu Yun sighed, lamenting that the system's breakthrough cards have become rather ineffective. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, they no longer serve him. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. He gazed at his inner universe, contemplating. It may not necessarily be the issue of the breakthrough card. Achieving the spirit transformation stage is not inherently difficult. However, my abundance of golden elixirs juxtaposed with a scarcity of primordial infants creates an imbalance. Even if I were to force a breakthrough into the spirit transformation stage, it would adversely affect my foundational strength. Ultimately, it all boils down to a fragile foundation. Had my foundation been sufficiently solid, a transition into the spirit transformation stage would not pose such latent risks. In the past, one could gradually cultivate a solid foundation. Yet it seems that such an approach is no longer viable. I find myself in dire need of cultivation resources, extremely lacking. Chu Yun's expression grew increasingly solemn. In the realm of cultivation, resources are paramount, not to mention the immense consumption of divine materials required for the creation of breakthrough cards. He possesses a colossal spiritual root, akin to a walking machine for the absorption of spiritual energy, with demands for resources that are outrageously high. To reach his current stature, it can be said that he has expended resources of astronomical proportions. Even without striving for breakthroughs, the resources and spiritual energy required to sustain his cultivation are akin to an insatiable abyss. Over the years, despite the fact that the Carefree Immortal Sect is the foremost sect in the 9 provinces, and he enjoys the privileges of being its premier disciple, the meager offerings from the sect are far from sufficient for his cultivation needs. In earlier years, it was his master who tirelessly ventured out to procure resources for him, running to the brink of exhaustion just to provide him with the means to sustain himself. It was only after he developed a self-sustaining golden core technique that he could cultivate without the need for constant attention, allowing the cores to absorb spiritual energy autonomously, seek out resources, and grow independently, alleviating some of the pressure. However, this was akin to having 100,000 prodigies with spiritual roots of the highest caliber relentlessly devouring the cultivation resources of the world. In the past, Chu Yun remained largely oblivious to this reality. Recently, after his self-promotion to 200 nascent souls, he has distinctly sensed the thinning of spiritual energy, with resources rapidly depleting under his consumption. The end of the law era is imminent, and the 9 provinces can scarcely sustain me. To ascend, I must rely solely on the system. He cast his gaze upon the system's logs. Earlier, during his cultivation, he had faintly heard the system's prompt. Yet he had been so engrossed that he had not paid it any heed. Soon, the contents of the system logs materialized before him. What caught his eye were several recent notifications. My goodness! Host, you have been aimlessly wandering the streets, only to suddenly attain enlightenment and advance to the late stage of the nascent soul. You have received a reward, triple cultivation acceleration talisman 10. Remarkable. Host, upon awakening from your slumber, you find yourself invigorated and, to your astonishment, have reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul, leaving you utterly shocked and secretly pondering whether the system has manifested its grace to assist you in secret. You have received a reward, Heart of Heaven Clarity Technique. 2 independent messages abruptly appeared. Chu Yun felt somewhat helpless, realizing that the only thing this system seemed to grasp clearly was his realm, was it not? He flipped through the log, beginning his perusal from the very start. The information was scant, and he quickly reached the end. After over a century of diligent cultivation, the host had finally assimilated all the opportunities to ascend the heavenly ladder, successfully breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Observing the burgeoning nascent soul, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. His nascent soul was significantly larger than that of an average mid-stage cultivator, signifying that even someone deemed a waste like him possessed the potential to contend across realms. However, once the initial excitement subsided, he realized it was not yet time to celebrate with champagne. His master, Elder Haitu, and his formidable adversary, Wang Chan, were both watching him closely, compelling him to hasten his path to strength and seize further opportunities, with the intention of turning the tables on them. Exiting his secluded retreat, he meticulously erased all traces of his presence and made his way to the nearby town of Yinshuan. In a quaint tavern, he overheard a storyteller passionately recounting tales of the foremost swordsman of the 8 desolations, who was set to deliver a discourse in Jinhai City in the near future. This ignited a flicker of anticipation within him, as he too once harbored dreams of becoming a sword immortal. It is worth noting that the renowned swordsman, Huang Tingdao, had a great azure bowl in his youth, which had saved his life on multiple occasions, and he regarded it as a brother. During a time of great chaos, Huang Tingdao became separated from the azure bowl. Centuries later, as Huang Tingdao's name resonated throughout the world, the earnest azure bowl, by a twist of fate, cultivated to the nascent soul stage and has been quietly honing its skills at Tianfeng Slope and lands however since. The host could venture to Tianfeng Slope to forge a friendship with the azure bowl and journey together to Jinhai City. Indeed, with his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, a new counterattack mission had emerged. Lanzhao Tianfeng Slope. With a casual flick of his wrist, a scroll materialized in his palm, which he meticulously unfurled for closer examination. This map of the 9 provinces, a labor of love meticulously collected and crafted by the generations of the Xian sect, held the essence of their dedication. Not only in the present, but even millennia ago, there was no record of a place called Lan Province, nor could one find the likes of Tianfeng Slope or a great azure bowl cultivated to the Yuan Ying stage. The system had fundamentally bound the wrong individual. They were not even in the same realm. Thus, relying on the system's information for credible intelligence was inherently fraught with difficulty. The system? The reward for this reversal task was merely a breakthrough card? According to the vast data calculations of this system, the current host's most pressing need was indeed a breakthrough card. No, thank you. Could there be a more varied selection? I desire resources, abundant, plentiful resources. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He picked up the pale blue scroll and leafed through its pages, then extracted a strand of cow hair from a groove in the scroll, casually rolling it between his fingers. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, he began to contemplate the task at hand. Based on my experience, the system's criteria were not excessively stringent. In reality, as long as it pertained to a cow, it should suffice, shouldn't it? A fleeting figure flashed through his mind, sparking an idea. The sound of rumbling echoed as 2 stone doors swung open against a smooth mountain wall. Chu Yun's silhouette soared back from the depths of Misty Peak to the summit. Just as he intended to depart, Xia Changming, noticing his presence, promptly prepared a sumptuous feast to detain him. Once Chu Yun had nearly finished his meal, Xia Changming approached, rubbing his hands together. Master Uncle. Chu Yun set down his chopsticks and glanced up at him. Is there something you need? Thank you for that day. If it weren't for you, Zhao Qishao would have likely become even more arrogant. Xia Changming recalled the events at the Jinwu Hall, where he had summoned help in advance before confronting Zhao Qishao. Who could have anticipated the sudden closure of Jinwu Hall? Had it not been for Master Uncle's timely arrival, he would have likely been left gasping for breath by the time Grandmaster and the others arrived. Chu Yun chuckled. You need not thank me. He was merely reclaiming what was mine. Xia Changming had struggled for half the day to retrieve the anomaly, and as the deadline approached, he ventured out to investigate. It was absurd that such a trivial anomaly could be seized within a prestigious sect like the Carefree Immortal Sect. Xia Changming felt a touch of embarrassment. Regardless, you still came to my aid, Master Uncle. I was waiting for your return that day, but I didn't expect Grandmaster and the others to say you had already left. By the way, Xia Changming continued, raising his palm, a faint crimson glow emanating from it, revealing a piece of azure lynxy jade nestled in his palm. This is a gift from my sister for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His expression displayed a hint of astonishment. For within the jade was a technique, an upgraded version of the 9 turns glazed body. The voice of Xia Changming resonated beside him in admiration. Do not be surprised. That day, I took what you shared with me to consult my sister. To my astonishment, after she listened, she seemed to grasp the essence of it, and soon after made improvements to the 9 turns glazed body. My sister's mastery of the 10th turn is truly formidable. I never anticipated that such a powerful physical cultivation technique could be further enhanced. Chu Yun maintained his composure. This version of the 10th turn glazed body, while slightly weaker than the 10th turn he had deduced, possessed its own unique characteristics. He felt a surge of emotion. Although this senior uncle possessed only average talent, he was a genuinely good person, always thinking of him whenever something new arose. Thus, he casually inquired, where's the senior uncle? She left the sect a few days ago on business. Left the sect? As it happened, the senior uncle had been in seclusion recently and was unaware of a significant event that had transpired across the land. Xia Changming slapped his forehead, his expression tinged with alarm. Observing the look of lingering fear on Chu Yun's face, he curiously asked, what significant event? Xia Changming hastily nodded. This matter is of utmost importance. Senior uncle, please do not become agitated upon hearing it. What could be so alarming? Chu Yun questioned, somewhat puzzled, cradling a cup of cola in his hands. Xia Changming's face turned grim, and he pointed toward the sky. Senior uncle, the path to immortality has been severed. The world is now in chaos, a complete mess, especially with the 3 major demonic sects becoming increasingly rampant. Even my sister has to go out to suppress them. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. The repercussions of the broken path to immortality had manifested so swiftly. Xia Changming, noticing his calm demeanor, was somewhat taken aback. You are aware? Those cultivators with higher talents typically exhibited more pronounced reactions upon learning of the severed path to immortality. The wine shops operated within the sect had been inundated with sales of spiritual liquor. Many elders and prodigies were in a state of uproar. In Xia Changming's view, the senior uncle would surely be shocked and disconcerted upon receiving such grim news. Yet, Chu Yun remained unnervingly composed, as if he had known all along. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Yun's tranquil voice, Xia Changming rubbed his smooth head and asked, Senior uncle, do you not harbor any resentment? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Huh? Resent what? Resent the unscrupulous being who severed the path to immortality? You possess a celestial root and should not be far from transcending tribulation, right? With your talent, ascending to the upper realms would merely be a matter of the next few hundred years. Now that the path is obstructed, ascension is no longer possible. As he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, cautiously observing the expression on Chu Yun's face, which remained as serene as a placid lake. After a moment of silence, Chu Yun inquired, how do you know that someone has severed the path to immortality? Xia Changming replied matter-of-factly, in the 9 provinces. There are sects and schools. This news is already widespread. Xia Changming quickly discerned that Chu Yun was merely aware of the disruption of the path to immortality, but lacked the specifics. He proceeded to enlighten him. This matter originated from the old sword god of the ancient divine sword pavilion. This venerable figure is the foremost swordsman in the 9 provinces. Possessing a noble character and integrity akin to that of a sword, he would never speak frivolously. It is said that the old sword god has recently completed the ascension ceremony and embarked upon the path to immortality. With fervor, he recounted all that he knew, culminating in an indignant slap of the table. Damn it! How utterly despicable! How could such a thing occur? That is the path to immortality. To simply sever it at will. How are all cultivators supposed to endure this? Now, it was not only the minions of the demonic sects who were in an uproar. Cultivators across the realm were in a frenzy, vehemently cursing the individual responsible for this calamity. Chu Yun felt a twitch in his expression as an image of a god. Sword-wielding old man surfaced in his mind, realizing that this news had emanated from him. Observing Xia Changming's furious demeanor, he suggested softly, perhaps it was an accident? Xia Changming's eyes widened in disbelief. The path to immortality is no ordinary road. How could it be severed by mere accident? Powerful figures from the 10,000 Methods sect have deduced that a demon lord from the demon realm has descended, intent on extinguishing our hopes in the 9 provinces and annihilating our realm. His frustration mounted, his eloquence blossoming in a torrent of indignation. He waved his hand in resignation, and a flash of golden light swept past Xia Changming's lips, silencing him instantly. Changming, a tranquil heart and a serene nature, must not speak recklessly. Xia Changming blinked, gazing at his granduncle's calm demeanor, his eyes clear, devoid of even a hint of anger. Witnessing this stirred an inexplicable emotion within him, leaving him feeling ashamed. The steadfastness of his granduncle's resolve was truly remarkable. Despite being on the brink of calamity, merely steps away from ascension, the path to immortality had been abruptly severed. Logically, one would expect him to be even more furious, to be far more vehement in his rebukes, yet he remained unperturbed, embodying tranquility. What kind of temperament is this? If only I possessed such composure as my granduncle, there would be nothing I could not achieve. He hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, Master Uncle, I have attained understanding. Thank you for your guidance. Chu Yun inquired, what have you comprehended? In the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone, towering peaks loomed, shrouded in dark mist. My lord, that human great ascendant has ceased to struggle, confined deep within the Forbidden Zone, reported an elderly man with a white beard, frail and stooped, who bore a massive tortoise shell on his back, addressing a horned giant seated upon a boulder. The horned giant replied indifferently, let this great ascendant, who dares to provoke the Forbidden Zone, become nourishment for it, thereby replenishing its power. Within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, its master is an invincible entity. Even a human great ascendant cannot rival him. Under normal circumstances, one could flee if unable to defeat an opponent. However, given that this great ascendant is gravely injured, refining him will be beneficial for the entire Tsongshan Forbidden Zone. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. He swiped his hand to the side, shattering a colossal mountain. How infuriating. Did you not declare with utmost certainty before your last slumber that you could break through? Yet now that you have awakened, you tell me that your demise is imminent? Sigh. The ancient turtle lamented, I do not wish for this either. As a being of the Forbidden Zone, my fate is intertwined with this realm. Although my power, bolstered by the forces of the Forbidden Zone, far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, I am still constrained by its oppressive rules. My cultivation speed is several times slower than that of a typical practitioner. Based on previous progress, a breakthrough should have been achievable within 6 years. However, who could have anticipated such a drastic turn of events? The path to immortality has been severed, and the spiritual energy of the world is beginning to collapse. My cultivation has slowed further, and the amount of spiritual energy I can absorb diminishes. 6 years are simply insufficient for a breakthrough unless I can accelerate my training speed twofold. Upon hearing the ancient turtle's account, the brawny man remained silent. The rupture of the path to immortality prompted him to consider his own affairs. The constraints of the Forbidden Zone affected him even more severely as its master. Not only was his cultivation speed hindered, but he found himself unable to even leave the Forbidden Zone, let alone tread the path to immortality and ascend to the higher realms. He had not anticipated that the chain reaction would unfold so swiftly. The ancient turtle, who once had the potential to survive, now faced the specter of death. He spoke of a method, yet even he, the master of Tsongshan, found himself utterly helpless. For beings in the realm of integration, seeking treasures to expedite their cultivation was akin to scaling the heavens. And to double the speed of cultivation? Merely escaping the constraints of the Forbidden Zone would be a significant improvement. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, cursing under his breath, that damned demon. What idle whim drove him to sever the path to immortality? Last time, that celestial being was so arrogant, when the path to immortality was obstructed. Why didn't he strike down that demon? Curse him. As he continued his tirade, an inexplicable chill enveloped the brawny figure, raising goosebumps across his skin. Suddenly, a figure with white hair descended from the heavens. Boom. The master of Songshan stumbled and fell to the ground. Are you cursing me? The old turtle beside him widened his eyes, staring at the white-haired youth who stood with a beaming smile on the back of the brawny man. Speaking in a gentle tone, the old turtle craned his neck, gazing at the youth, gasping in disbelief. Who are you? Why are you here again? Step aside. A furious voice erupted from beneath the white-haired youth. The old turtle swallowed hard, observing his master clawing at the ground in frustration, his face flushed red, while the figure above remained utterly unmoved, like an immovable mountain. He hurriedly said, Esteemed immortal, my master spoke thoughtlessly just now. I did not expect you to pass by at this moment. I apologize on his behalf and kindly ask you to forgive us. Do not call me immortal. I am no deity. Chu Yun glanced at the stooped old man who nodded at him and smiled before leaping down from the back of the burly man. Not a deity? The old man was taken aback, and upon seeing the horned giant stand up, he glared angrily. What do you want here again? I need a favor. A favor? The horned giant was stunned, his expression darkening. Hearing those words made him feel uneasy. Damn it, this calamity has come to stir trouble again. I want help. There was no way he would assist again. Find someone else. Do not come to me. The horned giant resolutely declined. Is it never-ending? Once was enough. Why must there be a second time? I am the lord of the Forbidden Zone, not your errand boy. As the horned giant seethed, he suddenly felt a tug on his arm and looked down to see the old turtle beside him, shaking his head cautiously. The old turtle then addressed Chu Yun. Please wait a moment. Chu Yun cast him a glance, but remained silent. Meanwhile, the horned giant frowned and shot the old turtle a glare. A hoarse voice echoed in his ear. Master, do not court disaster again. Do you not realize? This one has just denied being an immortal. He can easily suppress you. He is undoubtedly a being from the upper realm. At this point, the old turtle paused before continuing. Is it possible that he is the fiend who severed the path to immortality? Celestials from the upper realm at least have their principles. However, the fiends from the demon realm are notoriously treacherous and malevolent. If he commands you to act, what if you refuse? A cold sweat began to bead on the horned giant's back. The old turtle's reminder jolted him into awareness. He quickly responded mentally, Damn it! How did I not think of that? Thank goodness for your presence, old turtle. What should we do now? You don't think he intends to incite chaos in the Forbidden Zone and wreak havoc on the world, do you? Master, I cannot fathom the thoughts of such a demon. We can only take it one step at a time. If we lack strength, we must be cautious. Understood. The horned giant's gaze towards Chu Yun shifted, now filled with wariness and fear. The old turtle was right. If he could commit such a heartless act as severing the path to immortality, what else was he incapable of? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He was too lazy to explain and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Forget that thing. It pertains to other matters. Then what do you want me to do? What matter? I need you to transform and accompany me on a journey. Transform? Into what form? Into a bull. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yun raised his finger. He conjured the form of the large blue bull from the strategy provided by the system, sketching it in the air with his magic. Soon, a colossal blue bull, towering over 2 meters in height, materialized. Its limbs were robust, and its head was broad and large. The bull's large, round eyes locked onto those of the burly man, engaging in a comical stare-off. The burly man exclaimed. He had mentally prepared himself, but upon seeing the enormous azure bull, a surge of fury welled up within him. You expect me to transform into such a creature? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A warrior may be slain but shall never endure humiliation. If you take my life, I shall never become this abomination. His face flushed a deep crimson, as if he had been subjected to an egregious affront, with his eyes ablaze with fury. Initially, he believed it was merely a matter of searching for something, a task he could reluctantly accept. Yet this time, it had escalated to a blatant insult to his very dignity. As the esteemed ruler of the Forbidden Zone, are you truly asking me to transform into this? Once transformed, will I also be expected to serve as your steed? Indeed, you are a despicable and shameless fiend. The notion of simply assisting in a transformation is laughably simplistic. It appears you intend to treat me as your mount. Observing his reluctance, Chu Yun furrowed his brow, gazing at the raging bull horns of the hulking figure before him. Are you not merely a bull? What is there to resist? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun arrived at a realization. He reached into his bosom and produced a stack of yellow talisman papers, extending them to the horned brute. Here. What a useless item. The horned giant's expression was frigid, remaining utterly still. Meanwhile, the old turtle beside him was in a state of frantic agitation. Was it merely a transformation into a bull? You are, after all, originally a bull. What is the issue? How could you have just agreed, only to become so obstinate now? Observing the master's immobility, he quickly donned a smile and accepted the papers with both hands, lowering his gaze to the yellow talismans, which formed a thick stack of approximately 100 sheets. The surface of the talismans was inscribed with unfamiliar runes. As he held them and flipped through them, he marveled. What sort of talisman is this? The old turtle felt a twinge of surprise within. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of talismanic arts, and, during a moment of leisure, while crafting boundary-breaking talismans, he idly sketched dozens of them. Within his dantian, there resided triple acceleration talismans, though not as many as the double cultivation acceleration talismans, primarily due to his limited proficiency. He had yet to master the technique for drawing the triple variety. Acceleration and cultivation? The brawny man with horns suddenly trembled, snatching the talismans from the old turtle's hands, scrutinizing them from every angle. However, he failed to comprehend their significance. Regardless, how long can these acceleration talismans sustain their effect? He inquired, his tone tinged with excitement as he pointed at the old turtle with the talisman paper. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun reflected upon the modifications he had made while drawing the double talismans, concluding that their duration should exceed that of those produced by the system by several folds. He affirmed they should last for a few years without issue. The old turtle was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that a twist of fate would present such an opportunity before him. Who could have foreseen that these unique talismans from the demon realm would hold the power to accelerate cultivation? Upon hearing this, the horned man felt a surge of hope within his heart. The old turtle was saved. He clenched his fist tightly, seemingly having made a significant resolution, and gazed at the talismans, speaking in a low voice. If I transform, will all of this be mine? Chu Yun shook his head, causing the horned giant to feel a chill in his heart. Very well, very well. So, there is indeed a scheme awaiting me, is there? I dislike being in debt. Last time I sought your assistance in haste, I forgot to offer compensation. Hence, this is now yours. Chu Yun replied slowly. This time, there will be another reward for your help. Upon hearing this, the horned giant froze, a flicker of conflict and struggle passing through his eyes. After a considerable internal debate, he gritted his teeth and declared to Chu Yun, Fine, I shall transform. But this time, I demand that double-speed cultivation talisman as my reward. I want another stack of the same. Agreed. However, let me make it clear, while transforming is simple, persuading me to accompany you is nearly impossible. It's not that I am unwilling. The rules of the Forbidden Zone are absolute. Even if I wish to leave, it would be futile. All right. Let us proceed step by step. Chu Yun observed his demeanor, feeling somewhat helpless. Why was it as if transforming him was akin to taking his life? It was just him. Even the old turtle understood his master well. Witnessing his resolute demeanor, as if prepared for martyrdom, he couldn't help but say, Master, if it's too difficult, perhaps we should reconsider. Stand back. I am about to transform. The old turtle quickly retreated a few paces, pondering momentarily before inquiring, Is there any risk in becoming this green bull? The horned giant scoffed. No risk at all. It's just that this is a cow. With that, a puff of white smoke erupted, and he transformed into the large green bull that Chu Yun had sketched in midair, appearing remarkably lifelike. Chu Yun stared in astonishment, and upon closer inspection, realized that this large green bull indeed seemed to lack certain male attributes. The system's task description had emphasized the gentle nature of the green bull, leading Chu Yun to instinctively assume it was a male. Who could have anticipated that it was a simple, honest female cow? Chu Yun suddenly understood, gazing at the large green bull. No wonder it had been so hesitant to transform. What difference was there between this and donning women's attire? What are you staring at? Hand over the talismans. The large green bull, sensing Chu Yun's gaze, grumbled. Chu Yun generously produced a stack and tossed it toward the old turtle. The old turtle, still dazed, was fixated on the bull's rear and had yet to comprehend the situation. The talismans hovered momentarily in midair, and the disgruntled voice of the horned giant resounded. Take them. Why are you still dawdling? Are they not for my use? The old turtle promptly caught them, astonished to find them even thicker than before, exclaiming, so many? It's ample compensation for mental anguish. Mental anguish? The old turtle, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped the implication, feeling it was remarkably fitting. He turned to the large green bull, bowing deeply, his lips trembling with excitement. Thank you, master. He is acutely aware of the nature of his master, domineering and forceful. The most ferocious among all the forbidden zones of the 9 provinces. For someone as proud as him, being reduced to a mere cow would be more agonizing than death itself. Yet, his master has indeed transformed for the sake of his meager existence. Such profound loyalty, though unspoken, overwhelms the old turtle with gratitude, as he tightly clutches the talisman and silently vows eternal allegiance. After transforming into a great azure bull, the brawny creature, brimming with impatience, retorted impatiently, enough of this incessant chatter, hurry and focus on your cultivation to achieve a breakthrough. The transformation is complete. Once I step out of this forbidden zone, there will be no turning back. Let us proceed swiftly with what lies ahead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He always felt that the cow seemed to misunderstand his intentions. However, after transforming into the great azure bull, the system remained unresponsive, leaving him uncertain if this course of action would prove effective. Gazing at the robust physique of the great azure bull, Chu Yun pondered for a moment before instructing. Refrain from emanating your aura. Must I really suppress my aura? Why so many trivial matters? How should it even manifest? Chu Yun took out a faintly azure scroll and glanced at it. Initial stage of Yuan Ying. Upon hearing this, the great azure bull could not be bothered to respond, its mighty tail swishing like a windmill, as its overwhelming aura suddenly diminished significantly. It reverted precisely to the initial stage of Yuan Ying. Ding. The host has encountered the great azure bull for the first time at Tianfeng Slope. Please hasten to establish a friendship with the great azure bull and journey together to Jinhai City. The system's voice immediately resonated. Chu Yun felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, it worked. This intellectually challenged system was remarkably easy to manipulate, as simply finding a Yuan Ying stage great azure bull sufficed to pass its recognition. He turned to the great azure bull and inquired, You claim you cannot leave the forbidden zone? The great azure bull retorted, Nonsense. The old turtle, realizing that Chu Yun was unfamiliar with the forbidden zones of the 9 provinces, quickly stepped forward to elucidate, esteemed lord of the demon. The forbidden zone is a colossal celestial formation. Beneath each forbidden zone lies a suppression of great malevolence from the upper realms. My master, as the sovereign of the forbidden zone, serves as the focal point of this formation, rendering it indeed impossible for him to venture beyond its confines. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, for this old turtle had unveiled a staggering secret of the forbidden zone. He pondered for a moment and inquired, Who has set this formation? What is the nature of the calamity from the upper realm? What power does it possess? The old turtle gestured towards the sky, stating, The formation is laid out by the Tao lineage of the 9 provinces in conjunction with the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces. As for the nature of the calamity from the upper realm, we are unaware of its true strength. All we know is that it originates from above and is terrifying to an extreme, unleashing catastrophic upheavals each time. Were it not for the numerous forces within the 9 provinces that share a lineage with the upper realm, which have summoned assistance from above on several occasions, the 9 provinces would have long been annihilated. Chu Yun nodded. So, you refer to those entities as calamities from the upper realm. Indeed. It is not uncommon for wormholes from other worlds to manifest in the void, allowing ferocious beasts from the upper realm to descend into the 9 provinces. In times past, when I was absent, such occurrences would indeed lead to great disasters. Wormholes. They are merely spatial passages. Thank you, esteemed demon lord, for your guidance. I have gained knowledge. The old turtle suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, but then a jolt of realization struck him. Beside him, the great azure bull rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean by saying that when you were absent, disasters would ensue? Did you not also just descend from the upper realm? It sounds as though you have some prior experience. He spoke with a hint of nonchalance. Thus, you should comprehend that my duty is to ensure that no errors occur within the forbidden zone. Unless the formidable beast below is eradicated, one cannot venture beyond the confines of the forbidden area. Moreover, the old turtle's assertions are not entirely accurate. Throughout the annals of the 9 provinces, records indicate that several dozen formidable beasts have emerged from the spatial passages of the upper realm. Yet, there are only 7 forbidden zones. This is due to the fact that the terrifying beasts suppressed beneath these zones are so formidable that even the mightiest from the upper realms cannot vanquish them. Thus they must be contained through sealing. You are nothing but a fool. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently. In the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone, brilliant streams of light shot skyward. The great azure bull abruptly rose to its feet, its eyes bloodshot. And it bellowed furiously, "You have shattered the formation of the Forbidden Zone. Have you lost your mind? Beneath Tsongshan lies a hellhound. Do you even know what a hellhound is? How dare you obliterate my Forbidden Zone?" He glared fiercely at the silver-haired youth. As Chu Yun spoke, he unsheathed a long sword that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. With a swift motion, the mountain swayed, and clouds of dust erupted. Most terrifyingly, in the spirit-rich Tsongshan Forbidden Zone, all the spiritual energy suddenly surged toward the center, where a black peak loomed. That black peak resembled a colossal vortex. And in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the entire Tsongshan Forbidden Zone was siphoned away. Beneath the black peak lay a fissure stretching nearly 1,000 miles, resembling the eye of a demon, suddenly opening to unleash a torrent of crimson light. In the west, deep within a towering mountain, a tall man with blood-red hair stood, his broad forehead marked by a scarlet bow and arrow. He was bound by various blood-colored chains, tightly suppressed. Yet, at this moment, he sensed a loosening of these chains. With a thunderous roar, divine providence seemed to assist him. For the Forbidden Zone had begun to tremble. Once I escape from Tsongshan, I shall inevitably exact retribution for the humiliation suffered here. The blood demon revealed a sinister grin, laughing maniacally as he shattered the chains. In an instant, he transformed, manifesting myriad forms, with countless figures racing in all directions. Until he escaped the confines of the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone, neither the master of the zone nor any of its formidable beasts made an appearance. The formidable beasts of the Forbidden Zone, in that moment, were indeed oblivious to the blood demon, as they soared into the sky in a state of panic. The silver-scaled dragon raised its head and cried out, "What is happening? Why is the Forbidden Zone beginning to collapse?" Beside it, a massive creature clad in black armor murmured, "Quick, we must find our master and devise a plan. We are all doomed." The other formidable beasts of the Forbidden Zone echoed this sentiment, gathering towards the peak where the master of the Forbidden Zone resided. The master, meanwhile, was engulfed in darkness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He infused his divine consciousness into a 7-colored long sword and stored it within his body. Stepping forward, he patted the belly of the blue bull, saying, "Let us depart." The blue bull inquired, "What does that mean?" The old tortoise added, unbeknownst to the blue bull. He remained completely oblivious to the fact that Chu Yun had just tapped him on the belly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His one eye bulged, as if sensing something extraordinary, and he shouted, "Old turtle, quickly, come and help me." The equally bewildered old turtle gazed at the four-legged azure bull, its legs trembling, utterly perplexed. How was he supposed to assist? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He questioned whether his ears had betrayed him, murmuring, "How could it have vanished?" That was none other than the most fearsome entity from the upper realm, possessing an extraordinary vitality so potent that even the celestial beings of that realm could not extinguish its life. It seemed that this very being had just wielded a sword moments ago. He suddenly gazed at the figure clad in white. "Not at all," came Chu Yun's voice, drifting through the air. "Before I could even make my strike, I perished. This so-called spectral hound you speak of, I didn't even catch a glimpse of its form. It barely qualifies as half a sword. Had I known it was so feeble, I wouldn't have bothered to draw my sword at all." With a resounding thud, both the old turtle and the great azure bull collapsed to the ground, thrown into disarray by the shock. Chu Yun wore a serene expression, for he spoke the unvarnished truth. He possessed only two truly effective items, one of which, strictly speaking, was not a magical artifact but rather his formidable sword of consciousness. This was one of his last resorts. Ultimately, the exaggerated claims made by the two individuals prompted him to draw the sword and deliver a decisive strike. Thereafter, there was nothing more to be said. As Chu Yun observed the two fallen figures on the ground, he shook his head. The pair lay prostrate, seemingly unwilling to rise. The horned giant was sending a telepathic message to the old turtle. Old turtle, analyze this for me. I can understand every word he uttered, yet when pieced together, it becomes incomprehensible. The old turtle, seated on the ground, straightened up and replied in a hushed tone, "To speak candidly, my lord, I too cannot fathom how the great calamity of the upper realm and the weakling could be connected. Strangely, he speaks the truth. I sense he could vanquish the upper realm's great calamity without even wielding that terrifying sword. My lord, please do not oppose his will, for no one would be able to save you otherwise. Do you think I'm foolish?" The old turtle chuckled awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. "My lord, with your vast knowledge, do you have any insight into his realm? Is he a celestial demon, a true demon, or even of a higher order? It is truly absurd to treat the upper realm's great calamity as mere poultry." The horned giant murmured in agreement, "Don't ask me. My knowledge of the upper realm is scant. Had I known he was this formidable, I would have refrained from speaking back to him." Noticing their telepathic flattery directed at him, Chu Yun wore a bemused smile and interjected, "Enough of this chatter. I am still awaiting your response." The horned giant, startled by these words, turned his gaze toward Chu Yun. Damn it, could he possibly overhear our whispers? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His gaze pierced through the dense black mist, and as his eyes shimmered, he beheld an extraordinary sight. Lines of chaotic black and white sprawled across the vast expanse of the Tsongshan Mountains. Under the watchful eyes of the formidable bullhorned giant and the ancient turtle, Chu Yun raised his finger, a golden radiance emanating from its tip as he gently traced several lines. After a moment of concentration, he furrowed his brow, his arm slightly drooping, an expression of gravity overtaking him as he summoned a tome from his dantian and glanced through its pages. The bullhorned giant and the ancient turtle observed with curiosity, their eyes drawn to the bold characters emblazoned on the cover, a comprehensive explanation of basic formation techniques. By heavens, so you are not merely modest. You truly possess some understanding. They exchanged a glance, their expressions darkening. This Forbidden Zone's grand formation had been established by a master of formation arts from the upper realm. At least half of it had been damaged. No matter how formidable one's strength, if one lacked knowledge of formations, it was an insurmountable obstacle. 5 minutes later, Chu Yun raised his finger once more, this time with increased speed, his movements akin to a dance as a myriad of runes floated gracefully into the air. A thunderous rumble echoed, a tremor coursed through the heavens and earth, the landscape of the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone shifting as flora and fauna were unsettled, startling the mountain's beasts into flight. Moments later, as the brilliance at his fingertip dimmed, Chu Yun clapped his hands together in satisfaction. "Done. I have repaired the formation. I made some enhancements. It can operate autonomously without your focal point. I shall await you outside the Forbidden Zone." With that, Chu Yun clasped his hands behind his back, his garments billowing as he stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight. Bullhorn giant? Ancient turtle? Wait, you said you only had a slight understanding. How could you fix it so swiftly, and even improve it? The ancient turtle, somewhat incredulous, hastily pressed his palm to the ground, closing his eyes to sense the energy. And upon reopening them, astonishment filled his gaze. "Master, I can feel the formation activating once again." "You needn't sense it. I already know," the bullhorned giant proclaimed. His limbs tensed, nostrils flaring as he exhaled puffs of white vapor, his tone heavy. "However, whether we can exit remains uncertain." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He let out a resonant moo. With a powerful stomp of his hoof, he transformed into a comet trailing a greenish glow, racing toward the horizon. The old turtle, witnessing this, hastily rose to his feet. breath quickening, and summoned his magical powers to pursue. The vast expanse of the Tsongshan Mountains lay ahead, with the exit approximately 10,000 miles away. Yet for them, it was merely a fleeting thought. In the blink of an eye, the great green bull soared through the air, arriving at the border of the Forbidden Zone. A faint azure luminescence coalesced into a delicate barrier, visibly manifesting before them. Beyond the shimmering veil stood a figure in white, gazing at him with an air of serene indifference. The great green bull inhaled deeply, then thrust his front hoof forward. With a splash, the barrier parted like flowing water, ripples cascading outward. His hoof effortlessly stepped through, leaving no trace of disturbance. It worked. The master has truly succeeded. You can leave the Forbidden Zone now. Came the excited voice of the old turtle from behind. Not only the turtle, but the howling winds also announced the approach of formidable entities from the dangerous confines. Their eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Tears welled in the eyes of the great green bull. It worked. At last, I can escape this wretched place. Haha. I have truly succeeded. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He gazed upon the figure clad in white. As he stepped beyond the confines of the Forbidden Zone, all fear and anger transformed into gratitude. The great azure bull approached Chu Yun, kneeling on its forelegs, its head bowed low. Thank you, esteemed elder. The profound kindness of the elder was etched in the heart of the bull, who vowed to heed any call in the future, granting him command over the entire Tsongshan Forbidden area. This is the supreme forbidden seal of Tsongshan. I implore you to accept it. As the words left his lips, a multitude of black rings surged forth from its body, racing towards Chu Yun. The name Bull Benben and the concept of the supreme forbidden seal left Chu Yun momentarily bewildered. Observing the prostrate azure bull and the approaching black rings, he contemplated speaking, but was interrupted by the system notification chime. Task settlement in progress. Task completed. Completion rate, 100. The host has significantly surpassed the task expectations, earning an additional 50 completion bonus. The total completion rate for this task is 150. The host receives the reward, 9 Li sword forging technique, and 1 octagonal lotus leaf. The host is truly a social marauder. In such a brief span, the host has garnered the great esteem of the Azure Bull, placing it under your command. Zhenhai City is quite distant from Tianfeng Slope. Please arrive there within 10 days to hear the Sword Saint Huang Tingdao expound. Due to the host's exceptionally high task completion rate, a hidden task of unparalleled swordsmanship has been triggered. This hidden task is optional, but it will significantly influence the host's life trajectory. Strive to gain the favor of Sword Saint Huang Tingdao. You will have the opportunity to acquire fragments of his swordsmanship legacy. The higher your favorability, the more bountiful the rewards. Note, having secured the friendship of the Azure Bull prior to the sermon by Sword Saint Huang Tingdao, if you can facilitate their reunion, you will garner a measure of Huang Tingdao's favor and secure a front-row position during his lecture. Hidden task hint. Sword Saint Huang Tingdao possesses a peculiar disposition, and his greatest regret in life is that his partner is unable to bear offspring. A series of notifications echoed in Chu Yun's ears, while the system log concurrently updated with the details of the task rewards and the announcement of new counterattack tasks. Unsurprisingly, it entailed accompanying the Azure Bull to attend the sermon. The system continued to provide striking reminders, revealing the shortcut for the counterattack. To Chu Yun's astonishment, an additional hidden task emerged, centered around enhancing favorability with this Huang Tingdao. Yet, as he pondered the details of the hidden task, he fell into silence. What does it mean that a partner cannot bear offspring? Is the system suggesting that I acknowledge this sword saint as a father figure? Or perhaps assist him in having one? Never mind. I cannot afford to dwell on this, as we are from entirely different worlds. It is highly unlikely that someone like Huang Tingdao exists in the 9 provinces. Chu Yun shook his head, momentarily ignoring the system. The black rings that approached him were now hovering before his eyes, emanating a familiar aura. He raised his hand and gathered them all, squeezing them with a single hand until these dark circles were instantaneously compressed into a black canister. Lifting his gaze from the canister, he looked at Nyo Binbin and inquired, I am familiar with the Forbidden Seal. What, pray tell, is this supreme Forbidden Seal? Nyo Binbin's eyelids twitched with agitation as he replied, the supreme Forbidden Seal is, in fact, the true nexus of the forbidden zone, which had previously fused with me. After you modified the formation, it became severed from my being. What purpose does it serve? He asked. This object possesses the ability to harness the power of the celestial laws, rendering it nearly invincible within the confines of the Tsongshan forbidden zone. At this juncture, No's eye shimmered as he regarded the silver-haired youth. He is a person who values loyalty. Regardless of the other's intentions, he managed to escape from the forbidden zone, which constitutes a significant grace that he must acknowledge. Chu Yun casually remarked, "Oh, what should I do with it? You might as well keep it." Noticing that Chu Yun appeared disinterested, Niu Binbin quickly responded, "It would be of no use to me. The Supreme Forbidden Seal surely possesses greater significance. It has numerous applications, the most crucial being the protection of the heavenly path. Although I am unaware of your reasons for descending into this realm, having the heavenly path's protection would undoubtedly facilitate your endeavors. Is that so? Can it be refined?" Chu Yun grasped the black jar, recalling the silver basketball he had previously refined, and realized that their essences were strikingly similar, which piqued his interest. Niu Binbin was taken aback. "Oh no, I made a mistake. In my excitement, I almost forgot that this individual might be the very culprit who obstructs the path to immortality. Perhaps he stands in opposition to the heavenly path of the 9 provinces, and yet speaks of protection." Niu Binbin reconsidered, realizing that this matter was not his concern. He was able to emerge from the confines of the penalty area and attain a new lease on life, all thanks to the assistance of this individual. In contrast, it is the celestial order that stands as the true architect of his imprisonment. There is no need for further contemplation regarding the direction in which he should settle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He discovered that his once formidable spiritual consciousness, which stood at an impressive 15 meters, had inexplicably expanded to an astonishing 65 meters. Was this the protection bestowed by the heavenly path? If so, he had no intention of refining himself further. "Senior, what's wrong? Did it not succeed?" Niu Binbin inquired upon noticing Chu Yun's raised eyebrow. Chu Yun shook his head. "It's nothing. Please refrain from calling me senior. It feels awkward." "What should I call you then?" "Anything you wish. Let us go." Should I call you boss then?" "Whatever you prefer." Niu Binbin then posed a profound question. "Where are we headed?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun replied, "To the ancient divine sword pavilion, to seek the old sword god." Niu Binbin was taken aback. Was their intention to confront him? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He swiveled his hips and turned around, presenting his back to Chu Yun, then squatted down, gesturing for him to climb on, completely devoid of the earlier reluctance. Observing this, Chu Yun stepped forward and sat sideways upon his back. Feeling the weight of Chu Yun settle, Niu Binbin suddenly straightened up, glancing back at the formidable beasts of the Forbidden Zone, and instructed, "You all should continue with your tasks. I am off to enjoy a leisurely outing." His tone was filled with excitement. Under the astonished gaze of the old turtle and the myriad of beings within the Forbidden Zone, the azure bull raised its front hooves, resembling a runaway hound, galloping forth with the young man in white, shattering the clouds and spiritual essence around them. The youth rode the bull, riding the wind with his eyes slightly lowered, his mind focused on the system. He glanced briefly at the rewards for the tasks, nothing particularly noteworthy. A set of alchemical materials, a 5th-grade sword forging technique, and most importantly, a key shimmering with purple light. As his thoughts moved towards the purple key, a notification rang out. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the System Mall, 8 Desolate Realm. Upon your first access to the mall, you have received a discount voucher of 20. The message continued. "Items within the System Mall require system points for purchase. The rewards obtained from your previous tasks have been converted into points and stored in the mall." Before Chu Yun, a dazzling array of merchandise materialized on the mall page. A brief glance revealed items ranging from 1st grade to 9th grade, techniques, treasures, and a plethora of bizarre materials, each adorned with a price in the lower right corner. However, the items he required for cultivation started at a minimum of 9th grade. Directing his thoughts, a vast array of items appeared before him, with the cheapest displaying a price of 100,000 points. He sensed the top of the mall where his current system points were displayed, 60,000. Even with the discount voucher, he could not afford a single 9th grade material. Moreover, the resources needed for his cultivation were measured not by pieces, but by tons. This meant that acquiring a substantial amount of cultivation resources from the system's mall would necessitate an astronomical number of system points. Chu Yun inquired of the system, how can system points be acquired? The reply was, the host may obtain system points by completing tasks. The higher the completion rate, the greater the reward points. Are there no other avenues for acquiring system points? He asked. Currently, no other channels for acquiring system points are available, came the response. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yun reflected on the fact that after completing 3 tasks, he had only amassed 60,000 points, which was far from sufficient to meet his needs through normal task completion. He needed to devise alternative strategies. Contemplating further, he focused on a small rectangular coupon within the mall, its surface inscribed with the words 20 off in golden script. This discount voucher appeared rather rudimentary compared to the realm-breaking card and double cultivation talisman. I shall think it over, he mused. Visions of inspiration flickered in his mind, and his fingers danced gently. Within his dantian, rectangular slips of paper emerged from the palms of various nascent souls. Each slip bore the inscription 20 off. In the blink of an eye, thousands of these discount vouchers appeared in Chu Yun's hands. The system interjected, this is not right. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. With a single thought, the myriad discount vouchers, crafted from his magical essence, transformed into golden light. After a few more minutes, a new batch of discount vouchers materialized, this time inscribed with 0.001 off. The system inquired once more. Finally, Chu Yun nodded in satisfaction. This should be the limit of what I can currently deduce. Let us see if it can be utilized. As a thought crossed his mind, he withdrew a discount voucher and randomly selected a 9th-grade material from the marketplace for purchase. Soon, a notification echoed through the system. The host had acquired a 9th-grade material, the Imperial Heart Branch, utilizing a discount voucher, which deducted 100 system points from the host's account. Within his dantian, a branch shimmering with violet light appeared, radiating myriad extraordinary phenomena. Chu Yun smiled, realizing that it indeed worked. 100 system points for a 9th-grade material was an acceptable exchange. With the discount vouchers, he could acquire as many as he desired. Without hesitation, Chu Yun expended all 60,000 points in one go. The high-end area of the system marketplace instantly became desolate. In contrast, his dantian glowed brilliantly, radiating divine light, resembling a treasure trove that could drive even the most accomplished cultivators into a frenzy. Regrettably, the points were still too few. Otherwise, he could have purchased some 7th and 8th grade materials as well, which, albeit slightly inferior, would still be useful. Feeling a tinge of regret, Chu Yun began to refine these treasures, specifically instructing beforehand. System, be sure to restock promptly. The system acknowledged. While Chu Yun was immersed in his cultivation, the large azure bowl seated nearby did not indulge in idleness. Having been dormant for an extended period, it was rather exhilarated and began to gallop wildly. The more it ran, the more exuberant it became. Eventually, it even forgot to maintain the aura of the nascent soul stage, causing a tumult in the heavens. The ancient divine sword pavilion, located in the central region of Yunshou, found itself within reach of the bull's vigorous pace. As it soared into the sky in less than half a day's time, he was aware of the ancient divine sword pavilion. Yet he was unfamiliar with the old sword deity. However, having arrived, and with a formidable presence in attendance, was it not an easy task to seek someone out? Niobinbin unleashed a transcendent aura, exerting pressure across the vast expanse of the ancient divine sword pavilion, stretching for 100,000 miles. Who dares to trespass upon my ancient divine sword pavilion? Countless beams of sword light surged into the sky, as waves of terrifying energy sealed the celestial realm. Ha! A swarm of mere ants dares to obstruct my path. Summon your old sword deity to face me. With a maniacal laugh, Niobinbin stomped his hoof, causing all energies to shatter, plunging the ancient divine sword pavilion into chaos. He hovered in the celestial expanse, gazing down from his lofty perch. The ancient divine sword pavilion remained silent for a moment. Before they could fully react, he declared, "Withdraw, for this is beyond your capacity to handle." An elderly man, stooped and with a visage as pallid as that of a weathered peasant, ambled forth from the horizon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. They beheld a single azure shadow, radiant like the sun. As one of the 5 great sects, the Taigu Divine Sword Pavilion was not devoid of formidable transcendent beings. Several figures soared into the air. A middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe stood foremost, wielding a grand sword of profound yellow, pointing towards the azure silhouette, and intoned solemnly, "There is someone upon the back of that azure bull. Who is the demon lord? Has a great figure of the demon sect emerged?" Surrounding him, the other transcendent beings shimmered with the light of their swords, drawing forth their divine blades. Their expressions were grave as they gazed into the distance, striving to discern the shadow before them. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was a formidable black sword, spanning the heavens and severing the line of sight for all. A voice, weathered and hoarse, resonated. "Children, you must not gaze upon this. It is beyond your reckoning." "Old sword deity," they exclaimed, "you must all step back. It is for your own good." The elder, resembling a seasoned farmer, gestured towards them. The black sword hung ominously, akin to a chasm, cleaving the world in two. Despite the anxious calls from those of great stature behind the sword, it remained immovable. Having accomplished this, the old sword deity once more directed his gaze towards the azure ox. His gaze fell upon the white-clad youth with closed eyes seated upon the azure bull, and a sense of gravity weighed upon his heart. So, it is the demon sovereign from the upper realm? No wonder the path to immortality was trampled. Has he come to settle accounts with me? Despite the foreboding nature of the visitor, his countenance remained remarkably serene as he bowed his head, casting his eyes downward, and respectfully declared, "I am the aged Huang Jiuxiao, and I pay my respects to the demon sovereign." Yet, there was no response. The white-haired youth atop the azure bull continued to keep his eyes shut, exuding an unspoken authority. It was the azure bull beneath him that, upon witnessing the old sword god's demeanor, snorted coldly and remarked, "Is this truly what you call a greeting? Are you incapable of bowing or kneeling? Do not, ancestor." The old sword god, "We shall summon the other celestial sects." Those great ascendants hidden behind the black swords felt their anger surge and began to roar. Huang Jiuxiao waved his hand once more, and the black sword struck down, abruptly silencing the uproar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He recognized that the formidable figure beside him had come to settle accounts with the old man. Witnessing such a lack of resolve, he felt a deep disdain. The type of person he despised the most was one lacking in courage. He scoffed, "With such a feeble spine, you might as well end your own life to spare the demon lord the trouble of dirtying his hands." To his utter astonishment, the prostrate elder responded without hesitation, his fingers trembling slightly as they moved with a fierce grace. The black giant's sword pivoted, aimed directly at his crown. Niobinbin was left in a state of shock. What on earth was happening? A peak-level sword cultivator, and he might not even be a match for him. Did he truly intend to follow through on such a suggestion? Was he that fearful? Suddenly, he felt a gentle pat on his bovine head, causing his ears to droop instinctively. A soft voice broke the tension. "What nonsense is this?" As the words resonated, the black giant sword seemed to be ensnared by ancient ice, frozen in midair. Huang Jiuxiao sensed a warm current radiating from his kneeling knee. His body naturally lifted. He looked up in surprise at the white-haired youth seated upon the azure bowl, his eyes fluttering open. Those eyes, shimmering with golden light, resembled those of a deity, pure and unblemished, entirely devoid of malevolence. He was momentarily stunned, suddenly awakening to the realization, and hesitantly inquired, "Senior, you are not here to kill me, are you?" Chu Yun, with an air of exasperation, replied, "Who told you I came to kill you?" A voice of disbelief came from beneath, belonging to Niobinbin, who then received another slap to the head. Chu Yun reiterated, somewhat irked, "Of course not. Why would I kill him? Hasn't he exposed your severing of the path to immortality?" Chu Yun calmly clarified, "When did I ever sever the path to immortality? That path was broken of its own accord." Indeed, that path did indeed break on its own. Huang Jiuxiao interjected, "Previously, my eyesight may have failed me." "Hiki." Chu Yun redirected his gaze to Huang Jiuxiao. "If he says you should die, will you simply comply?" Huang Jiuxiao chuckled. "If it were anyone else, I would naturally resist. However, having witnessed your prowess firsthand, should you wish to slay me, I would find myself unable to resist. If I were to provoke your ire, the consequences might extend to my disciples, so it is wiser to acquiesce gracefully." For a moment, Chu Yun found a semblance of reason in the old man's words. Responding calmly, "You are quite nonchalant." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiuxiao's smiling visage relaxed somewhat, and his fingers no longer trembled as much. Chu Yun intended to delve directly into the matter at hand, urging Huang Jiuxiao to share insights on the Tao, in hopes of advancing his mission. Unexpectedly, a prompt suddenly echoed in his ears. Your dignified demeanor and eloquent speech have garnered the admiration of Huang Tingdao, and his regard for you has increased. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, contemplating. As anticipated, everyone is indeed a master of the sword path. Why should Huang Jiuxiao not be on par with Huang Tingdao? The mission had indeed progressed. Is your narrative not somewhat counterproductive? The system's voice continued to resonate in his ears. You, accompanied by the great green ox, traversed mountains and rivers to arrive in Shanghai City. As soon as you entered the city, the sword sage Huang Tingdao sensed your presence and guided you to a particular residence. Before long, Huang Tingdao reunited with his dear friend, and the two, having not seen each other for many years, embraced and wept, filled with emotions. This poignant scene stirred something within you, affirming that bringing the great green ox was indeed the most prudent decision. Huang Tingdao held you in high regard, and upon learning that you also practiced the sword, he graciously arranged for you to occupy the best seat during his teachings. You began to eagerly anticipate the day of his discourse. Huang Tingdao's esteem for you had indeed risen. This script is quite well crafted. The reunion of dear friends is truly moving. In his meticulous practice of refining certain substances, he inadvertently found himself on the verge of being deceived into self-destruction by his dear friend, the Azure Bull. Contemplating this, he playfully tapped the bull's head. It seemed that the system's operations had inadvertently led to the arrival of the bull, resulting in unintended repercussions. The bull, perplexed by the repeated taps on its head, remained undeterred. However, being straightforward in nature, it observed that Chu Yun's demeanor towards the old man was not unfriendly, and thus muttered, "It appears there has been a misunderstanding. My fault. No harm done. I share the same sentiment." Huang Jiuxiao, possessing a remarkably good temper, waved his hand dismissively while regarding Chu Yun with curiosity. Then, "Esteemed elder, what brings you to seek me?" Chu Yun replied, "Let us converse in a different setting." Suddenly, both the bull and Huang Jiuxiu felt the surrounding spiritual energy stagnate, and in an instant, they found themselves transported to a desolate wilderness. The bull and the old man exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's astonishment reflected in their eyes. They are all practitioners of the Mahayana, yet this method of transformation is truly terrifying. They have not even perceived a hint before being transported to a new realm. Chu Yun leaped down from Niu Binbin and approached Huang Jiuxiao, stating directly, "It's not a significant matter. Here, I would like you to discuss your swordsmanship with me." "Discuss my swordsmanship?" Huang Jiuxiao was taken aback for a moment, pondering before responding slowly, "I fear it may not be possible. I have long vowed never to speak of swordsmanship in this lifetime. If it is otherwise, then you might as well end my life." Chu Yun asked, "What?" Niu Binbin's incredulous voice rang out. "No, I asked you to take your own life, and you dared to agree. A great figure simply requests you to share a principle. And you refuse? Are you unwell?" Chu Yun remained silent, merely gazing intently at Huang Jiuxiao. A dreadful aura enveloped him, causing Huang Jiuxiao's silver hair to swirl and his knees to weaken. He remained unmoved, his gaze resolute and his posture upright, revealing the indomitable spirit of a sword cultivator. The wilderness lay in eerie silence. A gust of northern wind swept through, lifting the dried grass and twigs at Chu Yun's feet. Chu Yun calmly regarded Huang Jiuxiao, whose shoulders began to tremble, beads of sweat cascading down his waxen face. The massive black sword behind him quivered as well, emitting a sound akin to a sword's cry. "You fear not death, but what of your disciples?" Huang Jiuxiao's expression grew somber as he struggled to speak. "The fortunes of my descendants are their own, without offspring. I shall enjoy my blessings." "You old rascal, it seems you were not so resolute just moments ago," retorted Niu Binbin, but Huang Jiuxiao paid no heed to the words. His expression unchanged as he watched Chu Yun approach. A dull thud resonated, the intangible pressure intensifying, utterly overwhelming Huang Jiuxiao. He bent his leg and knelt upon the ground. "You truly will not speak?" "Indeed, I shall not." "Why remain silent?" "I simply choose not to." Huang Jiuxiao resignedly closed his eyes and lowered his head, adopting a demeanor of indifference. "You are indeed rather peculiar. The path to immortality has been severed, yet you harbor no anger upon encountering me. Crafting a sword that lacks even the slightest sharpness, the so-called foremost in swordsmanship, is but a hollow title." Upon hearing Chu Yun's voice, Huang Jiuxiao bowed his head in acknowledgement. "What you say is true, senior. I am unworthy of the title of the foremost in swordsmanship. I am but a useless being. If you wish to kill me, then do so. If not, simply disregard me as if I were inconsequential." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He turned northward, raising a finger. In that case, the ancient divine sword pavilion need not exist. As his words reverberated in the air, the overwhelming pressure that had weighed upon Huang Jiuxiu dissipated entirely. Yet, he lifted his gaze, observing the golden radiance shimmering at the fingertips of the youth in white, his expression intricate. The youth paid no heed to his thoughts, merely gesturing downward. At that very moment, a colossal shadow emerged above the ancient divine sword pavilion, obscuring the heavens, once more enveloping the night. This shadow grew increasingly dark. In mere moments, the resplendent landscape of the 9 provinces would be reduced to ashes. Am I to speak now? Huang Jiuxiao's face quivered, his voice tinged with resignation. Though he uttered indifference, his body betrayed him with sincerity. Chu Yun's finger remained suspended in the air. Speak. Huang Jiuxiao forced a wry smile. The reason I refrain from speaking is not due to unwillingness, but rather inability. I, an old man, once vowed a solemn oath to the heavenly way, swearing never to pursue the sword path again. Should I do so, I would perish on the spot, condemned to eternal reincarnation. However, if you wish to hear my ramblings, I can certainly share the reasons. What utter nonsense. Niu Benben rolled his eyes, pointing at the black sword behind him with a cold smirk. If you forsake the sword path, does that mean I cannot wield that black sword? Chu Yun remained silent, while the night above the ancient divine sword pavilion pressed down further. Huang Jiuxiao sensed the weight and hastily clarified, the black sword is not a sword. Is this a jest? That enormous 8th-grade black sword? Do you take me for a fool? Huang Jiuxiao insisted. No, it is my Dao companion, Niu Benben. Chu Yun lowered his finger and turned around, a question mark gradually materializing above his head. Huang Jiuxiao sighed, seemingly reluctant to delve into memories. It is a long story. My Dao companion hails from the renowned sword-forging clan, the Yu family. We were childhood friends, innocent and carefree. In fact, we once raised a green ox together in our youth. He gazed at Niu Benben, a hint of sentiment reflected in his eyes. Niu Benben retorted, urging him to be succinct and avoid digressing. My wife possesses an extraordinary talent for sword forging. She is also intelligent, kind-hearted, and well-educated. We became partners in the path of life at an early age. When I turned 30, I attained the transformation into the divine realm, gaining renown throughout the world. My mind singularly focused on acquiring a sword that resonated with my spirit. Upon learning of this, that foolish girl willingly cast herself into the furnace. Employing our family's supreme sword-forging technique, melding blood with steel to forge this 9-hearts sword as a gift for me. As he spoke, Huang Jiuxiao removed the black sword from its sheath and held it in his hand. Tears fell from his murky eyes as he caressed the sword, lamenting, alas, wielding this sword has left me deeply wounded and disheartened. From that moment forth, I ceased to practice swordsmanship, to observe swords, or to speak of them, vowing to sever all ties with the path of the sword. Niu Benben fell into silence as well. He gazed at the black sword. If that were the case, then indeed, this black sword was his true companion, without a doubt. Yet, that didn't seem right. Niu Benben suddenly furrowed his brow. You swore to abandon the sword path. So how did you become the foremost swordsman, even reaching the stage of great ascendance? Huang Jiuxiao sighed once more. I cannot fathom it either. Perhaps it is a matter of innate talent. Ever since I vowed to renounce the sword path, I have languished in a state of despondency for half a lifetime, erecting a thatched cottage in the place where I once lived with her, no longer concerning myself with the trivialities of the world. You may find this hard to believe. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, he has experienced such feelings and empathizes deeply. Although he does not break through realms as frequently as Huang Jiuxiu does, he often awakens to find himself inexplicably possessing several golden elixirs. Niu Benben gazed in astonishment. How absurd. Do you truly believe this? Such occurrences are, in fact, rather common. It is merely your unfamiliarity that breeds suspicion. Chu Yun fixed his gaze upon Huang Jiuxiao, contemplating. I see now, you are indeed not practicing the sword path. Using a partner to slay others hardly constitutes the use of a sword. However, this sensation represents an alternative path, one that is rather rare. Huang Jiuxiu was momentarily stunned, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit, and he nodded eagerly. Senior, you possess truly discerning eyes. After entering the Great Ascension, Although I have not diligently cultivated for the majority of the time, there are moments of idleness when I ponder deeply. The Yuan Ying sect, one of the 3 great demonic sects of the 9 provinces, practices a path of ruthlessness and forgetfulness. I believe my cultivation is precisely the opposite. I call it the path of affection. Yet, I am perplexed as to why, despite abandoning the sword for affection and having made a grand vow of detachment, my mastery of the sword path seemingly remains intact. Even if I do not actively pursue it, my prowess continues to grow, unintentionally, within the ancient divine sword pavilion. No one has surpassed me in the sword path. Upon mentioning cultivation, Chu Yun's interest was piqued. After a moment of reflection, he provided his insight. You may have forsaken the sword, but the sword path has not forsaken you. Your constitution aligns harmoniously with the sword path. Each elevation of your realm, even without actively cultivating the sword path, will enhance your swordsmanship. Huang Jiushi was taken aback. Is it truly so? Thank you, Senior, for elucidating. Chu Yun shook his head. No need for thanks. My understanding of the sword path is merely superficial, and my assertions may not be entirely accurate. Yet, the sword path and this path of affection are fundamentally divergent. Given your celestial vow of separation, it appears inevitable that issues will arise unless. Do you believe I should completely sever ties with the sword path? That depends on the sword path's stance towards you. He pondered for a moment, though it is not without resolution. I have an idea. Huang Jiuxiao had initially sought clarification, but Chu Yun's response ignited his enthusiasm. The instinct of a top-tier genius compelled Huang Jiuxiao to ask further questions, and Chu Yun replied effortlessly, leading the two to engage in an unpremeditated exchange. He also discerned that Huang Jiuxiao spoke nothing but the truth. Often, he would begin to articulate his thoughts only to fall silent, unable to continue. An inexplicable aura of the celestial way would descend upon him, like a divine sword poised to strike at any moment. Niu Binbin, listening intently beside him, seemed to glean some understanding. Before long, Huang Jiuxiao stood transfixed, his aged eyes shimmering with insight, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. A seemingly casual remark from Huang Tingdao unexpectedly sparked this epiphany, leading him to regard you as a potential prodigy in the sword path, thereby enhancing his fondness for you. Chu Yun remarked, I came to share my insights with you, yet it appears I have ended up imparting them to you instead. He gazed at Huang Jiuxiao, who was deep in enlightenment, and suddenly pointed at his forehead, furrowing his brow before swiftly lowering his arm. Chu Yun murmured, to abolish the heavenly oath is rather troublesome. Niu Binbin interjected, it is impossible to abolish the heavenly oath. Not necessarily. As long as he consents, I have my ways, Chu Yun replied. Niu Binbin looked puzzled. That cannot be true. This old man harbors a death wish. Were it not for his extraordinary talent, he might have perished long ago. Indeed, Chu Yun nodded, moving beside Niu Binbin and patting his head. Let us depart. Just like that? Niu Binbin was taken aback. Before he could voice his thoughts, Chu Yun sat sideways on Niu Binbin's back and asked, Where are we headed, my friend? To untie the knot, one must seek the one who tied it. We are going to the Yu family. His wife has family? What business do we have there? Niu Binbin glanced at Huang Jiuxiao, recalling that the Yu family was the renowned sword-forging clan he had mentioned earlier. I harbor some interest in their sword-forging techniques. Chu Yun replied with a half-smile. Your partner possesses unmatched talent, and you share a childhood bond, nurturing deep affections. You hail from a prominent family and are exceptionally bright. Would you truly sacrifice yourself merely to forge an 8th-grade sword? Without hesitation, Niu Binbin responded, The future is promising, and the possibilities are boundless. In time, we shall not only forge 8th-grade weapons, but perhaps even 9th-grade ones with ease. Who knows? We might ascend to the upper realms together as celestial companions. I am not foolish enough to forego blessings and endure hardships unnecessarily. He paused, realizing, are you implying? Uncertain, one cannot wholly trust the words of a love-struck mind. I must personally investigate whether there exists a sword-forging technique capable of reshaping one's intellect. What does it mean to be love-struck? It simply means foolish. And what does foolish mean? Niu Binbin found himself even more perplexed. The remark was somewhat sharp, and he hesitated to inquire further, fearing to reveal his own ignorance. Thus he quietly pondered. With a flick of his tail and a stomp of his hoof, he surged forth towards the north, clouds of mist billowing around him. In the western region of Yun Prefecture, adjacent to the domain of the ancient divine sword pavilion, stood a sprawling and formidable city, square in shape. Atop the city loomed a colossal crimson sword, suspended in midair. The sword was adorned with 79 chains glimmering with a verdant hue, cascading downwards in all directions. This was Heavenly Sword City, the stronghold of the renowned sword-forging clan, the Yu family. In the heart of the city, within a grand and imposing mansion, stood a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, holding a piece of black jade. He gazed skyward from the loft, murmuring, having encountered the demon lord. Why not bow in reverence? Trouble had arisen at the ancient divine sword pavilion. Had the one who shattered the path to immortality indeed been a holy ancestor? The celestial realm had finally taken action against the 9 provinces. How splendid! Above, the sky was shrouded in darkness, as if the very heavens were about to descend. Even the suspended sword dimmed, trembling ominously. The Yu family and the ancient divine sword pavilion shared a profound bond. Witnessing such an anomaly, he gazed intently at the shadow, his expression reverent, seemingly unperturbed. Suddenly, the shadow dissipated, the sun broke forth, and the skies cleared, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Observing this, the middle-aged man in blue stepped forward, leaning against the railing to survey the scene. Moments later, he retracted his overwhelming consciousness, patting the railing in astonishment. Why has it ceased? After a short while, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase behind him. The man in blue leisurely tucked away the black jade and turned to look. A woman in a pink garment, her hair cascading to her waist, ascended the stairs. "Father, I have brought the person," she announced. Behind her was a young girl, her stature reaching only the woman's shoulder, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old. The girl followed closely, treading softly as she emerged from the staircase. Ordinary in appearance, her dark eyes sparkled with vitality, cautiously observing the man in blue. Excitement and admiration flickering in her gaze. "You are the orphan from Chen family village?" The man's piercing eyes fell upon her, causing her to shrink back slightly. "Yes." Chen Shaoan mustered her courage to respond, nervously clutching her garment's hem, and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the head of the Yu family, Yu Zhongjing." His expression unchanged, approached and appraised her from head to toe, then patted her shoulder. "Not bad. You are quite clever. Has Yu Yin explained everything to you?" Chen Shaoyan nodded earnestly. "She has made it clear. Head of the Yu family, my mother taught me from a young age to be grateful. The Yu family saved my life and provided me a livelihood in Heavenly Sword City, allowing me to survive until now. I have kept this in my heart. Whatever you require of me, I am willing." "It is not as complicated as you think," Yu Zhongjing replied lightly, observing the curiosity in Chen Xiaoyan's eyes. He then placed his hand atop her head, tousling her hair casually. "Your only task is..." Suddenly, the spark in Chen Xiaoyan's lively eyes dimmed. "To die." Yu Zhongjing's hand transformed into a grip. With a soft gasp, blood gushed forth from her severed neck, staining her garments crimson. Yu Zhongjing effortlessly detached her head, dark mist billowing from his palm, enveloping her head before tossing it to Yu Yin. "Handle this and deliver it to Seacombe." "Understood." The esteemed body of the Tao should soon arrive at Heavenly Sword City. Let him act swiftly to forge the sword. As our Yu family wishes to establish a favorable connection with her, the body must also be brought along. We shall not waste the precious blood of one with exceptional water spiritual roots. Understood. Yu Yin grasped the head shrouded in dark mist, a complex expression flickering in her phoenix-like eyes. With a flourish of her sleeve, a pink glow radiated from her. One of the pink glimmers enveloped Chen Xiaoyan's standing form. As the aura swirled, Yu Yin vanished along with the corpse. Watching Yu Yin disappear, Yu Zhongjing glanced at the bloodstains splattered on his palm and retrieved a handkerchief emanating spiritual light to meticulously wipe it clean. Just as he tucked it away, he noticed the bloodstains on the floor, furrowing his brow. With a wave of his sleeve, black mist surged forth, consuming the stains until the wooden floor gleamed anew. Satisfied, he retrieved the black jade once more. After a time equivalent to the burning of 2 incense sticks, the black jade suddenly vibrated. Yu Zhongjing's expression shifted, his consciousness delving inside. Within the black jade lay an expansive space resembling the cosmos. Upon entry, the dark cosmic backdrop revealed a multitude of white characters. The situation at Tianqi Abyss is dire. Damn it, a woman from the Celestial Immortal Sect has suddenly appeared. Her physical form is on the brink of collapse, and those sent to assist have perished. The floating pagoda's forbidden grounds have exploded. Retreat immediately. In the southern part of Qizhou, spiritual energy is depleting at an alarming rate. The envoy from the east, while exploring opportunities alongside me, inadvertently stumbled into the golden star phenomenon, suspected to have fallen. The dense text within the black jade appeared chaotic, yet it conveyed information in a structured manner. However, the communication channel seemed misaligned. The black jade belonged to the demonic sect, not the immortal sect. Possession of the Black Jade required a minimum cultivation of the Void Realm. Only true powers of the demonic sect were qualified to send messages here. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Ying also sent out a message through his consciousness. The being who shattered the path to immortality has seemingly appeared at the ancient Divine Sword Pavilion. Claiming to be the Demon Lord, highly suspected to be a holy ancestor. As this message was disseminated, it was akin to casting a colossal stone into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. The white characters within the obsidian surface momentarily froze, only to be swiftly followed by a frenzy of notifications. Could this news be accurate? Is it true? Has a saintly ancestor shattered the path to immortality? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the dawn of the sacred realm has illuminated the 9 provinces. And it seems a saintly ancestor has forged that very path to transcendence. The majesty of the saintly ancestor is unparalleled, with such a figure traversing the 9 provinces. Our era is on the brink of arrival. Subtitles brimming with excitement and exhilaration radiated across the obsidian expanse. Do not be hasty, a voice admonished. Suddenly, a violet apparition manifested within the realm of obsidian. Yuan Ying gazed upon this ethereal figure, sensing its pure aura, instantly recognizing it as the leader of the least powerful sect among the 3 great teachings. He was somewhat taken aback that this assembly of the Black Jade was presided over by him. The detached voice of the leader continued to resonate in the ears of all Black Jade holders. This matter requires further verification. I shall dispatch someone to make contact. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ying gently nodded. Given the involvement of the holy ancestor, the stakes were indeed significant and warranted additional scrutiny. This meeting bore the announcement of crucial news. The path to immortality has been severed, and the age of decline is imminent. However, fortunately, we have not completely lost our connection with the upper realm. I have received a divine edict from the upper realm, and our primary objective henceforth will be to assault a forbidden area, unleashing a great calamity from the upper realm, thereby plunging the 9 provinces into further chaos. A flicker of insight crossed Yuan Ying's gaze. To attack the forbidden zone and unleash a great calamity from the upper realm? This was no trivial matter. His primary concern was which of the 7 forbidden zones to assault. Not only him, but also the subtitles within the Black Jade began to float up. Attack the forbidden zone? Which one? None of them would be easy to confront, for each zone's sovereign was nearly invincible within their domain. Attempting to unleash the formidable beings from the upper realm beneath the watchful gaze of these sovereigns was no trivial endeavor. Indeed, the members of the 5 great sects would not permit us to succeed without a struggle. These subtitles conveyed a singular sentiment. Whoever wishes to act may do so. I shall not partake. The voice of the would-be leader echoed once more. The holy ancestor of the heavenly realm proclaims that should this endeavor succeed, merits shall be rewarded, and great treasures bestowed. In the event of the fall of the 9 provinces, we shall reopen a path for ourselves to ascend. As his words resonated, the previous subtitles shattered like bubbles in an instant. Strike. Just strike. The master of the Purple River Forbidden Zone is the weakest. I propose we attack the Purple River Zone. Although the Purple River is feeble, it is adjacent to the Carefree Immortal Sect, while the Tomb of Bones is more remote, allowing the 5 sects to respond slowly. No, I believe the underworld is the most suitable target. Our unfeeling sect's techniques are particularly effective against the fierce beings of the underworld. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, transforming them into radicals. At that moment, a crimson figure abruptly emerged from the Black Jade space. No need for discussion. We shall strike Tsongshan. Tsongshan? Yuan Ying frowned. The Tsongshan Forbidden Zone was located in his own Yunzhou and possessed formidable strength, ranking among the top 3 of the 7 Forbidden Zones. Most importantly, the ancient Divine Sword Sect would not remain indifferent. However, the speaker, was it the leader of the Blood Demon Sect? No, the aura did not match. Perhaps an ancient entity from the Blood Demon Sect? The crimson figure wasted no time, its voice tinged with irritation. I am the Blood Demon's son. I have just returned from Tsongshan, where great changes have occurred. The formation has been nearly shattered by my efforts, rendering it the weakest forbidden zone in the 9 provinces. If we unite our strength, shattering Tsongshan and slaying its sovereign will be far from difficult. At that point, unleashing the formidable beings beneath Tsongshan will be as easy as pie. His words immediately stirred a wave of astonishment. Blood Demon. This was none other than the former leader of the Blood Demon Sect, a formidable ancient sorcerer whose notorious reputation once echoed throughout the 9 provinces. Having long since transcended tribulations and achieved the great ascension, how could he still remain unascended to the Holy Realm? With this pronouncement, none dared to question it. The assembled powerhouses of the demon sect were left in utter shock. Even Yu Zhongjing could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the blood demon ancestor is extraordinary, bravely entering the Tsongshan forbidden zone and nearly breaching it single-handedly. Such valor is remarkable. If the Tsongshan formation were indeed on the verge of collapse, it would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Once the great calamity from the upper realm beneath Tsongshan emerges, the entire 9 provinces would be plunged into chaos." He grasped the black jade, his consciousness projecting the words, "Support." Agreed. +1. Many within the demonic sect shared similar sentiments to what Yu Zhongjing had observed, and none dared to question the words of such an ancient being. Even the leader of the Human Desire sect chose to endorse the motion. In a certain deep, frigid pool, Blood Demon was submerged in the icy waters, a fist-sized piece of black jade hovering above his forehead. His crimson eyes fixated on the realm of black jade. What should have been a topic of contention, leading to prolonged debate, was swiftly settled by his pronouncement, and discussions soon turned to the finer details and strategies. "Huh," he chuckled. "Heaven favors me. I never anticipated that even the celestial ancestor would take an interest in these forbidden zones. Tsongshan Forbidden Zone, prepare yourself, for I shall undoubtedly raise you to the ground to relieve the resentment in my heart." He instinctively touched his backside, feeling elated. Once the matters within the realm of the black jade space were gradually finalized, he reappeared once more within its projection. Before the crowd, a crimson scroll unfurled. Upon the scroll, a figure with flowing white hair stood tall and graceful, like an ethereal being, enshrouded in a tempest of lightning, rendering their visage indistinguishable. The aura emanating from this figure suggested a level of mastery beyond the spirit-severing stage. "I hereby issue a bounty. Should anyone locate this wretched creature and present its head to me, I shall accept them as my disciple and impart my teachings with utmost care." In the Sword City, beneath the suspended, colossal blade, a crimson sphere of light, approximately 2 meters in height, pulsed ominously. Within this sphere, the crackling sounds of flames and the rhythmic clanging of metal echoed. This was indeed a secret realm, creating a spatial domain of about 100 miles, where fierce red flames blazed at its core. "Quickly, refine this primordial stone to 1,000,000 strikes. Lord Seekong is in urgent need. On my end, I require 7 portions of primordial fire. Hurry, hurry. The Master has decreed that we must forge this water cloud divine sword before the supreme Tao body arrives." Over a dozen figures moved with great urgency, bustling about. The temperature in this space was exceedingly high, oppressive in its heat. The workers, most of whom were bare-chested and dripping with sweat, toiled diligently. Some radiated a crimson glow as they hammered iron materials, while others stood beneath the central primordial fire, orchestrating the flames into serpentine formations that cascaded in various directions. Additionally, some cradled freshly forged purple divine iron, soaring to the western side of a massive 5-story cauldron. Casting the iron towards the cauldron's ear, "Lord Seekong, the purple extreme iron is ready." A robust figure with remarkably large eyes, occupying half of his face, stood by the cauldron's ear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a pointed gesture from his arm, the central essence of fire transformed into a colossal fire dragon, plummeting into the cauldron. The flames within the cauldron surged forth, emitting waves of resplendent aura and auspicious light. "Bring forth the blood," the burly man bellowed once more. Beneath the cauldron, a mound of divine material shimmered with a jewel-like brilliance, rising like a small hill. Atop this hill lay the lifeless form of a headless female corpse, which began to wither at a conspicuous pace, soon reducing to a desiccated shell. Crimson mist wafted from the corpse, ascending like a gentle stream, merging into the cauldron. A cacophony of sounds erupted from within, prompting the man to unhesitatingly cast the purple extreme iron into the mix. As the purple iron struck, it detonated in a brilliant explosion of violet light. The strange noises within ceased, the flames grew more ferocious, and the blade of the massive sword inside the cauldron gleamed with an eerie glow. "Bring forth the head." His voice echoed once more as an ordinary visage, marked by astonishment, hurtled upwards like a projectile. The robust figure manipulated the head, invoking incantations, causing layers of crimson light to erupt from his form. Within the cranium, a blue ethereal silhouette, reminiscent of a sapling, shimmered, emanating light outward, as azure radiance seeped from every orifice of the girl's head. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered beside the giantess' ear, Incorporating this exceptional water spirit root corpse will merely enhance the sword's unique traits without elevating its quality. It shall remain at the 7th rank. Why not utilize the tears of cold iron instead? A 6th grade material can achieve the same effect. The giant, raising his finger to channel his mana, prepared to plunge the head into the cauldron's sword, retorted without a second thought. Are you instructing me on my duties? Is 6th grade material as common as cabbage? Do you think it's free of spirit stones? Although the exceptional water spirit root is rare, it isn't a gift to be used at will. Why should I resort to tears of cold iron? Why not use a living entity, which possesses greater spirit? It might even give rise to a spirit of the instrument. The head collided with the sword, and the azure glow danced. The blade began to transform, becoming a translucent azure. The giant focused intently on the sword's form, seizing the moment to weave his fingers, casting forth streaks of crimson light. What difference is there between the living and the dead? Spirits of instruments are rare treasures born only from celestial weapons. If I could forge such spirits, I would not merely be the premier swordsmith of the Yu clan, but the foremost swordsmith of the 9 provinces. Which side are you on? Step aside and do not disturb my work, he commanded. Within the cauldron, the sword's body gradually stabilized under the giant's refinement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted suddenly. A fiery red amber materialized in the palm of his hand. With a firm grip, the amber shattered. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire secret realm trembled. The figures, previously engrossed in their tasks, froze momentarily before darting towards the outside world. In the next instant, over 50 silhouettes descended from all directions of the secret realm, each exuding a surging aura. Even the weakest among them radiated an energy that had reached the transformation stage. At the forefront stood a young man clad in black armor, wielding a formidable spear, his presence exuding an awe-inspiring might. The oppressive aura emanating from beneath the black armor had escalated to the terrifying late stage of spirit separation. He brandished his weapon and bellowed, "Who dares to trespass upon the sacred grounds of the Yu family? Do you seek to forfeit your life?" Right here came the deep voice of a formidable man, and in an instant, the warriors of the Yu family surged forth, surrounding an individual and a bull in a dense formation. The voice of the armored youth resounded once more. "Lord Sikong, are you unscathed?" "Nonsense." Yu Sikong retorted with a fierce glare, gesturing beside him. "Does my appearance suggest that I am unscathed? Hurry and clean this mess. Do not delay my sword forging." He added, "As for that bull, leave its body intact. I intend to feast on its tail tonight." Chu Yun raised his gaze. Dozens of figures descended like dumplings into boiling water. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Sikong's expression stiffened as he beheld the numerous pits below, instinctively taking a step back, nearly losing his footing and falling into the cauldron. A sense of heaviness settled upon him, as if a weight had pressed down on his heart. The situation was dire, likely involving a powerful adversary at the void refinement stage or even the composite body stage. "Are we to eliminate them all?" came the disgruntled voice of the Chenyo. "Patience," Chu Yun replied with a faint smile, withdrawing his gaze from the cauldron. "So what you're implying is that, given your skills, the distinction between the living and the dead holds no significance, correct?" "I have nothing to disclose," Yu Sikong retorted coldly. "Now be gone." Our Yu family maintains connections with countless celestial sects, backed by the ancient sword god of the Taigu Divine Sword Pavilion. If you are weary of living, you are most welcome to await your demise here. As his words reverberated, a series of clear bell tolls echoed from outside the secret realm. Observing this, Yu Sikong's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. "The disaster bell of our Yu family has sounded. You shall not escape." Boom, boom, just as he had proclaimed. The ground outside the secret realm trembled violently. This sacred domain was of utmost importance to the Yu family. With the tolling of the disaster bell, the family's resources would soon manifest. One after another, figures emerged, each having reached the void refinement stage. Leading them was a man clad in a green robe, his face devoid of a beard, none other than the head of the Yu family, Yu Zhongjing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He addressed the figures flanking him. Swift resolution. The heavenly sword. The figures trembled at once. Was he truly resorting to the heavenly sword? Yet, with Yu Zhongjing's unwavering resolve and the formidable strength of the imminent adversary at his command, all the Yu clan's warriors, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved a sword talisman from their possession. Raising the talismans, each emitted a golden miniature sword. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, shaking the very heavens and earth. Above the celestial expanse of Heavenly Sword City, a colossal crimson sword, suspended in the sky, suddenly stirred. The chains that bound it shattered, and the sword's edge plummeted directly towards the hidden realm below. Esteemed one, this sword possesses intriguing qualities. Shall I take action? Murmured the languid voice of the great Azure Bull, causing Yu Sikong's eyelids to flutter. No need, replied the white-haired youth with an air of indifference. He casually raised a finger and lightly tapped the air above. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed in succession. Yu Sikong, along with Yu Zhongjing and all the formidable members of the Yu family, suddenly felt a wave of scorching wind sweep past them. They raised their heads and beheld an unforgettable scene. The sky above the secret realm was torn asunder. A transcendent sword, capable of slaying even those in the harmonization stage with a mere draw, emerged. The treasured artifact, forged through generations of dedication by the Yu family, stood resplendent. The sword, with its crimson blade, appeared as though it had been struck by an immense force. As the blade quivered, it emitted a mournful wail. The surface of the sword became increasingly marred, displaying a network of intricate cracks resembling a spider's web at a startling pace. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Yu Zhongjing felt a weight descend upon his head. He raised his hand and grasped a fragment of exquisite crimson gold in his palm. The divine red gold was the primary material of the heavenly sword's blade. This ninth-grade divine metal, renowned for its indestructibility, had now shattered into mere debris, raining down upon him. The scattered gold that fell upon Yu Zhongjing's head resembled the ominous signs preceding a torrential downpour. Just as he fixed his gaze upon the divine metal in his hand, a cacophony erupted overhead. Crack, crackle. The air was filled with the whistling sound of countless fragments cascading like raindrops. Ouch! A cry of pain erupted from behind him, quickly followed by terrified shouts. It shattered. The heavenly sword is broken. Hundreds, if not thousands, of fragments of varying sizes plummeted down. Even if one sought refuge, the whistling sound continued to burst forth around Yu Zhongjing, the searing shockwaves tearing his robes apart mercilessly. Numerous powerful members of the Yu family maneuvered deftly around him to evade the falling debris. Simultaneously, a series of panicked transmissions echoed in Yu Zhongjing's ears. Patriarch. This person can effortlessly shatter the heavenly sword. He is likely a formidable being surpassing the combined form. The best course of action is to flee. Run. A formidable enemy approaches. Resistance is futile. If we preserve the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Father, summon the clan's elders at once. Otherwise, the Yu family may face annihilation today. The voices resonating in Yu Zhongjing's ears were discordant. Some urged retreat, others advocated for battle, while others vacillated between fleeing and fighting, choosing instead to rebel outright. Do not kill me. I am an envoy of human desires, an undercover agent within the Yu family, unfamiliar with their affairs. I have no intention of participating in the encirclement of the elder. I beseech you to spare my life. A rotund figure clad in black, exuding the aura of the void realm, shouted. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other Yu family members, he transformed into a streak of black light, hastening toward the western edge of the secret realm. Yu Zhongjing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He cast an uncertain glance at the white-haired youth beside him. The one who had just spoken was the neglected Azure Bull. What was initially perceived as an unremarkable mount turned out to possess an astonishing level of strength. Indeed, if this silver-haired figure were merely an ordinary character, he would never have attracted the attention of the blood demon ancestor, nor would he have managed to retreat unscathed. The Yu family holds some intrigue. Are you the head of the Yu family? Chu Yun's voice resonated, his clear eyes locking onto Yu Zhongjing's slender gaze. A layer of fine sweat broke out on Yu Zhongjing's back, accompanied by an exceedingly peculiar sensation. Despite the calmness reflected in those eyes, he felt as though every facet of his being was laid bare. He spoke in a low voice. Who exactly are you? What do you seek in the heart of the Yu family? Chu Yun remained silent, instead pointing at the figure behind Yu Zhongjing, a faint smile playing upon his lips. The martial arts you practice seem rather different from theirs. The warriors of the Yu family behind him paused momentarily, their gazes shifting towards Yu Zhongjing. What does this mean? Yu Zhongjing, feeling a prickling sensation along his spine, paled in response. Utter nonsense. What exactly do you intend to do? A knowing smile graced Chu Yun's lips as he turned his attention to Yu Sikong, courteously inquiring, Shall I practice on you? I shall practice on your mother. Yu Sikong retorted furiously, believing he could act with impunity. This is the Yu family. His complexion darkened, and he hurled curses. Nonsense about the Yu family. Came the booming voice of De Qingnil. Who gave you the audacity to insult a powerful figure? The wind howled above Yu Sikong's head, casting a shadow over him. He felt an immense weight, akin to billions of pounds, pressing down upon him. With a resounding thud, he was toppled by a great azure bowl, which trampled him mercilessly, rendering him immobile despite his desperate struggles. Well done, came the voice of Chu Yun. Do not kill him just yet. I need to prepare. Understood. With the praise, the bowl became even more vigorous, its hooves creating a deep imprint on the back of Yu Sikong's head. Dazed, Yu Sikong faintly perceived a white-haired figure stepping out from the edge of the cauldron and entering it, before delivering a forceful strike downwards with his palm. A tremor coursed through his heart. The blazing primordial fire within the cauldron extinguished in an instant, and the nascent azure longsword was shattered at his whim. The silver-haired youth waved his hand once more, causing the myriad divine materials amassed throughout the secret realm to tremble and, as if by a silent accord, rushed towards the base of the grand cauldron. Soon, they coalesced into a small mountain, radiating with resplendent light, standing over 10 meters high. That will suffice, he declared. It was now time to strike. Chu Yun's voice echoed through the air. Yu Sikong was gripped by terror, his consciousness vibrating as he called out for help. Master, please save me. Utilize the wood god's sword and summon the old sword deity to intervene. Yu Zhongjing's expression was fraught with conflict. The onlooking elites of the Yu clan exchanged glances, their faces shifting in concern. A woman clad in pink delicately conveyed her thoughts. Father, think twice. We should merely summon our ancestors. The wood god's sword is our ultimate trump card. It must not be employed unless our clan faces annihilation. Silence. Do you think I am unaware? Yu Zhongjing retorted coldly. Our ancestor has already called for aid. Do you see anyone answering? The pink-clad woman's countenance paled as she surveyed the surroundings, only to find the protective formation surrounding the secret realm utterly silent, as if frozen in time. Her consciousness could not detect anything beyond, and there was no sign of movement from the outside. This is dire. We may well perish here today. Master, wield the wood god's sword. Shatter the heavenly sword and seal everything within our Yu clan's territory. This individual could very well be a formidable presence. Voices of urgency resonated through the air. Yu Zhongjing produced a small wooden sword, measuring less than 2 feet in length, from within his robes, his eyes reflecting reluctance. Yet, the thought that this white-haired youth might have discerned his secrets, combined with the notion of using his corpse to seek out the blood demon ancestor, quelled his hesitations. With this resolution, his gaze hardened. Grasping the small wooden sword, he swung it with fierce determination. The sword buckled under the torrent of his infused mana, producing resonant golden ripples. The diminutive wooden sword shattered abruptly, unleashing an overwhelming wave of terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire secret realm. Just as he expended the small wooden sword, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. Oh, are you still able to summon old Huang? That will certainly simplify matters. What do you mean? Yu Zhongjing paused, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Can he perceive our whispers? Lao Wang, are you referring to Huang Jiuxiao? His pupils contracted rapidly. The golden waves unleashed by the wooden sword slashed toward the horizon of the secret realm, reminiscent of accumulated foam, unable to breach the formation. Suddenly, his pupils trembled. The white-haired youth waved his hand towards the golden waves. A pitch-black formation shattered, creating a fissure over 10 meters long. Instantly, the golden waves surged forth, vanishing from sight. Was it deliberate? Why was he not afraid of Huang Jiuxiao? This thought briefly emerged, only to be dispelled by Yu Zhongjing. Absolutely impossible. Huang Jiuxiao was at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, not to mention being one of the foremost figures across the 9 provinces. He was undoubtedly among the top 3 supreme beings. Even the blood demon ancestor would not dare to overshadow him. If this white-haired lad truly possessed the strength to defy Huang Jiuxiao, would the blood demon ancestor still issue a hunt order, urging them to take action? That would be utterly foolish. As Yu Zhongjing's thoughts continued to scatter, a buzzing sound echoed from outside the secret realm, accompanied by a tearing noise. The sealed Yu family secret realm revealed a crack. How could the heavenly sword shatter? The power sealing this secret realm was formidable. Elder, what have you provoked? A voice with a distinct accent preceded the person's arrival. Soon, an old man resembling a weathered farmer, with a sallow complexion and a black sword slung over his back, stepped into the secret realm. As he entered, a sweep of his divine sense transformed his composed expression into one of distress. He opened his mouth, a voice of helplessness resonating through the secret realm. What on earth? How is it that I encounter you again, esteemed demon lord? Huang Jiuxiao, with his half-closed eyelids, suddenly widened his gaze. Lowering his head, he glanced at the smoking fragments of the shattered sword below. Meeting the gaze of the young man in white, he revealed a wry smile. The youth's gentle voice emerged. It is better to arrive opportunely than early, just in time to help me control a fire. Start with 7 parts of fire. With a gentle intensity. Control the fire? Huang Jiuxiao followed the direction indicated by the youth, noticing a blaze of crimson flames burning at the heart of the secret realm. The primordial flame, a divine fire, had been passed down from the ancient divine sword pavilion. He raised his hand slightly, and the flames flickered, coalescing into a fire dragon adorned with glassy scales, which flowed into the cauldron beneath Chu Yun's feet. His expression was somewhat conflicted as he cast a glance at the stunned members of the Yu family and inquired, "What brings you, esteemed elder, to the Yu residence?" "I possess a modest interest in sword forging and thought I might take a look," Chu Yun replied, raising his hand as the radiant light from the cauldron streamed forth like a gentle brook, guided by his arcane power into the vessel. Huang Jiuxiao, suddenly enlightened, broke into a sincere smile. "Very well, I shall lend you a hand." With fingers besmirched by dirt, he deftly flicked them, his mana intricately refined, perfectly igniting each material within the cauldron. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As his voice fell, the imposing azure bull, stepping on his head, expressed his displeasure. "Humph. Old Huang, are these your disciples? The esteemed one is truly giving you face. It is not merely unfriendly. They are brandishing swords and shouting threats with great fervor. One would think the heavens are about to be turned upside down." Huang Jiuxiao furrowed his brows slightly as he heard the somewhat panicked transmission from Yu Zhongxing. "Jiuxiao, do you recognize them? You referred to that person as the demon sovereign? Could it be he is the one from the ancient divine sword pavilion?" "Indeed." Huang Jiuxiao glanced at Yu Zhongxing with his murky old eyes. He received affirmation, his complexion suddenly as pale as paper. "The demon lord. The one who shattered the path to ascension? What could such a being possibly want at my Yu family? How could I know? My esteemed father-in-law. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. After all, we finally utilized the small wooden sword and now find ourselves in such a predicament." Huang Jiuxiao's tone towards Yu Zhongxing was laced with impatience. Yu Zhongxing, both astonished and flustered, gazed at the silver-haired youth, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He had initially believed that summoning Huang Jiuxiao would lead to the swift demise of this individual and a resolution to their troubles. Little did he expect the extraordinary background of the opponent. Even Huang Jiuxiao was rendered ineffective. From the very beginning, they had misidentified the threat. It was not the blood demon ancestor who was pursuing them, but rather the holy ancestor who had shattered the path to ascension. As a member of the demonic sect, Yu Zhongxing was painfully aware of the dreadfulness of the holy ancestor. He could not help but transmit a quavering message. "Jiuxiao, you must save us. We have not provoked him. It was they who intruded upon the secret realm of the Yu family without justification. We were merely defending ourselves and did not engage in any excessive actions." Huang Jiuxiao cast a glance at the shattered heavenly sword below and shook his head. "Enough of this futile talk. No one can predict the intentions of such an existence. What shall we do now? Since you have employed the small wooden sword, I shall certainly do my utmost to ensure your safety. If this individual desires your demise, he must first step over my corpse." "That is reassuring, indeed. I knew you were one to value old ties," Yu Zhongxing replied, breathing a sigh of relief upon receiving Huang Jiuxiao's assurance. "Let us not linger. We need 3 portions of fire to be placed on the 2 sword molds to the west and east." Suddenly, a calm voice emerged from Chu Yun. Huang Jiuxiao's expression sharpened. With a flick of his finger, primal fire transformed into countless delicate butterflies, cascading into the cauldron. Observing the crimson fire butterflies descend, they bloomed with a resplendent red glow. It was only then that he realized, in the briefest of moments, 2 sword blanks had emerged within the cauldron. One suspended in the west and the other in the east. Huang Jiuxiao felt a flicker of astonishment in his heart. The speed of the sword forging was astonishing. The 2 sword blanks were identical, and their quality was not particularly high, grade 7 sword blanks, perhaps. What could this individual possibly intend? Was it merely a simple desire to forge a sword? Not just Huang Jiuxiao, but at that moment, the formidable members of the Yu family also turned their gazes towards the cauldron. Their hearts stirred as they beheld the 2 sword blanks, their eyes meeting in silent exchange. They hailed from the Yu family, renowned for their exceptional mastery in sword forging. After merely observing for a short while, they had already discerned the extraordinary aspects of the craft. Some individuals even uncovered more peculiar details. Yu Yan's phoenix eyes sparkled as she watched the white-haired youth's fingers deftly dance, tracing intricate trajectories with remarkable speed, akin to a gust of wind striking with relentless force. She bit her lip lightly and murmured, "This is the Yu family's Yuxian 9 refines. How astonishingly fast. How can it be this swift? My heavens. Could this be the chaotic wind?" The other formidable members of the Yu family were equally taken aback. Not only the Yu family, but Niu Binbin also appeared surprised. He knew little of sword forging and was merely curious about what Chu Yun was up to. Upon hearing Yu Yan's words, he inquired, "Little girl, what on earth is the Yuxian 9 refines?" "It is the sword forging method painstakingly refined by our Yu family swordsmiths over more than 10 generations, renowned throughout Yuzhou. Nay, the entire 9 provinces," Yu Yan exclaimed. "The Yuxian 9 refines is notoriously difficult to master, complex to the extreme. Even Sikong has only grasped the 7 refines. How could this elder possibly wield the butterfly breath and chaotic wind?" As Yu Yan spoke, her words grew increasingly disjointed. The butterfly breath is the 8th refine of the Yuxian 9 refines, representing the pinnacle of softness. The chaotic wind is the 9th refine, embodying the essence of rigidity. One embodies softness, while the other embodies hardness, an incompatible duality. Yet, amidst the effortless motions of the white-haired youth, both were manifested with such grace. All the formidable members of the Yu family fell silent. Throughout the family's millennia-long history, only 3 swordsmiths had ever fully mastered the Yuxian 9 refines. And this individual was not one of their own. How could he possibly possess such mastery? An elderly Yu family member with graying whiskers pondered a possibility, holding his breath as he speculated. Could it be that our Yuxian 9 refines have disseminated as a legacy in the higher realms since the ascension of the prime ancestor Chongxian? A robust man from the Yu family countered, "Impossible. The prime ancestor must have ascended to the celestial realm, not the demon realm. What are you prattling on about?" The esteemed one merely glanced at your family's scripture repository for a moment. Upon hearing the Yu family's unfounded conjectures, the languid green bull flicked its tail in irritation. The Yu family members fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Before long, the elderly Yu family member exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? The Yuxian 9 refines is not merely a technique. It requires countless hours of forging and tempering to comprehend. How could someone grasp it with just a fleeting glance?" "Silence. You disturb the esteemed one's forging. All of you can perish." Niu Binbin shot them a dismissive glance, his gaze dripping with disdain. Just because you are incapable does not imply that others are as well. Under his withering gaze, the Yu family members recoiled, oppressed by an invisible pressure that stifled their words. "No." Suddenly, as Chu Yun's fingers continued their swift dance, he casually replied to their chatter. Niu Binbin blinked, looking over with a hint of confusion. "What do you mean, no? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He cast a glance into the cauldron and concluded, "It is nearly time to commence the gathering of spirit to forge the sword." The members of the Yu family were rendered speechless. The gathering of spirit to forge the sword is the final step in the sword-making process. Utter nonsense. Heretical practices. You are merely engaging in reckless forging. The art of sword crafting is not executed in such a manner. How long have you been at this? Barely an hour. You waste materials and offend the dignity of the Yu family. You deserve punishment. Suddenly, beneath the mighty hooves of the azure bull, a voice of fury erupted. Yu Sikong, on the verge of being trampled, had been observing the cauldron's contents with his divine sense. Initially, the techniques employed were rudimentary enough for him to comprehend. However, as time progressed, he realized that this individual was utterly absurd in their methods. What manner of sword forging is this? Is there not a modicum of reverence for the craft? Such a person, taking advantage of their superior cultivation to tarnish the sacred art of sword making, is truly laughable. He was utterly humiliated by being trampled by the bull. Unable to endure any longer, not a shred of restraint left, he erupted in furious expletives. He was to engage in a debate on the art of sword forging with the silver-haired one. Chu Yun glanced at the great azure bull, smiled lightly, and politely requested, "Please ensure a clean kill, leaving the body intact." "Apologies, my esteemed one. I was momentarily distracted and completely forgot." The bull, already weary of the man beneath its hooves, stirred restlessly, rippling the ground beneath. "What are you intending to do?" "I am the chief swordsmith of the Yu family." As soon as Yu Sikong's voice fell silent, his breath ceased. The powerful members of the Yu family, witnessing this, were filled with rage. Huang Jiuxiao closed his eyes, a look of resignation upon his face. Yu Zhongjing, observing this scene, clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Suddenly, Yu Zhongjing froze, his gaze locking with Chu Yun's, who wore an amused expression and pointed at him, saying, "You will do." As the words resonated, a chill enveloped Yu Zhongjing's entire being, causing every pore of his skin to tremble. He widened his eyes and trembled as he uttered, "Help, save me." Jiu Shao. His pores opened, and countless threads of blood erupted, shooting towards the cauldron. An immense pain surged through him. In an instant, Yu Zhongjing transformed into a figure drenched in blood, wailing in agony. The surrounding warriors of the Yu family were taken aback, their faces filled with terror as they retreated in haste. "Father." Only a young woman in a pink dress, her face etched with concern, stepped forward, hovering in the air. "Senior." Huang Jiuxiao observed the scene, hesitating to speak. Although Yu Zhongjing appeared to be in a dire state, he was, in fact, not gravely injured. His life was not in immediate danger. Most importantly, he could not fathom the intentions of the formidable demon lord from the upper realm. "Do not rush. Allow yourself to witness a splendid spectacle." With a flick of his fingers, Chu Yun directed the lifeless body of Yu Sikong beneath the hooves of the great azure bull toward the eastern sword embryo, while blood gushed forth from Yu Zhongjing's body onto the western sword embryo. White smoke billowed, and a pungent scent filled the air. The flames danced, concentrating the essence tenfold. Chu Yun's calm voice resonated once more. Sizzle, gurgle. Within the cauldron, a radiant light enveloped the space, accompanied by peculiar sounds reminiscent of culinary preparations. "What on earth is making noises akin to cooking?" The great azure bull murmured. "Silence," a hoarse voice commanded. Huang Jiuxiao craned his neck, fixated on the cauldron with a complex expression. The great azure bull yawned, surveying the crowd, noting the gravity etched on every face. Their focus unwavering from the sounds as strands of divine consciousness descended upon the cauldron, intent on observing. As the sounds within the cauldron intensified, the light began to retract, revealing the forms of two sword bodies. Both were heavy swords, their hue a deep black. The contours, the intricate patterns, and the sharp edges were indistinguishable. They bore no differences whatsoever. The sporadic flickers of spiritual energy along the sword bodies surged like mountains and seas, boundlessly powerful. Impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable. How could such chaotic forging yield an 8th grade sword artifact? A spirit? Am I a spirit? How could a spirit be birthed? The heavens are unjust. Suddenly, the left sword body trembled violently, and a familiar shadow erupted from the blade, frantically shouting. As it screamed, the sword body swayed, splattering the waste liquid beneath the cauldron, with some crystalline liquid splashing onto the right sword body. The right sword body quivered in response, and another shadow emerged. "Get away. You've sullied me. What a misfortune." The voice of the spirit on the left grew increasingly frantic. "Both have manifested spirits? Why? Tell me, how did you accomplish this?" It clawed and roared, charging at the white-haired youth standing above the cauldron. Enough noise. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. The spirit disintegrated, a terrifying pale red light descending, sharp to the extreme, obliterating it into dust. Everyone turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice. Huang Jiuxiao, hunched like an old farmer, wore a waxy complexion tinged with an unhealthy red as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Yun. You have done this." Chu Yun remained composed, glancing at the two 8th grade sword artifacts below. "As you can see, it is a remarkably simple comparative method. I was too lazy to create more, so I forged just these two." The technique remained unchanged, though the materials were somewhat inferior. However, they ultimately achieved the same grade. One sword was crafted with a life sacrificed for the cauldron, while the other merely required some blood. Chu Yun pointed at the two swords. "I deliberately controlled the process. These two swords, it seems, exhibit no significant differences." "Oh, but that is not entirely true. My magical essence is of such high quality that it birthed two small lives." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun raised his hand and wiped away the right spirit, which bore a striking resemblance to Yu Zhongjing, nodding in satisfaction. "Thus, it has been essentially replicated." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. They all turned their gaze simultaneously towards the silent Huang Jiuxiao. Tick, tick. Cold sweat dripped from each person's forehead. Oh, so that's how it is. The great Azure Bull spoke up. I thought these two newly forged 8th grade swords looked familiar. They resemble those of your late partner. Old man Huang. This implies that whether one sacrifices lives to forge them or not, the outcome remains largely unchanged, does it not? It seems your former partner met an unjust demise. Silence. Huang Jiuxiao snapped, his eyes locking with Chu Yun's, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, why has my sword not birthed a spiritual essence? Chu Yun shrugged. Perhaps the craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. Huang Jiuxiao. He offered a bitter smile and inquired, Senior, is there any record of the 9 refined of Yuxian regarding this matter? There is none, came the reply. But I inquired earlier on your behalf. The spirit of that weapon should be aware. Forging a sword by sacrificing one's life is a rudimentary method, lacking in technical sophistication. Even without blood refinement, employing several materials could achieve the same effect. Chu Yun gestured towards the heavy sword on his left. Huang Jiuxiao bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for enlightening me, Senior. I understand now. With that, he turned to face the formidable figures of the Yu family. Those powerful individuals appeared equally enlightened. Their faces pale as they instinctively took a step back, their gazes fixed upon the blood-soaked figure at the center. Elder, do you have anything to say? Huang Jiuxiao slowly advanced, soaring towards Yu Zhongxing. Yu Zhongxing, disregarding his pain, called out, Jiuxiao. I too am unaware that there is no distinction between life refinement and blood refinement. Alas, Huang Jiuxi replied, your ignorance matters little. Xiner possesses exceptional talent in the art of sword forging. I believe she has reached the 6th refinement stage. Though she may not surpass Yu Sikong, her intelligence should not lead her to misunderstand this principle. Both life refinement and blood refinement are fundamentally the same. And even the most crucial step can be substituted with materials. Why did she insist on throwing herself into the furnace without even consulting me? Elder. Prior to my marriage with Xiner, you subjected me to numerous trials, claiming they were tests. I found it peculiar at the time. Was I truly so lacking? What authority does the Yu family have to oppose me? In retrospect, Xiner's situation must be intricately linked to you. Could you provide an explanation? Huang Jiuxiao's voice remained calm, devoid of any fluctuations. However, Yu Zhongxing felt as though his heart might cease, his primordial spirit and consciousness ensnared by an overwhelming aura of dread. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He cast a glance at Yu Yin, transmitting his thoughts. Yinner, your father cannot yet meet his demise. You are aware of the burdens I have borne from that fateful day. Our forgetting emotion sect cannot permit the ancient divine sword pavilion to nurture a peerless sword deity. Your sister must make the ultimate sacrifice. Yet, I did not anticipate that even after vanquishing Yu Xian, which shattered his resolve, he would still manage to flourish. Furthermore, I could not foresee that, after so many years, this matter would resurface. Now, it is time for your sacrifice. Yu Yin bit her lip, her expression frigid. She gazed at the stooped old farmer, her eyes filled with complexity. Finally, she stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yu Zhongxing. With a flick of her sleeve, a heart knot fell into her palm, which she presented to him. Brother-in-law, the circumstances surrounding my sister's death were far more intricate. This is her token. A soft sound echoed. Yu Yan's eyes widened, filled with bewilderment. From her brow, a delicate thread abruptly emerged, cleaving her form in twain. As her primordial spirit faded into oblivion, she heard Huang Jiuxiao's calm voice. I was not inquiring about you. Huang Jiuxiao walked past the remnants of Yu Yan. Observing Yu Zhongxing, whose withered fingers clutched a pale black doll, its surface cracked and lifeless. This was the shattered primordial infant of Yu Yan, from which tendrils of dark energy drifted. Demonic energy. It seemed there was no need for further inquiry. Huang Jiuxiao coughed lightly, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto Yu Zhongxing's face. No, Jiuxiao. Allow me to explain. Proceed to explain below. With a sudden strike of his withered palm, Yu Zhongxing's form disintegrated. A pitch-black primordial infant erupted in a blaze of white light, fleeing into the distance. Huang Jiuxiao glanced over as the dark primordial infant exploded. Yu Zhongxing had fallen. Witnessing this scene, the strong warriors of the Yu family looked upon Huang Jiuxiao with terror. Huang Jiuxiao turned his gaze towards them, his murky eyes sharpening with the acuity of an eagle. Old sword deity, do not. We are not demonic cultivators. We have no ties to the demon sect. We were unaware. The warriors of the Yu family cried out, transforming into streaks of light as they employed various means to flee in all directions. Huang Jiuxiao remained silent. Raising his arm, his fingertips traced the air, creating countless arcs in this realm. The edges glistened with a deadly brilliance. At that moment, every streak of light was pierced by the arcs, succumbing to silence. Thunderous roars erupted. Before the arcs ceased, the secret realm was pierced through. The very fabric of the cosmos began to tremble, spiritual energy rapidly depleting. The primordial flames within the secret realm extinguished. Huang Jiuxiao's silver hair gradually morphed into strands of deep violet black, his pupils shrouded in a dense fog. His fingertips once again lifted, leaping over his head. A sphere of leaden, purplish light crackling with energy. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Enough, a gentle voice resonated. If this continues, you shall succumb to madness. At the moment the words were spoken, Huang Jiuxiao's body trembled. The sharp aura dissipated in an instant, even the purplish-black strands of his hair receding at a visible pace. Thank you, senior, Huang Jiuxiao said, his gaze meeting that of the white-clad youth, his heart a swirl of complex emotions. No need. I still require you to elucidate the principles. Should you fall into madness, it will require additional effort to rectify. Upon hearing Chu Yun's candid words, Huang Jiuxiao forced a bitter smile. Senior, I have already declared my solemn vow to the heavenly way. The vow can be undone, Neo Binbin interjected. Old man, one mustn't be so rigid. You abandoned the sword path because your companion forged her life into a blade, leaving you with doubts. Now that the truth has emerged that your companion was murdered, not perished by her own hand, doesn't that bring joy to all? In response to Neo Binbin's assertion, a streak of azure divine light surged forth. Boom. Neo Binbin spun midair several times, cursing, damn it. I offer you good advice, and you lash out at me. Another surge of azure light erupted. Neo Binbin, now enraged, manifested a colossal phantom behind him. Stop. Just as a battle seemed imminent, Chu Yun clapped his hands. And instantly both man and beast crashed to the ground, silenced. Chu Yun's figure flickered again, reappearing before Huang Jiuxiao. Here, take your belongings. Huang Jiuxiao extended his hand to receive them. Crimson threads intertwined into a ring, with a central diamond shape exquisitely crafted, adorned with delicate tassels, exuding tenderness. It was a love knot, the very item Yu Yin had presented earlier. She had stated that this was indeed a gift from her heart long ago. Huang Jiuxiao paused, tears welling in his eyes. Though one may perish, resurrection is not beyond possibility. Chu Yun's voice echoed softly. Huang Jiuxiao suddenly looked up. Please, senior, enlighten me. Chu Yun pondered over the myriad fantastical tales he had perused before his journey, stating, I am unsure of the specifics. But reaching the pinnacle of cultivation and reversing life and death should be feasible. You might consider attempting it. Relying solely on that so-called emotional path may not be reliable. However, your aptitude in the sword path is commendable. I believe you possess this opportunity. Huang Jiuxiao fell into contemplative silence. Can one truly reverse life and death by attaining the highest realm of cultivation? He had meticulously searched through every ancient text of the 9 provinces, yet he found no record of such an occurrence. However, the words were uttered by a supreme being from the higher realms, lending them an extraordinary credibility. Should he dare to test it? Huang Jiuxiao pondered within himself. His heart had long since perished. Countless doubts had once arisen within him regarding the significance of his cultivation. Why, he pondered, could a mere sword cause that foolish girl to depart from him forever? Since that moment, he had developed a profound aversion to all swords, save for the black blade. Now, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Must he once again take up the sword and embark on his journey anew? After a prolonged silence, he remained reticent. Chu Yun, however, was unperturbed. With a graceful wave of his hand, he summoned a vast vortex, drawing forth all the treasures of the Yu family into his dantian. Elder, I wish to tread the path of the sword once more, came a hoarse voice. Chu Yun turned to see that the creases on Huang Jiuxiao's face had diminished significantly, his brow now appearing at least a decade younger. It is said that one's appearance is a reflection of one's inner state. Indeed, the cultivator's exterior is shaped by his mental realm. It seems you have come to a realization. How might one annul the grand oath previously sworn to the heavenly Tao? It is quite simple. As long as you are willing, remain still. With a faint smile, Chu Yun placed his hand upon Huang Jiuxiao's head. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Huang Jiuxiao heard the sounds of wind and thunder in his ears. Nearby, a great azure bowl felt a tingling sensation. Wondering what he had just witnessed, above Huang Jiuxiao's head, a colossal silver outline materialized. By the heavens, is that the manifestation of the heavenly Tao? He widened his eyes. The aura emanating from the silver silhouette was all too familiar. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial essence of the Forbidden Zone's formation. Niu Binbin watched as Chu Yun raised his palm and, with a swift motion akin to swatting a fly, brought it down with force. Boom! The silver silhouette erupted, scattering a myriad of silver dust like fireflies in the night. All done, Chu Yun proclaimed, indicating that the celestial oath had been lifted. He clapped his hands and turned to Huang Jiuxiao. Huang Jiuxiao stood in a daze, gazing at the silver light that lay strewn around him. His scalp tingling as he regarded the white-haired youth before him. The celestial oath had been undone merely by a word. The sword intent that had persistently followed him, yet could not penetrate his being surged into him. The way of the sword had returned. Yet, at that moment, Huang Jiuxiao could think only of one thing. Just how powerful was he? Before he could ponder further, Chu Yun's voice rang out once more now. May I ask you to share your insights on the way of the sword? Certainly, Huang Jiuxiao replied eagerly, thumping his chest. I will share with you everything you wish to know, esteemed senior. Without hesitation, he began to expound upon his swordsmanship, leaving no detail unaddressed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task. In the shattered secret realm of the Yu family, the languid great azure bowl sealed off the surroundings meticulously. A spacious area was cleared. Two figures emerged, a white-haired youth sitting cross-legged, and an elderly man with a waxen complexion, whose fingers danced like swords, occasionally tracing the air as he elaborated on the intricacies of swordsmanship with a distinct accent. Huang Jiuxiao spoke of swordsmanship that was too profound for him to comprehend, leaving him to languidly recline nearby, watching the white-haired youth intently listen, feeling a twinge of admiration as he murmured to himself, if only I possessed his abilities. I would indulge in delightful feasts daily, cultivate a romantic relationship, and sire a multitude of offspring, a truly blissful existence. He discerned that this formidable figure was indeed a fervent practitioner, possessing an insatiable curiosity towards all matters of cultivation. Were it not for the occasional display of his ferocity, one might nearly forget that he was a fearsome demon lord. Something seemed amiss. He paused to reflect. Chu Yun gestured to Huang Jiuxiao, who promptly ceased his gestures and awaited further instruction in silence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chu Yun opened his eyes and nodded in affirmation. You may proceed. Huang Jiuxiao immediately resumed his discourse with utmost reverence. Chu Yun listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement and furrowing his brow in thought. Though somewhat rudimentary, it represented the profound insights of a master swordsman, accumulated over a lifetime dedicated to the sword. For someone who had only practiced for 500 years, much of it felt refreshingly novel. Thus, Huang Jiuxiao articulated his thoughts with great care, and Chu Yun absorbed them with equal diligence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His mind was divided, attentively listening while simultaneously reviewing the logs. The affinity value for Huang Ting had reached its zenith, and the completion rate for the host's hidden task stood at an impressive 200. The host was rewarded with a sword spirit root, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 50,000 system points. Additionally, an extra completion reward was granted, the translucent sword heart. Within the vast expanse of his dantian, two radiant treasures emerged, each emanating a brilliant golden light. One of these treasures was a crystal sword, merely 2 fingers wide and 1 foot long. The other was a fist-sized heart of red gold, pulsating gently. Both treasures shared a remarkable characteristic. They exuded an intense aura of swordsmanship. By merging the sword's spirit root with the translucent sword heart, even a seemingly talentless individual could undergo a metamorphosis into a genius of the sword. However, this transformation hinged on the condition that the individual bound to the system was indeed a talent in need of a resurgence. Chu Yun felt quite pleased, reflecting, truly worthy of being a hidden task, yielding 50,000 points, quite remarkable. With 50,000 points, he could indulge himself in the system's marketplace. He relocated the sword's spirit root and the transparent sword heart to a corner of his dantian, intending to access the system's marketplace. Suddenly, Chu Yun sensed an anomaly. His thoughts ascended through the cosmos of his dantian. Before him lay an endless sea of stars, with his internal organs resembling colossal galaxies occupying all directions. At the very center, a chaotic gray mist enveloped the space. A towering giant tree stood amidst the fog. Golden radiance, born of magical energy, occasionally cascaded upon the tree, akin to the nourishing dew of rain. The characteristics of this giant tree were strikingly evident: immense, sturdy, and unyielding. Its trunk was remarkably robust, as if constructed from countless celestial mountains. The branches twisted and coiled like mighty dragons, adorned with lush green leaves that swayed gently. This was merely within Chu Yun's body. Should it manifest in the external world, he speculated that it would be even more colossal, likely spanning a territory of thousands of miles. He would certainly not do so, for this was his celestial root. 500 years have passed. The colossal celestial root, which once left the Xian sect of Carefree in awe, has now matured into a semblance of the world tree. Observing the situation, it was evident that as his cultivation level ascended, it continued to grow. Particularly after recently binding with the system, Chu Yun discovered that his celestial root had expanded by 1,000 miles. Just moments ago, upon the emergence of the sword spirit root and the transparent sword heart, the celestial root quivered slightly. Do you wish for it? Without hesitation, Chu Yun placed the 2 orbs of golden light beneath the celestial root. The trunk of the celestial root was riddled with deep grooves, each line resembling a meandering river. The sword spirit root and the transparent sword heart, akin to fledglings returning to their nest, dove into the river. Buzz! The celestial root trembled gently. Chu Yun felt a jolt within his body as he observed that upon the barren branches of the celestial root, a fruit had sprouted, its surface gleaming gold and emanating a sharp aura. The fruit was modest in size, merely the size of an infant's fist. On the vast world tree, it was almost imperceptible, yet the aura it radiated was the purest essence of sword intent. As the foundation of Chu Yun's cultivation, the moment this fruit came into being, he sensed the profound transformation it would bring forth as it blossomed on the branch. This fruit symbolized the complete alignment of his affinity with the sword path. Furthermore, it contained a powerful sword technique that he could summon at will. Additionally, the fruit evidently possessed ample potential for further development. What it might evolve into in the future remained a mystery to Chu Yun. Moreover, the most immediate change was the voice of Huang Jiuxiu lecturing in his ears, which had shifted from intriguing to tedious, from simple to foolish. Previously, he could only deduce 10 segments of knowledge from a single lecture. Now, he could effortlessly extrapolate 100 segments, each one vastly more profound than the last. Thus, in the expansive domain of the sword path, Chu Yun's understanding, with the assistance of elementary student Huang Jiuxiao, soared from a mere kindergarten level to that of a professor. Thus began Huang Jiuxiao's nightmare. Just as he was articulating his thoughts, Chu Yun furrowed his brows and interjected, "No, that notion is flawed. It should be approached this way. Huang Jiuxiao, huh? Half a day later. Like this, then that, and then this again. Hasn't it improved significantly? Huang Jiuxiao, huh?" Chu Yun, resembling a professor grading a student's assignment, remarked without a second thought, "Why are you looking at me? Do I have something written on my face? Continue speaking, let me observe." Huang Jiuxiu wore a face of despair, reluctantly persisting, sensing that matters were beginning to take a troubling turn. Days passed. "Is there more?" Huang Jiuxiu lamented, waving his hands in desperation. "I beg you, spare me from further discourse. I am utterly drained. Not a single drop remains. If I continue, the sword path confidence I just regained will shatter into fragments." Chu Yun. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He found himself questioning the very essence of life. Why did the senior's words merely echo my own thoughts from earlier, albeit articulated with greater depth, rendering them incomprehensible to me? Could it be that my prolonged abandonment of the swordsmanship has dulled my once profound understanding of it? Chu Yun nodded. "Is this where we conclude?" Huang Jiuxiao hurriedly objected. No. Could you please elaborate further? I have other matters to attend to." He hesitated for a moment, mustering his courage to ask, "Do you take disciples?" "No. Even a named disciple would suffice." The azure bull beside him rolled his eyes, thinking, "What a pipe dream. Would a great master take you as a disciple?" Huang Jiuxiu sighed, alas. Seeing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle, rising to his feet and stretching his back. Well, this matter has come to an end, and I must take my leave. Huang Jiushi was taken aback, opening his mouth to say something, but after a moment's thought, he clasped his hands and bowed. I respectfully send you off, senior. Should you require assistance in the 9 provinces, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed. Chu Yun glanced at the sky, lifting his foot in preparation to depart. With this journey concluded, his task was entirely fulfilled. He intended to return to the Misty Peak, plunder the system market, and dedicate a few days to diligent cultivation, striving for further breakthroughs. Master, what about me? Will you not ride me anymore? Seeing Chu Yun about to leave, the Azure Bull hastily stood up and inquired. Chu Yun gave him a sidelong glance. Do as you wish. Do you truly believe yourself to be a bull? The Azure Bull flicked his tail, somewhat bewildered. Damn it, wasn't it you who turned me into a bull? He had been awaiting Chu Yun's instructions on his tasks, yet after a prolonged and bewildering stay in Yunzhou, he remained unaware of what to do and ultimately sent himself back. What was the purpose of summoning me then? Merely to amuse oneself? He raised his head, intending to inquire with Chu Yun, but a shiver ran down his spine as a gust of wind swept by. The figure of the white-haired youth had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chu Yun strode back to the Misty Peak. Upon entering the pavilion, he reclined in his cherished rocking chair for but a brief moment when the system notification echoed in his ears once more. Ding! Accompanied by a magnificent manifestation of the sword path, the lecture concluded, engulfing the venue in silence, as all present were left in awe. Enraptured, he felt immensely enriched, convinced that this journey had been worthwhile, and he harbored a deep gratitude for Huang Ting Dao. Task settlement in progress. Task completion at 100. The host has achieved a favorability rating of 100 with Huang Ting Dao, earning an additional 50 completion bonus. The host has completed a hidden task, acquiring another 50 completion bonus. The total task completion stands at 200. The host has received rewards: the Thunder Calling Azure Cloud Sword, Gale Wind Spirit 2, and 20,000 system points. Additionally, the host has received an extra reward of 30,000 system points. The system's voice resonated continuously. Chu Yun glanced at the rewards. The highest tier 5th grade sword technique was subpar. The consumable that increased spiritual awareness was acceptable, with 50,000 system points. Combined with the points earned from the previously completed hidden tasks, he had exactly 100,000 points. He opened the system marketplace. The system was remarkably efficient. Just a few days ago, he had completely emptied the marketplace, and now the interface had refreshed, brimming once again with an abundance of treasures, radiant and resplendent. As his thoughts stirred, the energy within his dantian shimmered instantly, condensing into a thick stack of fracture vouchers. He activated the sweeping mode, and with 100,000 points combined with his self-made vouchers, a significant portion of the marketplace was swiftly emptied. This time, not only the 9th grade treasures, but also various 7th and 8th grade cultivation artifacts were thoroughly cleared away. Chu Yun glanced at the mountain of treasures accumulated in his dantian and smiled with satisfaction. The system remained silent, offering no commentary, merely continuing its broadcast. The discourse by the Sword Saint of Zhenhai City has concluded, and you have received a communication from the Moonshadow Sect. The long-secluded sect master, Fenglinger, has finally emerged, having remarkably broken through to the later stage of the transformation realm. By a stroke of fortune, she acquired a powerful legacy from an ancient relic, propelling the Moonshadow Sect from a small sect to a medium-sized sect of considerable influence in the southern region. Fenglinger, dedicated to expanding the sect, has resolved to host a grand sect conference, where portions of the relic's legacy will be awarded to outstanding participants. All cultivators reaching the nascent soul stage within the Moonshadow Sect are eligible to participate, due to your exceptional performance in ascending the heavenly ladder. The communication you received was personally pinned by Fenglinger, specifically urging your return to the sect. You suddenly recalled your watchful master, Elder Haitu, and hesitated, pondering whether to return to the sect and partake in this grand event. A counterattack mission has been issued. Please return to the Moonshadow Sect to participate in the grand conference and secure a position within the top 3. Note: Fenglinger is the reincarnation of a celestial being from the upper realm, and her true strength is not merely at the later stage of the transformation realm, but rather at the initial stage of the integration realm. The legacy she intends to pass down is not merely a relic's heritage, but a formidable inheritance from the celestial realm. It is imperative that you regard this counterattack mission with utmost seriousness, as it bears a significant chance of propelling you to the transformation realm. Note 2. As a celestial being from the upper realm, Fenglinger is both amiable yet proud, possessing lofty standards, and she harbors a deep disdain for sword cultivators. Given your current circumstances, please refrain from recklessly attempting to raise her favorability, as it poses a risk of dire consequences. Just as one mission concluded, a new storm has arisen. After listening to the system's task description, Chu Yun shook his head, finding the narrative reminiscent of a poorly crafted novel, with even the trope of a celestial reincarnation making an appearance. Should he expect an arranged marriage next? His gaze suddenly shifted, landing on a specific point within the system log. It appeared that this task might present an opportunity to break through to the divine transformation stage. Although the system had been incessantly chattering with him across realms, he had gradually grasped the nuances after several tasks. Regardless of the system's incessant prattle, as long as he seized the key information and sought analogous situations to pursue, he had a high probability of advancing the task. Firstly, he mused, the conditions for fulfilling this task require that the location be within the sect. Furthermore, it must be an event presided over by the sect leader himself. As for whether or not immortals are involved, it is of little consequence. The objective of the task is simply to secure a place among the top 3 at this gathering. That seems quite manageable. There were indeed numerous grand events within the Xiao Immortal Sect hosted by the sect leader, so he would first check for any upcoming activities. If there were none, he could always request the sect leader to organize one on short notice, which would not pose much of a problem. Chu Yun squinted thoughtfully, reflecting on the matter. Due to his master's influence, he was quite familiar with the sect leader of the Xiao Immortal Sect. He reclined in the armchair and casually called out, Changming. His voice transformed into intangible ripples, unfurling towards the ethereal peak. Although Xia Changming was not within the confines of the peak, as soon as his words resonated, it was not long before the bewildered Xia Changming, bare-armed and drenched in blood, was conveyed to the window by the echo of his voice. He paused momentarily, standing by the window as he beheld the silver-haired youth reclining in the rocking chair, exclaiming in surprise, Master Uncle, you have returned. Chu Yun cast a glance at his disheveled appearance, responding with astonishment. What on earth are you doing? Xia Changming scratched his bald head and replied with an innocent smile. I was just chopping people. Following this, he began to curse. That scoundrel has no sense of martial ethics. We agreed on a fair competition, yet halfway through, he drew his knife, claiming it was a part of him, an extension of his very being, and that it didn't count as cheating. Damn it. If it weren't for the recent breakthrough I had into the transformation stage, I might have been killed by that rascal. Chu Yun's mouth twitched. You have reached the transformation stage? Xia Changming replied matter-of-factly. Thanks to you, Master Uncle. The spiritual energy on this mysterious peak is so abundant. After dining with you for several days, my physical form could hardly withstand it, leading to my natural breakthrough. He then sighed, alas. My sister had advised me to solidify my foundation, yet in a moment of distraction, I ascended. Chu Yun, his expression was somewhat peculiar. Clearly reluctant to engage in that topic, he casually inquired about more pressing matters. Are you aware of any recent grand ceremonies within the sect? The kind presided over by the sect master himself. It was now Xia Changming's turn to exhibit a strange demeanor. He scrutinized Chu Yun, who was reclining in the rocking chair, and hesitantly remarked, You don't know? What do you mean? Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Xia Changming cleared his throat. I assumed you remembered the date of the Zhongming Grand Assembly and had intentionally returned from afar. Noticing his master uncle's continued bewilderment, he reiterated. In less than a month, the Zhongming Grand Assembly will commence. Chu Yun replied calmly. Oh, I almost forgot. Seeing that Chu Yun had recalled, Xia Changming nodded and was about to speak when a sudden thought ignited his ire. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, Speaking of which, those fools in the sect have been running their mouths, claiming that you, Master Uncle, are no match for the Supreme Tao Body. They say you'll lose face at the Zhongming Grand Assembly. They're all utter imbeciles. They have no idea of your celestial might. The Supreme Tao Body may be formidable, yet it belongs to a different era. With just a flick of your finger, you could likely vanquish it. As Xia Changming grew increasingly agitated, he urged Chu Yun, Master Uncle. When the time comes, do not spare the Supreme Tao Body any dignity. Teach her a severe lesson. Chu Yun smiled faintly. How about stepping on her head? Xia Changming pondered. Wouldn't that be a bit too insulting? Chu Yun nonchalantly replied. If one seeks to ascend above, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Having just returned, I find myself rather hungry. Please wash up and prepare something for me to eat. At this, Xia Changming nodded eagerly. Of course, I shall attend to it immediately. He turned and departed, familiar with the path, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chu Yun, gazing through the window, contemplated the figure of Xia Changming, lost in thought. Ah, this so-called Zhongming grand event seems perfectly aligned with the system's task. It is undoubtedly the one for him. He closed his eyes as the sun, having shifted 10 meters, cast a slanted cascade of light through the window, while basking lazily in the warmth. Over 100,000 golden elixirs and primordial infants within him commenced their work, beginning to refine the exquisite materials recently exchanged from the system marketplace. An hour later, within Chu Yun's Dantian, approximately 1,000 primordial infants emerged in transformation. In the boundless darkness of the universe beyond the 9 provinces, dozens of resplendent golden stars suddenly appeared. All treasures exchanged from the system marketplace had been entirely consumed. In the secluded corners of the ancient divine sword pavilion, a rustic cottage stood, framed by wood and thatched with thick straw. In front of the cottage lay an old stone table accompanied by several stone stools, upon which a few bamboo leaves rested. Huang Jiuxiao, lost in thought, fell from the sky, muttering to himself incessantly. So it is, there are indeed so many possibilities on the path of the sword. That esteemed demon lord possesses an astonishing talent. Compared to him, I truly feel like a mere waste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He gazed at the familiar landscape before him, silently vowing, my heart, wait for me. Once I ascend to the celestial realm and attain the highest state of being, I shall surely resurrect you. One day we shall return to this humble abode, bear 2 plump children, and live a life of leisure. Suddenly, Wang Jiuxi was taken aback. He lifted his gaze to the somewhat ominous sky, his expression twitching. Alas, the path to immortality has vanished. Where am I to ascend now? What am I to do? Huang Jiuxiu murmured as he paced back and forth on the muddy ground in front of the cottage. Abruptly, a voice of reverence echoed from outside the hut. Great ancestor, I have urgent matters to discuss. May I have a moment of your time? The voice was deep and resonant, belonging to the esteemed figure from the ancient divine sword pavilion. Not now, not now, Huang Jiuxi replied without hesitation, lost in contemplation of the sword path and his ascension. Unexpectedly, a clear and proud voice followed. I am Go Wei, a descendant of the supreme Dao physique. I wish to take the old sword god as my master to seek knowledge of the sword path. I humbly request your approval. Outside the thatched cottage, 3 figures materialized, forming a triangular formation. A girl of about 18 with short hair raised her chin, her exquisite face radiating confidence. Her almond-shaped eyes gleamed with sharpness and brilliance. As she spoke, her black robe billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, emanating a faint purple mist that enveloped her. Behind her, a dazzling golden star materialized, hovering like a deity. The long-robed figure stood before her, sensing the extraordinary phenomenon. He turned to observe, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. The supreme Dao physique is indeed a remarkable constitution favored by the heavens. This phenomenon is truly extraordinary, one I have never encountered before. Lord Huang. This phenomenon is called the imperial star ascending the 9 heavens and has a significant lineage. Standing beside Gu Wei was a young man in a purple robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, strikingly handsome, resembling a noble gentleman. As Gu Wei's protector, he was well versed in the significance of this phenomenon. Jia Xuanji smiled, raising his hand to point toward the sky. This phenomenon is a manifestation of Gu Wei's insight into the golden calamity star above the 9 heavens, which he naturally comprehended. Interestingly, despite the star resembling an abyss that absorbs the world's spiritual energy, its appearance greatly enhances Gu Wei's understanding. Huang Hong looked up at the sky, the image of the golden star reflected in his eyes. The imperial star ascending the 9 heavens, the supreme Dao physique already possesses incredible comprehension. This phenomenon will further amplify it, making it the pinnacle of manifestations. No wonder sect master Zhao dared to expend a divine sword mark to bring this child to seek an opportunity from the old sword god. However, he shifted the topic, casting his gaze once again toward the direction of the thatched cottage. My ancestor possessed a peculiar temperament. It is not merely high comprehension that can unlock his path. Over the years, I have never heard him express any desire to take on disciples, and thus, I can assist you only to this extent. If we wait a moment longer and my ancestor does not respond, we shall have no choice but to take this child away. Zhao Xuanyi nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your assistance, Master Huang. The divine sword seal, exceedingly rare, serves as a vital token of the ancient divine sword pavilion. Each seal embodies a monumental karmic debt owed by the pavilion. Once employed, it can enable the ancient divine sword pavilion to accomplish numerous feats. In bringing Gu Wei to the thatched cottage, utilizing one divine sword seal does not concern him. The supreme Tao body, unparalleled throughout history, is destined to tread the path of invincibility. He traveled through the 9 provinces with Gu Wei, and along their journey, no one had remained indifferent in the presence of the supreme Tao body, not even the venerable sword god. However, as time passed, nearly half an hour slipped away unnoticed. A chilling gust of wind swept through, rustling the grass at their feet and striking the walls of the thatched cottage. Zhao Xuanji's gaze remained serene as he observed the cottage, yet there was still no sign of movement. Master Zhao, the time has come, a voice reverberated, rich and deep. I apologize, but it seems my esteemed ancestor truly does not wish to meet the Tao body. Let us depart, Huang Hong declared, turning to lead the two away. Let us wait a moment longer, Zhao Xuanji interjected. It is unnecessary. I understand my ancestor well. If he is unwilling, dear friend, you could linger here for another 500 years and still not encounter him. Zhao Xuanji did not budge an inch, gesturing towards Gu Wei beside him. The Tao body is in the midst of enlightenment. Once her understanding is complete, we may leave without haste. Huang Hong's gaze flickered as it settled on Gu Wei, where he observed the swirling purple aura surrounding her, intertwined with mysterious black and white runes emerging from her essence. Behind her, a golden star radiated with brilliance, its surface adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. He unexpectedly sensed the aura of a formation from that golden star ripple, in essence intertwined with the fabric of space itself. Huang Hong's heart stirred. Ah, Zhao Xuanji, ever the cunning one. The phenomenon of the imperial star soaring through the skies is certainly more than a mere enhancement of comprehension. It likely harbors numerous other extraordinary attributes. Without the luxury of contemplation, his expression grew increasingly solemn. Within the almond-shaped eyes of the supreme Tao body, countless sword techniques began to manifest. What had triggered this epiphany within her? Following her gaze, Huang Hong observed nothing but the stacked straw outside the thatched cottage, along with a stone bench and a stone table. Could the remnants of the great ancestor's life impart an understanding of the old sword god's swordsmanship? A gust of wind suddenly swirled beneath the supreme Tao body. 10 strands, 100 strands. Each strand of wind coalesced into a distinct sword intent, each unique in its essence. These winds, like a vortex, circled around the supreme Tao body, forming a diameter of several dozen meters. The sound of the wind intertwined, howling as it clashed. One could see golden stars, crimson flames, and shimmering blue waves, a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the eye, completely enveloping the supreme Tao body. Huang Hong and Zhao Xuanji flickered away to a distance. Huang Hong's gaze flickered. As the lord of the ancient divine sword pavilion, he could discern the essence of what was unfolding. Hundreds of strands of sword intent were mingling and merging. Huang Hong couldn't help but exclaim, she is indeed merging sword paths, endeavoring to carve out a path uniquely her own. This is a pursuit typical of cultivators in the fusion stage. Zhao Zongzhu, is she not a bit premature to undertake such a challenge? Given that she has only reached the mid-stage of transformation? Zhao Xuanji responded with an air of indifference. It may be early for others in transformation, but for her, it is just right. This is not her first attempt at merging paths. It is the innate talent of the supreme Tao body. Already merged? What then is her current combat strength? Zhao Xuanji smiled. Her combat strength is uncertain. She grows stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Yet among her peers, she stands unrivaled. Witnessing this, Huang Hong felt a ripple within his heart. As the lord of the ancient divine sword pavilion, he himself was a great ascension cultivator, capable of forming his own judgments. The supreme Tao body was merely attempting to merge paths, not having achieved full success in the fusion stage. She would certainly not be a match, but if she were in the void stage, that would be another matter entirely. As for those in the separation stage, facing a supreme Tao body that had begun to merge paths would only result in being soundly defeated. Although Zhao Xuanji may be devious, her assessment of the supreme Tao body is accurate. Among the peers of the 9 provinces, none could contend with the supreme Tao body. This stirred Huang Hong's thoughts. The end of the Dharma age looms near, and amidst the chaos, the ancient divine sword pavilion also faces peril. A potential ally like the supreme Tao body, should a favorable bond be forged, could prove invaluable in the future. With this in mind, Huang Hong glanced at the thatched cottage and began to convey a thought. Zhao Xuanji, observing this, wore a knowing smile, clearly unperturbed. He gazed upon the short-haired woman, encircled by countless strands of sword intent, reminiscent of a sovereign of the sword path. Such an immaculate gem as the supreme Tao body would stir the heart of anyone. If the old sword god were to accept the supreme Tao body as his disciple, it would not merely be an honor for the supreme Tao body, but rather a boon for the old sword god himself. In a fleeting moment, Zhao Xuanji sensed a subtle movement by his ear and turned his gaze toward the thatched cottage ahead. A diminutive transparent sword, measuring little more than a foot in length, descended from the heavens, plummeting toward the supreme Tao body. I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you decipher this sword talisman, you will earn the right to become my registered disciple, echoed the calm voice of Huang Juxiao throughout the cottage. He sat in the thatched cottage, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The incessant buzzing in his ears, aggravated by Huang Hong's incessant chatter, prompted him to casually conjure a sword talisman and cast it forth. This talisman, strictly speaking, was no longer representative of his original swordsmanship. Rather, it embodied the most rudimentary structure imparted to him by his mentor. According to his mentor, grasping this fundamental concept would indicate a measure of innate talent for swordsmanship. If one were incapable of comprehending even such a basic talisman, they ought to depart without further ado. Gu Wei lifted her gaze and beheld the talisman descending from above. She raised her sleeve, her hand, pale as jade, outstretched. The talisman did not pose any challenge, gracefully landing in her palm and beginning to rotate gently. Initially, she paid it little heed, merely casting a cursory glance, but soon, an aura of enlightenment enveloped her, illuminating her surroundings. Her previously impassive countenance lowered, fixating intently on the talisman. The various sword intents swirling around her garments coalesced into luminous orbs, encircling her like stars around the moon. Thank you, sect leader, Zhao Xuanji remarked, observing the scene with a calm demeanor, casting a gentle smile towards Huang Hong. Huang Hong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a matter of appreciating talent. The supreme Tao body is a rare sight indeed, and it truly lives up to its reputation." However, Huang Hong continued, his gaze fixed on the sword talisman in Gu Wei's palm. "Zhao sect leader, the talismans of our ancestors are not easily deciphered. This is merely an additional opportunity." "That suffices," Zhao Xuanji replied, a confident smirk gracing his lips. "Shall we wager on how long it takes this child to unravel it?" "Intriguing," Huang Hong responded. His interest piqued. "What are the terms of your wager?" Upon hearing about the bet, Huang Hong's enthusiasm surged. "If I win, I desire a single pill from Elder Chen Yaochong, renowned for his alchemical prowess, specifically, the dreaming immortal pill." "Oh," Zhao Xuanji replied nonchalantly. "Then I shall claim the Kanglan divine sword from your esteemed pavilion." Huang Hong narrowed his eyes. "This is merely a pastime. The Kanglan divine sword is a 9th grade artifact, while the dreaming immortal pill is only 8th grade. It seems, Zhao sect leader, you are asking for quite a lot." Zhao Xuanji shook his head, asserting it is entirely equitable. "I wager that she will decipher this talisman within the span of an incense stick. Should it take longer, I shall concede." He then gestured, producing an ornate, dark purple incense burner. With his other hand, he picked up a stick of ordinary sandalwood incense, approximately 10 centimeters in length, inserting it into the burner, where the tip ignited with a flicker of red, releasing a delicate plume of smoke. Zhao Xuanji presented the incense burner to Huang Hong. "In this manner, it is indeed fair." Huang Hong accepted the burner, scrutinizing it closely. "Zhao sect leader comes well prepared. I assume you are no stranger to such endeavors?" Zhao Xuanji replied with a hint of aloofness. "As a protector of the supreme Tao body, it is only fitting to secure certain advantages for it. Winning by merit is not a disgrace." Huang Hong's fingers grazed the surface of the incense burner as he pondered. A 9th grade divine sword is an exceptionally rare treasure, even within the ancient divine sword pavilion. Should he lose, his gaze shifted towards Gu Wei, who was lost in contemplation. It seemed there was no loss at all. If the supreme Tao body could indeed decipher the Grand Ancestor's sword symbol within the time frame of a single incense stick, the Grand Ancestor would undoubtedly accept her as a disciple. In that case, the Kanglan divine sword could be regarded as a mere token of their meeting. Huang Hong spoke up, "I wager." "Very well, I shall await the sword of the sect master," Zhao Xuanji replied with a smile, exuding confidence. Huang Hong also smiled, equally assured. After placing their bets, their attention turned to Gu Wei, eagerly anticipating her solution to the sword symbol. Time passed swiftly. Half of the sandalwood incense in the burner had been consumed. A wispy cloud of smoke drifted across Zhao Xuanji's face, and his expression grew somber. Moments later, only a quarter of the incense remained. Zhao Xuanji furrowed his brow, waving away the smoke as he focused intently on Gu Wei. She remained motionless, seemingly in a meditative state, her gaze fixated on the sword symbol. Huang Hong glanced at the incense and cautioned, "There is only a little left." It appeared that the Grand Ancestor's sword symbol was not so easily deciphered, even for the Supreme Tao body. Humph, Zhao Xuanji scoffed lightly, his expression stiffening. As the incense burned down to nothing, he still had not witnessed Gu Wei's breakthrough, and his demeanor darkened. He turned to Huang Hong and said, "Consider it your victory. I do not possess the Dream Wanderer, but once this matter is settled, I shall seek Qin Yao to exchange it for you. No rush. Let us continue to observe." Huang Hong replied, his laughter buoyant. He realized that the challenge posed by the sword symbol was far greater than anticipated. The Supreme Tao body was already perspiring, and the brilliant golden star behind her shone ever more resplendently, radiating power like a great sun. Huang Hong deduced that they would need to wait at least another hour or two for a resolution. However, neither Zhao Xuanji nor Huang Hong anticipated that Gu Wei would remain in her trance for an entire day and night. From her initial standing position, she had settled into a cross-legged posture. Unbeknownst to her, her complexion had turned a deep shade of liver, and she was drenched in sweat. The phenomena behind her manifested in cycles of collapse and reformation, yet still, no progress was made. Zhao Xuanji's face was ashen, and he remained silent. 3 days passed. With a sudden puff, Gu Wei expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Her consciousness flickered as she attempted to rise, but her knees buckled, and she collapsed, clutching the sword symbol as she fainted. "Zhao Xuanji." "Huang Hong." A languid voice drifted from the grass hut. "Belonging to Huang Jiuxiu, you should go back and practice some more. I had thought you to be a prodigy, but your talent in the sword path is even less impressive than I imagined." With a grim expression, Zhao Xuanji approached, crouching down to offer Gu Wei a few medicinal pills. "Farewell," he said, lifting her with his magic and floating away without looking back. "Remember the wager, Sect Master." "I am aware," Huang Hong replied, "and do not forget to attend the forthcoming bell-ringing assembly to discuss important matters." Zhao Xuanji coldly retorted, disappearing with Gu Wei. Huang Hong shook his head at the scene. It was indeed awkward. How could the Supreme Tao body have fainted from blood loss? "Little brat," he muttered. "What important matters are to be discussed?" Suddenly, Huang Jiuxiao's voice rang in his ear. Huang Hong twitched his lips in resignation, explaining, "The bell-ringing assembly of the Celestial Wanderer Sect is approaching, and the 5 great sects are preparing to discuss how to reconnect with the upper realms Tao lineage." "Oh, that sounds intriguing. I shall attend as well." Huang Hong was taken aback. The Grand Ancestor had shown little interest in such matters before. Why the sudden change of heart? At the misty peak, a white-haired youth sat cross-legged atop a jutting cliff. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of murky air, causing a vast expanse of clouds to part before him, revealing a cerulean sky. It is noteworthy that, compared to previous days, the rich spiritual energy of the 9 heavens was visibly diminished. Another batch of Yuan Ying had been broken through, leaving not a single drop remaining. However, a solution had been discovered. Sensing the golden elixir within his dantian, he had transformed it into several hundred. In an instant, countless thoughts intertwined in Chu Yun's mind. Over the past few days, he had pondered deeply. One must not put all one's eggs in one basket. It is essential to utilize the system to attempt ascension to the higher realms. He cannot solely rely on the system. The most crucial aspect is that as the number of golden pills increases, the nourishment for the nascent soul stage must also be provided. The 9 provinces are truly on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, in recent days, he has finally conceived a method that could alleviate both Jiuzhou's and his own burdens. Firstly, it is certain that the apocalyptic era of Jiuzhou bears some direct connection to him. The sole solution to this predicament may not necessarily lie in ascending to a higher realm. Chu Yun gazes at the vast sea of clouds unfurled before him. The expanse of the cloud sea is open and clear, yet as one approaches the peripheries, the mist thickens, rendering visibility increasingly elusive. Concealed within the fog are numerous intricate formations laid down by the Celestial Immortal Sect. Some are fraught with lethal intent, others are designed to gather spiritual energy, while yet others possess spatial fluctuations, capable of transporting one to various locales beyond the sect. He gazed upwards towards the vast firmament and the cosmos beyond, where a similar scenario unfolded. Within the universe, numerous spatial wormholes existed, harboring storms and possibly even conduits to other realms. At present, I possess an abundance of golden elixirs, allowing me the opportunity to venture into these enigmatic locations, perhaps uncovering pathways to alternate worlds. Chu Yun pondered thoughtfully. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. He had once been curious himself. After losing contact with dozens of golden elixirs, the matter faded away. Now, with an increasing number of golden elixirs, they had become a burden to the 9 provinces. And losing some was inconsequential. As long as he could explore suitable worlds, or perhaps by a stroke of luck, locate the upper realm. Sacrificing a few golden elixirs would be a guaranteed profit. For several days, he had diligently prepared. For instance, he created 1,637 feedback techniques to ensure that he maintained contact with the golden elixirs exploring the wormholes. Additionally, he deployed thousands of golden elixirs to navigate the cosmos at high frequencies, dispersing the fog, pinpointing the locations of wormholes, eliminating some cosmic beasts, and mapping numerous star charts in preparation for the expedition into the wormholes. Chu Yun referred to this plan as the Extraterrestrial Colonization Initiative. No, it was the Wandering Golden Elixir Project. Suddenly, an unusual vibrating sound resonated from the spiritual energy. Chu Yun looked over and noticed a small green spiritual bird, flapping its wings with a wingspan of less than a meter, emerging from the misty clouds. The bird's head resembled that of an eagle, with large eyes akin to wine goblets, gazing in his direction. Ding! It emitted a peculiar sound, fluttering its wings and releasing a burst of green light as it approached him. Upon reaching Chu Yun's side, the bird spoke in human language, exclaiming, "Young friend. Dire news. The spiritual energy of this world is dwindling, and there must be an unparalleled great calamity attempting to obliterate it. Only I, the celestial sovereign, can save this realm. However, I am trapped within the heavenly Tao array and cannot escape. I urgently require 50 low-grade spirit stones to break the formation. I implore you to assist me, and once I am freed, I shall eliminate the great calamity and save the world. At that time, I will return to you 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and bestow upon you a legacy from the celestial realm. A gentle pat on my head will suffice to complete this donation." Chu Yun responded with bewilderment. What on earth is this creature? He grasped the bird firmly, feeling its soft, fluffy exterior. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned it was a mere puppet. The spirit bird, caught in his grip, immediately squawked, "Young friend, dire circumstances await. The spiritual energy of this world is waning. Surely a calamity is imminent." Chu Yun dismissed it as a prank crafted by certain individuals within the Xian sect and flung it away. "Master Uncle, dinner is ready." Just then, he heard Xia Changming's call and rose to hasten towards the summit pavilion. "Young friend, dire circumstances await." To his surprise, as he had barely taken a few steps, a loud mechanical voice echoed once more. "Why is it back again?" Chu Yun turned to glance and saw the hawk-like spirit bird returning, circling around him insistently, demanding his V50. Yet, V was simply unattainable. Such a rudimentary trick relied on the acquisition of precious low-grade spirit stones. With that, Chu Yun vanished from sight. Little did he expect the spirit bird to be quite swift. Just as he reached the pavilion's exterior, he heard that familiar voice again. Growing increasingly irritated by the incessant chatter of the spirit bird, he raised his hand and shattered it with a swift slap. To his astonishment, he discovered that the recently shattered spirit bird rapidly reassembled itself, restoring to its former state, and resumed its incessant prattling. He narrowed his eyes. The method of reassembling this puppet bird is rather intriguing. He became intrigued, intending to shatter it once more to discern its secrets. The voice of Xia Changming resonated. "Oh, Master Uncle, you too have caught the attention of this celestial bird? Celestial bird? You have encountered it as well?" Chu Yun glanced over. Noticing Xia Changming tying an apron while placing a large bowl of fragrant soup onto the table, he tilted his head and gazed at the spirit bird beside Chu Yun, saying, "Indeed, this peculiar feathered creature has become quite ubiquitous within our Carefree sect, nearly reaching plague proportions. I never expected to see one flying all the way up to the 9 heavens today. Who is responsible for this?" Chu Yun exclaimed, smashing it with a swift slap, only to witness the spirit bird restoring itself to its original state. It was perplexing, as none of the elders within the sect acknowledged its presence, and everyone found it strange, as if the feathered creature had simply manifested one day without warning. The peculiarities of this bird are rather intriguing. I have heard that it is not just our Carefree sect experiencing this phenomenon, but several larger sects as well, including the 10,000 Laws sect and the Ancient Divine Sword Pavilion. Xia Changming hastily took a seat, skillfully pouring a glass of cola for Chu Yun and placing it before him. Chu Yun, slightly astonished, lifted the cola and inquired, "What does the sect have to say about this?" Xia Changming explained, the elders in the sect are either away or preoccupied with preparations for the bell-ringing Grand Assembly, leaving them little time to address this matter. A few elders, eager to contribute, managed to capture a few specimens for brief study, concluding that they posed no threat, after which they ceased their involvement. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, he sighed suddenly, expressing his sentiments. I have heard from some senior brothers that several elders from our sect's Star Observation Hall have been quite startled these past few days. It's truly bizarre. The Star Observation Hall. Indeed, it is dedicated to the observation of the realms beyond the skies. You, as my revered uncle, should be aware that the expanse beyond the skies is vast and filled with myriad mysteries. According to the Star Observation Hall's findings, our development of the realms beyond is said to be less than 1/10,000th of its potential. However, it seems that in recent years, the Hall has scarcely engaged in observing those realms. Xia Changming, not one to withhold information, pointed to the heavens above. They've been focusing on those golden stars, which appear to be multiplying. The Star Observation Hall has been diligently studying them day and night, and recently they observed a significant cluster of golden stars entering an active phase, undergoing extensive migration through the realms beyond. This has greatly alarmed several elders. It is said that the most prevalent theory in the 9 provinces currently posits that the increasing number of these golden stars will result in the gradual depletion of our spiritual energy. Some elders have even alarmingly proclaimed that the 9 provinces may be on the brink of an era of decline due to these golden stars. How preposterous! Our 9 provinces are vast and rich. How many of these golden stars could there possibly be? If we were to face an era of decline, it would be due to the cessation of the path to immortality. Chu Yun remained silent, merely sipping on his cola. Xia Changming, clutching a spiritual stone, sees the raucous celestial bird surrounding Chu Yun, and, perplexed, remarked, "Why does my esteemed uncle only request 50 inferior spiritual stones from you? Aren't you?" Xia Changming inquired, bewildered. "No, the bird that approached me demanded 50 superior spiritual stones." Contemplating this, Chu Yun set down his cup. "Hand the bird over to me. I shall examine it." "Oh, very well." Xia Changming passed the celestial bird into Chu Yun's hands. Chu Yun grasped the bird, gently stroking its belly, channeling his spiritual energy through it. Before long, the celestial bird opened its beak and began to expel spiritual stones in a puffing manner. In the blink of an eye, a small mound had formed upon the ground. Xia Changming watched in astonishment. Many elders in the sect had been unable to manage this bird, submitting to its demands for spiritual stones. Yet how was it that in the hands of his uncle, not only did it not demand stones, but it conversely relinquished treasures? This bird was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed from outside the misty peak. Chu Yun turned his gaze towards the window, where he spotted a blue streak of light racing towards them. "Sixth uncle?" He gazed at the azure light, revealing an elder clad in blue, riding on the clouds. The elder descended rapidly, landing before the pavilion. Upon noticing that Chu Yun remained unmoved by the pile of spirit stones before him, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you heeded my advice. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Hee. Chu Yun chuckled lightly, glancing at the elder's silver hair dusted with fragments of stone. "Uncle, have you just returned to the sect?" This elder was familiar to him, Qin Yao, his 6th uncle, who occasionally visited the Misty Peak and held profound respect for his master. As his master would say, Qin Yao was a loyal subordinate, and thus their relationship was quite amicable. Indeed, there has been an unexpected disturbance at the heavenly pool abyss, causing quite a ruckus for my old bones. Fortunately, my junior sister managed to rush over, allowing me the leisure to return, he replied, while stepping over the threshold. "Chu lad, do you have any cola? Fetch me some, won't you?" Qian turned to his companion, Changming. "Please bring some for my uncle. No cups, just a jug. He prefers it that way. And bring some bowls and chopsticks as well." "Oh, certainly." Xia Changming hurried to a nearby cabinet, retrieving a full jug and placing it before the already seated Qin Yao. The elder adeptly accepted it, recognizing the bald head before him. "Ah, you must be Xia. Have you come to Misty Peak for some odd jobs? Quite an enviable position. Would you care to join?" Xia Changming quickly waved his hands. "You drink, master." Qin Yao, with a carefree demeanor, lifted the jug and downed half of it in one go, his aged face expressing sheer contentment as he exhaled a deep breath. "Ah, such comfort. Misty Peak is indeed delightful. though my junior sister once forbade me from coming here. Chu Yun smiled, uncle. If you weren't always dragging Xiao Bai and Xiao He into gambling games for days on end, winning their food supplies, Master wouldn't have been angry. But since Master is no longer here, you are welcome to visit Misty Peak whenever you wish. Qin Yao waved his hand dismissively, muttering, No, no. My junior sister is unfair. She ascended while taking all my gambling friends with her. Now, visiting Misty Peak only reminds me of my losses, which is rather melancholic. Very well, Chu Yun nodded, gesturing towards the spirit stones and the noisy Tianzuan bird. Could you enlighten me about this bird? Why can't we take it? Xinyo set the jug down, regarding the pile of spirit stones. This bird is rather peculiar. It's fine if you give it spirit stones. But if you don't, it will merely circle around you. However, if you dare to take its spirit stones, it holds a deep grudge and will summon a horde of Tianzuan birds to pursue you relentlessly. More troublesome still, you may fall victim to a mysterious curse, leading to a streak of bad luck. Chu Yun suddenly inquired, How do you know this, uncle? Xinyo maintained his composure. I have a friend who tried that. He didn't even take many, just over 100 superior spirit stones, and then he found himself choking on food and water. His misfortune escalated. Beset by calamities and beast tides, eventually, even meteors fell from the sky, making things increasingly absurd. And how did your friend escape? Don't mention it, he replied. He had to throw all the spirit stones back, and only then did his bad luck dissipate. Chen Yao added nonchalantly, but then noticed Chu Yun's calm smile and quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, it was my friend who did that. In any case, do not meddle with this troublesome bird. It will bring misfortune. Is that so? Chen Yao nodded seriously, looking towards the table. Changming, did you prepare this? It looks quite delectable. Xia Changming replied, Master, you may sample my culinary skills. Having heard tales of Chun Yao's less than serious demeanor, he was not disappointed. Chen Yao picked up his chopsticks, delicately lifting a slice of meat as thin as a cicada's wing, dipping it in sauce, and praising it with a click of his tongue. He gently patted the bird's head, completing a small act of generosity. The Tianzuan bird continued its raucous cries. This bird demands a mere 50 inferior spirit stones, Chen Yao observed. After searching for a time without success, he turned to Xia Changming. Xia, go give it 50. All right. Xia Changming retrieved the inferior spirit stones he had prepared earlier. Wait, Chu Yun raised his hand, conjuring a strand of golden energy that ensnared the bird's neck. Its eyes widened in shock, squawking in distress. Without hesitation, Chu Yun traced intricate patterns in the air, creating a peculiar formation that encapsulated both the Tianzuan bird and the pile of spirit stones. The bird flailed wildly, its cacophony abruptly silenced as if muted. A silence rune? Chen Yao inquired, astonished, setting down his chopsticks to scrutinize the formation before Chu Yun. Nearly a thought I had, Chu Yun responded, brazenly extracting the spirit stones the bird had regurgitated, all of which he stored within his dantian. The Tianzuan bird's eyes widened further, its beak opening in a flurry of chirps, but alas, the silence rendered its words inaudible. Chen Yao frowned. Little one, are you not afraid of misfortune following you? Xia Changming shared his concern, recalling the tales of misfortune recounted by Chen Yao. Not to worry, I have my methods. I am simply curious about this Tianzuan bird. Chu Yun chuckled, placing the birdcage aside and looking towards the table. Let us resume our meal. Chen Yao and Xia Changming exchanged glances, neither feeling inclined to eat. They picked at their food while glancing out the window. Before long, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as the clouds parted outside Misty Peak. A wave of green light, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds, suddenly erupted. A horde of Tianzuan birds flew in, seeking vengeance. They hovered outside the peak, the green light dense as ink, descending towards the pavilion where Chu Yun resided. Xinyo slammed the table, his face filled with alarm. Something is amiss. Why have so many come all at once? As the wave of green light approached, a sense of unease began to rise within Xia Changming's chest, and he cast anxious glances between the window and Chu Yun. As he beheld the languid movements of Chu Yun's hand, a black Qilin jade pendant, shrouded in swirling dark mist, materialized in his palm. Gazing at the pendant, he was momentarily entranced, as if witnessing the Qilin upon it come to life, stifling a yawn. A jolt of electricity coursed through Xia Changming's body, leaving him covered in goosebumps. In the blink of an eye, however, that overwhelming sense of disarray vanished without a trace. He abruptly turned his head, only to discover that the verdant glow outside the window had also dissipated. With a cacophonous flurry, hundreds of celestial birds plummeted to the ground of Miao Miao Peak as if they had suffered a catastrophic descent. No sooner had they touched the earth than a golden net ensnared them all, drawing them into the freshly constructed formation of Chu Yun. standing outside the formation. Chen Yao was rendered utterly speechless. He twitched the corner of his mouth, observing as Chu Yun stowed away the Qilin jade pendant, and could not help but inquire. "Why did you bring out such a precious treasure? Youngster, what exactly do you intend to do?" Chu Yun, unrestrained, pointed at the formation, making several alterations to its structure. "Just a little trinket." "A trinket?" Chen Yao squinted his small eyes, scrutinizing the formation closely. He discovered that hundreds of celestial birds were frantically flapping within the formation, the spiritual energy intensifying with each moment. Realization dawned upon him. "Are you attempting to create a living formation with them?" "Indeed," Chu Yun affirmed. Chen Yao pondered thoughtfully. Given the increasingly scarce spiritual energy, it is prudent to reserve some living formations for cultivation. The power of these celestial birds is rather peculiar, seemingly inexhaustible, as if they could be summoned endlessly. With that jade pendant in your possession, you need not fear them. Collecting these birds as substitutes for the kinetic runes of the spirit-gathering formation is indeed an excellent notion. Though Chen Yao was not exceptionally adept in the intricacies of formations, his cultivation level afforded him insight into the underlying principles at a glance. What my master said is entirely correct. Chu Yun chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. Casting his gaze towards the depths of the formation, he observed a silvery stone slab gradually taking shape. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the celestial birds above, a fragrance reminiscent of the path he had inadvertently broken before. Instantly, a thought blossomed within him. This was a discarded notion from before his foray into the wandering Golden Elixir project. Unexpectedly, the shadows parted to reveal a celestial bird. The power contained within it was even more abundant than he had anticipated, and indeed, he managed to craft a stone tablet from it. He pondered, if only there were a sufficient number of celestial birds, utilizing them as the primary material might indeed pave a new path. This way, the 9 provinces would regain their routes, and my master and his companions would have a chance to ascend, granting me additional options as well. However, such an endeavor would entail a significant depletion of the celestial birds, and I remain uncertain whether the sealed celestial being within their beaks can endure the strain. Moreover, I have never forged such a thing before. I wonder if the product would differ from the authentic version. For now, I shall take one step at a time. The formation for shaping the path is not particularly arduous. He repressed his thoughts and raised his hand to strike the plastic formation beyond the peak. Chen Yao gazed outside the summit, where the formation unfurled, revealing the celestial birds frantically soaring and screeching, a sight that was truly pitiable. His lips quivered slightly. Are we continuing the hunt? Indeed, the more, the merrier. But be cautious of those accompanying this celestial bird. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun inquired, "What if I offer him 50? 50? Chen Yao furrowed his brow, understanding the implication after a brief pause. "I fear that 50 spirit stones may not suffice. However, considering you rarely venture out and the sect master often wanders near your vicinity, it should not pose much of a problem. If anyone dares to trouble you, the sect master will surely take care of him." Now it was Chu Yun's turn to twitch his lips. "Is the sect master still lingering near the Misty Peak?" "Of course," Chen Yao replied matter-of-factly. "Aside from Senior Sister, you are the one the sect master cherishes the most in our sect. With Senior Sister having ascended, who else would he stay close to if not you?" Chu Yun fell into silence. The sect master of the Carefree Immortal Sect had a rather peculiar and eccentric demeanor. Upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed spotted him several times recently near the Misty Peak, nearly failing to recognize him. Chen Yao resumed his seat, focusing on his meal. "What is the matter? You haven't scared the sect master away again, have you?" Chu Yun also returned to his seat. "I don't know. Why is he so idle? Isn't he supposed to preside over the bell-ringing convention?" It wasn't idleness. The sect master had always cultivated in such a manner. He would likely attend the bell-ringing convention, as it was a grand event held once every 500 years in the sect, and you were the protagonist, after all. By the way, did Senior Sister mention that you don't want that forbidden seal? It holds little use for me. I appreciate the thought, Uncle Master. That makes sense. Since you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, the significance of that forbidden seal seems diminished. Nevertheless, I am relieved. If you don't want the seal, then so be it. I'll find the master of that forbidden zone later to exchange it for something more practical. Is it possible to exchange for something else? Typically, that would be impossible, but given the imminent great calamity over at Songshan, negotiations should be easier then. A great calamity? Chen Yao chuckled, glancing at the nearby Xia Changming. That is a matter not to be disclosed. It remains confidential for now. Focus on your cultivation and do not concern yourself with it. Xia Changming, initially perplexed, soon realized. Uncle Master, esteemed master, please enjoy your meal. I shall fetch a couple more dishes. With that, he swiftly exited the room. Watching Xia Changming depart, Qinya chose not to pursue the topic further. He gestured towards his dantian. Oh, this is for you. A piece of purple linksy jade appeared in his palm, which he offered to Chu Yun. What is this? Now that you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, the divine transformation stage should not be far behind. Chu Yun accepted it, examining its content. This method is quite unique. It actually communicates with the heavenly Tao. Precisely. The primary distinction between the nascent soul and divine transformation stages lies in the latter's ability to undergo a transformation of the primordial spirit, achieving unity with the heavens and forging a connection with the heavenly Tao. I recently obtained half of the unity scripture from Zhao Xuanji. It is the pinnacle of divine transformation techniques within the entire 9 provinces. For now, practice with this, and I shall procure the remaining half for you later. I see. I understand. Chu Yun nodded, stowing the linksy jade. From his perspective, the contents were rather elementary. He grasped it at a glance and planned to refine the remaining half as well. Suddenly, Qinyao leaned closer to Chu Yun and whispered, regarding the bell-ringing convention. Do you feel confident against that Supreme Tao body? If not, I have some little gadgets that could surely send that Supreme Tao body to the skies. Chu Yun. He helplessly reminded, Master Uncle, temper your enthusiasm. You are a master of alchemy. You should refrain from concocting such peculiar items daily. That Supreme Tao body is from an entirely different era. How can it pose any threat to me? Upon hearing this, Qinyao chuckled heartily while stroking his beard. I knew you would be just fine. My greatest concern was your longevity, but now that you have transcended the Yuan Ying stage, your combat prowess should be akin to that of the He Dao stage, correct? Not too shabby, came the reply. Haha. You should have seen how flustered junior sister Xia was at Tuanqi Abyss, exclaiming that you had kicked a mere void stage opponent away, claiming you are a genius in body refinement. It was utterly hilarious. What would she think if she knew the reason for your prolonged stagnation at the Yuan Ying stage was due to simultaneously nurturing dozens of golden pills? She would surely be astounded. Observing Qin Yao's animated demeanor, Chu Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Dozens of golden pills, those are tales from a bygone era. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He, undeterred by the supernatural, refined elixirs several times, resulting in the emergence of numerous golden cores within his dantian. The greater the number of golden cores, the more arduous the path to breaking through to the nascent soul stage became. Concurrently, the resources required for cultivation multiplied exponentially, leaving his master in a state of frantic concern. It was during this tumultuous period that his master sought the assistance of Chun Yao, a master alchemist, to examine his condition, leaving Chun Yao speechless with astonishment for an extended duration. Chun Yao's voice resonated once more, continuing, speaking of which, when my senior sister ascended, she entrusted me with a matter, which is also the reason for my visit today. The mention of his master's entrusted matter left Chu Yun momentarily stunned. Qinyao nodded and elaborated. She informed me that this matter must await your breakthrough to the nascent soul before it can be disclosed to you. You are aware that the crux of the Zhongming Grand Gathering is not merely your duel with the Supreme Tao body, but the emergence of the Enlightenment Bell. Your master has left something for you within the Enlightenment Bell. Remember to retrieve it. 20 days later, in the central continent, at the Carefree Immortal Sect, sunlight bathed the land. A vast expanse of pale golden clouds flowed over the suspended mountain peaks, creating a scene of majestic grandeur. Countless beams of light, of various hues, surged from all directions. Today, the Carefree Immortal Sect was hosting a grand event, with the 5 great sects of the Jiuzhou, alongside 32 celestial realms, invited to witness the occasion. Amidst the mountains, cheers and chants echoed. The 10,000 Laws sect has arrived. The Nirvana Pure Land has arrived. The Red Dust Immortal Gate has arrived. Above the celestial canopy, phoenixes, celestial deer, and divine turtles appeared, descending amidst radiant light, soaring toward the higher heavens. The ancient divine sword pavilion has arrived. Another cheer rang out as all 5 great sects gathered. Before a circle of golden light, a 5-clawed cloud dragon descended, swaying its majestic body as it approached and lowered its head. Within the golden light stood a throng of individuals, approximately a dozen, both young and old, all bearing swords as they stepped forward in succession. Once the group stood firm, a dragon's roar erupted. The cloud dragon ascended into the sky, parting the clouds in waves. Amidst the awed gazes of those surrounding it, with a powerful claw, it landed upon a colossal plaza, suspended in midair and spanning 1,000 miles. Huang Hong was the first to disembark from the dragon's head. Walking along the invaluable Zheng ancient blue-gold flooring, he immediately beheld a grand hall at the center. The hall soared to a height of 100 zhang, its massive doors tightly shut, while over 100 observation platforms, formed from swirling clouds, floated in the air. To the left and right, the distinctions were clear. Huang Hong observed the lively crowd atop the platforms. The left side was occupied by the disciples of the Carefree Immortal Sect, while the right side harbored many familiar figures from other sections. After gazing for a moment, he returned his attention to the closed grand hall, exclaiming, "This enlightenment bell of the Carefree Immortal Sect truly commands the very essence of heaven and earth. It can resonate once every 500 years, each time granting access to the heavenly Tao space for an intimate understanding of the heavenly way. What a pity." He shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, "If our ancient divine sword sect possessed this precious treasure, we could cultivate several top-tier prodigies." The individuals behind him cast envious glances at the grand hall upon hearing his words. The enlightenment bell, unique in the entire Jiuzhou, signifies that entering the heavenly Tao space guarantees one's ascension to the Great Ascension stage. What does this imply? A Great Ascension emerges every 500 years, reflecting the profound heritage of Jiuzhou's foremost immortal sect. An elder in a blue robe behind Huang Hong remarked, "It is worth noting that during the alternating battles of the bell-ringing convention, the tradition is for the previous chief to emerge victorious and gain the opportunity to ring the bell. However, this time seems notably different. The former chief of the Carefree Immortal Sect was that celestial root prodigy, who is said to be quite low-key and has yet to break into the nascent soul stage after 5 centuries. In contrast, the current chief is almost assuredly that supreme Tao body, as you all have witnessed. He has already reached the transformation stage. If this is indeed a transition of chiefs, the supreme Tao body might very well triumph, and in another 500 years, he could ring the enlightenment bell twice. Who would have thought that as the end of the Dharma approaches, we would witness the birth of an unparalleled prodigy?" The elder's words prompted a consensus among the group. A curious young prodigy, a strikingly handsome youth with a sword on his back, asked, "Elder, the chiefs of the Carefree Immortal Sect have always been extraordinary, and the celestial root is the most exalted of all roots. How could he not have broken through to the nascent soul stage in 500 years? This defies reason. Furthermore, if he hasn't even reached the nascent soul stage, how did he defeat the other chiefs to be chosen?" "Haha, this matter is indeed intriguing," Huang Hong chuckled, his eyes glinting with reminiscence as he began to recount. "This celestial root of the Carefree Immortal Sect is not an ordinary one. 500 years ago, he was born under divine auspices, without parents, accompanied by a treasure. Upon his arrival, the entire Jiuzhou was engulfed in extraordinary phenomena. That day, auspicious signs filled the sky, and spiritual energy surged 100-fold. For 300 years thereafter, the spiritual energy in Jiuzhou far exceeded previous levels. I once thought Jiuzhou was on the brink of transformation, potentially ascending to a higher realm without the need for ascension. Alas, it turned out to be merely a fleeting glow, as spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse." At this point, Huang Hong paused before continuing. "Even so, I still vividly recall the miraculous scenes across Jiuzhou, where countless individuals broke through to new realms, with beams of light piercing the heavens. Some tribulation-crossing cultivators even had their tribulations dissipate, achieving great ascension. Even the 3 major demonic sects saw many of their leaders benefit immensely from this blessing, to the extent that they announced a century-long pause in all activities due to the associated karmic implications. To return to the main point, he continued, upon his birth, all the top powers of Jiuzhou mobilized. Even some reclusive ancient figures emerged, eager to take him under their wing and pass on their legacies. I promised that if you were willing to join our sect, I would personally have our founding ancestor ascend to the celestial realm to seek a volume of the Qinglian Sword Classic for him. Oh, the Qinglian Sword Classic, do not be deceived by its ordinary name. It ranks among the top 10 sword classics in the celestial realm." A collective gasp of astonishment arose. Wasn't there anyone from the upper realm vying for the celestial root? Huang Hong casually replied, "Jiuzhou is not a weak lower realm. The traditions in the upper realm are formidable, and it is not easy for other celestial sects to infiltrate Jiuzhou. Why didn't they take him to the upper realm for cultivation? This involves higher-level rules, suffice it to say, since he was born in Jiuzhou. He must grow here to unlock his fullest potential. If he were to ascend to the celestial realm or another world, the will of the heavenly Tao would actively reject and suppress him to protect its own chosen one. The young prodigies behind him listened in awe, their minds racing. Those invited to the bell-ringing convention were undoubtedly the finest talents within the sect, each possessing a remarkable past. Yet, upon hearing Huang Hong's account, they felt their minds were on the verge of exploding. Just his mere birth altered the entire landscape of Jiuzhou, resulting in a hundredfold increase in spiritual energy and even attracting attention from the upper realm. What a terrifying existence! The handsome youth exclaimed in astonishment, Master, our ancient divine sword sect's sincerity is truly overwhelming. How did that celestial root ultimately choose the Carefree Immortal Sect? Huang Hong exchanged glances with the other elders present, their expressions somewhat perplexed. That child had requested nothing at the time. What did he want? He simply said he wanted milk. The handsome youth cleared his throat and suggested, could Master not make a small concession and change a bit? Huang Hong playfully slapped the youth's forehead, exclaiming, what are you thinking? Can one change for a day and continue to do so every day? Moreover, that little child is quite discerning, insisting on the most beautiful presence among us. The most beautiful woman in Jiuzhou is none other than Li Pamiao from the Carefree Immortal Sect, who happens to be present. Wouldn't that make it advantageous for them? Eventually, that child entered the sect and was immediately designated as the current chief of the Carefree Immortal Sect. Had he not been in the nursing stage, he would have likely missed the previous bell-ringing convention and the opportunity to ring the bell. However, no one anticipated that 500 years later, the once awe-inspiring celestial root would somehow fail to break through to the nascent soul stage. It seems fate can be quite capricious. Had he developed normally, I doubt even the current Supreme Tao body could contend with him after another 500 years. The Supreme Tao body represents the pinnacle of Jiuzhou. The extraordinary potential displayed by the celestial root back then far surpassed anything Jiuzhou could imagine. The young prodigies nodded in agreement, their expressions complex, all murmuring their regrets. If only the Supreme Tao body and the unparalleled celestial root could face each other in battle, it would undoubtedly be a splendid spectacle. A languid voice suddenly interjected. You lot are rather foolish. The celestial root hasn't broken through, but he is not dead, is he? That little rascal? I wouldn't be so sure. Huang Hong turned to see an old farmer with a waxy complexion, carrying a black sword, appearing behind the handsome youth. Old sword god, Grandmaster. The others hurriedly paid their respects, their eyes wide with astonishment. The old farmer waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, saying, why are you all looking at me? Don't mind me, I'm just here to see when the meeting starts. Huang Hong promptly replied. The discussions among the immortal sects will commence once the chief begins to strike the enlightenment bell. He felt a sense of astonishment. The great ancestor had previously implored him to ascend, yet he had declined. Now, however, it seemed as if a transformation had occurred. As the great ancestor began to show concern over the path to immortality, which was indeed peculiar. Oh, Huang Jiuxiu nodded, gazing at the soaring cloud platform beyond the hall. Where are we headed? Since I have some idle time, I might as well join the fray. Over there. Huang Hong promptly indicated a massive cloud platform situated high and slightly to the west, the exclusive domain of the ancient divine sword pavilion. In an instant, a stream of crimson-yellow radiance cascaded from the platform, unfurling like a carpet that stretched from above to their feet below. Huang Hong stepped forward, glancing back as he asked, Great Ancestor, do you have faith in the celestial root? I have yet to witness it, he replied. However, I did observe that supreme Tao body, and it appeared rather unimpressive. It couldn't even shatter a basic sword talisman. What significant accomplishments could it possibly achieve? Huang Jiuxiu sauntered up leisurely, while a multitude of disciples exchanged glances behind him, their ears perked in curiosity. Huang Hong elaborated, Great Ancestor. The chief contest at the bell-ringing assembly is not a fair duel. The new chief only needs to move the previous chief a single step within the span of a stick of incense to claim victory. Huang Jiuxiu shot him a sidelong glance. You foolish child, I may have withdrawn from worldly matters, but I am not unfamiliar with the bell-ringing assembly. How could my brother possess such a pedantic lineage? Huang Hong awkwardly grinned. I merely feared you might forget, after all. The celestial root has yet to break through to the nascent soul stage, while the supreme Tao body is already at the mid-stage of divine transformation. It shouldn't be too difficult for the celestial root to take a step forward, right? Indeed, Huang Jiuxiu nodded. Nevertheless, I still have confidence in the celestial root. Observing the great ancestor's firm assurance, Huang Hong pondered for a moment. If the great ancestor possessed some foreknowledge, perhaps they could establish a wagering game, engaging with other immortal sects for a bit of amusement. Thus, he quickly inquired, "Please, great ancestor, offer your guidance." Huang Jiushi pointed at his heart. "What guidance?" "It is merely intuition. I have an unsettling feeling that if we do not support this celestial route, negative repercussions may ensue. Perhaps it stems from the karmic ties formed 500 years ago." Huang Hong. He appeared deep in thought. During the conversation, he ascended the cloud platform where rows of chairs had been arranged, finding a central position and approaching the edge of a chair. "Grand Ancestor, please take a seat." "No need to mind me." Huang Jiuxiao casually chose a corner seat. With lowered eyes, he gazed down at the misty expanse below, where colorful lights occasionally flickered. Quickly feeling a sense of boredom, countless profound sword techniques surged through his mind as he propped his feet on the adjacent chair, reclining slightly and closing his eyes. Seeing this, Huang Hong shook his head in resignation and instructed the others to take their seats before he stepped forward, soaring towards the cloud platform of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Time passed swiftly. Before long, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. A formidable pressure descended, prompting everyone to understand its significance. On the high platform, Huang Jiuxiao slowly opened his eyes and turned his gaze. With a thunderous rumble, the colossal 100-foot door gradually swung open. Beneath the massive beams of the hall, an enormous bell adorned with the four symbols, azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, suspended in midair, manifested like a small mountain within their sight. As the door fully opened, the bell's four symbols came to life, gliding slowly around its surface. Ethereal purple energy rose naturally, surging forth in waves towards the outside. Mysterious sounds of Tao suddenly resonated, echoing throughout the Xian sect of freedom. The bell of enlightenment, one of the paramount fortunes of the 9 provinces, captivated all present, regardless of their realm, their spirits swaying and entranced by its appearance. "Thank you, fellow Taoists, for attending the bell-ringing ceremony. Your presence elevates this event." A distant voice reverberated from all directions. "Let the competition commence." With a solemn resonance, a massive white-armored tortoise, exceeding 100 miles in size, suddenly tore through the fabric of space and leisurely emerged. It then retracted its head and limbs, leaving behind a colossal, pristine tortoise shell. Was this the revered guardian beast of the Xian sect of freedom, the world tortoise? Legends say its shell conceals a space as vast as the world itself, truly formidable. Foolishness, that is merely its offspring. The true world tortoise is far grander, Huang Jiuxiao lazily remarked. The disciples of the ancient divine sword pavilion, who had stood at the railing of the cloud platform, were left astounded. The aura released by the tortoise had been overwhelmingly terrifying, and it was merely its young? The depth of the Xian sect of freedom was indeed astonishing. In midair, the ethereal voice resounded once more. "Chief challenge. Disciples who had joined the sect within the last 500 years may ascend the platform and battle until none remain to contest." As the words settled, all eyes turned toward the eastern cloud platform. A short-haired girl, approximately 18 years of age, donned in a stern black robe radiating brilliant spiritual light, stood at the edge of the cloud platform. As her voice fell, she gracefully descended, her bare jade feet lightly touching the colossal snow-white tortoise shell. A proud expression graced her exquisite face, her almond-shaped eyes surveying the assembly with an air of superiority. "The chief position is mine. Who dares to object?" Her voice rang out, clear and imperious. With her proclamation, the spiritual light behind her intensified, revealing a pair of crimson vermilion bird wings. Above her, an ancient, pitch-black mountain loomed in the air. In response, there was a profound silence. In a brief moment, none dared to ascend the platform. The prodigies from various sects observed in solemnity, murmuring among themselves, "How terrifying! I sense even more extraordinary phenomena evolving." Each manifestation could bestow her with terrifying combat prowess. Is this the supreme Tao body? She has only been in the Xian sect of freedom for 18 years and has already reached such heights. Her future must be one of unparalleled dominance, unmatched by any. It is said that she had severed her own cultivation several times to attain the pinnacle of Tao Foundation. Otherwise, she might have already reached the spirit-severing stage by now. Not only the prodigies, but also the elder cultivators regarded Gu Wei with astonished expressions. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. The emergence of the supreme Tao body signifies an invincible path, destined to shine brightly in this grand era. In the Xian sect of freedom, is there truly anyone bold enough to challenge the supreme Tao body? Suddenly, a black whirlwind materialized. "Zhao Qisha, here to seek guidance." Dressed in a black form-fitting outfit with her hair tied into a ponytail, Zhao Qisha radiated a terrifying aura of magical power as she stepped onto the snow-white tortoiseshell. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. His strike unleashed an unfathomable celestial might. Boom. Next, Zhao Qisha's long blade shattered, and he was sent flying, spewing blood, his body plummeting like a tattered sack from its shell. As he slipped into unconsciousness, he glimpsed a brilliant golden light. The entire audience was utterly stunned, their gazes fixated on the figure clad in black robes. Gu Wei stood there, her expression serene. All the extraordinary phenomena that had naturally manifested moments ago dissipated as Zhao Qisha's strike approached. Behind her, a dazzling golden star appeared, hovering like a noble empress. What? Has he been defeated so easily? Zhao Qisha, a renowned prodigy of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect, capable of splitting the divine and transforming the spiritual, and even invoking the Tao's blessing, could not even compel the Supreme Tao body to engage? What intrigued me more was the phenomenon behind the Supreme Tao body. I had never seen it before, yet it seemed somewhat familiar, effortlessly suppressing all other manifestations, standing out in singular brilliance. The 5 great sects and 32 caves. The vast majority of powerful figures, well-versed in myriad teachings, had never encountered this golden star phenomenon, their eyes transfixed, some even moved to tears. Is there anyone left? If not, I shall ring the enlightenment bell. Gu Wei's icy voice echoed once more, devoid of any emotion. Upon her declaration, the crowd erupted in fervor. How arrogant! How domineering! The aura of superiority, as if looking down upon the world, was a testament to the supreme Tao body's might. What are you so pleased about? From a cloud platform glowing with a clear yellow hue in the east, Xia Changming, upon hearing those words, responded with irritation, the chief succession battle hasn't even begun. And you're already thinking of ringing the bell? How presumptuous. He anticipated that when their elder arrived, they would surely crush her. Others were even more agitated. Wu Shengyang, with his disheveled hair, cursed vehemently. Damn it. How can this arrogant Tao body dismiss our Chu Shidi so easily? Someone patted his shoulder, but he shrugged it off. Continuing his tirade, Fong'an, don't bother me. Where are those prodigies from our Weixin mountain lineage? Usually, they act as if they are above everyone else. But today they seem utterly deflated. Someone should curb this little lady's arrogance. Wu Shidi, it's not me, came Fong'an's helpless voice. Wu Xingyang raised an eyebrow and turned around. If it's not you, then who could it be? Why are you over here? He discerned that the one who had struck him was an elderly man clad in a blue robe, and his expression immediately soured, causing his tone to lose some of its vigor. Shen Yao, with a hint of resignation, gestured towards the west, saying, "Do you see that cloud platform?" Wu Shengyang, puzzled, glanced over and noticed a grand cloud platform in the western expanse, where a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, possessing striking features, stood at the center of an expansive table, animatedly gesticulating. The table was adorned with a dazzling array of treasures, piled high like a small mountain. Additionally, 7 or 8 figures stood before the table, presenting clusters of radiant gems to the yellow-robed man. Wu Shengyang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What are they doing?" With a cheerful demeanor, Chen Yao produced a bulging pouch and handed it to him, saying, "They are placing bets. Go assist your master in wagering on your junior's victory." "Oh," Wu Shengyang replied, not questioning the reasoning, as he grasped the pouch and soared towards the scene. Chen Yao then turned to Xia Changming, asking, "Xia, my boy, could you also lend your esteemed master a hand?" Xia Changming, somewhat bewildered, nodded and found himself holding another similarly stuffed pouch. "You shall go there as well. Betting on your uncle's victory," Chen Yao instructed, pointing towards a northern cloud platform where a woman dressed in the robes of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion stood before a dazzling table of treasures. "All right," Xia Changming affirmed, taking flight with the pouch. Chen Yao then gazed at Fong'an, who bore a look of helplessness. "Uncle, I will head towards the Red Dust Immortal Sect." No, Chen Yao interjected, waving his hand as he produced another large pouch, directing Fong'an towards the northwest. "I have already placed a bet at the Red Dust Immortal Sect. You shall go to our own sect." Fong'an looked in the indicated direction. In the northwest, a violet cloud platform floated in the heavens, where a dashing young nobleman with shoulder-length hair stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively over the railing. with a large table similarly positioned behind him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He let out a sigh, grasping the bag as he stepped onto a cloud, leisurely soaring towards the violet platform. On his journey through the skies, he glanced down and noticed that within this brief moment, several contenders had already ascended the contest platform below, 3 or 4 individuals. To be precise, although the Supreme Tao body exhibited an unrivaled aura, it was undeniable that the contemporaries, proud and ambitious as they were, would not allow such a dominant figure to achieve victory without resistance. Regardless of their awareness of inevitable defeat, members from both the Shaoyao Mountain and the Suishing Mountain still stepped forth, issuing challenges, unwilling to permit the Supreme Tao body an effortless triumph. Alas, the Supreme Tao body prevailed with remarkable ease. These prodigies, who had made considerable names for themselves across the 9 provinces, failed to compel the Supreme Tao body into genuine combat. Merely the sight of the golden celestial phenomena behind it led to their utter defeat and absolute annihilation. Fangan, a man of reason, found himself pondering as he assessed the visible prowess of the Supreme Tao body. Could that junior brother, Chu, truly subdue her? Logic dictated that even if Chu Yun possessed strength surpassing that of the Supreme Tao body, he should not retreat entirely. Lost in thought, he arrived at the edge of the violet platform. As he stepped onto the platform, he was met with praises ringing in his ears. Sect Master, the Tao body is indeed the prodigy you have nurtured. Such youth and already an invincible presence, it truly inspires envy. Fangan turned to see a man clad in a purple robe, wearing a simple scholar's cap, standing behind Zhao Xuanji. A smile on his face as he stroked a small tuft of beard beneath his chin, continuously extolling the Tao body. It was not just him. The entire violet platform resonated with accolades and commendations. Zhao Xuanji maintained a calm demeanor, observing below without uttering a word. Fangan's expression grew serious as he diverted his gaze, hastily approaching the table to hand over the bag. Elder Fang, everyone often speaks of your wisdom. Yet this time you have truly erred, betting on the next chief's victory? He hasn't even broken through to the Yuan Ying stage. Laughter erupted around him. With a cold snort, Fangan completed the wager and turned to leave. As he passed by a nearby azure platform, he noticed an elder with a horse-like face whose expression shifted dramatically. He stared intently at Guwei below and shouted, "Supreme Tao body, you dare to evolve the Disaster Star's phenomena? Have you lost your mind?" Disaster Star. Fangan was momentarily taken aback. Looking down to see the golden star behind Guwei, and realization dawned upon him. He had previously felt a sense of familiarity, but he never anticipated that this elder from the Star Observation Pavilion would actually recognize its origin. Could it not be akin to those golden stars in the heavens? This Supreme Tao body, daring to observe the golden stars and manifest extraordinary phenomena, was truly audacious. The elder's voice resonated throughout the venue, reverberating with authority. Not only Fangan, but many others fell silent in astonishment, gazing at Guwei in disbelief. Disaster Star? Guwei stood her ground, lifting her gaze with a hint of disdain in her eyes, dismissing the ignorance of mortals. The elder, with a long face, retorted angrily, "What do you understand? This Disaster Star devours the myriad laws of the world, causing all beings that approach to perish and vanish. According to our latest research at the Star Observation Pavilion, these disaster stars can even influence fortune. As a Supreme Tao body, how could you recklessly observe a disaster star? What if you were to suffer a backlash?" Guwei coldly replied, "Who told you that is a disaster star? If it is not a disaster star, then what could it be? Foolishness. My constitution reveals the truth. That is an imperial star, the embodiment of the Supreme Tao, the primordial essence of heaven and earth, the very order of the cosmos. You understand nothing. You cannot even recognize the unparalleled opportunities, yet you presume to instruct me?" When it came to the imperial star, the usually aloof and taciturn Guwei surprisingly spoke with fervor. Her declaration left many in attendance exchanging glances, astonished. Fangan pondered. Those golden stars in the heavens were deemed disaster stars. With the gradual depletion of spiritual energy over the years, this belief had become widely accepted. How then could the Supreme Tao body assert an entirely different interpretation, particularly since the Supreme Tao body is the closest to the Tao, favored by the celestial laws? She would not speak without purpose. Could it be that those golden stars truly held a deeper significance? He raised his gaze towards the celestial heights. In the midst of the grand event of the sect, under a boundless azure sky, golden stars faded into the beyond. At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, echoed in his ears. There is no need for those from the heart of Freedom Mountain to concern themselves with matters of Tao cultivation. The elder with the horse face, upon hearing this, wore a displeased expression, remaining silent with a cold snort. The voice resonated again. Sect Master, no one dares to challenge anymore. Has the position of Chief of the Supreme Tao Body been secured? Fong'an turned his attention to the violet cloud platform. Zhao Xuanji hovered in the heavens, looking down upon the assembly from his lofty perch. After a brief pause, an ethereal voice resounded. The challenge for Chief has concluded. Gu Wei is the newly appointed Chief, enjoying the privileges of this position for 500 years. Once Gu Wei has recuperated, the battle for the transfer of Chief will commence. Instantly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the lineage of the heart of Freedom Mountain, while the guests in attendance offered their congratulations, creating a jubilant atmosphere. All eyes were fixed upon Gu Wei, fully aware that she represented the future of the heart of Freedom Immortal Sect. No need for rest. I am pressed for time. Gu Wei replied coldly, standing firm with a composed demeanor. The ethereal voice ceased, yet before her, the spiritual energy surged violently, and countless runes cascaded through the air. A colossal beam of light, several hundred meters wide, descended from the heavens like a waterfall. Amidst the scattered light and shadow, a figure emerged. Seated in meditation within the cascade, Gu Wei gazed intently at the light column, her expression growing serious. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, a strikingly handsome youth appeared, his white hair cascading over his shoulders. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he remained in quiet contemplation, as if sensing something. He opened his eyes and briefly locked gazes with Gu Wei's dark orbs. Gu Wei's form trembled. The celestial phenomenon behind her began to fluctuate violently. With a resounding crack, the surface of the golden star fractured, shattering into fragments that rained down. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, Gu Wei clutched her chest, spilling a copious amount of blood. Witnessing this scene, the cloud platform above fell eerily silent. The vast majority of onlookers gaped in disbelief at the black-robed girl below, who was holding her chest, as if to confirm an unspoken question. Then, an uproar erupted across the assembly, igniting a flurry of speculation. Is it true? Did the Supreme Tao Body truly vomit blood? Not only that, but the terrifying celestial phenomenon behind her has directly shattered. What could this possibly mean? Could it be the doing of that chief with the heavenly spirit root? You told me the heavenly spirit root hasn't broken through to the nascent soul stage? Surely that's mere rumor. With such an aura, there's already a flow of Daoic essence. She might have even reached the void stage. The crowd's gazes converged upon the pristine turtle shell. The radiant light waterfall that had transported the youth was in close proximity to Gu Wei. As the light cascade dissipated, the white-haired youth descended gracefully onto the turtle's back, his tall and elegant figure clad in white robes, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. With a gentle smile gracing his lips and eyes shimmering like stars, he gazed ahead. 100 meters away, a girl clad in black, her lips stained with blood, bowed her head as her shoulders trembled, surrounded by dimming spiritual light and a feeble aura. The surrounding phenomena were utterly shattered. In comparison, the victor was immediately evident. Above, the golden-hued cloud platform witnessed the scene. Xia Changming laughed heartily, proclaiming, I knew it. Though the Tao body is formidable, it depends on whom it faces. Before our esteemed master, she remains too inexperienced. Wu Shengyang, beside him, clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Splendid. Absolutely splendid. I've long been displeased with that girl. Who was she trying to impress? Ringing bells, hastening her demise. Upon their encounter, her calamity-induced phenomena were shattered by junior brother Chu. How dare she boast? Truly courting death. Ha! Fong'an sighed in relief. As expected of Master Chun, your keen insight remains unparalleled. Chen Yao, hearing this, smiled and rubbed his fingers together, asking, How much did you acquire? Fong'an glanced toward the purple cloud platform and replied softly, Half of your share. I'm not familiar with junior brother Chu and lacked confidence, so I only placed a small bet with Master Zhao. Very good. Among these youngsters, you are the most astute. Chen Yao patted the bashful Fong'an on the shoulder, also casting his gaze toward the purple cloud platform. Su Haijin stood beside Zhao Xuanji. His expression drastically altered, filled with disbelief. Master, what transpired? Why did the Tao body's phenomena suddenly collapse upon the emergence of the heavenly spirit root? Zhao Xuanji maintained a calm demeanor, not even glancing at the appearing Chu Yun, his gaze drifting elsewhere. It swept over the astonished experts of the Suishin Mountain, finally landing on the grinning Chen Yao, with whom he exchanged a knowing glance before lowering his gaze, remarking lightly, Some individuals delight in playing petty tricks, believing they can reverse the tides. Little do they realize that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and calculations are utterly futile. Master, are you implying that the sudden collapse of the Tao body's phenomena is the doing of the Suishin mountain faction? Su Haijin, upon hearing this, seemed to awaken, murmuring, indeed. The Tao body's imperial star phenomena have been revealed multiple times. Suishin mountain must possess countermeasures. How despicable. Anticipated. He continued to observe. For the depth of the Tao body was beyond the imagination of those from Suishin mountain. As Guwei's protector, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the supreme Tao body. Moreover, after the incident at Saolu, she had grown increasingly resilient, undergoing a rebirth that granted her even more terrifying abilities. Zhao Xuanji's hand brushed against the railing as his gaze turned toward the direction of the ancient divine sword pavilion. Suddenly squinting, he spotted a figure on the cloud platform, an elderly farmer with a waxen complexion. Old sword deity? How could he be here? Zhao Xuanji discovered the old farmer clinging to the cloud platform, craning his neck to gaze below, his expression one of astonishment, muttering something under his breath. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, his fingers trembled. Hardly able to believe his eyes. Goodness, how could it be him? The senior, who had only recently been absent, had unexpectedly reappeared at the grand event of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect. Huang Jiuxiu never anticipated encountering Chu Yun again under such circumstances, particularly not in a duel for the position of chief against that peculiar Tao body. His mind was in disarray. What merit did that Tao body possess to be worthy of facing a senior? Ancestor, are you all right? Huang Hong's prodigious disciple, known as Xiaoyu, was taken aback upon seeing the old sword god reclining in a daze. Suddenly, he sprang up from his seat, rushing to the railing in disbelief, and approached with concern. It was not just him. Others turned their gazes as well. It's nothing. Don't mind me. Huang Jiuxiu waved his hand dismissively, his attention unwaveringly fixed below. Ancestor. This heavenly spirit root appears far more formidable than rumored. That Tao body just spat blood. Who do you think will triumph in the chief duel of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect? Huang Jiuxiu remarked without hesitation, that peculiar Tao body, isn't it just being toyed with? The disciples of the Taiku Divine Sword Pavilion looked utterly bewildered. The supreme Tao body is to be toyed with? Although they had yet to engage. The supreme Tao body already seemed to be at a disadvantage, yet it should not be treated so lightly. Xiaoyu observed the scene below, where the girl in black had recovered her composure, standing with pride. He glanced at the white-haired youth meditating in mid-air, exuding an air of elegance, devoid of any sharpness. Somewhat perplexed, he wondered if the old sword god spoke truly. Could it be that the rumors regarding that heavenly spirit root held merit? At that moment, a nebulous voice echoed through the void once more. The duel for the chief position aims to inspire contemporary efforts and reward the toil of the past. According to tradition, considering the vast disparity in cultivation time between the former and current chiefs, a stick of incense shall be the duration. The former chief shall adopt a defensive stance, while the current chief is prohibited from employing lethal techniques. Should the current chief manage to repel the former by a step, it will be deemed a victory. Otherwise, the former chief shall prevail. The battle commences in 10 breaths. As the words settled, a massive azure cauldron filled with white ash materialized out of thin air, hovering above the two contenders. A hefty sandalwood incense stick, too thick for both to encircle, was inserted into the cauldron, releasing swirling smoke. All eyes were fixed upon the sandalwood in the cauldron, understanding it was intentionally enlarged for visibility. In reality, it was merely a formality, igniting rapidly, faster than a typical thin incense, lasting around 15 minutes. 15 minutes. A conflict between chiefs with a 500-year cultivation gap. The rules seemed to favor the new generation. However, this was a misconception. The past chiefs of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect were all renowned prodigies, each possessing unparalleled talent and supreme physiques. They were all extraordinary, and one should not entertain notions of easily defeating them across generations. Furthermore, a generational gap often indicated a difference of 3 or even 4 major realms. Thus, past encounters had largely been exhibitions. For the new chief to repel the former by even a step would be exceedingly challenging, not to mention a stick of incense. An hour or even 3 hours would be of no avail. In the history of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect, such a scene had never unfolded. Yet today, it was rumored that the previous chief, the heavenly spirit root, Chu Yun, had encountered a setback in his cultivation and had yet to break through to the nascent soul stage. In terms of realm, the former chief held no advantage. Could the Supreme Tao body create a new history? Even though the Supreme Tao body had inexplicably spat blood moments ago, many still held high hopes for him. Numerous gazes flitted between the two contenders, ultimately settling on the strikingly handsome white-haired youth. Unless the rumors surrounding this heavenly spirit root were false, or if he were as extraordinarily gifted as the previous chiefs, wielding overwhelming prowess to dominate the Supreme Tao body. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Chu Yun remained unfazed. He had just concluded his cultivation when he was transported by the sect leader, and the system began to buzz incessantly in his ear. Upon returning to the sect, he participated in the grand competition organized by Feng Linger, stirring excitement among all the infant transformation masters within the sect. Although the Moonshadow sect was not a major sect, its elders were formidable in their own right. Even the weakest elder, Elder Xiaoxing, possessed a terrifying mid-infant transformation cultivation level. However, he was acutely aware of the immense value of the inheritance that the sect leader was about to bestow, prompting him to decisively register for the competition. It is noteworthy that his master, Elder Haitu, seemed to have experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck. After a brief absence, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of infant transformation, and he had set his sights on him. He effortlessly defeated Elder Xiaoxing. He struggled, yet ultimately triumphed over Elder Zhang Yuga. He narrowly emerged victorious against Elder Peiqi. He fought his way into the decisive battle of this grand competition, successfully capturing Feng Ling's attention, which enhanced her favorable impression of him. The current task has been completed. Should it be settled? Notification. The host has triggered a hidden condition as he did not employ sword techniques throughout. Should he choose not to settle the task, he will face the formidable Elder Haitu in the decisive battle without relying on his most proficient swordsmanship, thus completing the hidden task. Chu Yun? He had done nothing yet, merely arriving at this place, so how could the task already be complete? Furthermore, a hidden mission had been triggered? His proficiency in swordsmanship had only recently seen minor improvement. When had he become adept in the art? This system was growing increasingly absurd. Disinterested in the system's antics, he directed his gaze towards the towering enlightenment bell within the grand hall, curiosity stirring within him. What had his master left for him inside that magnificent bell? While he pondered, the ethereal voice of the sect leader reached his ears. 10 breaths have elapsed. The chief battle was about to commence. The fragrant tip of the incense in the great cauldron ignited with a flicker of golden flame. Tendrils of smoke spiraled outward, drifting in all directions, even towards the tortoise shell. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun finally lowered his gaze to the figure of Gu Wei across from him. The girl in the black robe also fixed her gaze upon Chu Yun. Her cultivation level was indiscernible. He could sense no aura from her. Though she stood there, alive and tangible, under the scrutiny of his consciousness, she felt insubstantial. She frowned, disliking such an opponent. This often signified a troublesome and tenacious adversary. But so what? Her ire had already been ignited by his audacious manipulation of her imperial star phenomenon. As the embodiment of the Tao traversed an invincible path, encountering any foe warranted nothing less than a decisive strike. She stepped forward. Buzz. Her mana rippled, sending circles of waves shattering the void. As a golden star gradually emerged from behind her, transitioning from illusion to reality. Gazing at the white-haired youth before her, Gu Wei's eyes turned frigid. In addition to the golden star, 7 or 8 other supreme phenomena simultaneously manifested. The manifestation of her supreme Tao body would grant her numerous enhancements. She twisted her waist, her arms arching over her shoulder, drawing back like a bowstring, poised to unleash a formidable offensive technique. The audience held their breath. On the cloud platform of the 10,000 Methods sect, a woman clad in palace garb wore a grave expression, recognizing the technique. This was the Qilin Starquake, a 9th-grade offensive art from the celestial heritage of the Qilin sect. How could she, merely at the transformation stage, possibly master this? The Qilin Starquake, if unleashed, even a united entity would tremble. With 9 supreme phenomena emerging, it was no wonder this Tao body so revered the calamity star's manifestation, even before it fully regenerated. Other supreme phenomena dared not approach. Could it be that this calamity star was indeed, as the Tao body claimed, an imperial star, the source of the great Tao? If that were the case, even the one with a heavenly spirit root, despite having transcended to the nascent soul stage, might not withstand it. Beside her, the other elders of the 10,000 Methods sect exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they whispered, their eyes fixated on Gu Wei. The girl in the black robe continued to gather her strength, her phenomena unfolding one after another. The golden star behind her finally solidified. She was engulfed in a sea of mana, and beyond all the phenomena, a colossal black Qilin shadow emerged. The Enlightenment Bell is mine. Her voice was both domineering and proud. The Qilin roared, the earth trembling beneath its might. The entire space quaked, a spectacle of sheer power. A shadow lunged towards the white-haired youth, intending to shatter him. Yet, he remained unmoved, calm as he regarded the golden star behind her, his brow slightly furrowing. At that crucial moment, boom, a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos. The black Qilin quivered in midair, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, under the astonished gazes of all. The black-robed girl was hurled through the air as if a sack of chaff, accompanied by a rain of blood. With a thud, she crashed to the ground, motionless. Chu Yun, Zhao Xuanji, Su Haishan, everyone. Moments later, on the cloud platform, the calamity star behind her detonated once more. The elder with a horse-like face from the star observation pavilion, witnessing this scene, began to dance with excitement, exclaiming, "I knew it. Ha! I knew this calamity star was no good." The Tao body overestimated itself, trying to manifest the calamity star, and now, at such a critical moment, it actually exploded. Ha! The crowd was bewildered, for they had all seen it. The moment Gui unleashed her full power, poised to strike the one with the heavenly spirit root. The enormous golden sun behind her suddenly trembled, rippling with energy, before erupting in a thunderous explosion. Someone gasped in shock. Could it be that the calamity star's manifestation backfired? How unfortunate for the Tao body to encounter this. Nonsense. A derisive voice rang out. The supreme Tao body, inherently blessed with great fortune, could not possibly falter at such a critical juncture. Many turned their attention to the source of that scorn, which belonged to the elegant matron of the 10,000 Methods sect. She was none other than Mou, the sect leader, renowned throughout the 9 provinces. As she noticed the gazes upon her, observing the unmoving Chu Yun below, she calmly explained, "It is the heavenly spirit root." The heavenly spirit root? Had he perhaps acted out of line? Mou cast a sidelong glance, casually remarking, "What nonsense. That is merely fortune protecting him." The moment the supreme Tao body acted, boundless fortune converged before the heavenly spirit root. With fortune akin to an ocean, combined with the instability of the Tao body's imperial star phenomenon, that is why it exploded. Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Simply a protective fortune was enough to nullify such a terrifying blow from the supreme Tao body? Mou's voice rang out again. Anyone who claims the heavenly spirit root has not transcended to the nascent soul stage is a fool. To achieve fortune suppression, one must possess fortune at least several times stronger than that of the supreme Tao body. With such formidable fortune, how could one possibly fail to transcend to the nascent soul stage? Her assertion plunged everyone into contemplation. Mou of the 10,000 Methods sect was an undeniable authority. Her words naturally astonished many, prompting them to reflect. Xia Changming nodded repeatedly, "Indeed. Why do some continue to believe in such absurd tales when our esteemed elder is so formidable?" He still vividly recalls the moment he first encountered his grandmaster. Overwhelmed by that formidable aura, it was the presence of a true powerhouse. How could it possibly be someone at the Golden Core stage? At that instant, his intuition warned him that if he were to engage in battle with his grandmaster, the outcome would undoubtedly be a 50-50 chance he would strike 5 times, only to be shattered into 5 pieces. Chen Yao chuckled at Xia Changming's words. It is not a matter of belief, but rather human nature. Young Chu possesses a calm demeanor, shunning the outside world, preferring to spend his days in seclusion on the Miao Miao Peak, thus leading to an abundance of rumors among the uninformed. Such is human nature. People tend to hope for others' misfortunes rather than their successes. What intrigues the masses are not tales of the underdog rising to glory, but rather the stories of brilliant talents who fall from grace. Thus, it is only natural that those who believe far outnumber the skeptics. Wu Xingyang interjected, "Then, Master, who exactly spread the rumor that junior brother Chu cannot break through to the Golden Core stage?" Qin Yao paused at the inquiry, instinctively glancing upwards. He sighed in relief and replied softly, "Of course, it was senior sister Li, the Grand Elder. Why would she sabotage her own disciple?" Ahem. Perhaps at that time, he had indeed not yet broken through, but later on, some individuals choose to believe only what they can see. Chen Yao coughed lightly, realizing this matter was not one to be elaborated upon. He could not possibly reveal to these younglings that Chu Yun, with his exceptional talent, had numerous golden cores to break through one by one, could he? At that time, senior sister had scoured the world for solutions to aid Chu Yun's breakthroughs, gathering information, which led to this matter being disclosed. However, This was a delicate topic concerning Chu Yun's hidden strengths, and Xin Yao was well aware that it was best left unspoken. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he gestured below, redirecting the conversation. The spectacle is not over yet. Continue to observe. Xia Changming, Wu Xingyang, and the others turned their gazes downward. They beheld Gu Wei struggling to rise from the ground. Her black robe was tattered, and her snow-white skin bore numerous gashes, blood pouring from her body, resembling a figure drenched in crimson. Fortunately, her unique constitution allowed her spiritual essence to manifest, continuously mending her wounds. She lifted her head, her face, usually as cold as ice, finally displaying a shift in expression, one filled with disbelief. The imperial star had once again shattered. Moreover, it had caused a direct collapse of her Tao body and inflicted damage upon her primordial spirit. Gasping, she forced herself to look up at the young man. He regarded her with a glance, one that seemed to dismiss her as if she were but an insignificant insect. At that moment, she was inexplicably struck by a sense of illusion. The white-haired youth before her appeared exceptionally tall, towering above her like a deity, radiating brilliance. In comparison, she felt like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon, or a mere mayfly under the vast sky. No, I am the supreme Tao body. Destined to tread the path of invincibility, why should I fear a mere celestial root? Gu Wei pressed her lips together, glancing at the large cauldron above, where only a quarter of the incense remained. With careful steps, she approached Chu Yun, with each stride intensifying her spiritual essence and improving her condition. I shall unleash one final strike. This sword, born of my recent enlightenment, is meant solely to sever consciousness. Take heed. As she spoke, an array of divine swords began to manifest behind her, each one shimmering with formidable intent. In truth, Chu Yun paid no heed to Gu Wei. No matter how much a mere insect might flail before him, it could not alter its inherent insignificance or absurdity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He could not articulate it. Yet an unsettling aura pervaded the atmosphere, reminiscent of decay. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a faint yet familiar scent. Chu Yun cast a glance, beholding the 9 exquisite flying swords, radiant in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, hovering behind the figure of a girl clad in a black robe. The girl raised her slender, delicate fingers, positioning them upright before her chest, her countenance stern and unyielding. With a clear proclamation of slash, the 9 flying swords erupted into a cacophony. The blade's radiance flickered, evolving into an infinite array of swordsmanship mysteries in midair. In the blink of an eye, a blazing white sword, over 100 meters long, descended from the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming surge of sword energy. This strike embodied the supreme essence of sword intent. The unparalleled Tao body exhibited such mastery over the sword path that it was truly formidable. Even more terrifying was the fact that this strike had transcended into the realm of transformation, aimed directly at the divine consciousness. From the cloud platform above, gasps of astonishment echoed. Even from the perspective of the formidable beings of the 5 great sects, this sword strike was nothing short of extraordinary. Apart from the constraints of their realms, it was virtually impeccable. The ancient divine sword pavilion, renowned for its swordsmanship, stood on the cloud platform, all members rising in unison, craning their necks, utterly captivated. Huang Hong murmured, "This sword truly is remarkable. This young man's talent in the sword path is exceptional, even within our ancient divine sword pavilion. He stands out, eclipsing his contemporaries." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He gazed at Huang Jiuxiao, his tone somewhat tense. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Jiuxiao replied, "Dreaming of cutting down the front? What does the ancestor mean? Is this sword not fierce enough?" Huang Hong stared in shock at the scene below. Suddenly, his expression froze, revealing a look of astonishment. At the moment the radiant sword struck the head of the silver-haired youth, it unexpectedly disintegrated. Apart from a gentle breeze that stirred the shimmering strands of hair, no harm was inflicted. The 9 swords, now united as one, bowed low as if they had encountered a deity of the sword path. The sharp, crisp sound echoed in all directions. With a resounding crash, the radiant sword shattered. The wielder, her cold and indifferent eyes flickering with confusion, thought, "I clearly struck." Yet it felt as if she had hit the most resilient of divine metals. A terrifying recoil surged forth, overwhelming her with force, causing Gu Wei's blood to boil and her vision to darken. In that moment, illusions danced before her eyes under the bright sky. She saw the moon, celestial beings, and even her deceased mother waving at her. Puffed. Guwei coughed up another mouthful of golden blood, collapsing with a muffled thud. Challenge concluded. The voice of the sect master resonated in her ears. Struggling, Guwei tilted her neck back, gazing up at the heavens. The sandalwood incense in the azure cauldron had burnt out, leaving only wisps of smoke drifting away. Then she murmured, "Is it over? Then I shall ring the bell." How utterly tedious. She heard a voice tinged with despair. Bored? After exerting all her strength and revealing her trump cards, was it merely boredom in your eyes? Before Guwei could ponder further, a boot appeared in her blurred vision, descending upon her. With a resounding thud, her delicate features crashed against the ground, pain radiating through her body. The silver-haired youth casually stepped over her, making his way toward the grand hall. The world spun around her. The humiliation was unbearable. Guwei felt a tightness in her chest as her trembling hand, unwilling to concede, attempted to rise. Yet, weakened by her injuries, her fingers soon fell limply to the ground. Finally, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. As Chu Yun walked toward the grand hall, the sect master announced victory. The system's voice immediately echoed in his ears. Task settlement in progress. Task completed. Completion rate, 100. The host claims first place in the sect competition, far exceeding system expectations, receiving an additional completion rate bonus of 50. The host meets hidden conditions by defeating Elder Haitu without employing sword techniques, earning an extra 50 completion rate bonus. The total completion rate for this task is 200. Rewards: Spiritual Light Star Eyes, Chilan Rare, Du Wine X2, and 50,000 system points. Special Reward: Betraying the Master, Purple Entry. The host receives an additional reward of 100,000 system points. Congratulations to the host for overcoming numerous trials, shedding blood and sweat, and finally making a mark in the sect competition by defeating the former master, Elder Haitu, becoming the top star of the Moonshadow sect. You have successfully captured Fenglinger's attention. She invites you to the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, wishing to impart an unparalleled legacy. Note: due to your outstanding performance in the sect competition, Fenglinger holds you in high regard. This is a risk-free opportunity, so please proceed without hesitation. Chu Yun remained silent, choosing not to criticize further in light of the system's rewards. However, he wondered what this betraying the master entry entailed. Before he could examine it closely, a golden beam descended from the sky ahead, leading him directly into the grand hall. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated such a result. The Supreme Tao body, once highly regarded, appeared feeble as a child before the rumored heavenly spirit root that hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage. Exhausting all efforts, it still lacked the qualification to be evaluated by the heavenly spirit root. Was the Supreme Tao body truly weak? If it were, what then could be said of the earlier challengers? The answer was singular. The heavenly spirit root was overwhelmingly strong, exceeding all expectations. Without uttering a word, it demonstrated to all what a true predecessor of the Xiao Xinzong looked like. As they watched the Supreme Tao body trampled underfoot, everyone remained silent. Not only had history not been made, but this might also be the most humiliating and disgraceful defeat for the sect's champion. Among the most exhilarated were a few individuals on the Qingwang Cloud platform. Xiao Chaiming exclaimed, "Master Uncle is so imposing. The Supreme Tao body will surely lose all face in the Xiao Xinzong from now on." Feng and chuckled beside him, congratulating Chunya with, "Congratulations, Master Uncle." Chunya waved his hand, smiling broadly. "Indeed, there has been considerable gain, but it's all thanks to that Chu lad. Once he rings the enlightenment bell, he should be able to step into the transformation stage. With these funds, I can prepare something for him." Feng nodded, "Let me share in that as well. I have benefited from his success." Chunya replied, "No rush, as I still have other bets to reclaim." He then turned his gaze toward the purple cloud platform. Zhao Xuanji stood calmly at the railing, his expression tranquil. How could this be? What kind of measures had the Heart's Ease Mountain prepared for the heavenly spirit root? Why had the Tao body met such a disastrous defeat? The shocking voices echoed in his ears, yet Zhao Xuanji remained silent. It was evident to discerning eyes that this was no longer a matter of techniques, but a straightforward issue of strength. At this point, any words would be utterly powerless. "Deputy Sect Master, does the bet still hold?" He heard a sound beside his ear, the voice of Qinyao. Zhao Xuanji's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, casting a cold glimmer directed at Qinyao. "Thank you," came the calm response from Zhao Xuanji, who instructed, "Lu Shi, go fetch the Tao body." "Understood." The one-armed elder behind him swiftly made his way downwards. Meanwhile, Su Haijin, wearing a troubled expression, reported to Zhao Xuanji, that sect leader, "We have lost 10 billion. Zhao Xuanji replied, his expression unchanged, glancing at the figure of Chu Yun who had already entered the grand hall below. Elder Su, having struck the enlightenment bell with the heavenly spiritual root, it is time for us to attend to our business. Let us proceed. It is time for the council." With that, he concluded. As he stepped forward, his body soared into the air. Su Haijin cast a glance at the position where Zhao Shuji had been standing moments ago. The railing before him bore the deep imprints of 5 fingers, a mystery as to when they had appeared. His expression darkened instantly as he ascended into the skies. Simultaneously, a melodious voice resonated in the ears of all the formidable practitioners at the combined essence stage from various sects. "Esteemed guests, come to the Xuangu Tower for a discussion." Above the grand hall, a classical 5-story pavilion floated amidst the clouds. Figures looked up, their expressions solemn, shimmering with light as they ascended towards the pavilion. Huang Hong, with a beaming face, noticed that Huang Jiuxia remained stationary. Casting an eye upwards, he felt compelled to remind, "Great ancestor, it is time to deliberate. Go away. You go yourself. Do not bother me. I shall not attend," Huang Jiuxia replied, his gaze fixed on the figures within the hall, his thoughts swirling. Rather than concocting strategies with these minor players, he preferred to inquire of this individual, seeking to understand why the path to immortality was being obstructed. "If you possessed the heavenly spirit root of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect, wouldn't you ascend on your own?" Thud. Upon entering the hall, Chu Yun struck a resounding note. An exceedingly profound sound reverberated in all directions. The Tao Enlightenment Bell, which could only be rung once every 500 years, was struck by Chu Yun. All the cultivators present, still lingering, were entranced by the sound, entering a state of epiphany. Huang Jiuxi watched Chu Yun's figure, captivated as the bell's resonance echoed through the hall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in darkness from every direction, resembling a desolate universe. Is this the realm of the heavenly Tao? Where is the heavenly Tao? He sensed nothing at all. The connection to the boundless elixir made him realize that he was in a peculiar place. Extremely distant from the 9 provinces, yet paradoxically still within them. What had his master left for him? Chu Yun surveyed his surroundings, his expression one of perplexity. Before ringing the bell of enlightenment, he had closely observed it and discovered some cracks within. Moreover, it was utterly empty. There was nothing. And upon entering the realm of the heavenly Tao, it was the same. "My dear disciple," a familiar feminine voice echoed in his ears amidst his confusion. "Do not search any longer. The heavenly Tao had perished." At the sound, Chu Yun turned to glance back, only to find a mere shadowy figure. Raising his hand, he grasped the apparition, which took the form of a round, coal-like ball with 2 bright, clear eyes. He pinched it lightly. It felt soft and plush. Even more so than the last time he encountered the insect. The essence of his master was revealed. So, the heavenly Tao had indeed perished? This aligned closely with his own deductions. Chu Yun spoke slowly, surveying the desolate expanse around him, his expression devoid of surprise. "Unworthy disciple, release me at once." The coal ball emitted a melodious voice, akin to a clear spring, filled with discontent. Chu Yun opened his hand, and the coal ball swiftly spiraled upwards, hovering 3 feet before his eyes. "Upon hearing that the heavenly Tao has perished, why are you not the least bit astonished?" Without hesitation, Chu Yun replied, "The 9 provinces are in a grand era. The end of the Dharma age is suddenly upon us, which is quite unsettling." The coal ball's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is amiss?" "Everything in the world has its time of demise." Chu Yun nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case. However, I sought the sect leader for some texts regarding the study of the Dharma's end." He retrieved a somewhat worn and weathered book from within his garments and waved it in front of the coal ball, stating, "The most palpable manifestation of the end times is the increasingly scarce spiritual energy. The causes for this scarcity are manifold. A common reason for the decline during these final days, as you have mentioned, Master, is the exhaustion of the primordial essence of the 9 provinces, which is nearing its demise. According to ancient texts, the overt signs include the depletion of blessed realms and the drying up of celestial mountains and spiritual seas. Although my spiritual perception is limited, I have employed my golden elixir as a satellite for exploration over the past few days, surveying nearly the entirety of the 9 provinces, and have found no anomalies. Life flourishes everywhere, and the realms of the various sects remain unaffected. The only notable characteristic is the diminishing spiritual energy, which does not entirely align with the standards of the end times. It is merely a fluctuation in spiritual vitality. However, since you have spoken, Master, your words must carry weight. Thus, my first suspicion fell upon myself. Perhaps my golden elixir has absorbed too much spiritual energy, leaving the entire 9 provinces unable to sustain me, thereby becoming the source of this decline. After all, the 9 provinces belong to everyone. It would be rather unfortunate if I were the cause of its downfall. Hence, I contemplated various strategies. At this juncture, Chu Yun gestured towards his dantian. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I have sensed an enhancement in my deductive abilities and comprehension. Consequently, I momentarily set aside my cultivation to attempt optimizing the chaotic rift divine method. I diligently refined it 96 times, and upon completion, although I sacrificed the potency of several golden elixirs, I managed to compress the resources required for daily consumption to a mere 60% of the original. This is the utmost limit of my current capabilities. If, with each breakthrough, my deductive skills and understanding continue to grow, I may further optimize the chaotic rift divine method, ensuring that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it can be sustained until ascension. The cold ball interjected, "Wait a moment. What is this chaotic rift divine method? What nonsensical knowledge have you acquired? It is an extension of our free and easy sect's free and easy heavenly skill. Did you not transform the free and easy heavenly skill into a supreme art encompassing the 9 heavens and 10 earths? How has it now morphed into this chaotic rift divine method? The foundational logic of the free and easy heavenly skill is commendable, allowing for numerous branches. This is merely another branch with a different direction for cultivation. Can I continue to trust this supreme art of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? There is no issue. The chaotic rift divine method is excessively radical and unsuitable for your practice, Master. However, the version of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is somewhat outdated. I had intended to present you with an upgraded version upon my emergence, but since you have ascended, you will have to wait until I see you again. Oh, then I am reassured. You may proceed." Chu Yun smiled and continued, then the intriguing part unfolds. According to my observations, the spiritual energy in the 9 provinces has significantly diminished over the past year compared to previous years, but at most by only 10%. This implies that if I truly triggered the end times, a substantial resurgence of spiritual energy would temporarily manifest after my frequency reduction. Regrettably, no such resurgence occurred. The spiritual energy continues to wane. I recalled an earlier encounter in the outer heavens where I observed abnormalities. There, I discovered a considerable amount of calamity liquid. This calamity liquid is remarkably pure, not merely scattered remnants post-calamity, but rather a direct transformation from the essence of the calamity itself. This contradicts common knowledge. Those who frequently undergo tribulations are well aware that calamity liquid cannot exist without the calamity itself. If calamity directly transforms into calamity liquid, it indicates that the tribulations are nearing the point of impotence, regressing to their most primordial state, which is the pure calamity liquid I witnessed. Additionally, during my journey towards immortality, I encountered scattered silver orbs, which should represent the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Chu Yun pondered for a moment, flipping to a page in his tattered book filled with intricate curves and symbols interwoven. To simplify, I am uncertain if you can comprehend this, Master, but according to this tome, the heavenly Tao embodies rules, will, and the governing principles of the world, under the constraints of the dual-fold and triple-fold fate intersection theory. You only need to grasp one conclusion. The heavenly Tao cannot be materialized. The cold ball responded. But it has materialized. Thus, the answer becomes quite straightforward. The heavenly Tao governs the rules. Tribulations are rules. Spiritual energy is rules, which indicates a malfunction within the heavenly Tao. To be thorough, I deliberately broke a significant vow of the heavenly Tao to provoke its manifestation and engage in conversation. But guess what happened? The cold ball remained silent for a moment before inquiring what occurred. It did not appear, only a trace of residual energy manifested, which I swiftly dispelled with a wave of my hand. This further corroborated my conclusion. The source of the end times is not me, but rather the heavenly Tao. Chu Yun sighed. Alas, I had hoped the heavenly Tao was merely experiencing some difficulties, and I could engage with it through the enlightenment bell to explore potential solutions. I never anticipated it to have perished entirely. This complicates matters considerably. Why are you silent, master? The black light on the surface of the coal ball dimmed slightly as it floated onto Chu Yun's silver hair, listlessly resting there, and murmured, "It is uninteresting. You have articulated everything. What more is there for me to say? If you wish to express something, please do. You are not merely leaving a fragment of divine thought to accompany me in conversation, are you?" The coal ball suddenly recalled something. "Oh, I did remember one matter. Do not venture down the path of immortality. When I ascended, I discovered that the path had become exceedingly fragile due to the fall of the heavenly Tao. I inadvertently shattered a considerable section and expended significant effort to restore it, nearly jeopardizing my ascension. With your power, you could easily damage the path to immortality. Do you understand? Why the silence? You are not contemplating stepping on the path of immortality, are you? Master, do you have further instructions? Why did you not directly inform me of such a monumental event as the death of the heavenly Tao? Oh, after all, your Golden Elixir stage is rather peculiar. And I feared that without your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, your lifespan might be jeopardized. Thus, I refrained from directly informing you about the heavenly Tao, fearing it would affect your breakthrough. I merely instructed Chun Yao and Xiao Yuan to assist you in seeking methods for longevity before your ascension. However, now that you have transcended the nascent soul stage, the celestial transformation stage should not be far off. Since you will inevitably interact with the heavenly Tao, I left you this fragment of divine thought to impart some knowledge and bequeath you a treasure." The coal ball hopped lightly on Chu Yun's head and sighed, "Of course. You have already conveyed a great deal. I shall be succinct and share additional information I possess. The end times are certainly not your fault. The origins of the 9 provinces are vast. Even in the celestial realm, it is renowned in other realms. The 9 provinces have birthed over 5 immortal kings and 3 demon lords. It is said that several other powerful beings from higher realms are associated with the 9 provinces. Normally, the 9 provinces can nurture a heavenly spiritual root without issue. Even considering your over 90,000 golden elixirs, they could easily sustain you. Therefore, you need not bear any guilt. Furthermore, the demise of the heavenly Tao is unrelated to you. It was slain by some existence." The coal ball's voice suddenly took on a complex tone. "Oh, how can you be so certain, master? Have you perhaps witnessed the fall of the heavenly Tao firsthand?" Chu Yun surveyed the pitch-black, lifeless expanse, allowing the coal-like sphere atop his head to bounce about. "Not at all," he remarked. "Before his master ascended, he had ventured into the Purple River Forbidden Zone to gather resources and fortuitously entered a bizarre realm where he encountered the dying will of the heavenly Tao. It imparted a message. What did it say?" The coal sphere remained silent, its eyes wide as saucers. 2 beams of silvery light erupted from its large eyes, illuminating the space ahead for several meters, coalescing into a grand screen. On this screen, 2 shadows appeared. The shadow on the left bore a cap-like silhouette, beneath which floated a multitude of root-like tendrils, undulating like a massive jellyfish. The shadow on the right possessed an elegant form, even as a mere silhouette. Chu Yun instantly recognized it as his esteemed master. The voice of the jellyfish resonated. "I was slain. How infuriating." Chu Yun responded with a perplexed expression. The jellyfish continued. "Avenge me. Avenge me, assist me in my revenge." After a few moments of contemplation, the figure on the screen spoke in a melodious tone. "Compensation, compensation, I require recompense." Both shadows simultaneously fell into an uncanny silence. After a brief pause, the tendrils of the jellyfish flickered, sending several shadowy forms drifting towards Li Piao. With utmost courtesy, Li Piao expressed, "Thank you." The jellyfish responded with its tendrils dancing in the air, forming a blood-red moon. While Chu Yun pondered the implications of this crimson moon, Li Piao's voice broke the silence. "Oh, you mean to say that this blood-red moon signifies the characteristics of the entity that killed you?" "I understand," he replied. "If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in your vengeance. Rest assured." "Good." Upon uttering this, the jellyfish indeed dissolved like a firework, vanishing from sight. The coal sphere atop Chu Yun's head narrowed its eyes, and as the luminous screen dissipated, it bounced once more, indicating that appears to be the gist of it. Chu Yun. Aware of Chu Yun's superior intellect, Li Piao opted to avoid any ambiguity by directly projecting the scene from that moment. He pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and remarked, "From this perspective, it appears that the will of this rule does not have the habit of posing riddles. Its intended meaning is quite clear. It pertains to the blood-red moon mark, something unseen throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces. Could it be that the blood moon indeed vanquished the heavenly Tao? With such scant information, he found it difficult to ascertain. Dear disciple, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Observe what I have left for you. The coal ball, perched atop Chu Yun's head, extended its tiny hands, straining to pull out a dark, rotund object from its belly. After much effort, it extracted a palm-sized silver-white jade ring, the jade of the heavenly Tao's essence. One of the rewards bestowed upon me by the will of the heavenly Tao. The silver-white jade ring floated towards Chu Yun's hand. He caught it, feeling its smooth, slightly cool surface, resembling the rings of vast celestial bodies, radiating a silver glow. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the surface of the jade was composed of exceedingly intricate rules, its aura somewhat familiar, akin to the silver basketball he had previously obtained on the path to immortality, yet 100 times more potent, embodying the essence of concentration. Chu Yun was not surprised. By his estimation, this so-called jade of the heavenly Tao's essence was likely a fragment of the heavenly Tao's remains, stronger than expected. It contained the rules of the 9 provinces. Ponder over it deeply. Even though the heavenly Tao no longer exists, with this jade of the heavenly Tao's essence, your comprehension of the rules required for the divine transformation stage should suffice. However, this jade is intricately linked to this realm of the heavenly Tao and cannot be taken outside. Otherwise, it would collapse. Once my divine consciousness dissipates, remember to thoroughly merge the jade in this space before venturing out. Understood. After imparting his instructions, the coal ball spoke of other matters. Once I have resolved the affairs of the upper realm, I shall swiftly seek a way to save the 9 provinces. My dear disciple, do not act rashly. Focus on your cultivation until I return. Of course, should you devise a solution before my return, that would also be acceptable. The coal ball's voice had grown somewhat feeble. After extracting the jade of the heavenly Tao's essence, its round form had shrunk significantly, now no larger than a fist. Aware that time was short, it hastily began to discuss subsequent matters. I understand. Chu Yun sensed the coal ball's frailty and gently held it in his hand. Master, are you in a hurry to return to the upper realm for some urgent matter? The coal ball shook its head vigorously, like a wave drum. Not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of. Then, Master, when you said that after I ascend, I should consider you as my Tao partner, was that the truth? Upon hearing Chu Yun's melancholic inquiry, the coal ball trembled, and its dark sheen revealed a hint of pink. The power of divine consciousness could no longer be sustained. Dear disciple, I must depart. With that, the coal ball suddenly disintegrated into countless points of starlight, vanishing from Chu Yun's palm. Observing this, he could only shake his head in resignation. Truly, it's a source of worry. After the coal ball's disappearance, Chu Yun scrutinized the jade of the heavenly Tao's essence with great care. The divine transformation stage, according to the records of the 9 provinces, signifies a profound alignment with the heavenly Tao as one's cultivation deepens, allowing the primordial spirit to attempt to resonate with the heavenly Tao and draw forth a thread of rule-s power. Thus, a significant divide exists between the divine transformation and nascent soul stages. If the nascent soul stage is akin to fighting barehanded, the divine transformation stage resembles piloting a mecha to battle children. Naturally, the power hierarchy of the 9 provinces is considerably elevated, with some extraordinary physiques capable of tearing apart machines with bare hands, defying conventional reasoning. Nevertheless, a general understanding suffices. With legs crossed in midair, Chu Yun held the jade of the heavenly Tao's essence before his dantian. Now that the heavenly Tao had perished, it was likely that the strength of all cultivators in the 9 provinces would gradually wane over time. Moreover, he mused, the death of the heavenly Tao and the ensuing collapse of rules will trigger a chain reaction far more complex than merely a decline in spiritual energy. The world will descend into chaos, plagued by various calamities, anomalies, and destructive phenomena. It may even disturb causality, attracting external demons and spawning numerous world enders. One misstep, and the end of the law could transform into the end of days, a situation more dire than I had imagined. Well, these matters are not for one at the nascent soul stage to ponder just yet. This harvest is substantial. The jade of the heavenly Tao's essence and the silver basketball share a common origin and can be utilized to forge breakthrough cards. It is prudent to attempt a breakthrough to the divine transformation stage first. Chu Yun turned his gaze to his dantian. Having completed a system task, he had accrued a remarkable total of 150,000 system points, an impressive sum that could procure a significant array of cultivation resources within the system's marketplace. In addition, Chu Yun was intrigued by another reward, a pale purple card hovering within his dantian. The card depicted 2 stick figures, one small figure riding on the back of the larger one, raising its fist in a posture reminiscent of Wu Song battling the tiger. Offending master and ancestor, purple, description, you have committed an act that defies common sense, yet harbor no guilt. In a world rife with treachery and cunning, trust in yourself. You are correct. Usage, upon acquiring this entry, any offense against your master or ancestor will randomly yield a mysterious blind box 1, with item quality varying. Each activation incurs a cooldown period of 1 month. You have obtained a mysterious blind box. Will you open it? Chu Yun gazed at this entry, lost in contemplation. When exactly did I offend my master? Does merely pinching the divine consciousness count as an offense? He shook his head, sensing the presence of a newly emerged box. Approximately 16 inches square, adorned with intricate patterns, nestled within his dantian. A burst of dazzling golden light emanated from the box. You have opened the mystery box and acquired a rare beverage, Great Stag Americano 1. Chu Yun, lowering his gaze, he discovered a steaming cup of coffee in his hands. Its surface dark and the cup emblazoned with a large stag logo. Damn, it was still hot. Chu Yun raised it to his lips, taking a delicate sip. The familiar bitterness lingered, and then he expressionlessly discarded it. Fortunately, the arrival of this enigmatic mystery box was effortless, and he harbored no expectations. He casually opened the system mall and discovered that while the system might exhibit eccentricities, its professional demeanor was truly commendable. The mall, which had just been emptied, was now brimming once again, leaving him curious about how it was replenished. At that moment, the system's points balance displayed a staggering 150,000 points. Without hesitation, Chu Yun pulled out a substantial stack of discount vouchers, clearing out more than half of the system mall once again. With everything in place, he began to delve into the essence of the celestial path. Indeed, it was the body of the celestial path. Chu Yun felt as though he had come into contact with a divine treasure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He intends to attempt ascending to the divine transformation stage within this shattered realm of heavenly principles. As Chu Yun engages in his cultivation, the voice of the system intermittently resonates in his ears. The host follows the sect leader, Feng Linger, to the forbidden zone of the back mountain. Due to a sufficient level of affinity, Feng Linger bestows upon you a storage ring during the journey. The host acquires a high-grade storage ring. To your astonishment, you discover that this ring conceals a mountain of cultivation resources, ample enough for a formidable practitioner in the early stages of divine transformation to cultivate for 100 years. You are left in awe of Feng Linger's generosity. Feng Linger instructs you to sit upon a moss-covered stone and begins to impart the transcendent teachings of the celestial realm, the supreme transcendence technique. However, your innate talent proves insufficient. Even with the assistance of the enlightenment stone that Feng Linger thoughtfully arranged, this technique remains profoundly enigmatic and elusive. After a fortnight of instruction, you have only grasped the superficial aspects, leaving Feng Linger somewhat disheartened. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the incomplete supreme transcendence technique from the celestial realm. Although your understanding is merely a glimpse into the profound, the formidable efficacy of this technique makes you feel increasingly closer to the divine transformation stage. Your excitement mounts, and you diligently immerse yourself in practice day and night. Your dedication does not go unnoticed by Feng Linger, who feels a sense of satisfaction, despite your ordinary aptitude. Your earnestness and industrious nature resonate with her ideals, thereby enhancing her fondness for you. In the Xianwei Tower, on the 5th floor, there exists a unique space that appears to be a single level but is, in reality, a grand staircase-like expanse. Floating cushions drift in midair, and at the heart of this space, a golden cloud platform hovers, a quintessential assembly room structure. Over 50 individuals settle onto the levitating cushions. Qinyao leisurely takes a seat beside an elder from the Heart's Ease Mountain in the inner circle, gazing towards the golden platform. Instead of the mysterious sect leader of the joyous celestial sect, a young nobleman clad in purple robes gracefully descends. Zhao Xuanji maintains a detached demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Once all are seated, his voice resonates. I have summoned you all here today to discuss several pressing matters. Familiarity exists among the attendees, and he dismisses any unnecessary preamble, proceeding directly to the first issue. Our joyous celestial sect has discovered that with the fracture of the path to immortality, not only has the spiritual energy begun to wane, but the rules of the heavenly principles have also grown increasingly indistinct. We have summoned several prodigies in the divine separation stage to commune with the heavenly principles yet there has been no response, leading us to suspect abnormalities in the heavenly order. Do any of you observe further anomalies? As his words linger, a gentle feminine voice chimes in. Indeed. We at the 10,000 Laws sect have recently had an elder undergo tribulation. The force of the tribulation lightning was remarkably feeble, even less potent than the 9 heavens tribulation, resulting in minimal ascension. Shen Yao turns to see that the speaker is none other than Mou, the sect leader of the 10,000 Laws sect. Our red dust immortal gate has encountered a similar predicament. While our Zhenyang cave sky has not experienced this, we have observed another peculiar phenomenon. An elder inadvertently broke their solemn vow after a visit to the Yin-Yang sect. Days later, to our surprise, the heavenly retribution has yet to descend, leaving this elder's previous efforts in vain and causing a regression in their realm. If that is the case, then our universe cave sky has also experienced matters of consequence. The discourse continues, with the formidable figures from various sects revealing solemn expressions. Resolving issues of spiritual energy is manageable. However, should the heavenly principles falter, it presents a grave predicament. After a brief pause in discussions, Zhao Xuanji decisively states, this matter shall be classified as a celestial level crisis. Subsequently, Elder Su from the Hall of Heavenly Principles will collaborate with representatives from various sects to form an investigative group for further deliberation. On to the second matter, he continues, which pertains again to the fractured path to immortality. Following the rupture, we at the Joyous Celestial Sect have attempted to establish contact with the upper realms, but have yet to receive any reply. Do any sects have news? The ancient Divine Sword Pavilion has not received any correspondence. The Nirvana Pure Land has not received any correspondence. Likewise, none. Zhao Xuanji furrows his brow. Summarizing, it appears we are faced with the most dire of circumstances. We have completely severed ties with the upper realms. Huang Hong, without hesitation, interjects. This matter must be considered in conjunction with the previous one. We have numerous ascendants from the 9 provinces who have ventured to the upper realms. Everyone should be familiar with the fundamental rules. The positions between the upper and lower realms are subject to continual change due to regulatory interference. And only by relying on the heavenly marks as a guide can the upper realms locate the 9 provinces. The disconnection between the 9 provinces and the upper realms is precisely due to issues with the heavenly principles. His analysis garnered unanimous agreement from all present. Zhao Xuanji nodded in affirmation, stating that the Shaoyao Immortal Sect shared the same perspective. However, he emphasized that the crux of the matter lay not in the discussion itself, but in the actions to be taken. The Shaoyao Immortal Sect harbored a sealed immortal, one of the contingencies of our Dao lineage, which we plan to unseal soon, inviting this immortal to emerge and collaboratively devise strategies. A smiling monk with prominent earlobes interjected, mentioning that there is a bodhisattva on the Nirvana Pure Land, a reincarnation of our lineage's Arhat, whom we also intend to awaken from his memories to seek solutions. Within the Red Dust Immortal Gate, there exists a Red Dust Immortal. However, awakening him will require time. Our Wanfa sect possesses the most extensive collection of celestial texts across the 9 provinces, and we will diligently expedite our efforts to discover viable methods. As everyone exchanged their thoughts, their gazes collectively turned toward the Taigu Divine Sword Pavilion. Huang Hong, appearing somewhat awkward, struggled momentarily before stating, we at the Taigu Divine Sword Pavilion are accustomed to straightforwardness and do not favor such contingencies. Sensing the peculiar glances directed at him, Huang Hong pondered briefly before raising a finger and adding, yet, I do have an idea. Suddenly, he produced a bird from his cloak, displaying it to those around him. The celestial sovereign bird? This creature was typically associated with the mere act of exchanging spirit stones. A mere puppet of sorts. Many present recognized the bird in Huang Hong's grasp, expressing their astonishment. Huang Hong shook his head, not quite. The celestial sovereign bird is a unique entity that has recently made an abrupt appearance. It emanates an aura from the celestial realm, seemingly a remnant of a celestial seal. I discovered that this celestial sovereign bird is not merely a repeater. With continuous monetary offerings, it elevates one's standing and answers inquiries. Intrigued, I decided to take a gamble and wager everything. Lately, I have been continually providing funds to these celestial sovereign birds, elevating myself to the status of their supreme client. To my surprise, after achieving this status, it revealed numerous celestial secrets to me, as precise as those held by the ancient Divine Sword Pavilion. It also seemed to possess knowledge about the end of the magical era, and I endeavored to extract further information from its beak. He raised the green spirit bird, whose wingspan barely reached a meter, and tapped a plump bag at its head. Heavenly Lord Bird, Are you aware of the current state of the heavenly Tao? The spirit bird immediately flapped its wings and exclaimed, yes. Yes, noble supreme client. The heavenly Tao has manifested. Quick, save it. Save it. Zhao Xuanji. MOU. Everyone. What utter nonsense. Is there not a single sane person among you sword cultivators? MOU kindly reminded. The heavenly Tao is the embodiment of rules and will never manifest physically. Master Huang, I advise you to limit your interactions with such a heavenly lord bird. Not everyone outside the celestial realm is virtuous. If this heavenly lord bird were an imprisoned evil immortal, it could deceive you with half-truths to gain its freedom, leading to significant trouble. Huang Hong nodded. I understand the stakes. We are merely utilizing each other. It will not be easy to unseal it. No matter. The monk with large earlobes interjected, that heavenly lord bird does indeed carry the aura of the celestial realm, and I have extracted some information from it. Though it cannot compare to Master Huang, I currently hold its 5-star status and have inquired about many secrets, all of which it correctly answered. However, as a precaution, I hope Brother Huang will wait for us to summon other contingencies from our respective sects before proceeding. Others turned to glance at the monk, surprised to see the renowned Lord of Nirvana, with such pronounced features, engaging in bird play. All right, esteemed colleagues, do you have any alternative plans? Zhao Xuanji stepped forward to facilitate the discussion. Immediately, others chimed in with various opinions, and the group debated the issue for several hours. Under Zhao Xuanji's leadership, a planning committee was established and relevant personnel were confirmed, restoring silence to the assembly. Next was the final matter. Our informants embedded within the demonic sect reported that we are not the only ones taking action. The 3 major demonic sects are also mobilizing. Zhao Xuanji's gaze turned cold as he pointed towards Yunzhou. They are conspiring to attack the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone, aiming to release the fearsome beast sealed beneath it, unleashing chaos. Esteemed colleagues, you are aware of the terror that lies within the upper realms. Each descent upon Jiuzhou has historically heralded apocalyptic calamities. Particularly, such sealed beasts from the upper realms are exceedingly powerful. Once unleashed, the cost to subdue them again would be exorbitant. At this juncture, MOU spoke again. The fearsome beast sealed beneath the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone was imprisoned by our Wanfa sect's immortal long ago. I have the specific details. It is a netherhound. The mention of the netherhound rendered the room silent, and every face turned ashen. The netherhound, even in the upper realms. It is a legendary beast of dreadful renown. This matter must not be allowed to succeed. Huang Hong's expression darkened as he voiced his concerns. The heavenly lord bird perched on his arm echoed with agitated cries. Upon learning that the sealed entity beneath the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone was indeed the netherhound, the assembly erupted in turmoil, with everyone exchanging frantic information regarding the beast, growing increasingly anxious. Qin Yao cleared his throat. Regarding the matter of the netherhound, I suggest that everyone discuss it privately. Let us focus on the key points. First, according to intelligence, this operation is led by the Blood Demon sect, and the timing of their attack on Tsangshan requires further investigation. Additionally, while we have infiltrated the 3 major demonic sects, those present may not share a singular purpose. We must consider the countermeasures they may employ upon discovering our insights. The other 6 forbidden zones must also be monitored closely to prevent any diversionary tactics. Of course, our insiders are not to be underestimated. The demonic sect will find it no easy feat to assault the forbidden zones. His words garnered nods of agreement from everyone present. For many years, the 3 major demonic sects have managed to survive, not only due to the existence of orthodox teachings from the higher realms, but also because everyone has tacitly engaged in a web of intrigue. There exists an intricate intertwining of interests among them. Once, a former leader of the Red Dust Immortal Sect, in a fit of rage, apprehended a significant number of spies from the demonic sect infiltrating the sect. Around 40 to 50 individuals, including a heavenly elder, all dealt with sternly. To his dismay, some of these spies displayed considerable talent and had risen to prominence. Upon their removal, it was discovered that they were crucial to the sect's operations. Shortly after their exposure, the artifact forging peak and the foreign affairs peak of the Red Dust Immortal Sect fell into a state of paralysis. Quite peculiar indeed. Similarly, the situation on the demonic sect side was not dissimilar. As Qin Yao pointed out, orchestrating a significant event is far from simple. Shall we notify the master of the Tsangshan Forbidden Zone? Inquired the leader of the Zhengyang Cave Heaven. Zhao Xuanji replied coldly, notification has already been made. The leader of Zhengyang Cave Heaven nodded. That is well. Zhao Xuanji sneered. Well? He implied that he was dismissed with disdain. Foolish creature. remarked the leader of Zhongyang Cave Heaven. Qin Yao, with a sense of resignation, added, the temperament of that master of Tsongshan is indeed quite capricious. Moreover, after his recent grand efforts to reclaim the heart herb were broadcasted to other forbidden zones, the master of Tsongshan was enraged and has since exhibited extreme hostility towards all humans. My suggestion is that if the demonic sect truly intends to act, we should first allow him to endure a beating before we move. This way, the master of the forbidden zone will be more amenable. MOU articulated. Elder Qin's reasoning holds merit. The master of the forbidden zone has always looked down upon humanity. Typically, we maintain a non-interference policy. In times like these, it is naturally impossible for them to trust us. Let us all prepare for immediate intervention. Huang Hong also shared his perspective that Tsongshan Forbidden Zone is located in Yuzhou. We shall keep a vigilant watch. As per our usual practice, let us form a special task force. I kindly ask each sect to select trustworthy comrades, and I will distribute communication jade to everyone. Upon his conclusion, the other 4 esteemed sects, along with several caves within the Yunzhou realm, expressed their sentiments. Under the auspices of Zhao Xuanji, a dedicated task force was established specifically to address the challenges posed by the Tsongshan Forbidden Zone. Lastly, Zhao Xuanji spoke with a measured tone. Aside from the recent plans to assault the Forbidden Zone, the demonic sect has another pressing matter at hand. He raised his hand, and in that moment, every individual present found themselves holding a blood-red scroll, approximately 10 inches in length. Qin Yao grasped the scroll and unfurled it. On the scroll, a figure with flowing white hair stood tall and graceful, akin to an ethereal being, yet enveloped in a storm of lightning, obscuring its visage. The aura emanating from it reached beyond the spirit separation stage. Beneath the scroll, a vast blank area was adorned with several blood-red characters. Swirling dramatically, Heavenly Stage Assassination Order of the Blood Demon Sect. To eliminate this individual and deliver the severed head to the Blood Demon Sect stronghold. A reward of 100 years usage rights to a 9th grade secret realm, along with a direct disciple nomination from the Blood Demon Sect's leader. The Blood Demon Sect had issued a Heavenly Stage Assassination Order targeting the individual depicted in the image. Recently, several prodigies, including Zhang Daojun from the Longhu Cave Heaven, Su Qing'er from the Huan Universe Cave Heaven, and Chun Wushuang from the 10,000 Laws Sect, had perished as a result. A few other prodigies, though not dead, had sustained severe injuries and narrowly escaped demise. Their common trait was their white hair and cultivation levels within the spirit separation and void transcendence stages. Zhao Xuanji's voice grew increasingly frigid. These wretched demons are truly despicable. The assembly, comprised of high-ranking sect members, clutched the blood-red scrolls, their expressions turning icy. As many appeared already aware of the circumstances. Suddenly, the great earlobed Buddha spoke up. ISNT, there's something amiss with the reward on this assassination order. The intelligence we received indicated it was a direct gift of a 9th grade secret realm, yet it has transformed into mere usage rights. Huang Hong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the blood-red scroll. Indeed, the information from our sources differed slightly. I was informed that the former leader of the Blood Demon Sect, the Blood Demon Ancestor, would personally receive a closed-door disciple. How has it now shifted to a personal disciple of the Blood Demon Sect's leader? At this point, many began to awaken to the implications, exchanging glances of realization. MOU's voice rang coldly. We are all aware of this white-haired assassination order. Zhao Secmaster, let us dispense with the formalities. Is there perhaps another discovery to discuss? No, Zhao replied. I have conveyed this assassination order to urge you all to advise the prodigies within our sect to alter their white hair to other colors, black, red, or green, to avert unwarranted calamity. Upon hearing this, expressions of confusion spread among the crowd. The demons of the sect, having twisted their minds through their dark practices, seemed fixated solely on hunting those with white hair. Although the suggested method was somewhat simplistic, its practicality was undeniable. However, not everyone was satisfied with this proposal. MOU scoffed. It is easy for you to say. Some prodigies may manage to dye their hair back. But Elder Qin Wushuang from our sect embodies a demeanor shaped by his heart. His aura is laden with despair. Do these fools from the Blood Demon Sect possess no sight? Zhao Xuanji responded nonchalantly. Then I must trouble you all to restrain those within the sect who are inclined towards darkness, urging them to remain within the sect to avoid the perils of slaughter. Qin Yao interjected softly. Deputy Sect Master, you must be aware of the true target of this assassination order, given your issuance of it. Previously oblivious, it is now clear. The displayed strength of the target is certainly not limited to the spirit separation stage. Zhao Xuanji maintained an indifferent demeanor, the target of this white-haired assassination order, barring unforeseen circumstances, should be our sect's celestial root. Although we do not know what actions provoked the blood demon sect's covetousness, since this matter has arisen due to us, we must ensure that none of you become embroiled in it. Of course, our Xiaoyao Immortal Sect is not to be trifled with. When the Tao Enlightenment bell tolls, we will dispatch 5 heavenly stage elders currently abroad to the blood demon sect's branch in Yuzhou, ensuring they taste the iron fist of our resolve. I implore you all to assist wholeheartedly in eradicating the remnants fleeing from Yuzhou. Upon his utterance, a chill swept through the crowd, compelling everyone to express their sentiments. So it is, the eradication of the demonic sect is a shared responsibility. We shall undoubtedly cooperate. The comrades from the Celestial Freedom Sect need not take offense. The heavenly spiritual root has revealed its brilliance today and shall inevitably face this trial. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall bury it in earth. How dare the demonic sect provoke the heavenly spiritual root without reflecting on their own shameful countenance? Do they deem themselves worthy? The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, began to extol the heavenly spiritual root and vehemently denounce the demonic sect, creating a clamor akin to that of a bustling marketplace. A month later, Chu Yun rose within the celestial path space, and the source jade of the celestial path in his hand had completely vanished. He directed his focus towards his dantian, where an impressive array of 30,000 infant forms stood, resembling the terracotta warriors, perfectly aligned in a square formation. Beneath their feet, each stood atop a plump golden elixir, radiating concentric circles of silvery ripples. Chu Yun's attention was captivated by those shimmering ripples. They represented the fundamental rules of the heavenly way, comprehended from the essence of the jade, and served as a symbol of transcending to the divine transformation stage. This advancement to the divine transformation phase proceeded remarkably smoothly. 30,000 infant forms, 80,000 golden elixirs, and a divine consciousness extending 300 meters. Indeed, quite commendable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He is currently comparable to an ordinary cultivator in the transformation stage, albeit with a greater ability to harness the laws of heaven for his own benefit. As for when he might break through to the spirit separation stage, Chu Yun possesses an astute understanding of his present condition. To achieve such a breakthrough, a solid foundation must be laid, requiring the metamorphosis into at least 10 nascent souls. His master has mentioned that the profound heritage of the 9 provinces is formidable, and remnants of heavenly laws should still exist, as long as he can locate some. The goal is not too distant. At this juncture, the voice of the system resonates once more. After over a century of cultivation in the back mountains of the Moonshadow sect, he finally experiences a surge of vitality, feeling his pores expand and his nascent soul radiate with brilliance. Congratulations, host. You have once again triumphed, successfully advancing to the early stage of the transformation stage. From this day forth, you shall be regarded as a figure of note in the vast expanse of the 8 desolations. However, in this perilous realm, danger is ever present. In a quaint town named Jiuxia, located 800 miles from the Moonshadow sect, an alarming event unfolds as the entire population suddenly suffers from severe hemorrhaging from their orifices, transforming into blood zombies. Even more terrifying is the highly infectious nature of this affliction, which can affect even cultivators, leading to an escalating crisis. The Moonshadow sect, in collaboration with nearby sects, embarks on an investigation. Yet, in a grim turn of events, several disciples and even a few elders of the Moonshadow sect fall victim to the 7 orifice syndrome, succumbing to the fate of blood zombies. A counterattack mission is issued. Feng Lingo has expressed her intention to promote you by assigning a sect task within 3 months. Lead the younger generation of the sect to Jiuxia town to resolve this crisis. A warning, the mastermind behind this calamity is an exceedingly eerie nether blood corpse, possessing the strength of the mid-transformation stage, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. Your current status in the early transformation stage makes this a perilous undertaking. The system advises the host to exchange for the zombie Taoist package in the marketplace. Successful elimination will yield treasures that enhance your aptitude. Gazing at the mission, Chu Yun ponders while stroking his chin, initiating a keyword extraction from the astute system. Time constraint, within 3 months. Condition 1, sect task. Condition 2, involvement of younger sect members. Condition 3, adventuring for monster hunting. Condition 4, the necessity of encountering blood zombies remains to be verified. It does not seem overly challenging. First, he will venture out, bringing along Xia Changming to casually attempt a sect task. Having finalized his plans, Chu Yun prepares to depart from the realm of heavenly laws. He surveyed his surroundings, the dimly lit and pitch-black realm of the Tao. At the horizon of his vision, a wisp of pale azure mist danced gracefully. The aura of the Enlightenment Bell was unmistakable. Without a doubt, traversing through this mist would lead him back to the celestial sect of leisure. Chu Yun stepped forward, and before entering the mist, he cast one final glance at this desolate and fragmented Tao space, reminiscent of a graveyard. After a moment's reflection, he waved his hand. Instantly, 7 plump golden elixirs erupted with radiance, akin to the sun itself. They illuminated the Tao space, or rather, they brightened it, infusing the entire expanse with warmth and gentleness. Chu Yun nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the mist. The moment he crossed its threshold, a cascade of vibrant colors enveloped his vision. Suddenly, a familiar chime echoed faintly in his ears. His sight brightened, and a familiar spiritual aura rushed towards him. Chu Yun regarded the scene before him, his brows arching in curiosity. He did not return to the confines of the Celestial Freedom Sect, but instead found himself amidst a dimly lit cosmos. What is this? Chu Yun's thoughts stirred as he swiftly accessed the recent information of the nearest golden core entities within a radius of 10,000 miles, thereby discerning his precise location. He was not far from the Celestial Freedom Sect, and he set his sights towards the direction of the 9 provinces. Suddenly, the silver ripples surrounding the nascent soul and golden core within his dantian began to flow like a crystal-clear spring. Boom! The void trembled abruptly beneath him, as if a colossal vortex had manifested at his feet, voraciously drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. A silvery river appeared directly below him. What is happening? Is this the manifestation of the heavenly Tao? No, it is the power of my transformation into divinity. Chu Yun glanced down at the river beneath him, instinctively wishing to retract it, but it was too late. The river was already surging downwards at a speed surpassing that of light, an endless expanse stretching before him. The silvery light continued to swell and broaden with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, the boundless river traversed the vast skies above the 9 provinces, piercing through the golden stars scattered across the heavens, cleaving the clouds and waves, and traversing the land. The thunderous sound echoed like a roaring river or a cascading waterfall, shaking the very foundations of the earth. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the 9 provinces, a phenomenon that had never before been witnessed. All beings heard the resounding voice reverberating from above, and upon looking skyward, they were rendered speechless in awe. In Songshan's restricted zone of Yun province, Niu Benbin gaped in astonishment. What on earth is that? Master, this is bad. Niu Benbin turned to see a silver-scaled dragon rolling and rushing toward him in a panic, exclaiming, "What are you yelling about? Can't you see the phenomenon in the sky?" The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. "No, it's not that. Old Turtle." Upon hearing his strategist's voice, Niu Benbin was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What happened? Isn't he in seclusion for a breakthrough? Could it be?" The Silver Dragon King shook his tail vigorously. "Old Turtle is about to give birth." "What?" Niu Benbin was utterly shocked and immediately retorted, "Old Turtle giving birth? He is a male. Truly, he has indeed given birth. When that river appeared, I heard Old Turtle next door wailing, claiming he has birthed a turtle son. Master, you must see for yourself." The Silver Dragon King sounded incredulous. Niu Benbin, bewildered, prepared to leap eastward, but suddenly glanced up at the celestial river, freezing in place. In Qing province, at the Wanfa sect, Mou approached the towering pavilion and raised her delicate hand as if to touch the air. A river of stars. The aura of the heavenly Tao? Is the path to immortality revealing itself once again? No, this spectacle is even more extravagant than that. Sectmaster, something monumental has occurred. The spiritual energy in the Tianqi abyss has suddenly erupted, resulting in a spiritual tsunami that has devastated the entire abyss. Our people, along with those from the demon sect, have been engulfed. A massive phoenix swept in from the west with flapping wings, its voice filled with urgency. Mou was taken aback. A spiritual tsunami? Is this not the era of diminished laws? Do not panic. I shall summon the divine Yuan. Realizing this, she immediately began to weave a series of intricate gestures, with runes fluttering as the heavens quaked. Boom! A colossal Bagua symbol appeared within a 100-mile radius of the pavilion, beginning to rotate. Wow! Beneath the Bagua, a tender wailing suddenly resounded. Mou stood frozen, her mind blank. The renowned rational leader of the Wanfa sect was momentarily at a loss for words. She sensed the commotion beneath the bagua and found herself speechless. Oh dear, how did the divine Yuan give birth to a little divine Yuan? Above her, the fiery phoenix cried out in shock. Below, the bagua opened to reveal a gigantic golden-armored divine Yuan surrounded by several mini golden-armored divine Yuans, some sitting on the ground, while others clung to the legs of the larger divine Yuan, all wailing loudly. Seeing this spectacle, Mou felt darkness cloud her vision, and she leaned against the railing, nearly fainting. Before she could process this overwhelming revelation, an even greater shock struck her. She inadvertently glanced skyward, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can there be people amidst that stellar phenomenon? In the central province, at the Celestial Freedom Sect, an old farmer leaned against the Wisdom Bell Hall, one hand forming a sword with his fingers while the other leisurely picked his nose. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the celestial river above, his eyes widening. What is this? Has the heavenly Tao manifested? Could that figure traversing the river be a senior? Huang Jiuxiao sprang up, looking towards the heavens. There, upon the vast and boundless river, stood a figure approximately 100 feet tall, with white hair and a white robe, handsome and refined, as gentle as jade. Who else could it be but the senior he had long awaited? Could this river that spans the 9 provinces have been summoned by the senior? Has he received the recognition of the heavenly Tao, becoming its chosen one? A flurry of thoughts raced through Huang Jiuxiao's mind, just as he intended to soar into the skies to greet Chu Yun. A cacophony erupted from within the Celestial Freedom Sect. Heavens! Sect Master! The Sect Master has given birth. Quick, someone help! Someone! Chen Yao's voice echoed throughout the sect. Not only Huang Jiuxiao, but also Zhao Xuanji, Su Haijin, Gu Wei from the Celestial Mountain lineage, and Fang Un, Wu Xingyang, and Xia Changming from the Free Heart Mountain lineage all turned to the direction of Chen Yao's cries. Hundreds of Tianzuan birds soared in a grand display, flapping their wings as they flew back and forth within the Celestial Freedom Sect. It's happened! It's happened! Chen Yao's voice resonated throughout the entire sect, and the Celestial Freedom Sect was in an uproar. Numerous figures appeared in the 9 heavens. The leading figure was clad in a magnificent purple robe, hands clasped behind his back. Behind him were Su Haijin, Lu Shi, and Gu Wei, along with many elders and prodigies from the Celestial Mountain lineage, all gazing towards the direction of the misty peak, where a tumult of Tianzuan birds flapped their wings, and the sounds emanated from that direction. What on earth is happening? What nonsense is Chen Yao spouting? The sect master is male. How could he possibly have given birth? Indeed, he truly has. Su Haijin's expression was one of shock. As he spoke, he reached out with his divine sense. Before he could finish, the image returned to him, causing his vision to darken. An elder standing beside him frowned. This cannot be right. Setting aside the fact that the sect master is male, even if he had transformed due to the celestial freedom technique, how could he? Oh my. He opened his mouth wide, his lips trembling. And despite observing with his spiritual sense, he still made an effort to wipe his eyes with his sleeve. Let us go, he said. Zhao Xuanji's voice, as always, carried a tone of indifference, yet those present could discern the subtle fluctuations in his pitch, revealing a hint of astonishment. Instantly, the group soared through the clouds towards the ethereal peak. Beside Zhao Xuanji stood a stunningly beautiful young woman clad in black, who occasionally gazed skyward, her expression grave. Is it him? She inquired. Zhao Xuanji also turned his gaze towards the heavens, where the Milky Way traversed the night sky. There, amid the celestial expanse, a silver-haired youth walked gracefully, as if he were an ethereal being, captivating the attention of all across the realm. Zhao Xuanji understood this clearly. He is the brightest star in the realm today, overshadowing even the most resplendent Venus, which pales in comparison to the brilliance of this youth. He has returned from the celestial realm, seemingly with great gains. This should have been your opportunity, yet it is regrettable. The girl in black lowered her head in silence, gazing at the flowing clouds below, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Since the conclusion of the bell-ringing grand assembly, her formidable constitution has required nearly a month to recuperate fully. Little did she expect that just a few days after her seclusion, she would witness such an extraordinary phenomenon, ignited by a formidable adversary, spanning the entire realm. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanji's words, she spoke with sudden clarity. It is not mine. I am not his equal. Even if I could have bested him that day, once in the celestial realm, I would not have been able to invoke such a magnificent spectacle that dominates the expanse of our land. No, you are capable of it, Zhao Xuanji countered. The celestial realm is currently in disarray. Perhaps that is precisely why the one with the heavenly roots has gained an advantage. Gu Wei raised an eyebrow and replied coldly. Sect Master, please refrain from such self-deceptive remarks. The gap between us is vast. I am acutely aware of reality. There is no need for you to comfort me with childish platitudes. Moreover, a defeat is merely a defeat. I can bear it. It is not my destiny, and I do not desire it. Though her tone remained haughty, Zhao Xuanji discerned an undercurrent of despair. To ascend to the pinnacle upon entering the world, only to be met with an unprecedented foe, utterly vanquished, left one feeling desolate. The most terrifying aspect was that the opponent continued to surge forward, seizing one unparalleled opportunity after another. Zhao Xuanji observed the figure traversing the galaxy in white, then glanced at the supreme Tao body beside him, now shrouded in dust. A sense of frustration welled up within him. To exist in the same era as such a prodigy inevitably breeds despair among countless others. Even a being as formidable as the supreme Tao body must bow before this reality? What a joke. Humph. Zhao Xuanji flicked his sleeve and said coldly, useless. A supreme Tao body that cannot withstand even a modicum of adversity. If one calamity cannot be subdued, then refine 10, 100. If one sword style fails, practice 10, 100 more. Whatever resources you require, I shall provide. Stop wallowing in defeat. What purpose does that serve? Go back. Gu Wei fell silent for a moment before turning to leave. The elders watched her retreating figure, and Gu Wei's voice echoed again. It is an imperial star, not a calamity star. Regardless of the nature of the star, what remains of a supreme being that has suffered defeat? Go reflect on yourself. Su Haijin furrowed his brow, observing Gu Wei's silence as she vanished into the night sky. He could not help but advise, Sect Master, the Tao body is still young. That heavenly root has transformed overnight and has cultivated for many more years than the Tao body. It is only natural that it cannot prevail. There is no need for such stringent expectations. Zhao Xuanji did not wish to linger on the matter, waving his hand to interrupt. Let us go. We must see how many offspring our sect master intends to bear. At once, everyone's gaze turned forward, where at the horizon loomed a towering celestial peak, the Misty Peak. Hundreds of miles away, over 40 or 50 individuals had already gathered, with flocks of celestial birds soaring overhead. Clear out. Everyone, disperse quickly. Only those skilled in healing and midwifery should approach. The rest, keep your distance. Why are there even more people gathering? Do they not fear the reckoning that will follow after the sect master gives birth? They were all crowded in front, a cacophony of voices creating an unusually lively atmosphere, with the irritable voice of Chun Yao echoing within. The elders wore expressions of forced laughter, and upon hearing Chun Yao's words, they merely shuffled a few steps back. Clearly, the authority of the sect leader was not held in high regard, as they appeared unperturbed by Chun Yao's threats. Observing this, Zhao Xuanji furrowed his brow, pondering how the sect leader could suddenly be pregnant. He turned to his side and inquired, are there others within the sect experiencing a similar condition? Su Haijin clutched a piece of black jade in his hand, muttering incantations under his breath, his lips curling occasionally. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanji's question, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. There are quite a number. I have just received word that a 2,000-year-old juvenile world turtle in our sect has also shown signs of reproduction. Furthermore, Sister Zhang's ferocious bear beast and the book spirit from the Shuin Pavilion of Xuxin Mountain have exhibited similar phenomena. Notably, apart from the sect leader, they are all non-human entities. Moreover, I have been informed that such occurrences are manifesting throughout the entirety of Jiuzhou, and astonishingly, they all involve male reproduction. It is anticipated that after today, the beings of Jiuzhou will experience a significant surge in population. Zhao Xuanji nodded, his gaze piercing as he stared into the vastness of the celestial expanse, and slowly remarked, the sect leader has cultivated to such an extent that he has transcended human form. Encountering such tribulations is only to be expected. However, the laws of heaven govern all. Reproduction symbolizes vitality and abundance. It appears that the condition of the heavenly Tao is far more robust than we had imagined. Beside him, a slender elder, resembling a bamboo pole, also nodded in agreement, holding a piece of black jade in his grasp. The Heavenly Tao Analysis Group shares the same assessment as you, sect leader. If the Heavenly Tao were frail and feeble, it would be utterly incapable of producing such extraordinary phenomena. Excellent, Zhao Xuanji remarked. The Heavenly Tao is merely in a state of madness, not illness. He sighed deeply at this point. Ever since the conclusion of the bell-ringing Grand Assembly, The Tian Dao analysis group they established has convened an innumerable number of meetings over the past month, exhausting countless brain cells. The conclusions they reached were, in truth, far from encouraging. Yet now, with this extraordinary phenomenon, the entire Tian Dao analysis group across the 9 provinces rejoiced. Su Haijin, he remarked. Doesn't it seem that there's little difference? The elder Zhu Gan's expression sharpened as he waved his hand, saying, not at all, regardless of the circumstance. Being mad is better than being ill. At least there's still spirit, and one won't perish immediately. As long as there are no major ailments. Once we connect with the higher realms, there will be means for healing. Hearing the expert speak this way, Su Haijin could only nod in agreement, refraining from further argument. After all, they were professionals, and their understanding undoubtedly surpassed that of an outsider like him. Zhao Xuanji's voice resonated once more, then Elder Su. What do you believe the heavenly spirit root has gained in the realm of heavenly Tao? Without hesitation, Elder Su responded, benefits, tremendous benefits. Emerging from the realm of heavenly Tao and causing such an unprecedented phenomenon, the elders of the historical hall today will surely be occupied. This heavenly spirit root is destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of Jiuzhou's history. Zhao Xuanji, uninterested in such matters, inquired, what specific benefits? Has it become the child of heavenly Tao? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Su replied, probably not. There have been 5 children of heavenly Tao throughout Jiuzhou's history, and none possessed such prominence. Perhaps it has formed a brotherhood with heavenly Tao. Su Haijin expressed his astonishment. Brotherhood? Are you jesting? How tremendous must its fortune be? To call heavenly Tao a brother, the fortune of heavenly Tao would surely be at its beck and call. As long as it's within Jiuzhou, calamities would be averted. And evil would not dare to encroach. Who would dare to scheme against a brother of heavenly Tao? It would surely be obliterated. Merely contemplating this was terrifying. Zhao Xuanji remained silent, his face darkened. Elder Su waved his hand dismissively. This is no jest. Those of us in academia are always rigorous and do not speak frivolously. Our judgments are based on the scale of the galaxy. My assertion of brotherhood is merely a conservative estimate. If we were to consider it more broadly, given such an anomaly, one could even claim that the heavenly spirit root has become the father of heavenly Tao. Su Haijin, Zhao Xuanji, isn't that rather absurd? What exactly is the father of heavenly Tao? Do you think heavenly Tao would consent to that? Generally, such a notion would be impossible. However, considering our analytical group of heavenly Tao, haven't we been analyzing the madness of heavenly Tao? If madness is the state, then anything is possible. What would it matter to acknowledge a father? Elder Su, unfazed, made a gesture of feasting. His words, sharp and fierce as a tiger's roar, rendered all present into a profound silence. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed, commanding, get out of my way. The sound reverberated in waves, spreading in all directions. The elders who had gathered to observe, with the exception of a few, including the distant Zhao Xuanji, were visibly shaken. A terrifying tempest descended, sweeping everyone away as though they were mere leaves caught in a sudden gust. Chen Yao's panicked voice rose again. Heaven above, Master, do not move recklessly. The 17th birth is facing complications. Quickly, we must employ the birthing techniques. Strike towards the northwest of the Master. I have discovered another fetus here. Wu Shengyang, do not just stand there foolishly. Keep a close watch on those younglings. Ensure they do not wander about. The voices of those who remained grew even more tumultuous. What a lively scene, exclaimed one. What are you all doing here? Suddenly, a refined and amiable voice resonated from above. A striking youth, with hair as white as snow, descended from the celestial expanse, stepping gracefully upon the Milky Way. Observing the chaotic crowd, he paused momentarily. Upon stepping onto the Milky Way, Chu Yun had entered a state of enlightenment. When he regained his senses, he found himself near the misty peak, unaware of the events that had transpired. He gazed downward, where an expanse of golden clouds stretched for approximately 1,000 miles, their surface undulating wildly like the waves of a tempestuous sea. He beheld a group of 7 or 8 elders, led by Chen Yao, bustling amidst the golden sea of clouds. Chu Yun, you have returned? Please keep an eye on these little ones, Chen Yao called out, gesturing towards a corner to the west. Little ones? Chu Yun glanced over and spotted Wu Shengyang, drenched in sweat, carefully placing a small cluster of golden clouds into a corner of the golden sea. There, a dozen or so tiny golden clouds were already floating. Upon closer inspection, each tiny cloud exuded a distinct aura, gently drifting about. Chu Yun's gaze casually fell upon one of them. The cloud had opened its 2 small, line-like eyes, quietly blinking as it observed the bustling figures before it. Sensing something, the cloud rose up, locking eyes with Chu Yun, its expression instantly becoming animated. The little cloud took advantage of Chu Yun's momentary daze, rolling itself and sprinting away as if it had sprouted legs, swiftly covering several miles. However, Chu Yun, with a mere motion of his thumbs, pulled it back through the air. Just as he captured this mischievous little golden cloud, the others began to stir as well. Some forming tails, others sprouting tiny wings, while a few rolled into balls, dashing in all directions. Oh dear! The childish cries echoed. Every direction they fled toward was met with a solid wall of air, causing them all to collide and be pushed back to their original places, forming a cage. The little golden clouds began to whimper. Some howled, some cried softly, while others attempted to soar upward, preparing for a prison break. At this moment, Chu Yun fully understood. Chun Yao and the others were delivering these little golden clouds from the vast expanse of the Golden Sea. This Golden Sea was familiar to him, belonging to the master of the Xianyun sect, whose presence was rather faint throughout the sect. Although the master had never made an appearance, he often lingered outside the misty peak, dispersing with each breath, seemingly relishing this play. Not long after being scattered, he would float back again. In the past, when his master was still around, he had often chided the master for this behavior. But to no avail, for the master held another identity as his master's master, making him the great ancestor. If his master couldn't control him, there was no way he, as a disciple, could care. Unexpectedly, upon his return, he witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. The master was giving birth, and to his surprise, it appeared to be more than a dozen at once. Why had the master suddenly produced so many? As Chu Yun observed these little golden clouds, he noted their extraordinary nature. Each emitted an aura that was at the nascent soul stage, and they were rapidly growing. He decided to set aside further contemplation for the moment, for the master seemed to be in a complicated delivery. Chun Yao was deeply engrossed in the golden clouds, flanked by several other medical masters from the Xianyun sect, all seemingly buried in the clouds in a rather comical manner. Chu Yun glanced over and thought it wasn't as complicated as Chun Yao suggested. With a flick of his fingertip, a thread of magical energy, shimmering with a hint of silver, descended towards Chun Yao and the others. Moments later, a faint voice emerged, "Woo-woo." Chun Yao suddenly jerked back, cradling a larger pink golden cloud than the others. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he looked up at Chu Yun and exclaimed, "You rascal, you can even assist in childbirth?" Chu Yun smiled, offering no further explanation. "Oh, don't jump around too much. This little one has quite a bit of energy. Must be at the peak of the nascent soul stage," Chun Yao mused, scrutinizing the pink golden cloud with curiosity. The cloud, held in his arms, grew louder, persistently whining as if in tears. Seeing this, Chun Yao chuckled. "Ah, this last one is a girl. Now, congratulations to the master on having both a son and a daughter." The golden sea of clouds remained silent, seemingly just a mere expanse of clouds. After the last pink golden cloud was cradled, the rippling disturbances on the golden clouds finally subsided, returning to their original tranquility. 18 little clouds began to clamor. "Father, father, I want a nurse. I want a nurse. Father, father." The larger pink golden cloud also whimpered, "Father, I want to." With a sigh, the golden sea of clouds heaved, a wave rising up to envelop all the little clouds, finally bringing about a profound silence. After exchanging a few simple words with Chun Yao, Chu Yun grasped the situation, his expression turning peculiar. He glanced up at the Milky Way, which still hung in the vast sky above the land, not yet dispersed. The fact that the leader had borne offspring was indeed astonishing. How utterly bizarre. He could not help but ponder. Within the corpse of the celestial path, could there be some bizarre elements intertwined? How could such a phenomenon arise? Indeed, this must pertain to the fundamental laws of existence dictated by the celestial path. It is imperative to discern whether these laws have been inherited by me or are merely the manifestations of the galactic anomalies. The distinction here is profound. If the influence stems from the galactic anomalies, then it is manageable. However, if it is the power of his transformative rules, imbued with the essence of creation, would it not imply that upon engagement, the adversary would be compelled to give birth? Such a tactic is exceedingly peculiar. That's Chu Yun. I have received word that numerous beings in our sect are also on the verge of reproduction tonight. I must attend to this matter urgently. Chun Yao's voice resonated. And as he caught a glimpse from Chu Yun, an inexplicable sensation of unease washed over him, prompting him to instinctively touch his withered age belly and hastily beckon several elders to flee together. Upon witnessing Chun Yao and the others depart, Chu Yun refrained from uttering further words. Instead, he stood silently in contemplation, propping his chin as he reflected. A deep, rumbling sound echoed around him, akin to distant thunder. What has transpired with the celestial path? Chu Yun cast his gaze towards the golden sea of clouds, pondering for a moment before waving his hand. Suddenly, a colossal golden star materialized above him, enveloping both himself and the golden clouds in its radiance. The celestial path has perished, he disclosed, choosing to share the truth with his fellow sect master. As these words escaped his lips, the golden sea of clouds fell into an eerie stillness, a prolonged silence enveloping the atmosphere. Chu Yun peered down at the layers of clouds, where crystalline raindrops, saturated with rich spiritual energy, cascaded downwards. The deluge intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour in the blink of an eye, resembling a magnificent waterfall. He exhibited a look of astonishment, pondering for a few moments before murmuring, "Have you lost control?" The voice of the golden sea of clouds echoed softly, "You foolish child, I am merely a bit saddened and have shed some tears. You have insulted the ancestral master, triggering the betrayal of the teacher and the ancestor entry, thus obtaining a mysterious blind box." Was taken aback. No. How could this possibly be considered a betrayal of the teacher and the ancestor? He initially mistook the situation for incontinence, not realizing it was tears. This was due to his long acquaintance with this venerable ancestor, whose character was profoundly serene, bordering on senility. He exhibited neither anger nor joy, displaying virtually no emotional fluctuations. Resembling a cloud drifting in the sky, often absent for days without a trace, and his presence within the entire Carefree Immortal Sect was remarkably minimal. As he observed the torrential rain beneath the clouds, he contemplated the possibility of postpartum incontinence, unaware that such a tranquil ancestor would weep uncontrollably upon hearing the news of the Tao's demise. While Chu Yun was taken aback, the voice of the golden cloud sea resonated once more. In my earlier days, before assuming the role of sect master, I served as the master of the Tao Hall within the sect, dedicating myself to the study of the Tao. By chance, I maintained a relatively amicable relationship with the Tao of the 9 regions. In my youthful arrogance, I proposed a brotherhood with the Tao, and to my astonishment, it consented. The Tao of the 9 regions is my elder brother. Little did I expect that after years of silence, the news I would hear would be such. It was in the prime of its life. How could it have fallen? It is truly unimaginable. Alas. The golden cloud sea did not respond directly to Chu Yun, but sighed instead. In truth, I had already sensed some issues with the enlightenment bell, and I had my suspicions, yet I never anticipated the truth would be so dire. When you returned to the Tao space, could you share with me what transpired? Very well. The conversation was lengthy. Let us first return to our old haunts. Chu Yun had intended to seek counsel from his ancestor, and he was surprised to discover their connection to the Tao. He proceeded toward the Misty Peak. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on the protruding cliff of Misty Peak. The golden cloud sea flowed beneath, its tears nearly dried, with small pearls still dripping. The golden core above sensed the movement and swiftly enveloped them. Chu Yun adeptly settled at the cliff's edge, gazing at the resplendent galaxy above, and recounted his experiences in the Tao space. This matter is somewhat related to my master. My 6th uncle mentioned earlier that my master left something for me in the enlightenment bell. Upon finishing, Chu Yun raised his hand. A vivid crimson moon imprint emanated an eerie lunar halo at the cliff's edge. Red moon. The voice of the golden cloud sea echoed, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief pause, it spoke slowly. I have encountered something similar in an ancient text. However, that was many years ago, and I find it difficult to recall. I will need to search for it. All right. Chu Yun was pleasantly surprised that his ancestor had leads on the red moon imprint. He took out a piece of spirit resonance jade and tossed it into the cloud sea. Ancestor, this is the newly revised 108th edition of the technique, designed to enhance memory. Thank you. I will endeavor to recall it swiftly. The cloud sea responded graciously as its surface rippled, accepting the spirit resonance jade. Next, I must share some crucial matters with you. The waves of the cloud spoke again. The death of the Tao will bring about a series of complications. The gradual decline of the 9 regions into an era devoid of law is merely the most trivial of concerns. The true crisis facing the 9 regions is far more terrifying than you can imagine. My elder brother once told me that the essence of the 9 regions differs fundamentally from that of other lower realms. The essence, which consists of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, intertwines with the rules of myriad laws, becoming one with the 9 regions and its cultivators. You may understand it as each cultivator's golden core being a manifestation of the 9 regions' essence. Chu Yun nodded. I am aware of this. You have spoken of it before. He began to study the rules and essence of the 9 regions at the tender age of 10. There was even a time when he suspected that he himself was the essence of the 9 regions. Otherwise, how could the Tao of the 9 regions permit him such unrestrained evolution of the golden core? Yet this hypothesis was dismissed by his master. If he were the essence, it would imply that all inhabitants of the 9 regions were illusory, and such beings cannot imprint the world's mark and ascend to higher realms. In the past 5 centuries, numerous great ascensions have occurred in the 9 regions. The voice of the golden cloud sea continued. The death of the Tao will sever our connections with the higher realms of the 9 regions, leaving us vulnerable and exposed in the void. Some outer worlds may discern the 9 regions, potentially leading to an invasion that could devour the essence of the 9 regions. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's spirits lifted. Could such fortune truly arise? I am troubled by insufficient resources for cultivation. Yet I do not wish to disrupt the entire 9 regions. Hence, I have sought to lower my frequency and execute the Wandering Golden Core plan. If a new world were to penetrate the 9 regions, it would be a tremendous boon. The 9 regions are merely formidable in the lower realms. The Golden Cloud Sea remarked somberly. Yet in the boundless void, alongside realms like ours, there exist higher realms equivalent to the immortal realm and the heavenly demon realm. According to ancient texts passed down from the immortal realm, the void is vast beyond comprehension. Countless worlds are hidden within, constantly shifting. The 9 regions can establish long-term connections with the immortal realm and the heavenly demon realm to gain their protection. Correspondingly, other advanced worlds must exist, commanding legions of lower realms. Should such a world descend, I will collaborate with several other old-timers from the 9 regions to delay them, and at that juncture, I will need you to lead the 9 regions to safety. This will undoubtedly herald the dark era. We must await the restoration of our connection with the immortal realm and the heavenly demon realm, or the emergence of a new Tao, to once again conceal ourselves within the void and restore peace to the 9 regions. I understand. Chu Yun's expression grew grave. The situation was even more complex than he had anticipated. In the realm of Kyushu, he found himself nearly unmatched. Yet, should a higher realm akin to the celestial realm manifest, being merely at the transformation stage, could he truly contend with an average celestial being, let alone a celestial king? A rare sense of foreboding stirred within Chu Yun. He possessed profound understanding of his master, who seldom spoke idly. When such declarations were made, there existed a 99% likelihood of their occurrence. The only variable lay in the timing of when realms like the celestial realm or the demon realm would discover Kyushu. There was no need for excessive alarm. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the vastness of the void meant that Kyushu was in a constant state of flux, rendering it unlikely to be observed by a superior realm, provided luck did not turn against them. Reflecting on the past few centuries, it had indeed been a challenging time. The anomalies in the heavenly Tao had long been heralded. The ferocious beasts and malevolent entities from beyond had appeared with a frequency far surpassing the last 10,000 years. Regrettably, my mind had dulled, causing me to overlook these irregularities. These matters were originally mine to address, yet due to my physical ailments, I had to burden you and Xiao Piaomiao with their resolution, resulting in your frequent vigilance over the grand formation beyond Piaomiao Peak in recent years. Chu Yun shook his head. No, Master has stated that this is my principal disciple's task. I find it rather intriguing and quite manageable. Golden Cloud Sea interjected. Can rescuing Kyushu truly be considered a principal disciple's task? Is such a duty devoid of difficulty? Chu Yun's voice unfurled leisurely. Moreover, I have never favored venturing out. Studying techniques and honing my skills is far more engaging. Golden Cloud Sea could only advise, you are still young. It would be wise to explore the world more. Kyushu holds far more fascination than you might imagine. Very well, Chu Yun responded decisively. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Golden Cloud Sea shifted the topic. There is another matter. May I trouble you? Why be so polite, Master? Chu Yun replied. Could you enlighten me on how you have caused me to conceive? Chu Yun's expression stiffened, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. Master, I apologize. He raised his hand, conjuring a shimmering silver energy that cascaded like water from the cliff, tracing a parabolic arc into the sea of clouds. Do not fret. This incident was merely accidental and bears little significance for me. I merely wish to comprehend the particulars. Golden Cloud Sea maintained a steady demeanor, offering no further elaboration. After a moment of keen perception, his voice resonated. Your elder brother likely met a grim fate. The rules have fragmented. And the primordial jade you refined merely harbors a portion of the life-giving rules, specifically those of gestation and birth. This has imbued your transformation power with these aspects of the rules, albeit in a severely incomplete form, effective solely on the masculine and non-human entities. However, with your control, you should be able to manage it. Chu Yun nodded. Thus, the cosmic anomaly must have been induced by my ascension to the transformation stage, inadvertently affecting Kyushu. He had just analyzed that the appearance of the galactic anomaly was a personal opportunity for him, leading him to profound realizations and a deeper understanding of the laws of nature, which inadvertently affected the entire realm and his ancestral master. The golden sea of clouds remained unresponsive, for within its vast expanse, several small golden cloud clusters stealthily emerged. My father scolded me. These little cloud clusters chattered excitedly, their fluffy visages synchronously displaying a myriad of expressions. Chu Yun, golden sea of clouds. He experienced a slight headache, contemplating enveloping the small golden clouds into a fluffy mass. Intending to continue discussing matters with Chu Yun amidst the sea of clouds. Suddenly, a larger pink golden cloud emerged from the far end of the golden cloud expanse. The smaller clouds gently brushed against the larger one, producing a soft, melodious sound. Father. Chu Yun was taken aback. The newborn was already capable of uttering such words, displaying extraordinary talent. Alas, a sigh escaped. One must exercise caution with this ability. For now, I shall take these children out for a stroll. Chu Yun realized. So it was merely a stroll. He secretly stifled a laugh. Master Ancestor, please continue with your tasks. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in devising 2 suitable versions of the Carefree Heavenly skill for these children. The current version, the one with 108 variations, is beyond their capabilities. 2 versions? Yes, one for Yin and one for Yang. Understood. Thank you. After a brief exchange, the golden cloud slowly drifted away. Chu Yun gazed at the pinkish clouds floating at the edge of the cloud sea, surrounded by 17 small cloud clusters, chattering incessantly. He couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. His esteemed ancestor, at such an advanced age, had taken on the role of a kindergarten principal. To express his remorse, he resolved to thoroughly develop these 2 sets of skills. He rose and headed towards the attic at the mountain's peak. The ethereal peak was deserted, as the spiritual herbs and trees had been entirely stripped away, lending an air of desolation. However, Chu Yun felt a sense of ease as he approached the attic door, pushing open the tightly shut entrance. After a month away, the room was bright and clean, everything so familiar and inviting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He recalled the mysterious blind box he had just acquired and casually opened it. A burst of dazzling golden light, enhanced with special effects, erupted from the box. You have opened the blind box and obtained a rare beverage, Enlightenment Fruit Tea 1. Chu Yun gazed down at the unexpectedly appeared cup of milk tea, adorned with a straw in his hand. Within the transparent vessel, an orange liquid cradled 2 fruit the size of pigeon eggs. He twitched the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" He brought the straw to his lips and took a sip, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Well, this is rather intriguing. He held a cup in one hand while retrieving a tattered book from his lower abdomen with the other, reclining leisurely in a rocking chair as he began to read. Yet, within his eyes, countless intricate runes began to swirl, and in an instant, innumerable thoughts clashed like sparks. The following day, upon receiving a message, Xia Changming busied himself at the misty peak. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Xia Changming suddenly entered the pavilion and addressed Chu Yun, who was seated by the window. "Master Ancestor, someone wishes to see you." "Who?" Chu Yun replied languidly, turning a page. "His surname is Huang. He is an elderly gentleman. He can directly ascend to the 9 heavens, which suggests he has made prior arrangements with the elders within the sect." "Ah, understood. Let him come in." "Very well." Xia Changming turned and exited through the grand door. "Please, come inside." Before long, a figure reappeared alongside Xia Changming, who guided him through the entrance before departing. Huang Jiuxiao observed Xia Changming secure the door, his gaze shifting to the window, where a silver-haired youth reclined in the rocking chair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He had initially remained at the blissful Immortal Sect since the Grand Gathering. never returning to the humble abode of the ancient divine sword pavilion. Captivated and astonished by Chu Yun's identity. Now, when the elder inquired about his concerns, suggesting that he was not the demon lord, but rather the foremost of the celestial roots of the blissful immortal sect, it felt rather presumptuous. The elder had never claimed to be the demon lord. Such notions were merely the constructs of his own imagination. Strictly speaking, this elder was significantly younger than himself. Thus, to question why the path to immortality had been severed, implying that the elder had no further days to look forward to, seemed even more audacious. While youthful in years, the elder's prowess and insights were undeniably formidable, easily surpassing him and likely rendering the timid Dao body of that melon-headed individual inconsequential. Huang Jiuxiao found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Should he take this opportunity to seek guidance on swordsmanship from the elder? During his time at the blissful immortal sect, he had diligently devoted himself to deciphering the sword techniques imparted by the elder, yet several queries remained elusive. If he could garner a few insights, based on his understanding of the elder, perhaps a few words would suffice to clarify matters. However, would this not seem overly utilitarian? And what about inquiring about the cosmic phenomena of the Milky Way? No, that would be most inappropriate. A grave taboo indeed. He pondered for a moment, glanced around, and boldly inquired, "Where has your cow gone?" "The cow? You specifically came to seek me out just to inquire about a cow? When did you two become so close?" Chu Yun moved aside the tattered book in his hands and looked over. Upon doing so, a look of confusion suddenly appeared in his eyes. Huang Jiuxiao, with a face full of helplessness, waved his hand dismissively. No, I could never be thinking about that foolish cow." He gazed at Chu Yun, who pointed at him and inquired, "Why are you radiating golden light?" Huang Jiuxiao replied, perplexed. "What light?" He lowered his gaze to inspect his attire, a coarse cloth tunic, black trousers, and a smattering of mud. Out of respect, he had deliberately restrained his magical power. How could he possibly be glowing? Yet, in Chu Yun's eyes, Huang Jiuxiao shimmered with a golden aura, resembling a small golden figurine. Chu Yun set the scroll she held on the windowsill and rose, approaching Huang Jiuxiao with purposeful strides. In just a few steps, she stood before him. Huang Jiuxiao, somewhat astonished, continued to examine himself, searching for the source of the light. "Stay still, let me take a look," Chu Yun said, raising her arm, her thumb and ring finger pinching the inch of golden light on Huang Jiuxiao's shoulder. The moment she grasped it, a warmth radiated to her fingertip. With a gentle tug, a strand of golden thread, as thick as a finger, was forcibly drawn from his shoulder by Chu Yun. He squinted at the cluster of golden threads, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The aura bore a resemblance to that of the heavenly path, yet it was distinctly not the same. An immediate judgment formed in his mind. Although the origins remained unknown, the familiar nature of this power suggested its potential use in crafting boundary-breaking cards. A valuable find indeed. He raised his head to Huang Jiuxiao and inquired, "Do you feel anything?" "What sensation?" Huang Jiuxiao replied, bewildered, shaking his head. In his line of sight, he could only see Chu Yun stepping before him, fingers weaving as if performing an act devoid of substance. The golden light was non-existent, the feeling absent. Am I the only one able to perceive it? Chu Yun pondered, exerting a slight force with his fingers. The strand of golden light snapped, cascading down from Huang Jiuxiao's shoulder like a small serpent, swiftly burrowing into the palm of Chu Yun's hand. "What about this?" Just as the words left his lips, the old man suddenly contorted his face, tilting his head back in a moan. "Oh." Chu Yun remained silent, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After a moment, Huang Jiuxiao regained his composure, realizing his indiscretion, and hastily stepped back, apologizing. My apologies. What do you feel now?" Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, his expression shifting to one of exhilaration. "I think I have just attained enlightenment." Enlightenment? Indeed, it was a question that had long eluded him, suddenly unveiled. What could be the reason behind this? Is it related to the golden light enveloping me? A look of astonishment crossed Huang Jiuxiao's face from Chu Yun's actions. He could vaguely deduce what had transpired. Yet, could such a simple tug and pull result in his profound realization? It seemed rather implausible. "I shall investigate further." Chu Yun, too, found it hard to believe. He raised his hand once more, grasping the golden light that only he could perceive on Huang Jiuxiao. He repeated the process. This time, with experience, as he drew the golden thread, he casually placed a silent spell over Huang Jiuxiao's mouth. Then, the golden thread severed from Huang Jiuxiao's being. The old man again tilted his head back, mouth agape, appearing as if he had ascended to bliss. Chu Yun chose not to look at him, instead gazing down at the golden thread in his palm. Under the influence of his thoughts, the golden thread rapidly coiled into a rudimentary golden pom-pom. Truthfully, this golden sphere paled in comparison to the original jade acquired from the heavenly Tao space, or even the earlier silver sphere. Nevertheless, as it had sprouted directly from Huang Jiuxiao, its extraction not only benefited him but also initiated a state of enlightenment. He resolutely decided to first stow away the golden thread orb and ascertain whether it could yield a breakthrough card. With a firm grasp, he drew the orb into his dantian. To Chu Yun's astonishment, the moment the golden thread orb entered his body, it naturally descended towards the location of his heavenly root, plummeting directly onto a robust branch of the root, where it vanished from sight. Mere seconds later, a tiny, button-sized pale golden fruit emerged from that very branch, exuding the essence of the Tao's primordial jade. This was indeed intriguing. Although it was still a fruit, this delicate golden orb bore no comparison to the sword path fruit nearby, which was the size of an infant's fist, offering Chu Yun almost no tangible benefit. Chu Yun squinted, casting a glance at the oblivious Huang Jiuxiao, sensing that the situation was beginning to grow increasingly interesting. He raised his hand towards Huang Jiuxiao and spoke. "Please bear with me." His fingers grasped the air lightly. Huang Jiuxiao began to tremble, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. A vast expanse of golden light was drawn towards his palm, transforming the small golden figure of Huang Jiuxiao into a flickering firefly version of himself. Countless golden threads intertwined, coalescing into a swirling vortex of golden light within his palm, which was then absorbed into his body, settling upon the world tree. Before long, the pale golden fruit visibly swelled, expanding to the size of a walnut. Observing Huang Jiuxiao, who was lost in enlightenment and exhibited no signs of disturbance, Chu Yun turned his attention to the pale golden fruit, examining it meticulously. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, 5 breakthrough cards floated out from beneath the golden fruit. The fruit's glimmer faded, its color dimming. Nonetheless, Chu Yun understood that given sufficient time, it would gradually regain its vitality. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. He suddenly opened his eyes and deeply bowed to Chu Yun, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I have taken a significant step forward in my swordsmanship." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, noticing that the golden aura surrounding Huang Jiuxiao had intensified slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Demonstrate a slash with your sword. Let me observe." A slash? Upon seeing the seriousness in Chu Yun's expression, Huang Jiuxiao felt a surge of inspiration. He immediately formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, and an enigmatic sword intent surged forth from his fingertips, slashing towards Chu Yun. With a swish, a stream of transparent sword energy sliced through the air, creating a gap in the void. Chu Yun raised his palm to grasp the sword energy, assessing it before calmly stating, "You have indeed made progress in your swordsmanship. You should now be at the 2nd grade level." 2nd grade? Huang Jiuxiao realized that this implied a commendation of his prowess. He understood that this was likely the senior's classification of swordsmanship levels. However, there was still a degree of refinement to achieve. It should proceed like this, then like that, and finally like this, Chu Yun casually elaborated. Huang Jiuxiao trembled with excitement, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. He had received further guidance. This journey to the Carefree Immortal Sect had proven to be immensely rewarding. Am I on the verge of advancing to the 3rd grade? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. He paused momentarily, allowing Huang Jiuxiao a moment to digest the information before he spoke again. "All right, let us leave it at that. If you were searching for Nyo, he is not here. He has gone elsewhere." No, Senior. I am not here to seek that foolish Nyo." Huang Jiuxiao quickly waved his hand, his face a picture of astonishment. "I came to witness the grand event of the bell's resonance. I did not expect to encounter you, Senior. It is truly surprising that you are not the demon lord of the upper realm." Chu Yun smiled at him, saying, "Let us discuss serious matters." Huang Jiuxiao's expression turned earnest as he continued without further formalities. "I aspire to ascend to the upper realm and am in search of a means to do so. I initially intended to see what solutions the 5 great sects might propose. However, now that I have met you, if you are affiliated with the Carefree Immortal Sect, the path to immortality surely cannot be one you have intentionally shattered. It It would be more prudent to consult you. Oh, was it not I who severed it? I have heard that it was you who spread this news, Chu Yun remarked. Huang Jiuxiao's face stiffened. Ha ha, senior, you jest. I was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events and was completely in the dark at the time. Upon reflection, I realized there was much more to it. A grandson of mine mentioned that there has been a problem with the heavenly Tao, which is likely the primary reason for the shattering of the path to immortality. Chu Yun looked at the black sword behind him with surprise. You have a grandson? Huang Jiuxiu waved his hand dismissively. No, he is my brother's descendant. Let us not dwell on that troublesome lad. What do you think, senior? He waved his fingers lightly, and before him materialized a shimmering silver road, strikingly similar to the path of ascension. In truth, when he first embarked upon the path of ascension, he had a vague sense that something was amiss. He pointed to the end of the path to immortality. Here, and here. The ethereal images continuously shifted, revealing several locations along the path, magnified to display shattered cracks resembling a spider's web. Most significantly, here, Huang Jiuxiao gestured towards the middle section of the simulated path to immortality. Upon magnification, a vast expanse of fine lines marred the central road, where a pale, glue-like milky substance interconnected the fragmented traces. This area bore the most severe damage. Yet, it had been hastily repaired by someone. Although it appeared mended, the craftsmanship was crude. With even the slightest heavy step, it would surely collapse. His tone was tinged with indignation. This is undoubtedly a deliberate act of sabotage aimed at obstructing the path for future generations. I have conducted an investigation, and not long ago, many ascended, including several from the Blood Demon Sect. The individuals from the Blood Demon Sect are rather unhinged and have a penchant for destruction. Thus, it is highly probable that they are responsible for the disruption of the immortal path. Chu Yun interjected. Huang Jiuxiao continued. I recall that when the senior encountered me that day, he seemed rather unfamiliar with the immortal path. When you stepped in, perhaps you inadvertently trod upon a spot that had been poorly repaired, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Should I issue a statement now, clarifying that you are not to blame? No need, Chu Yun replied, unconcerned. He shifted the conversation. You know I possess a heavenly spirit root, yet you still refer to me as senior? You are considerably my elder. In this topsy-turvy world, who pays heed to age? It is the capable who take precedence, and the accomplished who are revered as teachers. If you find the term senior displeasing, I am more than willing to call you master instead. Chu Yun rolled his eyes. Your thoughts are rather fanciful. However, speaking of methods, there does exist a sliver of possibility. He raised his hand, and a silver-white brick materialized in his palm. Huang Jiuxiao focused intently, feeling the familiar aura, his heart jolting with surprise. What is this? The path was obstructed, but perhaps it could be rebuilt. Is that feasible? I am uncertain. Would the heavenly Tao acquiesce? It would not oppose. Truly a senior. With a bond to the heavenly Tao that is unbreakable, no wonder he could summon such a magnificent cosmic phenomenon. Huang Jiuxiao was astounded. Meticulously scrutinizing the brick in his hand, it seemed that the materials for this path to immortality were indeed extraordinary. Chu Yun smiled as he gazed out the window. It is not as extraordinary as it seems. Such materials are ubiquitous. It is the perfect opportunity to see how many resources have been accumulated recently. He walked towards the door. A few days ago, he had set a bird-catching trap within the peak, which should attract a considerable number of celestial birds. Huang Jiuxiao was curious about the materials for the path to immortality and hurriedly followed suit. To his astonishment, as soon as he stepped outside, a dense swarm of celestial birds darkened the sky. Bird poachers. They screeched as they flew toward Miao Miao Peak, cursing in a most unpleasant manner. Some of the celestial birds, evidently larger than the others, soared directly in front of Chu Yun. Warning, warning. The thrill of catching birds is fleeting, but tears will flow for loved ones. If our members are not released immediately and substantial compensation is not provided, we shall take severe countermeasures. Huang Jiuxiao remained silent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He is aware of the celestial sovereign bird, and recently, Huang Hong has been quite taken with this creature, investing a considerable number of spirit stones into it. However, he holds little interest in the bird, as he dedicates his days to rigorous cultivation while awaiting Chu Yun. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, he lifted the vociferous celestial sovereign bird and infused it with his spiritual power to sense more deeply. Upon detecting the aura of Huang Jiuxiao, the bird began to squawk. Young friend, dire circumstances are at hand. The spiritual energy in this realm is depleting, and we urgently require 50 superior-grade essence crystals to dismantle the formation. In return, this celestial sovereign shall grant you 100,000 top-tier essence crystals and impart a legacy of the celestial king. A gentle pat on the bird's head will suffice to complete this donation. Huang Jiuxiao raised an eyebrow, pondering the bird's audacity in demanding 50 superior-grade essence crystals. How much has my prodigal grandson fed this creature? Chu Yun, intrigued, also expressed his astonishment. The bird truly tailored its demands to its audience, boldly requesting such a hefty sum from Huang Jiuxiao. Essence crystals are the most esteemed cultivation resource in the 9 provinces. Even the lowest grade of essence crystal is worth 10 times more than the finest spirit stone. Superior-grade essence crystals can even rival some ordinary celestial stones, making the bird's request for 50 crystals exceedingly exorbitant. After the initial vocalizing bird was captured, another emerged from the flock, its body expanding as it mechanically addressed Chu Yun. Warning. Warning. 10 seconds remaining. Please release our member and pay a substantial compensation. This celestial sovereign is about to enact severe countermeasures. 10. 9. Chu Yun, intrigued, inquired, "What compensation do you seek?" The mechanical voice ceased. The bird, with eyes like emeralds, scanned Chu Yun from head to toe before stating, "The suspect is currently the #1 villain in the 9 provinces. Based on the suspect's repayment capacity, you are to pay an astronomical compensation of 137 million superior-grade spirit stones immediately to assist the celestial sovereign in unsealing the formation. Should your coffers be lacking in spirit stones, you may sign a contract to cultivate this celestial sovereign bird alongside 10 practitioners of your realm, aiding in its unsealing, for which this celestial sovereign can offer installment repayment services." Huang Jiuxiao thought, 137 million superior-grade spirit stones sounds egregious. In reality, 1 inferior-grade essence crystal can be exchanged for 100 million superior-grade spirit stones. Thus, the exorbitant compensation for the #1 villain in the 9 provinces is less than my foundational donation. Are they truly taking advantage of honest individuals? He felt somewhat speechless, gripping the neck of the celestial bird in his hand, and said to Chu Yun, "Indeed, there is a certain resemblance to the aura of the path to immortality. However, the individual behind this celestial bird is rather extraordinary. I just employed my divine sense to trace its origins and searched for quite some time. Yet I could not locate its roots within the 9 provinces." Chu Yun nodded in agreement, saying, "I too." Upon his initial encounter with the celestial bird, he commenced an investigation, mirroring Huang Jiuxiao's efforts by attempting to trace its origins through the use of his spiritual consciousness. However, his awareness was exceedingly sharp. Even with its potency restrained to the utmost, it would detonate instantaneously upon entering the celestial bird's essence. Consequently, he resorted to more tangible methods to explore the origins of the celestial bird. He mobilized approximately 30,000 golden pills, dispersing them across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, akin to satellites monitoring the appearance of the celestial bird. Indeed, he succeeded in capturing numerous instances of the celestial bird manifesting out of thin air. Truly, it seemed to materialize from nothingness, exhibiting no discernible pattern. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Huang Jiuxiao expressed surprise. Even a mind as vast as that of the elder cannot uncover the individual behind this phenomenon. It appears that this celestial bird is not an entity to be trifled with. It may very well be a sealed immortal from the higher realms. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He holds Chu Yun in high esteem. Although he cannot fathom why the 9 provinces have given rise to such an extraordinary celestial root, far surpassing the Great Ascension, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Huang Jiuxiao remains acutely aware. While the 9 provinces may appear tranquil, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents are stirring. The heavenly Tao is in disarray, the path to immortality is fractured, and ominous calamities loom overhead, heralding the imminent arrival of the age of decline. He aspired to ascend to a higher realm and resurrect his beloved companion, necessitating his adherence to a righteous path, leaving aside the immense grace he had already received. The celestial spirit root of the Yuan sect was the path he deemed correct. Once this conviction was established, he would resolutely pursue it. At this thought, Huang Jiuxiao's aura shone even more brilliantly in Chu Yun's eyes. Chu Yun chuckled as he patted Huang Jiuxiao's shoulder, remarking that it was not as grave as he suggested. If the divine bird truly possessed the capability, it would not be scavenging for spirit stones, However, it indeed required his assistance for certain tasks. Huang Jiuxia remained silent. The moment he was patted, his previously glowing essence dimmed, leaving him feeling somewhat dazed. Chu Yun shook his head, arriving at a sudden realization. The divine bird, grasped tightly in Huang Jiuxiao's palm, seized the opportunity to flap its wings and escape, squawking mechanically, "Fraud! Fraud!" The first villain refuses to compensate, mocking this divine being, initiating strong countermeasures. Its voice resonated with clarity and vigor. A multitude of divine birds, their emerald eyes shimmering, simultaneously converged towards Chu Yun with beams of green light. Group A scan complete. Group B scan complete. Group C scan complete. The mechanical voices echoed in succession. Each divine bird's eyes sparkled with a plethora of mysterious runes. Observing these capering divine birds, Chu Yun raised his hand. Above, a colossal golden net woven from magical energy descended, aiming to ensnare the flock. The divine birds, sensing impending doom, resolutely refrained from flapping their wings, hovering in the air as the runes in their eyes pulsated faster. Just as the golden net was about to descend, the largest divine bird's voice reverberated through the heavens. All information on the first villain of the 9 provinces has been scanned, extracting key information points. Name, Chu Yun. Alias, Celestial Spirit Root. Identity, former chief of the Yuan sect. Appearance rating, impeccable. Current age, unknown. Current realm, early transformation stage. Current talent, utterly mediocre. With slight improvements noted recently through the heavenly ladder phenomenon, rated as unremarkable. Current cultivation technique, deficient version of the Yuan technique, thunder calling azure cloud sword, and geoli forging art. Current trump cards, heart protection talisman X30, double cultivation talisman X9999. Upload successful. First villain of the 9 provinces. All your private secrets will be packaged and sold to the entire realm to repay the damage you inflicted upon the divine bird. Tremble. Fear. I shall not forgive you. The divine bird's tone was fierce, its mechanical voice laced with indignation. Chu Yun responded with a hint of disbelief. Is that all? I expected these divine birds would directly confront me, yet their so-called strong measures amount to merely opening a box. And they haven't even secured the box properly. The scanned information struck him with a familiar madness, reminiscent of the scripts and items bestowed upon him by that ostentatious system. Suddenly, a sharp explosion echoed in his ears. Alarm! Alarm! Major crisis! Major crisis! Beep! Beep! Emergency protection protocol initiated. The host is under the gaze of an existence far beyond your strength, harboring malevolence and probing into this system's existence. Please evacuate immediately. Evacuate at once. The system has autonomously activated the highest grade void barrier. The system has autonomously activated the highest grade concealment barrier. The system is sending the host a supreme level survival package. You have acquired a reward. Rule level random teleportation talisman X10. You have acquired a reward. Top-tier defensive treasure, heavenly silkworm armor. You have acquired a reward. Top-tier escape treasure, shadowless boots. You have acquired a reward. Ascendant experience card X1. You have acquired a reward. Time coffin X1. Hurry and flee. Please abandon all actions immediately. Follow the system's guidance. Utilize the Ascendant experience card. And swiftly proceed to the primeval forbidden zone, the Posa Forest. Then use the time coffin to sleep for a millennium, evading the pursuit of the supreme existence. The system's voice resonated urgently, akin to a torrential downpour. Chu Yun could only respond with bewilderment. He cast a glance at the irate celestial birds, then shifted his gaze to the vast array of shimmering treasures that suddenly emerged within his dantian. Among the radiant treasures were divine boots floating amidst purple mist, resplendent silver armor, a stack of crimson talismans inscribed with profoundly intricate runes, and a card of violet and gold. To be candid, in comparison to the usual worthless trinkets provided by the system, these items held a modicum of scientific merit. Contemplating this, Chu Yun did not remain idle. With a grand gesture, he unleashed a terrifying sea of golden light that engulfed the cacophonous celestial birds, who would not forgive him. In less than a breath, he captured them all in one fell swoop. Days later, in the Tsongshan forbidden zone of the 9 provinces, a flock of celestial birds soared toward a colossal black peak. Atop this dark summit, several enormous beasts circled around a broad platform. Encircled by them was a massive turtle, nearly 100 meters in size, with 5 or 6 smaller turtles of variously colored shells crawling chaotically about. Special offer. Special offer. Detailed information on Chu Yun. The former chief of the Carefree Immortal Sect and a spirit root of celestial caliber is available for a mere donation of 1 low-grade Yuan crystal. Act now. For action speaks louder than words. Will you proceed with the donation? Recognizing your status as a 3-star client, we have specially arranged an exclusive discount for you. Purchase at a mere 10% off and earn double points. The sharp, mechanical voice of the celestial birds echoed across the mountaintop. A silver-scaled dragon raised its head, glancing toward the flock of celestial birds. Feeling a stir of interest, is it those celestial birds? A special offer, indeed, only requiring a 10% donation. He playfully teased a small red-shelled turtle with his tail, exhibiting a hint of perplexity. Heavenly bird? Little Jiao, how did you come across this? My lord, you may not be aware, but this bird is quite intriguing. With just a small donation of spirit stones, it engages in conversation, as though it possesses boundless knowledge, making it remarkably entertaining, particularly when it comes to certain information. It proves to be exceedingly practical. Last time, I extracted a method for purifying bloodlines from my bird for merely 3 low-grade essence crystals. Guess what? I tried it out, and it was remarkably effective. My cultivation has seen a notable improvement recently. However, regarding the information about the celestial root of the Carefree Immortal Sect, it seems utterly useless, even though it is offered at a special discount. Upon hearing the conflicted tone of the Silver Jiao King, Niu Binbin raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Why bother purchasing anything? It's all a deception." With that, he lowered his gaze to what lay beneath him. His robust figure was perched upon the back of a small purple-shelled turtle. Urging it onward, "Little Turtle 3, hurry up, don't be lazy. Your old turtle father has fainted from the effort of bringing you into this world and has yet to regain consciousness. Do you truly wish to disappoint him?" "Reporting to you, my lord." "Absolutely not." The little turtle, raised by the Niu Binbin using their traditional methods since birth, felt a wave of shame wash over it upon hearing these words, letting out a series of desperate cries. However, its weight was too much. The little turtle's head turned crimson as it could only manage to move a few meters forward. This left Niu Binbin disheartened. "You are the offspring of the old turtle. How can you be so feeble right after your birth?" "My lord, I will strive to do better." The little turtle cried out for a considerable time but moved not an inch. Niu Binbin felt a twinge of despair. Even with his controlled strength, which was merely 20,000 pounds, the little turtle could hardly bear it. It had already been several days since its birth. Had it been one of their own Niu tribe calves, it would have been capable of lifting 50,000 pounds by now. Yet, Little Turtle 3 was still the strongest among the old turtle's offspring, while the others were even weaker. If the old turtle were to awaken and see how frail his son had become, what would he do? He bore a heavy heart, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the Silver Flood Dragon King's claws shimmering with a bulging bag of the cosmos pouch, instantly igniting a surge of anger within him. Were my words merely the rustling of leaves in the wind? The Silver Flood Dragon King, sensing his ire, hastened to explain, "My lord, you may not be aware, though these discounted items may seem trivial, they offer double the points. I have calculated that with this purchase, I shall ascend to a 4-star customer status. The celestial bird has informed me that at this level, one can acquire knowledge of the legendary primordial true dragon. Most crucially, the higher the rank, the greater the discounts I can enjoy, and the celestial bird has promised an annual lottery at year's end. With a stroke of fortune, I might even reap a profit in spirit stones." The other formidable beings of the restricted zone, upon hearing this, found his reasoning compelling and deemed it quite advantageous. "What nonsense," scoffed Niu Binbin, dismissing such fanciful notions. He struck the Silver Flood Dragon King on its vital spot, pinning it to the ground. "Inquire about something practical. Does this bird possess knowledge of postnatal care for male turtles?" "Oh," sighed the Silver Flood Dragon King, resigned to its fate, and asked, "Celestial bird, do you have information regarding the postnatal care for male turtles?" The celestial bird responded, "In the realm of Jiuzhou, within the immortal sect of leisure, there stands a resplendent pavilion, suspended in a corner of the 9 heavens. This 3-story edifice is adorned with ancient, uniquely shaped magical treasures that exude an extraordinary aura. At this moment, a Taoist clad in purple robes occupies the 3rd level. He sat gracefully, his hands forming intricate gestures, in the serene confines of a chamber upon an extraordinary, azure-glowing cushion. Surrounding him were illuminated glass lamps, their surfaces reflecting the ethereal light, casting an unusually chilling aura around him. A vibrant green bird, flapping its wings, alighted upon the open window of the 3rd floor of the pavilion, calling out, "Special offer! Special offer! Detailed information on the former chief of the Carefree Immortal Sect, the heavenly spirit root Chu Yun, is available for a mere donation of a mid-grade elemental crystal. Act now. Do you wish to proceed with the donation? Sensing that he was a distinguished 5-star client, a special discount had been arranged exclusively for him, allowing him to purchase at a mere 70% of the original price, alongside a complimentary experience card for supreme client privileges. Zhao Xuanji slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with the emerald-eyed celestial bird. Information on the heavenly spirit root? Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his dantian and produced 10 shimmering crystals, enveloped in golden energy, tossing them towards the celestial bird's head. The celestial bird opened its beak wide and swiftly ingested all 10 mid-grade essence crystals. Soon after, its throat convulsed a few times, and it regurgitated a scroll adorned in red and white, along with a golden card embossed with the image of the celestial bird's head, which it carried as it flew closer to Zhao Xuanji. Congratulations, esteemed 5-star client. You have fully purchased the promotional item and received the Supreme Client Experience Card 1. Zhao Xuanji raised his hand to accept the card, carelessly discarding it onto the ground as he prepared to unfurl the scroll. However, his fingers halted at the surface, and a frown creased his brow. A contract of power? The celestial bird responded with practiced ease. In order to safeguard the rights of our esteemed clients who purchase our products, signing a confidentiality contract is required post-purchase. Disclosure of information is strictly prohibited, and violators shall incur the curse of this celestial being. Should you, our distinguished 5-star client, be unwilling to sign the contract, you may retract this transaction. Zhao Xuanji scrutinized the scroll in his hand. He had encountered the celestial bird for a while after the bell chime grand assembly, and the information provided had proven remarkably accurate. Aside from the relatively high cost in spiritual stones, it bore no significant drawbacks. Fortunately, he lacked for spiritual stones. As for Chu Yun, he possessed the peak physique of the Heart's Desire lineage, and with the breaking of the Golden Core period's curse, even the supreme Tao body had been subdued by him. He naturally harbored a sense of curiosity towards Chu Yun. However, the old fellow, the sect leader, had taken great care to protect him, even though he had recently been wandering around the sect daily with a dozen or so young disciples. The leader had privately cautioned him against prying into the celestial spirit roots, even going so far as to threaten him, claiming it was for his own good. He acquiesced, yet a flicker of ire simmered within him. This old fellow seemed perpetually inclined towards idleness and evasion. In contrast, he had devoted countless years diligently serving the celestial immortal sect, willingly forsaking ascension and attending to innumerable trivial matters within the sect. Could it be that this old curmudgeon implied that should he ever overstep, he would be compelled to act against him for the sake of the spiritual roots? It is evident that, despite sharing a lineage, unity of purpose remains elusive. Zhao Xuanji was profoundly displeased. Nonetheless, he pressed on. He possesses his own pride. Having promised the sect leader, he refrains from any superfluous actions. However, the celestial bird has now taken the initiative to offer its services for merely a handful of spirit crystals. Should he glean some secrets regarding the celestial root, he deems this a remarkably advantageous transaction. Zhao Xuanji lightly touched the scroll, allowing a drop of blood to fall. The ribbon binding the scroll instantly detached. Hundreds of obsidian ancient symbols surged before him, ultimately coalescing into a visage resembling the celestial bird's head, before shattering into oblivion. The scroll unfurled, revealing an abundance of valuable information densely inscribed upon its surface, captivating Zhao Xuanji's gaze. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. Zhao Xuanji closed the scroll, his expression unchanged, though several veins throbbed visibly upon his forehead, and his chest heaved slightly quicker than usual. The voice of the celestial bird resonated. Esteemed 5-star client, by donating a mid-grade spirit crystal, you may now receive double points. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the loft distorted. The celestial bird, which had just begun to speak, erupted violently. Zhao Xuanji's frigid gaze reflected a few falling green feathers, his voice devoid of warmth. What a gifted waste, utterly unremarkable. The cultivation method is merely the incomplete free-spirited celestial technique. Is it true that the most monstrous chief in the history of our free-spirited sect is unworthy of fully cultivating our sect's methods? Or do these fools believe that fabricating such nonsensical tales will amuse me? As his words settled, he cast the scroll aside, which, along with the drifting green feathers, was drawn into the spatial distortion, vanishing completely. Zhao Xuanji shut his eyes, suppressing the fury within his chest, preparing to enter a meditative state once more. Suddenly, A respectful voice pierced his reverie. Sect leader Xuanji, Elder Lu requests an urgent audience. Zhao Xuanji opened his eyes and waved his hand, causing a luminous portal to materialize before him. Shortly after, an elder with a severed arm emerged from the portal, bowing respectfully to Zhao Xuanji. What news from 7 kills? Zhao Xuanji's voice was icy. Lu Shi hurriedly responded, none. 7 kills has been diligently training within the Junlong Ghost Array since the conclusion of the bell-tolling Grand Assembly and has made considerable progress. Then why are you not guarding him, but instead seeking me? Lu Shi's expression turned serious, and he spoke in a lowered tone. Sect leader Xuanji, I must confess. I have recently received a significant secret that I believe you may require, hence my visit. As he spoke, he retrieved a red and white scroll from his bosom and handed it to Zhao Xuanji. The previously indifferent expression on Zhao Xuanji's face darkened abruptly upon seeing the scroll. I have acquired certain confidential information from the heavenly venerable bird. This scroll contains the secrets of the celestial spirit root and is rumored to hold revelations about his hidden cards. Have you opened it? Zhao Xuanji inquired. Not yet. The heavenly venerable bird mentioned that upon opening it, a contract must be signed to prevent any leakage. I thought it would be more appropriate to present it to you. The esteemed leader of the Xuanji sect, Lu Shi, well acquainted with Zhao Xuanji, noticed the profound gloom on his face and felt a tremor in his heart. His voice faltered as he pondered whether he had misspoken. Zhao Xuanji suddenly interjected, how much did you pay for it? The heavenly venerable bird helped me secure a special discount of 20%, totaling 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. With a sharp motion, Zhao Xuanji seized a nearby glass lamp and smashed it to the ground, shards scattering like the howling wind, slicing across Lu Shi's cheek. Sect Master Xuanji, what is the meaning of this? Lu Shi gasped, oblivious to the fresh line of blood adorning his face, staring in shock at the shattered fragments. Just as he was about to inquire further, Zhao Xuanji's cold voice rang out, leave. Send a message throughout the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect. Anyone I catch playing with this bird shall be sent to the Hall of Punishment. With that, Lu Shi was flung out of the pavilion. In the west region, a forbidden ground lay nestled within a valley, its rocky walls radiating a sinister aura. The valley was awash with torrents of blood, its ravines filled with flesh and gore. FFT. Creek. A grotesque creature, towering over 50 meters, devoid of skin and pulsating with crimson flesh, emerged. Its skeletal head bore an eerie resemblance to a human form, sprouting 8 arms and 4 legs. It crawled on the ground like a spider, its gaping maw filled with yellowed teeth, feasting upon the blood-soaked remnants in the valley. Special offer, proclaimed the former chief of the Xiaoyao Immortal Sect. Celestial spirit root Chu, as a flock of heavenly venerable birds soared overhead, their shrill cries echoing through the air. Suddenly, one of the creature's bloodied hands shot upwards, a thick, sanguine aura crackling like chain lightning. Before the hand could grasp them, the flock of heavenly venerable birds was ensnared. Then, with a resounding bang, all the birds were obliterated, not a single feather remaining. Eat quickly. It is the perfect time for growth. Why are you so slow? Useless creatures. If this is insufficient, I shall provide you with more blood and flesh. Do you wish to starve? Perched atop the skull-like head of the creature, a burly man draped in a blood-red cloak, his face adorned with spikes, exuded an aura of early-stage Great Ascension. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.